Chapter 82. Everything is in chaos. Old Deng, you spoke of life and death as inconsequential, yet now that your grandson is dead, you seek to strike and kill. What is your meaning? Although Xingyin tried to intervene, Tianxing still sensed the murderous intent emanating from Bai Wuji, and to be prudent, he positioned himself directly in front of Yilinger. Bai Wuji's eyes glowed a furious red as he glared at Tianxing, roaring, "Is my grandson's life something that you mere insects can compare to? Once the immortal secret realm concludes, I shall ensure that your Ye clan pays the price." Upon hearing these words, Tianxing's gaze turned icy. "It is your greed that covets the treasures, yet you would blame my Ye clan in the end? You wish for my clan to accompany you to the grave? Very well, I shall declare this. When the secret realm ends, it shall be either you perish or I survive." Tianxing understood that the enmity had been established, rendering any further pleasantries unnecessary. The surrounding cultivators watched the tense standoff, astonished. What had begun as a contest akin to a wager had transformed into a life-and-death rivalry between two factions. "Ha! Excellent. In that case, I am eager to see how you manage to survive." Xingyin laughed heartily. "In Luoye Valley, we indeed have no means to deal with you, but that does not imply we cannot handle those you bring. I, Qi Yinzong, shall continue to challenge your Ye clan." "Shut your mouth. You wish to challenge the Ye clan? I will end you." Wei Zhongliang leapt forward without waiting for Xingyin to prepare. Xingyin snorted coldly. "Humph, do you think you are the only one with 7th-grade treasures?" With that, he brandished a long knife, exuding a chilling aura, draped in a shimmering black cloak, his spiritual energy surging as he charged towards Wei Zhongliang. "What the? This Xingyin actually possesses 2 7th-grade treasures. What is so surprising about that? Xingyin is the grandson of the Qi Yinzong's leader, and his strength ranks first among the young generation of Qi Yinzong. Such a prodigy possessing 2 7th-grade treasures is hardly astonishing. Then it's over. That arrogant lad, named Wei Zhongliang, just encountered a tough opponent. His life is in jeopardy." "Not necessarily. Both are at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, each possessing 2 7th-grade treasures. The outcome is uncertain." As the surrounding cultivators speculated, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Due to the possession of 7th-grade treasures, neither could gain the upper hand. "Oomph. Why the silence now? Not long ago, you were quite vocal." Xingyin stepped back, a mocking smile on his face as he regarded Wei Zhongliang. This time, Wei Zhongliang unusually refrained from cursing and stood still, seemingly searching for something within his storage ring. Moments later, Wei Zhongliang raised his head and sneered. "You are as good as dead." In the next instant, he revealed several 6th-grade treasures, without hesitation summoning them to his person. Adorning himself with 6th-grade armor, binding 6th-grade greaves to his legs, and donning 6th-grade gauntlets, he was instantly outfitted for battle. Following that, Wei Zhongliang extracted an item resembling a hemp rope, a 7th-grade treasure radiating a peculiar light, clearly of no ordinary caliber. The onlookers were left wide-eyed. After a few moments, the assembled cultivators finally reacted. "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?" The chorus of exclamations echoed as they beheld Wei Zhongliang's exaggerated equipment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. 3 7th-grade treasures, several 6th-grade treasures. Was this the level of resources a single faction could muster? For their own factions, managing to produce even 1 6th-grade treasure would be a challenge, let alone a 7th-grade one. The sheer volume Wei Zhongliang displayed left everyone in stunned disbelief. Meanwhile, Xingyin's mocking grin had long since frozen on his face. With equal cultivation levels and a comparable number of treasures, it had resulted in a stalemate. Yet now, with the opponent producing yet another 7th-grade treasure and several 6th-grade ones, how could this remain a fair fight? Unfazed by the thoughts of those around him, Wei Zhongliang, now fully armed, hurled the 7th-grade hemp rope toward Xingyin. Subsequently, he charged at Xingyin once more. Xingyin, frightened, hastily defended himself, no longer daring to be careless. However, mere seconds later, "Still pretending? Are you not arrogant? I don't even regard your grandfather, and yet you dare to put on airs. If I cannot beat you today, then consider it a clean escape." With each taunt from Wei Zhongliang, he would land blows on the bound Xingyin with the 7th-grade rope. The surrounding crowd listened with furrowed brows, primarily due to the crude nature of Wei Zhongliang's insults. Some expletives were so foul that had they not come from his mouth, they would have never imagined hearing them. Nevertheless, the crowd could understand his sentiment. Having established enmity, there was no need for pretense. At that moment, Bai Wuji finally regained his composure, realizing that his sect's leader's grandson was being thrashed and bellowed, "Stop this at once." However, Wei Zhongliang had no intention of heeding Bai Wuji's words. After all, the team leader could not intervene, and even if he killed Xingyan, what of it? As Wei Zhongliang continued to pummel Xingyan, he provocatively taunted, "With the rabble from your Qi Yin zone, watch how I teach you all a lesson today. Anyone dissatisfied can come at me together. I will take on all of you." The moment those words left his mouth, it was as if a powder keg had been ignited. "I can't hold back any longer. Kill him. Everyone attack. Eliminate him. One against a group? We will oblige." The young and impetuous disciples brought by Qi Yin zone, spurred on by Wei Zhongliang's provocation, surged towards him. What the hell? Wei Zhongliang, seeing the oncoming tide, hastily withdrew the 7th grade hemp rope and began to defend against the overwhelming assault from Qi Yin zone's members. Facing a single peak foundation establishment cultivator was manageable, but when faced with 29 peak foundation establishment cultivators attacking in unison, even Wei Zhongliang's numerous treasures soon proved inadequate. It's all gone awry. Everything is in chaos. That lad deserves it. Who told him to speak so carelessly and challenge them? Though it may not be within the rules, it was he who brought it upon himself. A lesson would be beneficial. At least it would keep him in check. Who knows how many people he could offend in the future with that mouth? While the crowd continued their discussions, Tianxing stood in a daze. Wasn't it said that the rules of Luoye Valley dictated one-on-one combat? How had it devolved into a brawl? Was this not a breach of the rules? Just then, Liu Qingyu, wielding her sword, was the first to plunge into the fray, calling out to the members of the Liu clan behind her, "This matter originated with my Liu clan. We shall join in." Without hesitation, the Liu clan rushed into the fray. And we too. At this moment, Yiling disregarded any notions of rules and directly joined the melee. The other young members of the Ye clan exchanged glances, each hesitant to act, save for Su Nyin, who followed suit. The customs of the Ye clan have always been strict. Even if they wished to act, the team leader's word was paramount, and they dared not take matters into their own hands. Upon regaining his senses, Tianxing immediately discerned the intentions of the younger members of the Ye clan and let out a resigned sigh. "Alas, let us proceed." Tianxing waved his hand. With his approval, the younger members of the Ye clan seemed to have been invigorated, moving with such speed that they appeared as mere shadows, each one rushing forward. Observing the fervor of the younger Ye clan members, Tianxing felt a throbbing headache. In another's territory, one must abide by their rules. Previously, Yu Qin had mentioned the customs of Liya Valley, which was why he refrained from intervening. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago, without needing to rely on the others from the Ye clan to take the lead. However, as they were nearly being trampled upon, it seemed unnecessary to endure any longer. Yet, would Liya Valley still permit the Ye clan to enter the secret realm under such circumstances? Chapter 83, Luo Kanglin. With the support of the Yi clan and the Lu family, Wei Zhongliang quickly regained his composure, not only ceasing to suffer blows, but also commencing a counterattack. After a while, the remaining 28 members of the Qian sect could no longer withstand the onslaught and were reduced to tears by the 60 members of the Yi clan. Witnessing this scene, Bai Wuji was utterly alarmed. Not only had his grandson perished during this expedition, but 2 other prodigies of the Qian sect had also sustained severe injuries, one of whom was the grandson of the sect leader. Should he return to the sect under such circumstances, not only might he lose his position as elder, but he could also face severe punishment. Were the people of Ruizhou, did they not see that Yi Zhou was bullying them? Bai Wuji held a deep apprehension towards the leader of Liya Valley and, despite his anxiety, dared not take matters into his own hands. However, he was concerned that all the individuals he had brought would be incapacitated by the Yi clan. Thus he sought assistance from the powers of Ruizhou, participating in the immortal secret realm. Although it was framed as a plea for help, it was in essence a command. As the foremost sect of Ruizhou, how could those forces dare to defy him? Consequently, upon hearing Bai Wuji's furious roar, the leaders of the major forces in Ruizhou ordered their disciples to assist, estimating at least 300 individuals. In an instant, the previously spacious square became crowded, and the Yi clan found themselves at a disadvantage. Observing this, Tianxing's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that, as the premier sect of Ruizhou, they would not safeguard the local forces, but instead drag them all into the fray. The rules of the valley dictated that the leader could not intervene, and the disciples were only permitted to engage in one-on-one battles, but the current situation clearly violated this regulation. It was not that Tianxing was fixated on the rules. Rather, his mindset was still rooted in his past life. It was akin to being at work, where one must adhere to company policies. Thus, the once laid-back Yi Tianxing, now possessing cultivation, found himself unable to remain indifferent. In his mind, acquiring cultivation necessitated contributing to the Yi clan, a matter of duty or perhaps responsibility. Yet, at this critical juncture, Yi Tianxing could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. The individuals involved were his responsibility. Just as he contemplated taking action, a voice suddenly resonated within the square. Is there truly no one from Ruizhou? Are you so bold as to bully Yi Zhou without consequence? Disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion, he my command, provide full support to the Yi clan. Upon this declaration, 30 figures soared into the air, plunging directly into the tumultuous melee. We, the Chu family of Yi Zhou, shall also join the fray. Another voice echoed within the square, followed by another 30 figures swiftly entering the battlefield. The speakers were none other than Gui Qin, the master of Lingxiao Pavilion, and Chu Jingyun, the head of the Chu family from Xianxia. Having received assistance from Yi Tianxing in eliminating the demon, Ganglai, they could not possibly stand idly by as the Yi clan faced adversity. Yi Tianxing, recognizing their voices, could not help but smile faintly. Having good relationships is indeed beneficial, as it ensures assistance wherever one goes. However, he realized that relying solely on these two factions was insufficient, prompting him to take matters into his own hands. Just then, a twist occurred. The Yi clan had made significant sacrifices to protect Yi Zhou. As the local power of Yi Zhou, how could they stand idly by? Disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, advance. The voice that rang out was that of Ling Yu, the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect. The Yi clan is the guardian of Yi Zhou, and considering that Yi Tianxing had previously saved his eldest disciple, Lin Shuang, it would be utterly inhumane to think only of self-preservation now. What sect leader Ling said is correct. If it comes to it, we want to enter the secret realm either. We, the Lin family, will join the fray, and us, the Zhao family, count us in. As many factions from Yi Zhou responded, disciples from various families and sects surged towards the battlefield like a tide. Among them was the Wang family from Linghuizhou. Wang Hailong, the head of the Wang family, initially hesitated to get involved. After all, their purpose in coming here was to enter the secret realm. If they disrupted the order, it was likely that their family would never have the chance to enter the realm again. However, his son, Wang Yu, insisted on participating in the battle. In Wang Yu's view, had they not encountered Yi Tianxing along the way, they would never have made it to Lia Valley alive. Wang Hailong understood this reasoning well. Yet in the face of interests, he still wished to prioritize the Wang family's safety, even though he felt guilty about it. Regardless, Wang Yu disregarded his father-esque concerns and led the Wang family members straight into the battlefield. I have indeed grown old, while my savior is in peril. I find myself thinking of the Wang family's interests. Wang Hailong sighed with relief as he observed his son charging toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Yi clan, previously at a disadvantage, saw their morale surge and strength increase with the addition of numerous cultivators. Yi Tianxing was taken aback. He had never anticipated that. Apart from the few factions he knew, others would resolutely join the battlefield as well. Suddenly, he felt that the sacrifices made by the Yi clan over the millennia were indeed worthwhile. When the Yi clan was in trouble, others truly came to their aid. However, this also left him with a headache. With the rules shattered by the forces of Ruizhou and Yi Zhou, was entry into the secret realm still possible? The Yi clan could bear it, but what about the remaining factions that had come to assist them? Yet soon, Yi Tianxing reached a resolution in his heart. If they would not allow us entry, then I shall dismantle Luoye Valley. Slowly, Yi Tianxing raised his gaze to the sky. The Valley Master? Could that fellow have discovered us? Among the clouds above, an elder and a middle-aged man stood in the void, the latter of whom spoke. The middle-aged man, named Zhou Mo, was the steward of Lia Valley at the peak of the transformation stage, while the elder, Luo Kanglin, the Valley Master, was in the early stage of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Luo Kanglin nodded slightly. This young man is extraordinary. Even I cannot discern the depths of his cultivation. The Valley Master cannot see through him? Who exactly is this individual? The Yi clan has never heard of such a figure, Zhou Mo exclaimed with astonishment. Recently, I have heard that many demon clans have appeared in Yezhou. A young man named Yi Tianxing has vanquished them all. Luo Kanglin did not respond to Zhou Mo's words, but instead mused aloud. I have also heard of this person. He was originally deemed a waste, yet inexplicably transformed into Yezhou's hero. What of it, though? Ruwei Province and Yezhou have already violated the rules of Falling Leaf Valley. I intend to drive them all away. As Zhou Mo spoke, He prepared to soar towards the battlefield. Never mind. The Yi clan has guarded the borders of Yezhou for thousands of years, sacrificing countless lives. Such a noble family can only stand on the periphery of the square. Let this occasion serve as a moment for them to vent their frustrations. However, Luo Kanglin interjected to halt him. Observing this, Zhou Mo abandoned the idea of expelling the cultivators from Yezhou and Rui province, and his gaze returned to the chaotic battlefield below. Chapter 84. The leader of the Yi clan also enjoys shattering eggs. At this moment, the battlefield was overwhelmingly one-sided. The numbers on both sides were not vastly different, yet Yezhou boasted the formidable Yi Ling'er and Sun Yinyan, along with the fully armed Wei Zhongliang, rendering the Rui province side utterly defenseless. Good heavens! Just a moment ago, it was a feud between the Yi clan and the Qian sect, and now it has escalated into a conflict between two provinces. How splendid! This way, we have fewer opponents to contend with upon entering the secret realm. Indeed, especially with those 2 women and 1 man from the Yi clan, their prowess is simply extraordinary. Should the 3 of them gain entry, our disciples might find it difficult to reap any benefits within the secret realm. The surrounding cultivators, keenly observing the spectacle, engaged in lively discussions, relieved in their hearts. In their view, the combat effectiveness displayed by the Yi clan was overwhelmingly powerful. If they were to stumble upon any rare treasures within the secret realm, encountering a cultivator from a Yi clan would leave them with no choice but to flee. Moreover, there exists a peculiar individual named Wei Zhongliang among them. Amidst the fray, fights and curses simultaneously, the most infuriating part is that one cannot even contend with him, let alone respond to his taunts. As the spittle flies dangerously close, should he enter the secret realm, it would be a dual torment, both physically and mentally. Fortunately, Rui province and Yezhou have violated the rules. Regardless of the outcome, neither side shall have the opportunity to enter the immortal secret realm. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongliang moved through the battlefield like a dragon in the sea. Upon sighting him, the cultivators from Rui province fled without a shred of resistance. With his arsenal of 6th and 7th grade treasures, not only was he armed to the teeth, but he also fought while hurling insults. Who could withstand such an onslaught? In their eyes, Wei Zhongliang was far more terrifying than the other 2 women. Damn it. Come on. Aren't you all quite formidable? Let me give you a taste of my whip. Damn. Don't run away. Wei Zhongliang chased from the left flank of the battlefield to the right, managing to catch not a single soul, infuriated and cursing vehemently. At that moment, he caught sight of a familiar figure on the battlefield, the young master of the Fong family, Fong Peng. This time, Wei Zhongliang had learned his lesson. Instead of shouting recklessly, he held his breath and stealthily approached Fong Peng from behind. Fong Peng was engrossed in a fierce exchange with Lu Qingyu, completely oblivious to Wei Zhongliang's presence. It was not until Wei Zhongliang drew near that he felt a sudden chill creeping up his back. However, it was far too late, for Wei Zhongliang had already unleashed a devastating kick. With a sharp crack, reminiscent of a shattered egg, the sound echoed in the air. Fong Peng let out a wail akin to that of slaughtered pig, instinctively clutching his groin as he rolled on the ground, his face contorted with agony. This is what you get for being so arrogant. I finally caught you. You think you're so charming? Today, I shall confiscate your tools of mischief. I believe your name is Fong Peng, correct? From now on, you should drop the Fong and simply be known as Peng. Wei Zhongliang laughed heartily, hands on his hips, gazing skyward. How utterly despicable. Where did this brat come from? The Yi clan would never stoop to such antics, regardless of his origins. One thing was certain, this young man was not to be trifled with. The onlooking cultivators instinctively tightened their thighs, as if they had felt the impact of that kick themselves. Moreover, every cultivator present could ascertain that Wei Zhongliang was definitely not a member of the Yi clan. For one, he bore no connection to the Yi surname. Furthermore, as the foremost family of Yi continent, the Yi clan, despite not being the most powerful here, still maintained a certain dignity. Thus, they would never recruit a disciple who resorted to such foul-mouthed sneak attacks. After incapacitating Fong Peng, Wei Zhongliang seemed to savor his triumph, stuffing a handkerchief in his mouth before stealthily dispatching several other cultivators from Rui's Ho. It was not long before he found himself behind Xingyan. You dare! Bai Wuji exclaimed, unable to contain his fury upon witnessing Wei Zhongliang's audacity towards Xingyan. His desire for Wei Zhongliang's treasures only escalated the situation. With Bai Tang deceased and the 3rd-ranked prodigy of their sect, now maimed, The consequences of any further misfortune befalling the sect leader's grandson were dire. Thus, Bai Wuji cast aside all decorum, consumed by the need to protect Xingyan. However, just as Bai Wuji was about to confront Wei Zhongliang, Yi Tian sprang into action. In the next instant, Bai Wuji's shrieks echoed through the air. Much like Fong Peng, Bai Wuji clutched his groin, rolling on the ground in pain. At this moment, Wei Zhongliang realized Bai Wuji had attempted to ambush him, and, pulling the handkerchief from his mouth, unleashed a torrent of curses. Old beast, you dare to sneak attack your elder? Today, I shall make you understand why flowers bloom so red. With those words, Wei Zhongliang brandished a 7th-grade hemp rope, delivering a series of fierce strikes upon Bai Wuji. As you launch a surprise attack, taking advantage of the weak, today, I shall act as your grandfather and deliver a well-deserved lesson to you. You shameless old fool. Wei Zhongliang scolded while striking, and Bai Wuji, in agony and fury, found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, rolling on the ground in an attempt to evade the blows, occasionally emitting pitiful wails. This sudden scene left all the observing cultivators utterly astounded. Bai Wuji was a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator, ranking among the top 3 leaders present. How could he be so easily defeated by the leader of the Yi clan? Who exactly is he? How could he overpower even Bai Wuji? Indeed, the Yi clan had always dispatched cultivators of the nascent soul realm as leaders, hadn't they? It appears we misjudged. We thought the Yi clan had merely sent someone inconsequential, yet he turned out to be remarkably powerful. Whispers filled the air as everyone regarded Yi Tianxing with a mix of awe and curiosity. Some even speculated within their hearts. Does this leader of the Yi clan share a penchant for shattering eggs, perhaps akin to Wei Zhongliang, not truly belonging to the Yi clan? Meanwhile, the leaders of various factions in Ruizhou snapped back to reality, witnessing their own disciples, who had not yet realized that even Bai Wuji had fallen, still engaged in fierce combat with the cultivators from Yi province. Their faces turned pale with dread, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Cease at once. The leaders of the major factions in Ruizhou exclaimed in unison. It was no idle jest. If even Bai Wuji had been defeated, continuing the fight could lead to enmity with the Yi clan. And who could say if they would even survive the journey back from Falling Leaf Valley? The disciples from Ruizhou, engaged in combat, halted their actions at the sound of their leader's command, swiftly returning to their respective positions, their movements so rapid they appeared as mere blurs. With the entry of the Yi province forces, they had found themselves mostly on the defensive. If they did not cease their attacks, defeat was merely a matter of time. You old beast, shout louder. I'm not yet satisfied. As the chaos subsided, the battlefield was left echoing with Wei Zhongliang's curses, accompanied by the occasional lament of Bai Wuji. Chapter 85. Early stage of the return of Void Realm. That should suffice. Yi Tianxing could no longer endure Bai Wuji's grating screams and addressed Wei Zhongliang. Boss, are you being too lenient? If that old beast succeeds in his ambush, it'll be my demise. Wei Zhongliang halted his actions, looking at Yi Tianxing with a face full of grievance. Who said I was being lenient? Yi Tianxing shot Wei Zhongliang a glance, then waved his hand. Suddenly, 31 streams of spiritual energy burst forth from Yi Tianxing's body like golden lightning, shooting towards the members of the Qian sect with astonishing speed. Thud, thud, accompanied by a series of dull thuds. The 31 members of the Qian sect collapsed to the ground like puppets whose souls had been drained, lifeless. Just moments ago, the once arrogant members of the Qian sect now lay sprawled on the ground, cold and lifeless. This unexpected turn of events caused all present to gasp in shock. The practitioners from other factions in Ruizhou were utterly horrified, their faces ashen as they cast fearful glances at Yi Tianxing. They could scarcely believe that he would dare to commit murder in broad daylight on the territory of the Falling Leaf Valley. Did he not fear incurring their wrath? Big brother, even if you're not merciful, must you resort to murder? This will surely provoke the Crimson Flame sect. Wei Zhongliang was equally taken aback by Yi Tianxing's actions. He had overheard the discussions among the other factions and understood that the Crimson Flame sect was the foremost sect in Ruizhou, with its leader being a late-stage Void returning expert. In contrast, the Yi clan had only 2 experts at the Void returning stage. One was the clan leader Yi Xian, a mid-stage expert, and the other was Yi Tianxing, who could obliterate the initial stage avatars of Void returning practitioners. Therefore, Wei Zhongliang had always regarded Yi Tianxing as a mid-stage expert. If the Crimson Flame sect were to seek vengeance, the Yi clan would likely stand no chance of defense. Yi Tianxing scoffed, even without killing them. Enmity has already been established. What need do I have to spare their lives? Wei Zhongliang considered this, realizing it held a semblance of truth. What shall we do about the others from Ruizhou? Should we eliminate them all? His eyes gleamed with malice as he surveyed the practitioners from Ruizhou. Upon hearing this, the practitioners trembled in fear. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. We are also factions of Ruizhou. If we disregard by Wujuan's orders, we too shall face dire consequences. They pleaded. Yes, yes. It has nothing to do with us. To express our apologies, we shall take our leave at once. The leaders of the Ruizhou factions hastily declared, swiftly retreating from the secret realm plaza. After all, with Yi Tianxing displaying such ruthlessness, daring to kill by Wujuan in public, they had no desire to linger any longer. Yi Tianxing made no effort to stop them, watching as the practitioners from Ruizhou departed the secret realm plaza. After all, as they had pointed out, they had no intention of engaging in conflict. Had it not been for by Wujuan's command, they likely would have avoided this mess entirely. Just as the practitioners from Ruizhou were leaving, a multitude of cultivators suddenly descended upon the plaza from all directions. I am Ji Wuchen, an elder of the Maple Leaf Valley. Yizhou has blatantly disregarded the rules of the Maple Leaf Valley, inciting a battle and committing murder in public. We, the Falling Leaf Valley, hereby declare that all individuals from Yizhou are disqualified from entering the immortal secret realm, proclaimed a middle-aged cultivator at the peak of the god transformation stage, his gaze radiating an undeniable authority. Surrounding him was a throng of golden core and nascent soul practitioners, all casting unfriendly glances at the people from Yizhou. The practitioners from Yizhou had anticipated this outcome, so Ji Wuchen's words came as no surprise to them. Leader Yi, there are matters to attend to within our sect, so we shall take our leave, said Ling, the leader of the Divine Sword sect, bowing slightly to Yi Tianxing from a distance. Leader Yi, Old Chu and I shall also depart. In due time, we will personally visit Tianxing Peak, added Gui Chen, the head of the spiritual herb pavilion, as he clasped his fists in respect. The remaining factions from Yizhou followed suit, all bowing to Yi Tianxing as they sought permission to leave. However, before they could make their exit, Yi Tianxing interjected, "You need not depart. Today, I assure you of your entry into the immortal secret realm." These cultivators sustained injuries on behalf of the Yi clan, yet they gained nothing and were subsequently expelled. Naturally, he cannot remain indifferent. However, this statement immediately stirred a tempest of reactions. Is this young man truly so fearless? Not only does he dare to commit murder in public, but he also confronts the Falling Leaf Valley head-on? Is this bravery? I perceive it as folly, even if one possesses great strength. Can they rival the master of Falling Leaf Valley? Have you not noticed? The cultivators of Yizhou refer to this young man as Yi Peak Master. Could there be significance to this title? What significance? I have heard that the Yi clan has a heavenly journey peak, whose master is a worthless individual named Yi Tianxing. Perhaps this young man is he. Are you out of your mind? If he were truly worthless, could he have instantaneously slain 31 individuals with a mere wave of his hand? Furthermore, let us not forget that one among them was a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator. I am uncertain, as I am not from Yizhou. I merely heard rumors. The surrounding cultivators, watching the spectacle, whispered amongst themselves, while the people of Yizhou, although touched, displayed an anxious demeanor. Yi Peak Master, we understand your intentions, but Falling Leaf Valley is not to be trifled with. It is best for us to leave swiftly. Indeed, it is merely a trivial immortal secret realm. If we do not enter, so be it. The leaders of Yizhou expressed their opinions, fearing that Yi Tianxing might undertake some reckless action. However, before Yi Tianxing could utter a word of persuasion, the airborne Ji Wuchen coldly snorted, "You insolent brat, no one dares to spout nonsense in my Falling Leaf Valley." Initially, considering the provocation instigated by the Qian sect, they intended to expel you without further ado. But given your blatant disrespect, you shall not depart. We shall deliver you to the Qian sect, and in doing so, we can secure a favor from them. Yi Tianxing regarded Ji Wuchen with an amused smile. Do you not fear the consequences of overstepping your authority? Ji Wuchen laughed heartily. What do you mean by overstepping my authority? Was there not a chaotic battle that involved your Yi clan? Were you not the one committing murder? Everything I do is within the bounds of propriety. This person is killed in my Falling Leaf Valley. Seize him at once. With those words, the cultivators behind Ji Wuchen charged towards Yi Tianxing. Boss, I heard that this Valley Master is a cultivator in the early stage of the Tribulation Crossing realm. He may be rather formidable. We should withdraw. With Yi Tianxing present, Wei Zhongliang did not regard the rushing cultivators as a threat. Yet he still held a degree of caution towards the Valley Master. Oh, are you not fearless in the face of heaven and earth? Now that you know he is in the tribulation crossing realm, you begin to cower? Yi Tianxing teased with a smile, then took a step forward, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. In the next moment, an extraordinarily terrifying pressure emanated from Yi Tianxing, expanding outward. Bang, bang, bang. This pressure caused those cultivators from Falling Leaf Valley rushing towards Yi Tianxing to plummet from the sky like dumplings, landing helplessly on the ground. Yi Wufen, whose face had been adorned with a sardonic smile, was taken aback by the sudden shift in the situation. The unexpected pressure drained the color from his face, and he found himself uncontrollably descending. Despite his utmost efforts to resist, he ultimately succumbed to the ground. However, Ji Wuchen, being at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, managed to refrain from collapsing entirely, instead bending at the waist, with beads of sweat the size of pearls rolling down his forehead and soaking his garments. The initial phase of the returning void realm, Ji Wuchen exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. Chapter 86. Good lad, you truly discovered us long ago. The returning void realm. This lad is actually at the returning void realm. No wonder he is so arrogant. The revelation of Yi Tianxing's cultivation level left everyone present gasping in astonishment. They recognized Yi Tianxing's strength, understanding that he could not have slain by Wuji otherwise. Yet they were astounded by the magnitude of his power. The members of the Yi clan also gazed at Yi Tianxing in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before them. Within the Yi clan's territory, various factions speculated that Yi Tianxing was at the late stage of the transformation realm, for it was inconceivable that he could slay a mid-stage transformation realm beast with a single sword strike. The reason no one considered him to be at the returning void realm was simple. They all knew Yi Tianxing had only just reached adulthood, and a breakthrough to the late stage of the transformation realm was already astonishing. No one had dared to think he could be at the returning void realm. Lu Qingyu's mouth fell agape, her expression one of utter incredulity. Yi Tianxing had mentioned on their journey that upon arriving at the Falling Leaf Valley, he might break through to the initial phase of the returning void realm. At that time, she had dismissed it as mere jest, never expecting it to be true. The most astonished of all were Yi Ling-er and Su Ninian, two young women familiar with Yi Tianxing, who were aware of his cultivation being at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Having spent so much time together recently, they were oblivious to his sudden breakthrough. Senior Luo, if you do not reveal yourself soon, I shall be quite unrestrained, Yi Tianxing declared, having subdued the crowd of the Falling Leaf Valley. His gaze turned toward a cloud formation in the sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With the enhanced perception granted by the system, he had long sensed the presence of two individuals concealed within the clouds, one of whom was undoubtedly at the initial phase of the tribulation crossing realm. It was clear that the person present in the Falling Leaf Valley at this stage was Luo Kanglin, the valley's master. Good lad, you truly discovered us long ago. No longer concealing his presence, Luo Kanglin, accompanied by the steward Zhou Mo, slowly descended before Yi Tianxing, clad in a dark robe. His snow-white hair contrasted with his youthful vigor, and a faint smile adorned his face. Upon seeing Luo Kanglin, everyone present bowed in respect. Greetings, master of Falling Leaf Valley. They chorused in unison. You have caused a commotion in my Falling Leaf Valley, taken lives, and now intend to harm my people. How shall we settle this account? Luo Kanglin addressed Yi Tianxing directly, his eyes filled with admiration, showing no indication of seeking retribution. Seeing this, Yi Tianxing smiled faintly and said, Senior Luo, if you intend to settle scores, you would have appeared to stop me the moment I took a life. Therefore, I believe you have no intention of troubling us juniors. He did not consider himself particularly clever, yet this reasoning was clear to him. Luo Kanglin nodded with a smile. Indeed, your mind is quite quick. I was once a resident of Yezhou, later joining Maple Leaf Valley, which is why I am more aware than any one of the sacrifices the Yi clan has made for Yezhou. Moreover, it was the Qian sect that instigated this conflict, which has nothing to do with your Yi clan. Yi Tianxing deduced that Luo Kanglin would not trouble them. Yet he was surprised to learn that Luo Kanglin was originally from Yezhou. Valley Master, this young man has committed murder on our territory. Should we simply let it go? Ji Wuching bent over, his face a mask of displeasure. How about I let you two settle this in a duel? The victor's word shall prevail. What do you think? Luo Kanglin looked at Ji Wuching with a smile that was not quite a smile, his eyes flashing with an undeniable authority. I believe the Valley Master is correct. The Qian sect coveted the treasures of the Yi clan. They deserve this outcome. Had it not been for the swift intervention of Master Yi, I would have dealt with it myself. Ji Wuqing's expression changed faster than flipping a page. One moment he was resentful, and the next he assumed a righteous demeanor. He was no fool. Engaging in a duel against someone at the early stage of the Void Return realm would be tantamount to courting death. Young friend Yi, please temper your imposing aura. The secret realm is about to open, and we wouldn't want to miss the timing, Luo Kanglin said with a smile, his gaze reflecting both admiration for Yi Tianxing's strength and a hint of concern typical of a senior. Yi Tianxing quickly reined in the pressure emanating from him. Responding with a smile, I appreciate your reminder, Senior Luo. It was my oversight. Now then, as the immortal secret realm opens, various forces will converge. This presents both opportunity and challenge. I hope you all can prepare yourselves and seize this chance. Upon seeing Yi Tianxing retract his pressure, Luo Kanglin addressed everyone present briefly before he and the steward, Zhou Imo, flew to the entrance of the secret realm, awaiting its opening. As the news of the imminent opening spread, everyone hurried back to their respective positions. Many cultivators, having been caught up in the excitement, had inadvertently wandered into other spaces. If you encounter anyone from the Yi clan within the secret realm, make haste to flee. Do not engage, especially not with that Wei Zhongliang. Do you understand? The disciples listened intently. No matter what treasures appeared, should they see anyone from the Yi clan, they were to leave swiftly and refrain from contention, even refraining from insults. The leaders of the various factions began instructing their disciples entering the secret realm, emphasizing the last point with particular gravity, fearing they might provoke Wei Zhongliang. Others might be manageable, but Wei Zhongliang was a real troublemaker. Even after being beaten, he had not forgotten to hurl insults, and with the support of forces from Yezhou, he had become increasingly arrogant. Anyone who crossed him would find themselves in a foul predicament, akin to stepping in dog excrement, both odious and unpleasant. Most importantly, the leaders observed a particular truth. When Yezhou's group ascended to provide support, Wei Zhongliang's ambush targeted those who had previously assaulted or scolded him. Such a vengeful character raises the question, who would dare provoke him? Meanwhile, Yezhou's members remained rooted in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. They had initially thought their foray into the secret realm was futile, yet to their astonishment, Luo Kanglin was surprisingly accommodating, allowing them to pass unscathed. Do not linger. Follow me. Upon learning that the secret realm was about to open, Yi Tianxing was keen to avoid wasting time and sought a prime position for Yezhou's group. With Wei Zhongliang and the two women accompanying him, he was confident that no single faction could overpower this trio. Master Wang, you two shall accompany me. Yi Tianxing suddenly recalled that the Wang family from Lingyuzu was also participating, adding this remark. Upon hearing this, Wang Hailong trembled with excitement, realizing that his son's strategy might afford the Wang family an opportunity to align with Yi Tianxing. It appeared he would need to consider stepping aside upon returning home. Thus, the cultivators from Yezhou, alongside those from the Wang family, strode confidently towards the closest entrance of the secret realm, led by Yi Tianxing. Chapter 87. Entering the secret realm. All factions present were acutely aware of Yi Tianxing's every move. As they witnessed him leading a group toward the entrance, they instinctively parted to grant him passage. In no time, Yi Tianxing, along with the members of Yezhou and the Wang family, reached a position near the entrance of the secret realm. Those factions already situated nearby wisely vacated their positions without a hint of dissent, primarily out of fear. The presence of the Yi clan's representatives was formidable, and they had no desire to invite misfortune. When Yi Tianxing and his entourage approached the entrance, aside from the 50 foundational cultivators from Luoye Valley, the others relinquished their positions. Noticing that these 50 individuals remained steadfast, Yi Tianxing refrained from making any remarks. After all, it was their territory, and Luo Kanglin had already shown him ample courtesy. To displace the cultivators of Luoye Valley would be rather excessive. While awaiting the opening of the secret realm, an amusing interlude occurred. Due to the shifting positions, numerous factions initiated one-on-one challenges in their bid for advantageous locations, alleviating the monotony of the wait. It was only when the entrance radiated a blinding blue light that all challenges ceased. Everyone's gaze turned eagerly toward the source of the brilliance, filled with anticipation and tension. At that moment, Luo Kanglin's voice resounded once more. The secret realm is now open. You may enter at your discretion. However, I must remind you all, under no circumstances should you venture into the sword tomb, even if you accidentally stray inside. You must not remove any weapons from there, lest you face the consequences. As his words echoed, the light at the entrance transformed into a colossal blue vortex, emanating a formidable pull that seemed intent on engulfing everything in its vicinity. As Yi Tianxing beheld the entrance to the secret realm open, he called out to the crowd from Yezhou behind him. Although we are indeed formidable, I urge you not to provoke any trouble once we enter. However, should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to retaliate. Upon hearing this, the people of Yezhou replied in unison, understood, satisfied with their response. Yi Tianxing gestured grandly for them to enter the secret realm. Without a moment's hesitation, they stepped one by one into the swirling vortex that emanated a blue light. After the members of Yezhou and the Wang family had entered the secret realm, other factions swiftly followed suit, their movements so rapid that they appeared as mere shadows of foundation-building cultivators. Given that the secret realm would only remain open for half a month before automatically expelling its occupants, these cultivators were eager to seize every fleeting moment. It was not long before only the leaders of the various factions remained outside the secret realm. Once their foundation-building cultivators had entered, these leaders did not depart, but instead sat cross-legged, commencing their own meditative practices. Yi Tianxing, uninterested in meditation, found the prospect of enduring such tedium for half a month intolerable. Noticing that Luo Kanglin was still guarding the entrance, he considered inquiring about the nearest city. However, before he could voice his question, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Beep. The system detects that the host is exceedingly bored. You may choose to enter the secret realm to pass the time. Beep. This does not count as a system task and carries no rewards. But there are items within the secret realm that the host desires. Yi Tianxing was momentarily taken aback. What could it possibly mean that there were items he desired within the secret realm? Was it conceivable that there were mobile phones and computers inside? Yet, even if such items existed, they would be useless without internet access. Moreover, was it not the case that cultivators at the peak of foundation building were prohibited from entering? However, Yi Tianxing quickly realized that as long as he did not actively reveal his cultivation level, no one would be able to detect it. Did this imply that he could indeed bypass the barriers set by the celestial beings? Contemplating this, Yi Tianxing felt a mix of excitement and curiosity about what exactly lay within the secret realm that he might desire. This dog of a system is becoming increasingly lackadaisical, tricking me into entering without offering any rewards. Have you ever encountered a system so untrustworthy? Yi Tianxing Gurumlet. Beep. Whether the host chooses to go or not is of no concern. Just do not regret your decision. This time, the system did not ignore Yi Tianxing as it had previously. Instead, it responded, further piquing his curiosity. Although the system was quite bothersome, leading him onto the path of cultivation, it had never caused him harm and had, in fact, provided numerous benefits through tasks. The fact that the system had responded to him this time, and seemed so certain that he would regret his choice, thoroughly ignited his curiosity. If you dare deceive me, I shall uninstall you. With that, Yi Tianxing strode confidently towards Luo Kanglin. Senior Luo, it is exceedingly dull outside. May I enter the secret realm to take a look? Yi Tianxing invited politely. Luo Kanglin emerged from his meditative state, gazing at Yi Tianxing with a look of astonishment. Yi Xiaoyu, are you jesting? This secret realm is protected by a barrier set by celestial beings, and cultivators above the peak of the foundation establishment stage cannot enter. Surely you are not unaware of this? Luo Kanglin inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Senior Luo, I am a foundation establishment cultivator. I should be able to enter, Yi Tianxing replied earnestly. At this statement, the corner of Luo Kanglin's mouth twitched. In his long life, he had encountered many fanciful tales, but it was his first time witnessing someone speak such blatant falsehoods. Everyone present knew he was in the early stage of the Void Return realm. Yet here he was claiming to be at the Foundation Establishment stage. Did he take them for fools? Very well. If you are indeed at the Foundation Establishment stage, then proceed inside. Luo Kanglin teased, refraining from exposing Yi Tianxing's deception. He merely wished to amuse himself at Yi Tianxing's expense, not believing for a moment that Yi Tianxing could truly enter. After all, he was curious to see how Yi Tianxing would justify his claims before the celestial barrier. However, in the next moment, Luo Kanglin found himself utterly astonished. Upon receiving Luo Kanglin's consent, Yi Tianxing strode confidently into the entrance of the secret realm. Contrary to Luo Kanglin's expectations, the azure vortex did not eject Yi Tianxing, but rather welcomed him smoothly. What on earth? How did he accomplish that? On the other side of the entrance, the overseer Zhou Mo gaped in disbelief, certain he was ensnared in a dream. Not only him, but the other leaders present, who had been cultivating, were equally bewildered. After a few moments, one of the leaders, with a face full of skepticism, turned to Luo Kanglin and asked, "Master Luo, is it possible that the celestial barrier was merely a fabrication of yours?" At this juncture, the other leaders began to react, casting doubtful glances toward Luo Kanglin. "Master Luo, it is widely known that other factions can send no more than 30 individuals, yet your Falling Leaf Valley is allowed 50. Have you deceived us for the benefit of your own valley?" "Indeed, 50 versus 30 is hardly fair. Master Luo, this seems excessive," the leaders clamored, each expressing their discontent. Luo Kanglin, still in shock, felt his expression darken upon hearing their suspicions. "Deceive you? Excessive? If that is your belief, then I shall permit you to enter as well. Go ahead." Chapter 88. The Hall of Inheritance. Upon hearing that Luo Kanglin had granted them entry into the secret realm, the expressions of the various faction leaders shifted from dissatisfaction to delight. "Thank you, Master Luo, for your generosity." They hastily expressed their gratitude before rushing toward the entrance. Of course, among the eager were those who remained composed. The leaders from Yizhou retained their calm demeanor. They recognized that Luo Kanglin was genuinely angered and doubted he would allow them entry in such a state. Furthermore, they regarded Yi Tianxing as an extraordinary being. Achieving the early stage of the Void Return realm at the tender age of 18 was nothing short of astonishing. Thus, even if Yi Tianxing could enter the secret realm, it did not strike them as particularly surprising. Consequently, the leaders from Yizhou never harbored doubts about Luo Kanglin. They merely believed that Yi Tianxing possessed his own methods. Furthermore, with Yi Tianxing present, they had no concerns regarding the foundational cultivators they had brought along. Wang Hailong had initially intended to join them, but upon witnessing the leaders from Yizhou remain motionless, he gritted his teeth and chose to stay behind. As anticipated by the Yizhou leaders, the moment the leaders of the other factions stepped into the Azure Vortex, they were seized by an immense force, akin to being cast into a rapidly spinning lateral funnel. Had Yi Tianxing been present, he would undoubtedly have been reminded of the phrase automatic washing machine. After a brief moment, the leaders who had entered the Azure Vortex were expelled one by one. Thud, thud, thud. The leaders plummeted to the ground like kites severed from their strings, raising clouds of dust. "Do you still claim I deceived you?" Luo Kanglin's gaze fell upon the terrified leaders, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. The leaders, covered in dirt, averted their eyes from Luo Kanglin, some unable to meet his gaze, while others exhibited visible embarrassment. Seeing these individuals receive their comeuppance, Luo Kanglin could not be bothered to hold a grudge. Instead, turning his attention back to the entrance of the secret realm, his brow furrowed. He could not comprehend how Yi Tianxing had managed to enter. A mere return to the Void Cultivator entering a secret realm filled him with trepidation about potential repercussions. Ruiz Ho, Xian Sect Master. It's terrible. Numerous life tokens of our disciples have shattered. They have encountered misfortune. A disciple tasked with guarding the life tokens rushed into the main hall, his voice laced with fear and panic. Seated at the head of the table, the Qian sect's master, Xing Kuan, had been deliberating matters with several elders. Upon hearing this alarming news, he sprang to his feet, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What did you say? Repeat that." The life tokens were direct representations of a cultivator's life state. Their shattering signified an irreversible fate. While one or two shattered tokens could be manageable, the disciple's report of numerous tokens shattering was enough to incite dread in Xing Kuan. The disciple, intimidated by Xing Kuan's fierce aura, felt his legs weaken and fell to his knees, responding in terror. "Sectmaster, the shattered tokens belong to disciples who ventured to Loye Valley for the immortal secret realm, including Elder Bai and your grandson." Upon hearing this, Xing Kuan felt as if the world was spinning around him, nearly collapsing from shock. Xing Yan was his only grandson. To learn of his demise within the secret realm was an unbearable reality for him. "Who is responsible for my grandson's death?" Xing Kuan's eyes blazed with a crimson fury, his aura as a late-stage return to the Void Cultivator erupting, causing the surrounding air to buzz ominously. The disciple, guarding the life tokens, witnessing this, frantically produced 31 shattered tokens, swiftly forming hand seals. The shards of the broken tokens emitted a flash of light, swirling in the air and colliding, releasing an extraordinary glow. In the next moment, that radiant mass coalesced into a figure. The figure was none other than Yi Tianxing, the one who had slain the members of the Qian sect. "Who is this person? I must kill him." Xing Kuan's gaze was fixed intently on the silhouette formed by radiant light, as if he wished to devour it whole. Master, this individual's background resembles that of the Secret Realm Square in the Falling Leaf Valley. Perhaps he too is a participant in the immortal Secret Realm. A cautious elder from the Qian sect remarked, having previously visited the Falling Leaf Valley. Let us proceed. Gather a team to the Falling Leaf Valley. Xing Kuan, nearly devoid of reason, was consumed by a singular desire for vengeance for his grandson. Master, you mustn't. The Falling Leaf Valley is the territory of Luo Kanglin. Since he failed to prevent that little beast from killing Xing Yin, he is undoubtedly in league with him, another elder hastily urged. Upon hearing these words, Xing Kuan regained a modicum of composure. Yet, soon after, his hatred once again clouded his judgment. Dare to kill my grandson? What does it matter if there's an initial stage of tribulation backing him? I shall ensure his demise. With these words, Xing Kuan produced a black communication stone. The scene then shifted to Tianxing. Upon entering the blue vortex, he felt a chaotic surge of spiritual energy, as though he were engulfed in a swirling chaos. In the blink of an eye, he successfully entered the secret realm. Once he stabilized his form, he began to survey his surroundings. There was no sun, nor clouds in sight, only a vast expanse of azure sky, embodying the unique deep blue of dawn. The ground was adorned with various peculiar spiritual plants, emitting a faint glow, adding a touch of fantastical color to this somewhat dim space. So this is what the secret realm looks like, Tianxing mused himself. He had only encountered secret realms in brief plays during his past life, which were predominantly bright. He never anticipated that the true secret realm would be so dimly lit. After surveying his surroundings, Tianxing soared towards the Hall of Inheritance. Having perused the map earlier, he knew that foundation-building cultivators would first head to the Hall of Inheritance. So he aimed to reunite with Linger and the others, drawing upon his memory. It didn't take long for Tianxing to arrive at the entrance of the Hall of Inheritance. The hall was constructed of unknown ancient stone materials, weathered by time, with its walls adorned with mottled traces that exuded a profound sense of history. Above the hall's entrance, the words Hall of Inheritance were carved in strong, vigorous script, imbued with an exceedingly terrifying sword intent. It seems the master of the secret realm was a sword cultivator. Feeling the menacing sword intent, Tianxing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment before slowly stepping into the grand hall. Upon entering, he discovered that the interior was even darker than the exterior, rendering faces nearly indistinguishable. Were it not for Tianxing's status as a cultivator, he might have nearly been blinded. However, to his surprise, despite the hall's seemingly ordinary and ancient exterior, the interior was remarkably spacious, accommodating thousands of foundation-building cultivators without appearing crowded. In the center of the hall lay a massive stone radiating a faint glow. Though weak, it was particularly striking in the pitch-black environment. At this moment, all the foundation-building cultivators were lining up, each infusing their spiritual power into the colossal stone. Tianxing recalled that this massive rock was the spirit-testing stone mentioned by Yuchen, capable of summoning celestial beings and the sole means of acquiring the celestial inheritance within the secret realm. Chapter 89. I have no interest in celestial inheritance. Why are you pushing? Do you not understand the rules? Move to the back of the line. A young cultivator beside Tianxing spoke irritably as he observed the situation in the main hall. Of course, had the young man realized it was Tianxing, he would not have dared to speak in such a manner, even if he possessed tenfold courage. Tianxing, however, felt no anger. After conceding his position to the young man, he sought a vantage point to observe the throng of foundation-building cultivators testing their abilities. It had been noted before that Tianxing's thought process mirrored that of his previous life, unlike the cultivators of this world who revered strength and engaged in tyrannical behavior. Moreover, since the people of Izhou were among the first to test, there was no need for him to compete for a position. As for why Tianxing himself was not in line, it was simply because he possessed a system, rendering the celestial inheritance utterly unappealing to him. As time passed, more and more cultivators completed their tests. Yet, during this interval, not a single one could summon a celestial being, let alone elicit a response from the spirit testing stone. The cultivators who failed to summon the celestial beings wore expressions of disappointment as they stepped aside. Generally, once the testing concluded, they could depart, thereby gaining an advantage over others in the search for rare treasures. However, they were all eager to witness who would ultimately acquire the coveted celestial inheritance. Thus, they all awaited the conclusion of the test before leaving the inheritance hall together. After a while, All the cultivators had finished testing, yet none had summoned a celestial being. Upon witnessing this, expressions of disappointment spread across the crowd. Though they found some solace in the fact that since no one had received the inheritance, there remained a chance for themselves. Let me give it a try. Just as the crowd prepared to depart, a voice suddenly echoed through the hall. The onlookers recognized the voice as reminiscent of Tianxing's, momentarily stunned. However, they quickly convinced themselves they must have misheard. How could Tianxing, a cultivator in the early stages of the Void Return realm, possibly enter the secret realm? But in the next moment, all present were left agape, for the owner of the voice had already positioned himself before the spirit testing stone. Through the faint glow of the stone, they could clearly see that it was indeed Tianxing. What is happening? Am I dreaming? How did he get in here? At that moment, all eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Tianxing. Before entering the secret realm, they had all felt the terrifying aura emanating from him. Unmistakably a cultivator in the early stages of the Void Return realm. Yet if he truly was in that realm, how had he gained entry? Logically, cultivators beyond the peak of foundation building should be unable to enter the celestial secret realm. The crowd felt utterly confounded, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Holy cow, boss! Are you really that formidable? The first to regain composure was Wei Zhongliang, whose already large eyes widened even further in astonishment. Be low-key. Be low-key. Tianxing gestured away, urging him to remain calm. Master, how did you get in here? That's incredible. Sun Yinyan also snapped back to reality, gazing at Tianxing with admiration. The entrance to the secret realm was protected by a barrier set up by celestial beings, and the fact that her master could disregard it was truly astonishing. Yin, you can ask your questions later. Right now, let Brother Tianxing conduct the test. I can hardly contain my anticipation to see what a celestial being looks like. Yi Ling'er interjected, her face alight with expectation. To her, since Tianxing managed to enter the secret realm, he would undoubtedly be able to summon a celestial being. After all, Tianxing had broken into the Void Return realm at the tender age of 18. Such remarkable talent surely would not go unnoticed by celestial beings. However, Tianxing felt somewhat at a loss, overwhelmed by the admiration of the three, his vanity thoroughly satisfied. I have no interest in the inheritance of celestial beings. Since you all wish to see one, I shall give it a try, Tianxing proclaimed with an air of flamboyance. The others reacted with incredulity. Such arrogance seemed excessive. Claiming disinterest in the inheritance of celestial beings was an audacious statement. In this world, the inheritance of celestial beings represented the pinnacle of opportunity, a coveted aspiration for all practitioners of the mystical arts. Only by obtaining such inheritance could one truly embark on the path of cultivation and become a true cultivator. As opposed to merely being a practitioner, ascension to immortality is not simply a matter of rigorous training. Beyond the tribulation stage lies the great ascension stage. And to transition from the tribulation stage to the great ascension stage, one must endure the tribulation itself. The power of the tribulation is unfathomable. Its true strength remains a mystery, and few practitioners succeed in overcoming it. However, acquiring the inheritance of a celestial being equates to obtaining a method for navigating the tribulation, significantly enhancing the success rate to over 60%. For those factions lacking celestial inheritance, they must rely on their own efforts to discover the means to overcome the tribulation, which undoubtedly diminishes their chances of success. Furthermore, the cultivation methods practiced by celestial beings are of utmost importance. The fact that a celestial being can successfully navigate the tribulation using their techniques signifies that those techniques are of the highest caliber. Mastering a celestial technique would undoubtedly increase one's chances of successfully overcoming the tribulation. Thus, when the others heard Tianxing express disinterest in the inheritance of celestial beings, their expressions reflected their disbelief. After all, no matter how formidable Tianxing was or how rapidly he cultivated, lacking a method to traverse the tribulation rendered his efforts moot. Yet, Tianxing remained oblivious to their thoughts, believing his display of nonchalance was quite successful, as he smiled and began to channel the spiritual energy within him. After a brief moment, Tianxing concentrated his spiritual energy in the palm of his hand and subsequently infused it into the spirit testing stone like flowing water. The spirit testing stone merely quivered slightly, as if it had been gently touched, and thereafter remained utterly still, as though the spiritual energy infused by Tianxing had sunk into the abyss, stirring not a single ripple. Ye Tianxing simile abruptly froze, leaving him as motionless as a statue. He had presumed that the system's declaration regarding his desires was linked to the inheritance of immortals, leading him to believe he could summon one. However, the outcome was disheartening. Like the previous Foundation establishment practitioners, the testing stone exhibited no response whatsoever. The atmosphere within the grand hall turned palpably awkward, so silent that the drop of a pin could be heard. It was inconceivable that Brother Tianxing's talents could not summon an immortal. Yi Ling'er furrowed her brow, evidently struggling to accept this reality. It must be a fabrication. This immortal inheritance is undoubtedly a sham. Wei Zhongliang shouted vehemently, equally unable to reconcile the notion that Yi Tianxing failed to summon an immortal. Only he understood the extent of Yi Tianxing's prodigious abilities. While others required several hours to concoct elixirs, Yi Tianxing merely needed a few seconds. Furthermore, achieving the initial stage of the Void Return realm at the tender age of 18 was unprecedented, not just in Leaf Continent, but even in Central Continent. Otherwise, he would not have been so willing to acknowledge Yi Tianxing as his superior. If Yi Tianxing could not summon an immortal, then the spirit testing stone must indeed be false. Chapter 90. The Techniques Pavilion. How could there be no response? Yi Tianxing, too, found it hard to believe, and once more concentrated his spiritual energy, directing it into the testing stone. Yet, the stone remained utterly unresponsive. Damn it! Yi Tianxing could not suppress a curse, his expression dark as coal. Just moments ago, he had confidently proclaimed that he would demonstrate an immortal to the assembly, only to be met with immediate humiliation. Li Dadie, since it seems we are not fated to encounter an immortal, perhaps we should explore another location, Yi Yuqing suggested, providing Yi Tianxing an avenue to alleviate the awkwardness permeating the hall. The Foundation establishment practitioners from other factions perked up at his words, eager to learn of Yi Tianxing's next destination. I am not well versed in this secret realm. You may decide, Yi Tianxing admitted, ceding authority to Yi Yuqing, who had previously ventured into the secret realm. In that case, let us proceed to the Techniques Pavilion, for aside from the heavenly materials and various treasures and elixirs, the techniques are the most precious here. Yi Yuqing articulated his thoughts, elucidating the rationale behind his choice. Very well, let us depart, Yi Tianxing declared, leading the way out of the Grand Hall. He was keen to leave behind this place of embarrassment. The people of Leaf Continent hastily followed in his wake. Observing this, Wang Yu of the Wang family from Spirit Mountain Continent contemplated for a moment before leading his kin to follow suit. After all, competing with the Foundation establishment practitioners from other factions offered no advantage to the Wang family. It was wiser to align with Yi Tianxing, for they might yet benefit from his endeavors. As the Foundation establishment practitioners from Spirit Mountain Continent witnessed Wang Yu's decision to follow, they exchanged glances filled with derision. Did the Wang family truly believe they had climbed the ranks by associating with the Yi family? The Pavilion of Techniques possesses merely 10 manuals, insufficient even for the members of the Yi clan, let alone the multitude of practitioners from Yizhou. In the past, one would not fear leaving empty-handed. Regardless, let us depart to the armory, to avoid encountering the ruthless individuals from Yizhou. After the Foundation establishment practitioners from Lingyue Zhou concluded their discussions, they exited the Grand Hall, hastening towards the armory, in the opposite direction of the Pavilion of Techniques. Practitioners from other factions also determined their next destinations. Swiftly vacating the hall, whichever direction these factions chose, they steered clear of the Pavilion of Techniques, fearful of an encounter with the practitioners from Yizhou. With Yi Tianxing already inside, who would dare to snatch anything from him? He was a man capable of murder even in the Falling Leaves Valley. Even if, hypothetically speaking, Yi Tianxing had not entered, they would still refrain from contending with the practitioners from Yizhou over rare treasures. This was due to their leaders having instructed them prior to their entrance to avoid provoking Wei Zhongliang, a man known for his ferocity. The example of Fong Peng, the young master of the Fong family from Ruizhou, served as a cautionary tale. He forsook his noble status to pursue the whims of Lady Ye. Meanwhile, turning our attention to Yi Tianxing, one might wonder why they did not fly, as walking was dreadfully slow. Yi Tianxing, traversing the path, cast a glance towards Yi Yuchen. Master Yi, the spiritual energy within the secret realm is rich, causing numerous spiritual flowers and herbs to flourish beyond the designated locations on the map. Thus, we primarily walk to avoid missing any precious flora, Yi Yuchen patiently elucidated. No sooner had he finished explaining than several practitioners from Yizhou discovered a plethora of spiritual flowers and herbs. Upon realizing their find, these practitioners hastily broke away from the group to gather the valuable spiritual items. Before long, a few returned to the group, presenting their gathered treasures to Wei Zhongliang. Young Master Wei, here's what I collected. This is mine as well. And here is my share, several practitioners said with obsequious expressions. Wei Zhongliang nodded, unceremoniously stowing the spiritual herbs and flowers into his storage ring. Upon hearing the term Young Master Wei, Tianxing could only helplessly pat his forehead. It was evident that, prior to entering the secret realm, Wei Zhongliang had once again revealed his identity to others. Chatterbox, you have gone too far. We entered the secret realm to seek treasures. What do you mean by hoarding them for yourself? Tianxing admonishit. He had long since grown accustomed to Wei Zhongliang's penchant for showcasing his identity. But witnessing him claim the finds of others was somewhat beyond the pale. In response, Wei Zhongliang hurriedly retorted, Boss, you misunderstand me. I entered the secret realm merely for leisure. I had no intention of taking anything. Tianxing rolled his eyes. Do you take me for blind? Or those items you just stored in your ring? Your knack for nonsense surpasses even mine. Return them swiftly. Realizing his previous explanation was inadequate, Wei Zhongliang quickly added, Boss, the practitioners from Yizhou aided the Yi clan in dealing with Ruizhou. I thought it only fair not to let their efforts go unrewarded. However, with so many cultivators in Yizhou, it is certain that there are some who might end up with nothing. Therefore, I conferred with them and proposed that they collaborate as a group, surrendering everything they acquire to me, so that I may allocate it uniformly after we depart from the secret realm. This arrangement ensures that everyone receives something while also maintaining a unified front, which is undoubtedly advantageous. Upon hearing this, Tianxing finally grasped the situation but still harbored some doubts, prompting him to inquire, do they truly trust you? Are they not apprehensive that you might covet the treasures they obtain? At this juncture, Linger could no longer contain herself and shot a glance at Tianxing, saying, Brother Tianxing, the treasures in his possession may well surpass those found within the secret realm. Aside from that immortal inheritance, what could possibly catch his eye? It was then that Tianxing realized that Wei Zhongliang, with his plethora of high-grade magical artifacts, undoubtedly possessed an abundance of rare materials and elixirs, rendering the items in the secret realm less appealing to him. I misjudged you. You have acted rightly. Please continue, Tianxing said with a smile, patting Wei Zhongliang on the shoulder. Master Yi, shall I introduce the Pavilion of Techniques? At this moment, the considerate Yi Yuchen swiftly shifted the topic. By all means, Tianxing replied, his curiosity piqued as it was his first visit to the secret realm. Thus, Yuchen provided a brief overview of the Pavilion of Techniques. Situated in the southern part of the secret realm, the pavilion is one of the vital treasure hunting locations. Each time the secret realm opens, 10 volumes of techniques are presented for the cultivators to vie for. Remarkably, whenever these 10 volumes are taken, upon the next opening of the secret realm, a new set of 10 volumes appears, entirely distinct from the previous ones. Many speculate that this is a precautionary measure by the immortals, concerned that if all the techniques were taken at once, fewer individuals would enter the next time. A diminished number of participants would significantly reduce the chances of selecting a worthy successor, hence the establishment of such an extraordinary mechanism. As Yi Yuchen concluded his introduction of the Pavilion of Techniques, the group arrived at its periphery. Chapter 91. Are you certain there are only 10 volumes? Unlike the Hall of Inheritance, constructed from an unknown stone material, the Pavilion of Techniques appears to be crafted from pure wood. The grain of this wood is delicate, emanating a warm luster akin to mutton fat jade, yet subtly revealing a metallic quality, as if narrating its extraordinary lineage. Master Yi, this is the Pavilion of Techniques. Once inside, you will behold the techniques. However, acquiring the 10 volumes requires a certain level of skill, Yi Yuchen remarked as Yi Tianxing examined the exterior of the pavilion. Yi Tianxing felt a flicker of confusion, uncertain of what Yi Yuchen meant by skill, but he refrained from probing further, believing that entering would provide clarity. With that, Yi Tianxing stepped into the Pavilion of Techniques, followed closely by the others from Yezhou. Upon entering the Hall of Techniques, one is greeted by a sight that, while starkly different from the Heritage Hall, is equally vast and empty. This space is even more minimalistic, resembling a grand and pure expanse devoid of any adornments, save for the smooth, polished wooden floor and the bare walls. Only 10 orbs of soft luminescence dart about this expansive area like untamed stallions, moving at such speed that they leave behind only blurred afterimages. Are these the 10 techniques? How can one possibly capture them at such velocity? Wei Zhongliang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yi Yuchen smiled faintly and replied, "It all comes down to one's own capabilities. Typically, it is a competition among the major factions. With more participants, the likelihood of obtaining one increases. However, acquiring a technique first is not necessarily advantageous, as it invites the covetousness of the various powers. Thus, securing a technique is not indicative of skill. The true prowess lies in one's ability to protect it." Understanding the situation, Wei Zhongliang chuckled. "Well, this time we are fortunate to have our leader. We need not struggle to seize the luminous orbs, nor fear them being snatched away. Master, what is the matter with you?" During their conversation, Sun Yinyan noticed Yi Tianxing standing frozen in place, her brow furrowed in concern. "Are you certain there are only 10 techniques?" Yi Tianxing did not address Sun Yinyan's inquiry, but instead gazed in bewilderment. The moment he entered the Hall of Techniques, his vision blurred. However, this disorientation was not due to the 10 glowing orbs, but rather the nearly 10,000 tomes enveloped in spiritual energy. These books moved at speeds 100 or 1,000 times greater than the orbs, careening wildly about the hall. Remarkably, just before colliding with a person, these books seemed to possess awareness, veering away at the last moment to avoid contact. "Qinxing, what are you talking about? Each orb contains only one book. And with 10 orbs, doesn't that mean they're just 10? Yi Linger looked at Yi Tianxing with a face full of confusion, mirrored by the puzzled expressions of the others. Realizing the implications, Yi Tianxing concluded that only he could perceive the books shrouded in spiritual energy. "Ye Fengzu, have you discovered something?" Yi Yuchen, quick-witted, noticed the unusual expression on Yi Tianxing's face and immediately sensed he had perceived something extraordinary. Yi Tianxing nodded, remaining silent. He then focused on the nearest book hurtling towards him, and at the moment it was about to change direction, he swiftly reached out and seized it. In the next instant, the book, unable to evade, was firmly grasped in his hand. The others, witnessing the sudden appearance of the book in Yi Tianxing's grasp, widened their eyes in disbelief. They noticed that the 10 orbs continued their frenzied dance within the Hall of Techniques. Yet Yi Tianxing had effortlessly captured another volume. What was happening? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Tianxing moved once more. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he propelled himself forward like a bolt of white lightning. The speed was so astonishing that the only glimpse they caught during the initial moments was but a fleeting shadow. After that, despite knowing that Yi Tianxing was within the Pavilion of Techniques, they could see not even a trace. "Oh, the luminous orb has vanished? What happened?" "Indeed, I was watching intently. How did it suddenly disappear? Could it be the doing of Master Yi Feng? It's possible." The crowd, uncertain of Yi Tianxing's actions, remained stationary, awaiting developments. After a quarter of an hour had passed, and realizing the orb had disappeared, they began to converse animatedly. Just as the last person finished speaking, Yi Tianxing's figure materialized before them. "Damn, I am utterly exhausted." He wiped the sweat from his brow and then extracted the techniques he had acquired from his storage ring in one sweeping motion. With a rustle, nearly 10,000 yellowed ancient tomes cascaded to the ground, filling the space. The aged pages exuded an aura of antiquity, seemingly imbued with the dust of time. Some of these tomes had worn corners, while others exhibited slightly loose bindings, as if narrating the lengthy saga of their existence. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at the sea of ancient texts before them. "Boss, where did you acquire so many techniques?" Wei Zhongliang exclaimed, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a whole egg. Yi Tianxing grinned broadly. "From now on, there will be no need to come here when entering the secret realm. All the techniques from the Pavilion of Techniques are right here." At this declaration, the crowd felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, standing frozen in place, their expressions locked in disbelief. It was common knowledge that upon the opening of the celestial secret realm, the Pavilion of Techniques would only display 10 techniques at a time. How could Yi Tianxing's assertion that all the techniques were present here not astonish them? "Yi Feng, how did you accomplish this?" The usually composed Yi Yuchen found himself bereft of calm. "While you all focused on the 10 orbs of light, I saw these techniques darting about, enveloped in spiritual energy, and they would evade when nearing people. You couldn't see them, so I simply captured them all." Yi Tianxing revealed his experience without reservation. Upon hearing this, the crowd's astonishment did not diminish. Rather, it intensified as they found the tale increasingly bizarre. Many among them were not newcomers to the secret realm. Some had even visited multiple times. They had meticulously searched every inch of the pavilion of techniques, examining each floorboard and wall, yet apart from the 10 luminous orbs. They had never uncovered any trace of additional techniques. Now, Tianxing claimed to have seen nearly 10,000 techniques flitting about within the pavilion. How could they not find this utterly incomprehensible? I remember how it happened. My mother once told me. Wei Zhongliang suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone with his outburst. Yi Linger shot him a fierce glare. If you know, then say it. Why are you shouting? What exactly happened? Speak quickly. Chapter 92. The Dan Hall. Wei Zhongliang chuckled softly before speaking. I have heard from my mother that in ancient times, the Tianyuan continent was home to numerous immortals. As these immortals approached the end of their lifespans, if they had not found a worthy disciple, they would create a space of their own. This space is known as a secret realm, where they would place the rare treasures they had amassed throughout their lives, enticing many cultivators to enter in hopes of selecting a suitable disciple. However, there lies a dilemma. If too many individuals enter and no disciple is chosen, the treasures may be hastily snatched away, resulting in no one wanting to enter thereafter. Thus, these immortals devised various ingenious methods. For instance, they imposed restrictions on cultivation levels or age, setting conditions for disciple selection. They also established prohibitions within the secret realm, ensuring that only a limited amount of treasures would appear at a time, preventing the realm from being quickly depleted. The immortal of this particular secret realm likely set a restriction that those below the peak of foundation establishment could not perceive the hidden techniques, only being able to see those 10 luminous orbs. However, this immortal probably did not anticipate that one day, someone would enter the secret realm with the cultivation of the void return stage, rendering the restrictions ineffective, or rather, incapable of binding cultivators above the peak of foundation establishment. Moreover, I recall that these luminous orbs seem to be part of the immortal's test for selecting disciples, though I am uncertain of the specifics. As I was asleep at that time, Wei Zhongliang rambled on, unraveling the confusion of the crowd. If this is indeed the case, does it not imply that Master Yi could gather all the treasures within the secret realm? Yi Yuchen exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. If we can truly empty this immortal's secret realm, the strength of the Yi clan would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, thereby enhancing our chances against the demon race. Let us not delay. Come, let the Yi clan members choose their techniques, 2 books each. Yi Tianxing beckoned to the members of the Yi clan. Unable to discern which techniques were superior, and fearing that others might claim the better ones, he decided to allow his family to select first. Notably, the techniques in this world differ vastly from those depicted in the novels of my previous life. In most novels, techniques are categorized by rank, such as heavenly or earthly levels. However, in this world, such classifications do not exist, resembling instead the martial arts manuals of my former reality. Such as the Tongbei Fist or Tai Chi, it is difficult to determine which is superior or inferior. It ultimately depends on personal preference. Nevertheless, one thing Yi Tianxing was certain of was that in this fantastical realm of cultivation, the inferior techniques had long been eliminated. Those that remained, even the most ordinary, possessed extraordinary power when cultivated to perfection. Upon hearing Yi Tianxing invite them to select techniques, the members of the Yi clan displayed expressions of excitement and eagerly began their selection. Only Yi Linger, Sun Yinyan, and Wei Zhongliang abstained from the selection. Both ladies were bestowed with their techniques by Yi Tianxing, and since they possessed the ability to cultivate beyond their current levels, they were not foolish enough to seek alternative methods. As for Wei Zhongliang, he had previously declared his intent to forego any treasures from the secret realm, believing that the techniques of the Wei family were commendable. Thus, he saw no need to choose differently. The onlookers from Yizhou cast envious glances, silently regretting that they were not born into the Yi clan, for then they too might have partaken in the celestial legacies left behind. Soon, the members of the Yi clan were thoroughly satisfied with their selections and expressed their gratitude to Yi Tianxing. Thank you, Master Yi Feng. We're most grateful. Master Yi Feng. Yi Tianxing waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no further thanks were necessary. He then turned his attention to the people of Yizhou. You may choose as well, 1 book per person. Everyone shall have their share. The crowd from Yizhou stood in stunned silence. They had assumed that once the Yi clan had made their selections, the remaining techniques will be taken back with them. They were taken aback by Yi Tianxing's generosity, which extended to them as well. Master Yi Feng is magnificent. Long live Master Yi Feng. I shall bear children from Master Yi Feng. What nonsense! How can a man give birth? You dare to say that? Even if I could, I wouldn't be able to produce monkeys. The people of Yizhou shouted excitedly as they rushed towards the techniques, fearing that if they delayed, Yi Tianxing might retract his offer. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and choose. Yi Tianxing laughed, addressing the members of the Lingyue Zhou Wang family who were still standing by. In his view, the various factions of Yizhou were at least akin to kin, while the Wang family, as outsiders, had dared to disrupt the rules of Liao Valley to assist the Yi clan, demonstrating their commendable nature. Thus, he was more than willing to be generous. Seeing this, Wang Yu felt a surge of joy within. He realized that his decision had been wise. Had he not come along during the Inheritance Hall event, these techniques might have eluded them entirely. Thank you, Master Yi Feng. Wang Yu bowed respectfully to Yi Tianxing before turning to the Wang family members. No need to compete. Let them choose first, and we shall select afterward. After a quarter of an hour, everyone had chosen their techniques and once again expressed their gratitude to Yi Tianxing. Observing that all had completed their selections, Yi Tianxing stored the remaining techniques in his storage ring. Where shall we go next? Yi Tianjing Inwudet, Gunanjing Atia Yuchen. The technique pavilion is relatively close to the alchemy hall. Our next destination could be the alchemy hall, Yi Yuchen replied. Very well, let's proceed. Today, I shall treat you all to a feast, Yi Tianxing declared with a grand gesture, leading the group towards the alchemy hall. Having tasted the sweetness of the experience, the speed of their journey increased considerably. Some were too eager to stop for lesser spiritual herbs and flowers, wishing only to reach the alchemy hall quickly. During this time, Yi Yuchen provided Yi Tianxing with a brief overview of the alchemy hall's basic information. The alchemy hall differs significantly from the technique pavilion. It does not harbor invisible elixirs. All potions are securely stored within the medicinal compartments of the alchemy hall, akin to cabinets. Moreover, each compartment does not exclusively contain elixirs. Many rare and precious materials for crafting potions, each of no lesser grade than 7, can also be found. However, acquiring these elixirs or rare materials proves to be exceedingly challenging. Each compartment is protected by a formidable spiritual barrier, which must be breached to access the contents within. This barrier is exceedingly robust, rendering it impossible for any cultivator at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage to dismantle alone. Each attempt to breach a compartment necessitates the combined efforts of several cultivators from various factions. Furthermore, after accessing one compartment, all cultivators must wait until their spiritual energy is replenished before attempting to access another. Each entry into the alchemy hall permits the opening of only 20 compartments, after which all individuals present will be automatically transported to the Heritage Hall, barred from re-entering the alchemy hall. Chapter 93. The Division of Elixirs. Upon arriving at the entrance of the alchemy hall, Yi Tianxing and his companions were greeted by the sounds of combat emanating from within. Have they already begun fighting? Yi Tianxing exclaimed in astonishment. Someone must have opened a compartment, and now they are scrambling for the elixirs. Yi Yuqing, who was no stranger to the secret realm, understood the situation. Let's go in and see, Yi Tianxing declared, leading the group boldly into the alchemy hall. As they stepped inside, they beheld a throng of Foundation establishment cultivators engaged in fierce combat. The alchemy hall was alive with flickering spiritual energy and the resplendent glow of magical artifacts, while spells thundered, creating an atmosphere of chaos. A young man found himself besieged by a multitude of cultivators, yet he was fiercely defended by 29 companions, clearly indicating their affiliation with a particular faction. This place is splendid, far brighter than the Heritage Hall and Technique Pavilion, Yi Tianxing observed. Taking in the towering rows of medicinal cabinets, he noted that the cabinets were densely packed with compartments, each encased in a layer of shimmering spiritual barriers, which transformed these barriers into natural illuminations, rendering the space significantly brighter than the previous two locations. Upon hearing Yi Tianxing's voice, the battling cultivators abruptly ceased their skirmish, casting anxious glances at him and his companions. They had not intended to enter the alchemy hall, as it was too close to the technique pavilion, and they feared encountering Yi Tianxing and his group, prompting them to head instead towards the weaponry store and spirit fruit orchard. This collective decision led to an influx of cultivators in those areas, while they, feeling despondent about their chances of obtaining anything, decided to take a chance in the alchemy hall. However, they had not anticipated that many others would have the same idea, resulting in the current tumultuous fray. Please continue. Do not mind us, Yi Tianxing said with a smile, then strode further inside. Observing this, His companions from the Yi clan followed suit. The other Foundation establishment cultivators, seeing Yi Tianxing's group, dared not continue their attempts to seize the elixirs. Amidst the multitude of cultivators from Yizhou, a palpable tension filled the air. For should any harm befall them, the repercussions would be dire. Consequently, they hastily vacated the area, just as they were about to exit the pill hall. The sound of a barrier shattering echoed ominously. With a crack, all eyes turned towards the source of the noise, where Yi Tianxing stood before Medicine Cauldron. Its once resplendent spiritual barrier now in ruins. With deliberate intent, Yi Tianxing opened the cauldron and retrieved 3 wooden boxes from within. The onlookers, however, displayed no astonishment, for it was well known that Yi Tianxing was at the early stage of the void returning realm. Yet his subsequent actions stirred envy in the hearts of all present. He unveiled the Gathering Spirit Transformation Pill, a 7th-grade elixir, renowned for its ability to swiftly condense the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, refining them into personal spiritual power and accelerating the cultivation process. Who could resist such a boon? Yi Tianxing examined the labels on the wooden boxes and posed a question to the crowd. I want it. Me. The Yizhou cultivators exclaimed excitedly, their eyes alight with longing. 7th-grade elixirs were exceedingly rare in Yizhou, and the promise of enhanced cultivation was irresistible. However, with only 3 boxes, each containing merely 2 pills, it was clear that not everyone would receive a share. I shall distribute them randomly, Yi Tianxing declared, and later I will reveal more. He retrieved the pills from the boxes and tossed the Gathering Spirit Transformation pills to the eager cultivators. The 6 fortunate recipients were immediately enveloped in ecstasy, cautiously stowing their elixirs in storage rings, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Yi Tianxing. Conversely, those who were left empty-handed felt a flicker of disappointment. For only 20 cauldrons had been opened, and many had already been depleted prior to their arrival. With such a large number of cultivators, their chances of receiving a pill seemed slim. Yet, Yi Tianxing proceeded to shatter the barrier of the next cauldron, continuing his distribution of elixirs. Observing this, cultivators from other factions quickly concealed their envy and retreated from the pill hall, aware that Yi Tianxing's pace was relentless. Should he scour the pill hall completely, he would undoubtedly move on to the next location. Lingering in place could result in losing all opportunity. As the other faction's cultivators exited the pill hall, Yi Tianxing shattered the barrier of the 18th cauldron. Just then, as he extracted the wooden box from the cauldron, the grand doors of the pill hall thunderously closed. The heavy stone doors crashing down with a resounding echo that reverberated throughout the hall. Simultaneously, a blue luminescence enveloped all the Yizhou cultivators present, except for Yi Tianxing. This sudden turn of events startled the newcomers to the secret realm. Yi Yuchen quickly reassured them, do not panic. The cauldrons in the pill hall have been opened 20 times. This signifies that we are to be transported to the inheritance hall. Hearing this, the first-time visitors finally breathed a sigh of relief. As Yi Yuchen concluded his explanation, he noticed that Yi Tianxing's body was devoid of the shimmering blue light. An idea struck him, prompting him to swiftly address Yi Tianxing. Master Yi, it seems that this teleportation array is specifically designed for Foundation establishment cultivators, so it does not affect you. Shortly, we shall be transported to the Hall of Inheritance, after which we will proceed to the Spirit Fruit Orchard to regroup. Yi Yuchen was not concerned that the closing of the Dan Hall's doors would prevent Yi Tianxing from exiting. Rather, he aimed to clarify their meeting point. Yi Tianxing nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall seek you out once we have thoroughly scavenged this place. No sooner had he spoken than the blue light surrounding the group from Yizhou became blindingly brilliant. In the next moment, they vanished from sight, and the blue illumination dissipated instantaneously. Observing this, Yi Tianxing resumed his search for elixirs. Crack, 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 crack. Within the Dan Hall, the only sounds were those of shattering barriers. Yi Tianxing swept through the room with the efficiency of an autumn wind, dismantling one spiritual barrier after another. As the barriers crumbled, an array of precious elixirs and rare materials revealed themselves, and without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tianxing gathered them all into his storage ring. After an extended period, he had thoroughly looted the Dan Hall. The treasures left by this immortal were indeed substantial. Upon counting the contents of his storage ring, a satisfied smile graced Yi Tianxing's face. Admittedly, he held little interest in the nearly 20,000 7th to 9th grade elixirs, but he had acquired a considerable amount of materials suitable for crafting elixirs of grade 7 and above. This was fortuitous, as he had been lamenting the lack of resources to enhance his alchemical prowess. The spirit fruit orchard, I recall, lies to the north of the secret realm. It is time to regroup, Tianxing murmured, turning towards the imposing stone door. Standing before it, he appraised the heavy barrier, a roguish smile playing upon his lips. It had been a long time since he had witnessed the effects of the five-clawed golden dragon. It was time to unleash one. As the words left his mouth, a surge of power enveloped him, and his spiritual energy surged wildly. Dragon fist. Tianxing struck towards the door from distance. A five-clawed golden dragon, formed from condensed spiritual energy, erupted forth, radiating golden light and roaring as it surged towards the stone door with overwhelming force. Boom! The resounding crash echoed, as if the very heavens were collapsing. The stone door shattered under the onslaught of the five-clawed golden dragon, disintegrating into countless fragments that shot outwards like cannonballs, emerging through the breached entrance. Tianxing dusted off non-existent debris from his attire and strode confidently out of the den hall. After briefly orienting himself, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself like a shooting star towards the spirit fruit orchard in the northern region of the secret realm. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Inheritance, which had been eerily silent in their absence, the sound of cracking stone suddenly echoed. Had anyone been present, they would have observed the central spirit testing stone in the Hall of Inheritance beginning to fracture. Chapter 94. At last, I have fruit to eat. With his memory of the map guiding him, Tianxing swiftly arrived at the spirit fruit orchard. Looking down, he noticed that all the cultivators who had entered the secret realm were now gathered around the orchard, faint sounds of disputes reaching his ears. I saw you snatch the wooden box containing the elixirs. It must be in your storage ring. You're talking nonsense. The moment I acquired the box, it was taken from me. The thief was exceptionally swift, and I didn't even catch a glimpse of him. I don't believe you. Hand it over now. I didn't take it. I'm also searching for that scoundrel. His cultivation technique is peculiar. He must excel in speed. If I find him, I will surely make him pay. Numerous individuals were embroiled in arguments over a single box of elixirs, yet no one knew who truly possessed it. A portion of the crowd had already given up on treasure hunting and sat cross-legged around the orchard, engrossed in their own cultivation, including those from the Yi clan. Isn't it too early for the spirit fruit orchard to be open? Tianxing alighted before the Yi clan members, casting a puzzled glance at Yi Yuchen. Upon arriving at the orchard, he noticed a translucent barrier surrounding it, leading him to believe it was not yet the time for entry. Yi Yuchen shook his head, stating, "We cannot enter the spirit fruit orchard, but this place is the most concentrated in spiritual energy within the secret realm. Many cultivators enter the realm not solely for treasure hunting. Given the multitude of competing factions, it is more prudent to cultivate here for half a month." Yi Tianxing, now more bewildered, inquired, "Then why don't you go to the armory? Others may fear theft or being unable to find anything, but what are you afraid of?" In response, Yi Yuchen explained, "The armory is not like the technique pavilion or the elixir hall, where one always leaves with something. The treasures and weapons have long been cleared out of the armory. There is nothing left to find. Some individuals remain stubborn, believing that the armory, like the technique pavilion and elixir hall, refreshes its items each time, so they check every time they enter the secret realm." After hearing this, Yi Tianxing felt utterly bewildered. The secret realms depicted in the novels of Blue Star were overflowing with treasures, so bountiful that one could stumble upon top-tier artifacts simply by wandering into a valley. Accidentally kicking a stone could reveal a rare spiritual, or everywhere one turned, treasures leapt into their arms, and the protagonist thrived within, reaping abundant rewards. Yet, why was his own experience in the secret realm so meager? With only 4 treasure hunting locations, 2 had restrictions preventing multiple acquisitions, 1 was inaccessible, and the last had been completely emptied. What a farcical situation. The so-called immortal secret realm was more akin to an immortal's impoverished domain. Yi Tianxing could not help but mentally berate the absurdity of it all. However, he failed to realize that aside from the cultivators from the Yi clan, nearly all others present had obtained nothing, rendering his situation comparatively fortunate. In the novels of Blue Star, he would undoubtedly be considered a protagonist in this scenario. "Master Yi Feng, since you managed to exit the elixir hall, you should have a way to enter the spirit fruit orchard, right?" Yi Yuchen said, his face alight with anticipation. Upon uttering these words, Yi Tianxing was suddenly reminded of something significant. The secret realm was an entry granted by the system, promising treasures of his desire. With only the spirit fruit orchard remaining, It was entirely possible that splendid wonders lay within. This thought invigorated Tianxing, dispelling his previous gloom. "Everyone step back, allow me," he declared, rolling up his sleeves, anticipation swelling within him. Seeing this, the members of Yizhou hastily retreated from the barrier, eager to witness how Tianxing would breach the transparent shield. Meanwhile, other factions noted the unusual energy emanating from his side. Tianxing, Tianxing's intent. They fixated their gazes upon him, curious whether he could indeed shatter the transparent barrier. Once the members of Yizhou had distanced themselves, Tianxing unleashed a powerful punch. In that moment, the five-clawed golden dragon materialized once more, accompanied by a resounding roar, charging towards the transparent barrier. The dragon radiated an overwhelming spirit energy, bathing the surroundings in a golden light as bright as day. With a deafening crash, upon their initial contact, a cataclysmic sound erupted, spirit energy surging and spiraling outward, creating a formidable shockwave that rustled the garments of all present. Under such a terrifying impact, the transparent barrier crumbled like paper, instantly fracturing into countless fine cracks. And then, with a resounding shatter, it disintegrated into motes of luminescence that vanished into the ether. The rich, almost tangible spiritual energy of the fruit orchard surged forth like a flood, enveloping everyone in an instant. This energy was refreshingly sweet, causing all to feel their pores open, fatigue dissipating as if every cell rejoiced in jubilation. Such abundant spiritual energy. "I feel a breakthrough coming," exclaimed many cultivators in delight. Yet they did not rush to cultivate, instead desiring to discover what treasures lay within the spirit fruit orchard. Since the emergence of the secret realm, the spirit fruit orchard had existed. Yet aside from the plaque above the entrance emblazoned with the characters for spirit fruit orchard, they had known nothing of its interior. Now that they had the opportunity to enter, curiosity was piqued. However, these cultivators were not foolish. They dared not enter while Tianxing remained still, their gazes fixated upon him. At that moment, Tianxing stood rooted, his eyes intently locked on the orchard. Due to its vastness, he initially perceived little. However, at the instant the barrier shattered, a plethora of fruit fragrances wafted towards him. The mingled scents were unfamiliar, yet one aroma was undeniably familiar: durian. He could scarcely believe that this spirit fruit orchard housed durians. He also sensed a hint of cantaloupe in the air. 18 years. A full 18 years. At last, I shall have fruit to savor. Tianxing dashed into the spirit fruit orchard, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Previously, it was mentioned that this world places great emphasis on cultivation, thus rendering food of lesser significance. Consequently, the variety of fruits is rather limited, typically consisting of apples, bananas, and grapes. Hence, when it comes to techniques and elixirs, Tianxing may not show much interest. However, when it pertains to fruits, he is willing to compete fiercely, as a true gourmand should. Chapter 95, The Abstract Fruit Orchard. Upon entering the fruit orchard, Tianxing found himself in a fantastical realm of fruits. The expanse of the orchard seemed limitless, with fruit trees artfully scattered throughout, each one robust and mighty, their trunks entwined with wisps of ethereal energy, resembling lively silver serpents. Moreover, countless ripe fruits lay scattered upon the ground, showing no signs of decay, as if time had come to a standstill for them. How utterly surreal! Tianxing stood, agestruck, gazing at the myriad fruits adorning the ethereal trees, while seeing durians hanging from the trees was not particularly surprising. After all, it is common knowledge. He was astonished to witness watermelons dangling like green lanterns from the branches, their skins shimmering with a faint spiritual light. In addition to these, there were cantaloupes, strawberries, and honeydews, species that typically grow on the ground, now gracing the trees. Alongside these, an array of other fruits, some of which he could not even name, flourished. In essence, every fruit imaginable seemed to have sprouted from the trees. While Tianxing was in a state of bewilderment, the people of Yizhou also sensed the extraordinary nature of these spiritual fruits. Though they had never seen such wonders, their value was unmistakable. Yet, with Tianxing present, none dared to pluck them without permission. "Let us assist Chief Yi in harvesting," someone from the Yizhou faction exclaimed, prompting immediate agreement from the crowd. "Yes, let us help Chief Yi with the gathering." They cheered, rushing towards the various spiritual trees. Their urgency was not born from a desire to secretly hoard a few fruits, but rather to contribute, hoping to share in the bounty later. However, Witnessing the crowd rush towards the spiritual trees, Tianxing felt a surge of urgency and shouted, "Stop right there. They are all mine." His voice boomed like a bell, halting the Yizhou members in their tracks, leaving them in a state of confusion as they stared at him. Realizing his outburst was inappropriate, he cleared his throat awkwardly and added, "Ahem. These spiritual fruits are of great importance to me, so I shall manage this myself." With that, Tianxing swiftly dashed towards the nearest watermelon tree, laden with fruit. Rather than simply plucking the watermelons, he utilized his ethereal energy to slice through the soil surrounding the tree, subsequently storing the entire watermelon tree within his storage ring. Naturally, he did not neglect the watermelons that had fallen to the ground either. With a fervor that seemed insatiable, Tianxing tirelessly gathered various fruits and fruit trees, clearly intent on emptying the spirit fruit orchard. Why did Master Yi not permit us to assist? Could it be that he fears we might pilfer some? Nonsense. Did you not witness the extent of Master Ye's reaction? These spirit fruits are undoubtedly treasures. Yet, we are left wondering if we might receive even a fraction. The Yi clan's cultivators gazed at Tianxing, who resembled a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, and began to murmur among themselves. I advise against such thoughts. The last time Brother Tianxing displayed this expression was when I presented him with silver, and I fear your chances are slim. Yilinger overheard the conversation and doused the crowd with a splash of cold reality. While others might be unaware, she knew all too well of Tianxing's notorious obsession with silver and indulgence. Though she was uncertain of the specific effects of these spirit fruits, she was certain of one thing: they must be exceptionally delicious. Observing this, the others refrained from expressing any emotions. If they could not obtain spirit fruits, so be it. After all, without Tianxing, they would not even have gained entry. Moreover, in typical circumstances, they would likely leave the secret realm with nothing, having only the opportunity to cultivate around the orchard. Nowadays, securing a single technique was already considered quite commendable. Time passed unmeasured until Tianxing finally emptied the orchard. Wearing a look of contentment, he hoped to cultivate these fruits, ensuring a steady supply for the future. With eager anticipation, he began to count the spirit trees in his storage ring before slowly approaching the crowd. However, after only a few steps, he detected an unusually dense aura of spiritual energy beneath his feet. This revelation prompted him to halt, crouch, and commence digging. Before long, he encountered something hard yet yielding. As he cleared the earth, a root as thick as a barrel, glimmering with golden light, emerged, releasing an abundance of spiritual energy. What a find! Ginseng. Ye Tianjing Iklemet. Recognizing the buried treasure as a substantial ginseng root, this was a fortifying boon. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly channeled his spiritual power to carve out the surrounding soil, securing the entire ginseng plant into his storage ring. In an instant, a massive pit formed in the orchard's ground. What has the boss unearthed? He seems remarkably exhilarated. Due to the distance, Wei Zhongliang had not seen what Tianxing had discovered, and this peculiar behavior piqued his curiosity. It seems Brother Tianxing aims to excavate more soil to take back for planting those spirit trees, Ling speculated, not having seen the ginseng herself. As her words faded, everyone present suddenly felt the surrounding spiritual energy being siphoned away at an alarming rate. The once thick aura that had enveloped the spirit fruit orchard dissipated as swiftly as receding tidewaters. As the multitude sensed the air around them, the once vibrant and sweet essence of spiritual energy had become thin and mundane, indistinguishable from that of the other ordinary locales within the secret realm. What could be the cause of this transformation? Why had the spiritual energy here diminished to the level of the other areas in the secret realm? I too have noticed. Could it be due to the fact that Master Yi had uprooted the spiritual tree? Alas, how will we cultivate in the secret realm henceforth? All present felt the waning spiritual energy and cast sorrowful glances towards Tianxing. Many of the cultivators gathered here were not merely treasure seekers. Given the scarcity of resources and the competition for them, it was likely they would not acquire anything. Consequently, several factions had long since abandoned the notion of obtaining the so-called treasures of heaven and earth within the secret realm, instead entering solely to cultivate near the spiritual fruit orchard. But now, with the spiritual energy around the orchard so depleted, how would they continue their cultivation? Tianxing noticed the mournful gazes directed at him and became curious about their discontent. However, he soon dismissed the thought, prioritizing his own enjoyment over the perceptions of others. The people of Yezhou are coming. I shall distribute elixirs. with the bounty of the entire spiritual orchard in his possession. Yi Tianxing was in high spirits and recalled that he had not yet finished distributing the elixirs, so he began to share them with the people of Yezhou. Upon hearing this, the individuals from Yezhou quickly gathered around him in excitement, leaving the cultivators from other factions envious. Meanwhile, within the vast transmission hall, a crisp crack echoed through the chamber as a fissure rapidly spread across the enormous spirit measuring stone at its center, resembling a spider's web. Chapter 96. The Sword Tomb. No, this cannot be right. The pill hall is only supposed to shatter 20 pill cases at a time, isn't it? Indeed. How could Master Yi distribute so many 7th grade elixirs? Hey, did you consider the possibility that Master Yi shattered all the barriers before the pill cases? Impossible. Once 20 barriers are broken, one is transported to the transmission hall. No matter how capable Master Yi is, he cannot disregard the rules set by the celestial beings. Can he? Not necessarily. There are still celestial barriers at the entrance, and yet Master Yi managed to enter. The cultivators from other factions gazed at the elixirs produced by Yi Tianxing, discussing enviously amongst themselves. The scene shifted back to Yi Tianxing. All right, we have distributed all that was to be shared, but how do we exit? After finishing the distribution, Yi Tianxing turned his gaze towards Yi Yuchen. Master Yi, once we enter the secret realm, we cannot exit at will. We must wait to be transported out after half a month. Yi Yuchen replied candidly. Cannot exit at will? Yi Tianxing furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Although time within the secret realm seemed suspended, he could estimate that no more than 3 days had passed since their arrival. This meant they would be compelled to remain in this desolate secret realm for 12 additional days. Wouldn't that drive one to boredom? Notijing ye Tianxing stots, ye Yuchen intergested. In addition to the several treasure hunting locations, the secret realm is also home to an abundance of spiritual flowers and herbs that we can gather. Observing this, Yi Tianxing nodded slightly, acknowledging that this was indeed the only course of action. Thus, under Yi Yuchen's suggestion, the group from Yizhou commenced their search for these spiritual flora within the secret realm. Meanwhile, practitioners from other factions similarly followed their own paths in pursuit of the spiritual flowers and herbs, as they found themselves at a loss for activities. In the past, they would either be competing for medicinal pills and techniques or cultivating around the spiritual fruit orchard. However, now they were acutely aware that the members of Yizhou had ventured to the pavilion of techniques and the pill hall, leaving no opportunity for others to dare seize anything. Moreover, the spiritual fruit orchard had been cleared out by Yi Tianxing, and its previously rich spiritual energy had diminished significantly, rendering any further cultivation here rather unproductive. It was far better to seek out some spiritual flowers and herbs, lest their trip be in vain. Feeling increasingly bored, one of them remarked, "You all go ahead. I shall find a scenic spot to rest." After an indeterminate passage of time, Yi Tianxing, who had been following the Yizhou group, could no longer endure the monotony and addressed the others. Be cautious, Yi Fengzhu. Do not venture to the far west of the secret realm, as it is exceedingly perilous, Yi Yuchen cautioned, without attempting to retain him. What do you mean by exceedingly perilous in the far west? Upon hearing Yi Yuchen's words, Yi Tianxing, who was on the verge of departing, suddenly felt a spark of curiosity. Noticing his intrigue, Yi Yuchen explained, the far west houses the Sword Tomb, a place steeped in sword intent and murderous aura. Many practitioners, upon entering, dismissed the warnings, only to meet their demise there, which is why few have dared to return since. This revelation triggered a memory for Yi Tianxing, recalling a warning from Luo Kanglan before their entry, to never enter the Sword Tomb, and even if one were to unwittingly trespass, they must not take any weapons from within. Almost having forgotten this admonition, it was Yi Yuchen's reminder that rekindled his awareness of the Sword Tomb's existence. Why was that location not marked on the map you previously showed me? Yi Tianxing inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he turned to Yi Yuchen. In response to your query, Yi Fengzhu, no one has ever managed to enter that place, and it is a site of great danger. Hence, it was deemed unnecessary to include it on the map, Yi Yuchen answered, dispelling Yi Tianxing's doubts. Yi Tianxing stroked his chin, pondering further. What does it mean that Luo Guzhu said one cannot take any weapons from within, even if they accidentally enter? Has someone truly managed to go there? Yi Yuchen nodded affirmatively. While the secret realm is protected by a celestial barrier that prevents those at the Peak Foundation establishment from entering, there are no such restrictions for formation masters. It is said that a certain formation master, highly skilled in the art of arrays, yet only at the Foundation establishment stage, inadvertently found himself in the Sword Tomb. He discerned that the tomb was enveloped by a massive array and, driven by curiosity, sought to explore within. After much effort, he finally uncovered the pattern of the array and managed to step inside. Yet the fate of that formation master was tragically grim. When he was finally discovered, it was evident that he had emerged from the sword tomb, riddled with countless sword wounds, his death a mystery of how long ago it occurred. In his wake, he left behind a chilling inscription of 16 characters. The sword tomb is a forbidden ground. Those who enter shall perish. Should one wield a weapon, they will be reduced to ashes. It was then that others realized the sword tomb was shrouded in an aura of murderous intent and sword energy. Yi Yuchen, fearing that Yi Tianxing might venture into the sword tomb, hurriedly relayed every detail he knew. Unlike other treasure hunting sites, which merely required vigilance against other cultivators, the sword tomb was inherently perilous, likely set by an immortal. Should one recklessly enter, even if Yi Tianxing possessed formidable skills, there was no guarantee he could escape the lethal array enveloped in such malevolent energy. However, Yi Yuchen's words only piqued Yi Tianxing's interest. To him, a place so fiercely guarded must harbor exceptional weapons, perhaps even legendary artifacts. With nothing better to do, he thought it prudent to investigate. All right, I understand. You all continue your search. Find a scenic spot to rest, Yi Tianxing replied, concealing his true desire to explore the sword tomb under the guise of merely seeking a place to pause. He turned leisurely and departed. Within the secret realm, devoid of sunlight, Yi Tianxing lost track of time as he flew, finally arriving at the far western edge. The scenery here starkly contrasted with what he had previously witnessed. The sky was cloaked by a vast black curtain, oppressive and suffocating. The horizon was similarly shrouded, behind which he discerned chaotic forces, lightning, tornadoes, and a tumult of energy manifesting in various forms. In his mind, the term space surfaced, for in his recollections, novels from Blue Star often described unknown dimensions in such a manner. It seems not all tales are mere fabrications, Yi Tianxing mused. At the end of the secret realm, he spotted a valley engulfed in a veil of murderous and sword intent, forming a colossal luminous barrier. As he approached the valley's entrance, his brow furrowed in contemplation, pondering whether to proceed. Within the valley, he sensed a remarkably familiar aura, one he had only encountered among the demon race. Chapter 97. Have I transcended into another dimension? Why are there demons here? Yi Tianxing gazed at the valley's entrance, hesitating. Outside, he held no fear of the demon race, armed with his superior abilities. Even a demon leader would fall swiftly. Yet this was a secret realm, once the domain of immortals. If even immortals could not contend with the demons, then he needed to deliberate carefully. The reason for Yi Tianxing's certainty that even immortals could not prevail was straightforward. The demon clan and the human clan have always been mortal enemies, leaving no room for reconciliation. Celestials were once human, and when faced with demons, they would show no mercy. Thus, the presence of demonic energy within the sword tomb merely signifies that the celestial was unable to vanquish this demon. With this thought in mind, Yi Tianxing hesitated no longer and turned to leave. He was currently at the initial stage of the Void Return realm, with levels above it being the combined body, tribulation, and great completion realms. This implies that the highest he could achieve through a leap in rank would only elevate him to the early great completion stage. If the demon within the sword tomb possessed the same cultivation level as the celestial, what would be the difference between entering the sword tomb and courting death? Previously, Yi Tianxing felt that living was quite agreeable. Even death would be acceptable, as he considered himself an ordinary person destined to muddle through life. However, now that he had attained some cultivation and could live even better, why would he seek death? Just as he was about to take flight, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected 1,000 spiritual swords within the secret realm, with 9,999 located in the sword tomb. Please enter the sword tomb to collect them. If you find the 10th spiritual sword within the realm, a reward will be granted. Instant refinement of 10,000 swords. Ding! Please complete the task before leaving the secret realm. Failure will result in a punishment of an embarrassing clothing display. Embarrassing clothing display. In the future, you can save on clothing expenses, as your attire will automatically disintegrate upon encountering others. Note, the so-called spiritual swords refer to one's life treasures, distinguishing them from other types of life treasures, such as spiritual spears and swords. Are you really sure this embarrassing display is a reward? Yi Tianxing was nearly overwhelmed with rage upon hearing the task and punishment. Previously, A few centimeters of height reduction could be overlooked since no one would see it if he failed. But this punishment was pure social death. His clothes would burst open upon encountering others, and it was deceptively labeled as a reward. Who could possibly conceive of such a thing? Yet, the system remained indifferent, providing a brief overview of the task and punishment before falling silent, unresponsive to Tianxing's curses. Damn system. Don't let me discover how to uninstall you, or I shall certainly do so. With a scowl, Tianxing reluctantly turned back and stepped into the sword tomb. As he entered, an overwhelming wave of sword intent and murderous energy surged toward him like a torrential tide, threatening to tear him to shreds. These energies seemed to possess a life of their own, swirling in the air and forming sharp blade-like flashes that shot towards him at incredible speed. Thanks to his enhanced perception, Tianxing dismissed these attacks, effortlessly dodging the array's onslaught. As he ventured deeper into the sword tomb, the attacks from the array gradually weakened. Upon entering the inner sanctum of the sword tomb, the onslaught ceased abruptly, and silence enveloped the surroundings. It was at this moment that Tianxing finally beheld the entire grandeur of the sword tomb. Before him stood nearly 10,000 spirit swords, meticulously arranged like soldiers in formation, each exuding a unique spiritual resonance, their glimmers intertwining in a dreamlike spectacle. These swords were organized with remarkable precision, forming an immense circular sword array in a complex yet exquisite manner. The lines of the array flowed gracefully, as if naturally formed, yet concealed profound mysteries within. Although Tianxing possessed limited understanding of formations, his enhanced perception allowed him to keenly discern that the array surrounding the sword mound was intricately woven together by the mutual resonance of these spirit swords. No demonic presence? Then why is there a trace of their aura lingering? Tianxing scrutinized the entire sword mound, failing to uncover any sign of the demon race, which piqued his curiosity. However, after a brief moment, he ceased to dwell on it. His primary objective now was to retrieve the 9,999 spirit sword from the mound before hastily seeking the last spirit sword within the secret realm. After all, time was of the essence, and he was not inclined to face any embarrassment due to a failed mission resulting in a ludicrous system reward. With this thought in mind, Tianxing swiftly approached the nearest spirit sword. As he drew near, the sword trembled slightly, as if resisting his approach. Undeterred, he attempted to extract the sword with one hand. Yet it remained steadfast, seemingly rooted to the ground. Be compliant. If you refuse to come with me, I shall be the one humiliated, Tianxing declared to the spirit sword, channeling his spiritual power and exerting a bit more strength. The sword, which had previously been immovable, was suddenly withdrawn with ease, and he promptly stored it within his spatial ring. Without delay, he shifted his steps towards another spirit sword nearby. For the next while, Tianxing continued to repeat the motions of drawing and storing swords with remarkable speed. However, after extracting several hundred, he was abruptly startled when he glanced back. To his dismay, he found several hundred phantasmal figures had materialized behind him. Tianxing's scalp tingled as he scrutinized these sudden apparitions. Clad in armor, they bore no physical form, yet emanated an aura of grim determination. Despite their intangible nature, their noble demeanor was unmistakable. At that moment, the expressions of these phantoms were vacant, their gazes hollow, steadily advancing towards Tianxing. What on earth are these? Tianxing couldn't help but mutter under his breath, halting his sword-drawing actions. Esteemed ones, do you require something? He inquired with a bright smile, addressing the approaching phantoms. Yet, they paid him no heed, continuing their slow march towards him. As they reached his vicinity, the foremost apparition suddenly extended its hand, moving with astonishing swiftness toward Tianxing's spatial ring. A sudden shock coursed through Tianxing's heart, compelling him to instinctively reach for the hand of the ethereal figure. However, his hand merely passed through the figure's arm, leaving him grasping at nothingness. Strangely enough, as his hand traversed the figure's limb, the apparition suddenly exerted force and seized Tianxing's hand. An icy chill penetrated his arm, sending shivers down his spine. What in the world? Am I caught in a two-dimensional realm? Hastily, Tianxing wrenched his hand free from the figure's grasp, creating distance between them. Chapter 98. Can it attack from afar? With a wary expression, Tianxing observed the hundreds of phantoms, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Unable to touch them while they could reach him. Wasn't this the very essence of divine power in a two-dimensional world? Esteemed beings, what is it that you seek? We can negotiate, Yi Tianxing implored, subtly retreating in an attempt to widen the gap between himself and the apparitions. He discerned that these phantoms were not as formidable as he, rendering fear unnecessary. Yet, the notion of their divine power was unnerving. No matter how strong he was, he could not strike them. Nevertheless, the figures remained expressionless, their vacant gazes ignoring his words as they continued to advance slowly toward him. Cursing under his breath, Yi Tianxing found himself at a loss and promptly turned to flee. In the midst of his escape, he did not forget to draw his sword, while the phantoms, hindered by their slower speed, trailed closely behind him. As an increasing number of spiritual swords were stored in his ring, Yi Tianxing suddenly noticed a corresponding rise in the number of phantoms. Could this be related to the spiritual swords? A vague realization dawned upon him, and he promptly retrieved a spiritual sword from his ring and placed it on the ground. In the next instant, the sword soared back to its original position. Simultaneously, one of the phantoms detached itself from the group, drifting towards the sword before vanishing from sight. This revelation confirmed to Yi Tianxing that these phantoms were indeed linked to the spiritual swords. Each time he drew a sword, an additional phantom would emerge. This posed a considerable dilemma. At this rate, if he drew a total of 9,999 swords, he would be beset by an equal number of phantoms. His brow furrowed in distress as he silently lamented his predicament. The phantoms bore no discernible aura, and even Yi Tianxing could only perceive them with his naked eye. If they continued to pursue him relentlessly, it would surely drive him to madness. At that moment, Yi Tianxing recalled a discussion from his previous life on Blue Star, where a netizen posed a thought-provoking question. If you were to become immensely wealthy but were relentlessly pursued by an indestructible, immortal snail, what would you do? While Yi Tianxing's mind wandered, the phantoms steadily closed the distance between them. Sighing, he resolved to complete his task first. With no other recourse, he steeled himself and continued to draw the spiritual swords, ignoring the phantoms that followed in his wake. As time passed, Yi Tianxing had collected a total of 9,999 spirit swords into his storage ring, while the phantoms had also reached a terrifying count of 9,999. Do not rush. I shall return once I complete my task, Yi Tianxing declared to the multitude of phantoms before swiftly soaring towards the exit of the sword tomb. The phantoms seemed to sense Yi Tianxing's intent, and one by one, they took to the skies in pursuit. This time, they not only chased after Yi Tianxing, but also formed hand seals, unleashing waves of ethereal yet potent sword chi from their hands, launching them towards him. In that instant, the sword tomb was filled with the chaotic sounds of sword energy whistling through the air. Curse it, they can attack from a distance? Yi Tianxing muttered inwardly while evading the incoming sword chi. Although each individual blast of sword energy was not particularly formidable, their sheer quantity rendered his evasions quite frantic. Fortunately, since Yi Tianxing had stored all the spirit swords in his storage ring, the formation of the sword tomb was disrupted, allowing him to escape the barrage of sword chi with greater ease and accelerate away from the tomb. Yi Tianxing sped forth like a cannonball, with the phantoms relentlessly pursuing him, resembling a dark cloud shadowing him. Waves of ethereal yet powerful sword chi surged forth from the mass of phantoms, flooding towards Yi Tianxing. As he dodged, he pondered the whereabouts of the final spirit sword within this secret realm. Thus, Yi Tianxing fled, with a multitude of phantoms in relentless pursuit. Traversing from the western edge of the secret realm to the eastern side, Yi Tianxing, overwhelmed and vexed, contemplated, where could the last spirit sword possibly be hidden? Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly spotted figures on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Yi Yuchen leading the members of Yizhou. At that moment, the group was busy gathering spiritual flowers and herbs, while some cultivators stood before Wei Zhongliang, presenting their findings. Yuchen, do you know where the spirit swords are located in this secret realm? Yi Tianxing landed before Yi Yuchen, his urgency palpable. What is a spirit sword? Yi Yuchen asked, puzzled as it was the first time she had encountered such a term. It is a personal magical treasure. Yi Tianxing explained it. Yi Yuchen shook her head. Within the secret realm, only the armory contains various magical treasures, but even if the armory has not been entirely emptied, it only holds ordinary treasures. I have not heard of any personal magical treasures being present. Damn, then I shall keep searching, Yi Tianxing exclaimed, cursing under his breath as he swiftly flew in a particular direction. This sudden action left the members of Yizhou in a state of bewilderment. What is wrong with the clan leader? Why is he in such a hurry? Who knows? Perhaps he has discovered something. The secret realm has been thoroughly searched by the clan leader. Aside from a hall of inheritance with a spirit testing stone, there seems to be nothing left. Could it be that the clan leader went to the sword tomb and found something? Indeed, it is certainly possible. After all, what else could cause the clan leader to be so anxious? As the disciples of Yejo engaged in hushed whispers, the previously unremarkable sky suddenly darkened. In astonishment, they looked up to see an ominous black veil gradually enveloping the heavens, its density increasing as if it sought to consume the entire secret realm. Soon after, the onlookers beheld a multitude of phantoms surging like a tidal wave towards the direction where Tianxing had departed. These ethereal figures bore vacant expressions, their eyes hollow, exuding an icy aura that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Were these creatures? A terrified disciple of Yejo exclaimed, his voice trembling as he pointed towards the apparitions. They have no life force. They cannot be human. Another disciple echoed in fear. What exactly are they? They don't appear to be remnants of souls, yet they instill in me a profound dread. Could it be that these phantoms possess great power? At that moment, Yi Ling'er trembled uncontrollably, clearly shaken by the scene before her. Calmly, Yi Yuchen observed the direction in which the phantoms were flying, his expression suddenly shifting. This is bad. It seems they are heading towards Master Yi Feng. His words sent a wave of alarm across the faces of all present, for they too had realized that the phantoms were indeed moving towards the very path Yi Tianxing had just taken. Master, Brother Tianxing, Sun Yinyin, and Yi Ling, anxious for Yi Tianxing's safety, wasted no time in fear and hastened after him. Seeing this, Yi Yuchen gritted his teeth and declared, "We must follow them." Consequently, the disciples of Yejo surged forward with all their might, striving to catch up to the phantoms. However, the apparitions moved with astonishing speed, swiftly vanishing from sight. Fortunately, the inherent dimness of the secret realm, coupled with the darkness left in the wake of the phantoms, allowed the Yejo disciples to discern their approximate location. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Inheritance, the spirit-testing stone suddenly exploded, a spiritual sword piercing the stone platform with unwavering precision. Chapter 99, The Nameless Immortal. As the sword materialized, it quivered violently, emanating an overwhelming sword intent. Soon after, a phantom slowly emerged from the sword. This apparition took the form of a white-haired elder, clad in flowing white robes, exuding an otherworldly grace. "What insolent wretch dares to attempt to empty my secret realm?" the elder exclaimed vehemently, floating out of the Hall of Inheritance. This white-haired elder was the master of the secret realm, who had sealed his residual spirit within the spiritual sword in hopes of prolonging his existence until a fated individual appeared to inherit his legacy. Unbeknownst to him, someone had taken such ruthless measures to disregard the prohibitions of the secret realm and attempt to empty it before finding a successor with a compatible spiritual affinity. This compelled the elder to act, as he could no longer remain passive. He had to forcefully manifest himself, lest the secret realm be emptied and his quest for a successor be irreparably thwarted. What are those phantoms precisely? Why can we not sense their presence? Perhaps they are mere illusions, though one wonders what provoked them in the first place. Are you foolish? If they were indeed illusions, would there be any need for the esteemed Master Yi to flee? Not necessarily. It seems Master Yi is in search of something, rather than being frightened by these phantoms. Due to Yi Tianxing's quest for the final spirit sword within the secret realm, everyone is noticed and being pursued by countless phantoms. Presently, aside from gathering some spirit flowers and herbs, the onlookers have nothing else to occupy their time, so they follow Yi Tianxing, eager to discern what is transpiring. Before long, all those within the secret realm had caught up to Yi Tianxing. This was not due to their swiftness, but rather because Yi Tianxing had circled the secret realm several times without finding any trace of the spirit sword, thus slowing his flight to search more meticulously. As Yi Tianxing dodged the sword energies of the phantoms while desperately seeking the last spirit sword, cold sweat poured down his face. Where on earth is that final spirit sword? I do not want to be stripped of my garments. Yi Tianxing silently roared within his mind. Just as he was in a state of urgency, the phantoms behind him suddenly halted in mid-air, ceasing their assault. In the next moment, they gracefully descended to the ground, kneeling on one knee in a unified direction. This action left everyone present, including Yi Tianxing, utterly astonished. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair began to glide towards them. "You little rascal, what do you mean by this? Do you truly believe this secret realm is your personal domain? How shall I find my disciples if you empty it?" The elder arrived and began to berate Yi Tianxing. Taken aback by the scolding, Tianxing found himself momentarily speechless. "I'm addressing you. Are you deaf?" The elder, noticing Tianxing's stunned silence, became even more irate. It was only then that Tianxing regained his composure and retaliated. "Old man, who do you think you are? Isn't the secret realm meant for treasure hunting? If I possess the ability to empty it, that is my own merit." Given his urgency to locate the final spirit sword, being scolded without cause only exacerbated his vexation. Now, it was the elder who stood dumbfounded, not expecting anyone to dare speak to him in such a manner on his own territory. Meanwhile, Yi Yuchen on the ground seized upon the crux of their exchange. "Master Yi, this esteemed elder is likely an immortal. Please be mindful of your words." The elder, concerned about the secret realm being emptied and the inability to locate his disciples, spoke with a tone that strongly suggested he was the realm's master. Yi Yuchen, worried that Tianxing may offend the immortal, raised his voice in warning. Upon hearing this, everyone present quickly reacted. "We have encountered an immortal." All bowed respectfully to the elder, yet Tianxing remained glaring at him. The elder, having regained his composure, was pleased with the crowd's attitude and smiled, saying, "Rise, please. I am but a remnant soul now, unworthy of the title immortal." A remnant soul? The statement left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. The remnant soul is sustained by spiritual energy, yet the white-haired elder, much like those phantoms, exhibited neither breath nor fluctuations of spiritual power. This spectral form was evidently not a remnant soul. Sensing the confusion among the crowd, the elder smiled and elucidated, "My remnant soul has been nurtured within the spirit sword, intended to linger in this world for a time. Over the years, it has long since merged with the sword spirit within. And now the source of my spiritual energy is the spirit sword. It is only natural that you cannot perceive it." Though the elder's explanation was somewhat convoluted, the audience grasped the general idea, yet a flicker of uncertainty remained. "Senior, I understand your meaning, but what exactly is a spirit sword?" Among the crowd, Lu Qingyu voiced her curiosity. Others perked up, eager to learn about the spirit sword, having never encountered the term before. "It is a fateful treasure." Before the white-haired elder could respond, Tianxing interjected, "It is called a spirit sword to distinguish it from other types of fateful treasures. Otherwise, they would all be termed fateful treasures, making it difficult to differentiate between a sword and a spear." The crowd then experienced a moment of clarity, comprehending the significance of the spirit sword. "You're quite clever," the white-haired elder remarked with mild irritation at having his line stolen. "Enough with the trivialities. Where's the final spirit sword?" Tianxing retorted, "Equalivket." He was now certain that the elder possessed knowledge of the location of the last spirit sword, and he was solely focused on obtaining it to fulfill his task. "You rascal, are you doing this on purpose? You've already emptied the secret realm, forcing me to reveal myself, and now you wish to claim my spirit sword?" The white-haired elder glared at Tianxing, his chest heaving with agitation. "Old man, I already stated that this secret realm is a treasure-seeking domain. My ability to clear it is my own skill. What does it have to do with you? A mere specter?" Tianxing shot back without hesitation. In his understanding, whether in the realms of Blue Star novels or this world, secret realms were designated as places for treasure hunting. Those with the prowess could reap greater rewards. There were none like the white-haired elder, who, after having their possessions taken, appear to take offense. "You know nothing." The elder, incensed by Tianxing's words, retorted, "Though I am but a remnant soul, having forgotten my name, I vaguely recall that this secret realm was established in search of a disciple. The skill testing pavilion was created to assess speed. Whoever obtains a technique proves their swiftness. The alchemy hall tests strength. Anyone capable of shattering the barrier proves their might. Only those who succeed in both trials can qualify for the assessment of spiritual power. The purpose of testing spiritual power is to determine whether the qualified cultivator's spiritual attributes align with mine. Should they align, I shall reveal myself and impart my legacy, making them my successor. Yet you have audaciously emptied both the techniques pavilion and the alchemy hall. How am I to find disciples now? Do you not realize the gravity of your transgressions?" Upon hearing this, Tianxing felt utterly bewildered. "No, that can't be right. By your reasoning, the logical sequence should be to first visit the techniques pavilion, then the alchemy hall, and finally proceed to the inheritance hall to test one's spiritual energy. However, it appears that these cultivators are now prioritizing the inheritance hall for their spiritual assessments before venturing elsewhere. Does this not imply that even if a qualified cultivator exists, should they first test their spiritual energy and find no response, they would certainly forego further testing. In such a case, you would remain invisible, rendering the design of this secret realm fundamentally flawed. It seemed that Tianxing had stumbled upon a significant oversight, but uncertainty lingered as he regarded the white-haired elder with a skeptical gaze. Chapter 100. Rejection of Inheritance. What nonsense are you spouting? As long as the barrier before the 20 medicinal cauldrons in the alchemy hall is breached, one will be transported to the inheritance hall. This is all meticulously designed by me. There could be no flaw. The elder retorted disdainfully, then asked them whether they have all rushed towards the inheritance hall first, and subsequently inquire if those who discovered no reaction from the spirit stone would still complete a full circuit before returning to test again. Tianxing pointed at the crowd below, casting a derisive look at the elder. At this moment, he was certain that there was indeed a flaw in the elder's design. Yet, the elder, unwilling to accept that his design was flawed, shifted his gaze to the assembled crowd. They had been listening intently to the exchange, and, upon meeting the elder's gaze, they awkwardly nodded in agreement. This revelation shattered the elder's composure. He had always believed his design of the secret realm to be flawless, with every element meticulously crafted as an optimal method for seeking out a successor. Yet, witnessing the crowd's response, he suddenly realized that this seemingly brilliant design harbored such a glaring oversight. So, does this mean that even if there had been a suitable successor before, I have now missed the chance? Regret washed over the elder's visage, rendering his already ethereal form even more translucent. Enough of this fixation. Where is the final spirit sword? Tianxing, fearing the elder's imminent disappearance, hastily inquired. Given your ability to empty the secret realm, you must possess considerable skill. Although my spiritual energy may not resonate harmoniously with yours, I can only entrust you with the entirety of my life as work. Will you accept? The elder did not respond to Tianxing's question, but instead regarded him with a look of resignation. At this proclamation, the eyes of the crowd below glistened with emotion. Some were envious, others filled with admiration. A myriad of complex feelings played across their faces. If another cultivator were to inherit the legacy, they could at least bide their time until the celestial being departed, thus seizing the opportunity for themselves. However, with Tianxing as the inheritor, they could only begrudgingly accept this outcome. For who among them dared to provoke him? I have no interest. If not, you may continue your search, Tianxing replied, resolutely rejecting the offer without a moment's hesitation. Joking aside, possessing a system as a golden finger surely surpasses any inheritance from an immortal, does it not? An immortal's legacy requires arduous cultivation, whereas the system merely demands the completion of tasks to enhance one's power, significantly conserving the time needed for training. Anyone with a semblance of sense would understand the preferable choice. However, upon hearing that Tianxing had rejected the immortal inheritance, the crowd below erupted in disbelief. Wait, did I mishear that? No, I heard correctly. Master Yi has indeed rejected the immortal inheritance. You heard right. Master Yi has previously expressed disinterest in the immortal legacy. It seems he was sincere. The white-haired elder, unable to believe his own ears, inquired once more, me, an immortal, my inheritance. You have no interest in the immortal legacy? Tianxing shot a disdainful glance at the elder, retorting, what nonsense is this? Just tell me the location of the spirit sword. If you're looking for a disciple, then design the secret realm properly. I have no interest whatsoever. He was solely focused on completing his tasks, as he could not bear the thought of facing the humiliation of a wardrobe malfunction. You've emptied my secret realm. What am I supposed to design? The elder, now merely a remnant of his former self, was incensed, his spectral form becoming increasingly translucent. Yet, the crowd below trembled with excitement upon hearing his words. If Tianxing remained resolute in his refusal, wouldn't that present them with an opportunity? After all, the elder was on the verge of dissipating, leaving him with only two choices: to vanish with his legacy or to pass on his cultivation methods. The rationale behind the crowd's belief that the elder would not allow his inheritance to be lost was simple. How could an immortal, who had crafted a secret realm in search of an inheritor, stand by and watch his legacy be severed? Indeed, the remnants of his soul were affecting his cognition. Surely he wouldn't only focus on me? Observing the elder's turmoil over the matter of inheritance, Tianxing resolved to assist him, subsequently inquiring about the location of the spirit sword. The elder, being merely a remnant of his former self, was indeed slow to comprehend. Realizing Tianxing's refusal, he decided not to waste any more time. You are right. Since you do not wish to accept my inheritance, I shall not bestow it upon you." With that, the white-haired elder descended, beginning to select a successor from among the foundational cultivators present. This development sent a wave of exhilaration through all the foundational cultivators in attendance. If Yi Tianxing did not accept the inheritance, then everyone else still had a chance. Moreover, there was one vital point. As long as it was not the people of Yizhou who obtained the inheritance, even those not selected could covertly vie for the chance to seize the legacy. Regardless, their odds of acquiring the inheritance had significantly increased. That little girl seems promising. Her cultivation method aligns well with mine. You shall be the one. The white-haired elder floated before Yiling, smiling as he spoke. The statement doused the previously excited assembly of cultivators with a cold splash of reality. Yiling, being the sister of Yi Tianxing, was not someone they dared to offend. With the immortal choosing her, it appeared they had no chance whatsoever. However, Yiling's subsequent words left everyone present utterly astonished. "I apologize, esteemed elder, but I possess a legacy of my own and cannot accept your inheritance," she replied with a sincere expression of regret. The elderly man with white hair immediately darkened in countenance. He had never anticipated that, despite being an immortal in his lifetime, he would be rejected not once, but twice while attempting to bestow his legacy. His dignity was in tatters. Chapter 101. The immortal's inheritance turns to ruin. Was Yiling out of her mind? She was rejecting an immortal's legacy? Had she not heard that it was a coveted inheritance? As the crowd witnessed Yiling's refusal, confusion spread across their faces. Yet, a few among them found her decision reasonable, given her declaration of already possessing an inheritance. "Well then, since you have your own legacy, I shall not press further. Young lady, it is yours." The white-haired elder forcibly suppressed his rising fury and turned his gaze towards Sun Yanyan. "Esteemed elder, I am a spirit-gathering body and am not suited for practicing other techniques. Perhaps you might consider offering it to someone else?" Sun Yanyan politely explained, bowing respectfully to the elder. Damn it. The elder was nearly driven to the brink of dissolution by his frustration. Being rejected 3 times was a humiliation beyond measure. Was his inheritance truly so worthless that no one desired it? "Young man, I bestow it upon you. Ensure that my techniques flourish." With a grim expression, the elder directed his gaze toward Wei Zhongliang, whose potential was relatively promising, as if to convey, "If you dare refuse, I will not let this matter rest." However, Wei Zhongliang remained unfazed by the elder's glare, responding with disdain, "Old man, you're being excessive. Do you think others would not know you've given it to me? I have no interest in such a trivial matter." The elder was left speechless. He was utterly devastated. The revered legacy of an immortal was met with such disdain, a reality far removed from his expectations. Meanwhile, the other onlookers began to question the authenticity of the immortal's inheritance. Is the immortal's legacy truly as remarkable as claimed? Perhaps not. Did you not see how several members of the Yi clan refused it? Indeed, this immortal inheritance may not be as exceptional as imagined, possibly even inferior to our own techniques. Exactly. It must be so. Otherwise, why would the immortal be so furious? As Wei Zhongliang and the 2 women continued to reject the offer, the crowd's skepticism grew like rampant weeds. Whispers circulated. An enthusiasm for the immortal inheritance plummeted to an all-time low. The elder, witnessing the rising doubts in their eyes, roared in frustration, "Detestable! How dare you ungrateful wretches question my legacy?" Yet, his exasperated demeanor only reinforced the crowd's suspicions. "Yi Tianxing, is the inheritance of the immortal truly not as remarkable as the rumors suggest?" At this moment, Lu Qingyu quietly approached Yi Tianxing, who had just landed, and softly inquired. She too had begun to question the authenticity of the immortal inheritance based on what others had said. Yet she felt that it could not possibly be as dismal as portrayed. However, as Lu Qingyu spoke, her warm breath brushed lightly against Yi Tianxing's ear, igniting a tingling sensation that rendered him momentarily frozen due to her proximity. "I'm speaking to you." Lu Qingyu gently nudged Yi Tianxing, whose face had inexplicably flushed. That immortal inheritance is quite good. Not as poor as you might think," he stammered, regaining his composure and creating some distance between them. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu's heart leapt with joy. Ignoring Yi Tianxing's unusual reaction, she boldly approached the white-haired elder who was still hurling insults, and knelt before him with determination. "Thud, master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects." Without further ado, Lu Qingyu declared her intention to become his disciple. She was primarily concerned that others might react quickly and contest the immortal inheritance with her, so she resolved to act decisively. The elder, taken aback by her unexpected gesture, swallowed the expletive that had been on the tip of his tongue. Good disciple, rise. I shall impart all my knowledge to you, the elder readily agreed, his demeanor transforming from one of ire to warmth, his face beaming with delight. At this moment, he was no longer concerned about the compatibility of spiritual energy. The mere fact that someone recognized his worth was enough. Procrastinating further would only diminish his presence. The elder hastily helped Lu Qingyu to her feet and gently touched her forehead. In the next instant, a beam of white light entered her mind. Alas, my spiritual energy is nearly depleted, and I cannot accompany you further. The path ahead is yours to traverse. Do not squander my legacy, the elder proclaimed, his form growing increasingly ethereal, as if a mere gust of wind could disperse him. Rest assured, master, I shall not bring you shame, Lu Qingyu vowed, kneeling once more. The elder nodded with satisfaction, his figure fading into complete transparency. Meanwhile, Tianxing grew anxious. He had yet to inquire about the whereabouts of the final spiritual sword, and now the elder had vanished. However, before he could voice his concerns, a tremor emanated from the western part of the secret realm, followed by a towering black beam of light that shot skyward, accompanied by a terrifying aura laced with a hint of blood. The crowd felt this ominous presence, their expressions shifting dramatically as they turned to face the west. They sensed that the source of this fearsome aura belonged to an early-stage Great Ascension realm practitioner. The members of the Yi clan appeared particularly grave, for their long-standing dealings with the demon race had etched the scent of their kind deep into their bones. They discerned not only that the aura's owner was an early-stage Great Ascension practitioner, but also a demon. Moreover, this demon had not concealed its presence, allowing the Yi clan to recognize it instantly. Alert! Is the demon race. Form the starry sword formation. Yi Yuchen positioned himself immediately in front of the crowd, facing westward with a vigilant expression. Apart from Yi Tianxing, Wei Zhongliang, and Sun Yinyin, the remaining 27 members of the Yi clan also sprang into action. They swiftly dispersed in a predetermined formation, demonstrating remarkable synergy. Their spiritual energy flowed seamlessly, intertwining into a nascent star sword array in the blink of an eye. As for Yi Tianxing and the other two remained motionless. It was because Yi Tianxing had never participated in the battles against the demon clan at the borders of Yezhou, while Sun Yinyin and Wei Zhongliang were recent additions to the Yi clan and were thus unaware of the circumstances. However, the other members of the Yi clan had all undergone training at the borders of Yezhou. Instinctively, they reacted as soon as Yi Yuchen issued his command. Upon realizing that the source of the terrifying aura was indeed from the demon clan, the faces of the onlookers immediately reflected their horror. They had prided themselves on being formidable figures within their own territories, dismissing the demon clan as mere uncivilized beasts. Believing that their own strength could easily eradicate the demon clan, they had thought it unnecessary to interfere in Yezhou, the domain of the Yi clan. Yet today, confronted with the existence of such a formidable demon clan, they finally grasped the folly and naivety of their previous assumptions. Observing the Yi clan members who stood resolutely in front, the cultivators from other factions felt a mix of fear and guilt. They were terrified, for the demon clan possessed initial-stage Great Ascension cultivation. They felt guilty for having previously underestimated the Yi clan and the hardships they endured to protect the borders of the continent. That little brat. I almost forgot the gravity of the situation. Were it not for you, could such chaos have arisen? At that moment, the once transparent old man with white hair became more corporeal and began to berate Yi Tianxing. Chapter 102, Demon King. Yi Tianxing was not in the mood for banter with the old man. Instead, he inquired gravely about the situation concerning the demon clan in the western secret realm. Is it related to the sword tomb? He had sensed the presence of the demon clan at the sword tomb earlier, though it had been faint due to the constraints of the formation, and he had momentarily forgotten about it. Now it seemed undoubtedly connected to his own extraction of the spiritual sword. Yet only the old man was privy to the specifics. Looks like you're not as foolish as I thought. The old man shot Yi Tianxing a glare before shifting his gaze to the still kneeling apparition, slowly speaking. I am merely a remnant soul, not fully aware of the particulars. However, I vaguely recall that, long ago, a new species suddenly emerged on Tianyuan continent. No one knows how this species came to be. They are bloodthirsty by nature, feeding on human blood, which you refer to as the demon clan. I believe I was sent here by someone to eradicate this species. Yet, by the time I arrived, the demon clan had already consumed a substantial amount of human blood, significantly enhancing their power. After a fierce battle with 100 demon kings lasting half a month, I succeeded in vanquishing 99 of them. However, I was left utterly drained and unable to continue fighting. Consequently, I could only confine the last demon king within my own realm, known as the Secret Territory. Yet, in my exhausted state, I knew that upon my demise, the demon king would escape from the Secret Territory. Helpless, I had no choice but to enlist the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent to seal the demon king using the 10,000 soul sword array. This extraordinary array could only be activated by sword practitioners skilled in wielding spiritual swords, and it required the sacrifice of their own lives to do so. At that time, countless noble-hearted cultivators responded to the call and rushed to assist. Armed with their spiritual swords, they initiated the 10,000 soul sword array, and the scene was truly tragic and heroic. Ultimately, they succeeded in sealing the demon king within the Secret Territory. Later, the spirit of the spiritual sword inherited the aspirations of these cultivators and remained vigilantly at the sword tomb. After the completion of the 10,000 soul sword array, I began to arrange the Secret Territory and, just before my death, finally devised a satisfactory disciple assessment. At this juncture, the white-haired elder grew agitated once more and exclaimed to Tianxing, "But you, of all people, drew out the spiritual sword. You have disrupted the array. The sword spirit cannot enter the storage ring, nor can it control the spiritual sword that has entered another storage ring, which is why it has transformed into the likeness of its previous master, pursuing you in hopes of retrieving the spiritual sword. As long as the demon king remains sealed, returning the sword to its rightful place would allow the array to sustain itself. But now, it is all too late. This is all you're doing." Upon hearing this, Tianxing felt a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that a simple task would unravel such a complex and tragic history. Looking at the phantoms kneeling on the ground, he was filled with guilt and admiration. So what now? Is there any method to confront the demon king? Tianxing inwided. The white-haired elder snorted dismissively. "Unless you can find 10,000 sword cultivators wielding spiritual swords, you might as well wish for your own survival." At his words, everyone turned pale. The notion of gathering 10,000 sword cultivators was utterly preposterous. Not to mention the restrictions on cultivation levels within the Secret Territory, where even those with slightly higher prowess could not enter. Who among them would be willing to sacrifice their lives to seal the demon king? After much discussion, it seemed futile. Tianxing let out a cold huff, his gaze fixed intently on the ominous black pillar of light rising in the west. "Now I am but a wisp of a remnant soul. What can I possibly do? You caused this calamity. Why don't you take responsibility?" The white-haired elder found it increasingly difficult to converse with Tianxing, becoming infuriated after just a few exchanges. "Is there no way to send everyone out of the Secret Territory?" Tianxing sensed the demon king drawing near and summoned the demon-slaying sword, preparing for battle. "No, I cannot do anything at the moment. I am powerless to act," the elder replied curtly. "What about your newly accepted disciples? If everyone perishes here, your legacy will be severed." Tianxing's brow furrowed tightly, convinced that the white-haired elder was utterly foolish. The design of the disciple recruitment test may indeed be flawed, but there was no contingency plan in place. Had this occurred within the pages of a novel from a Blue Star, the author would have surely faced an uproar from their readers. The elderly man with white hair, who had been seething with anger, fell silent upon hearing these words. He had not contemplated the matter deeply, and in that moment, he was nearing death, lacking the time to consider such issues. As the two remained silent, a fierce wind swept through, causing the garments of the onlookers to flutter wildly. Suddenly, a shadow emerged, ghostly and ethereal, before the gathered crowd. By the time they reacted, the beastly king, with the head of a tiger and the body of a man, had already established its presence. Towering over them, the creature was muscular and robust, its jet-black fur standing on end like hardened rock, exuding a chilling metallic sheen. Its eyes glowed like two blood-red lanterns, radiating ferocity, while its massive jaws displayed jagged fangs. Drool dripping continuously from between them, as if it were eyeing its next meal. A tiger-headed beast. I recall there being a bull-headed demon leader named Niu Shisan. Do you go by the name of Hu Shisan? Tianxing feigned nonchalance as he approached the demon king, though his heart raced with trepidation. At the early stages of the Great Ascension realm, This was the strongest demon he had encountered thus far, and he felt uncertain of his ability to prevail. After all, he had previously calculated that with his current cultivation, he could only manage a stalemate against a demon of this caliber for a mere 3 minutes. If he could not subdue the Demon King within that time, it would be his life at stake. However, the Demon King seemed oblivious to Tianxing's words, its gaze sweeping over the crowd as if selecting its first target. Observing this, the white-haired elder sighed, "Do not waste your breath. The demon race lacks reason and cannot be reasoned with. It appears you must resign yourselves to your fate." "That is a fallacy, elder. The demon race possesses intelligence and cunning, even capable of human speech, adept at blending among us, making discernment exceedingly difficult," Yi Yuchan interjected gravely. "I, a dignified immortal, could hardly be deceived by you youngsters. You must be mistaken. Demons cannot speak." The elder, even at this juncture, refused to relent. "Enough with the bickering. Do you not realize that after all these years, the demon race may have evolved? We must think of a strategy to confront the Demon King." Tianxing, already frazzled, grew even more agitated upon hearing their quarrel. Just then, the Demon King seemed to have identified its prey, circumventing Tianxing and charging directly into the mass of people. Chapter 103, Crisis. The Demon King's pace was not particularly swift, yet the crowd's fear elicited a physiological response, rendering their legs immobile. It was over. In that moment, despair engulfed them all. The Demon King, at the initial stage of the Great Ascension realm, was far beyond their capacity to resist. Everyone charged together. Yi Yuchan shouted, leading the charge toward the Demon King, with the other cultivators of the Yi clan following closely behind. From the very beginning of their cultivation journey, these individuals have encountered the demon race, rendering them immune to its intimidation. What does the realm of Great Ascension matter? What significance does a mortal peril hold? As long as it pertains to the demon race, they shall not remain passive. What are you waiting for? Disperse at once. Ye Tianxing Beiluit, brandishing his sword as he pursued the Demon King. Activate the overlevel mode. With unyielding vigor, Yi Tianxing unleashed his full strength, thrusting his sword toward the Demon King's back. Yet, as if it possessed eyes behind, the Demon King abruptly whirled around, seizing the sword of demon, slaying with a hand as formidable as an iron claw. In that fleeting moment, the sharp clang of metal reverberated through the surroundings. A cascade of sparks erupted like a shower of stars from their point of contact, the brilliant light standing out starkly against the dim ambience. Yi Tianxing's heart sank. Even while in overlevel mode, the foe could deflect his assault with a single hand. He had indeed encountered a formidable predicament, one that might very well lead to his demise. The Demon King, enraged by Yi Tianxing's audacity, let out a roar that sent a tremor through the air. In the next instant, the Demon King relinquished its charge into the crowd, firmly grasping the sword of demon slaying in one hand, while raising the other high, akin to a collapsing mountain, to strike down upon Yi Tianxing. Daring not to withstand the blow, Yi Tianxing steeled himself, swiftly relinquishing the sword and evading the lethal strike with a serpentine sidestep. The Demon King, incensed by its missed attack, discarded the sword of demon slaying and darted toward Yi Tianxing like a bolt of lightning. Yi Tianxing, unwilling to relent for a moment, maneuvered with spectral agility while directing the sword of demon slaying, akin to a nimble dragon, to continue its assault on the Tiger King. In a mere 10 seconds, the two engaged in over 100 exchanges, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Yi Tianxing had previously revealed his cultivation level outside the secret realm, known to be at the initial stage of the Void Return realm. Yet now, he was on par with a formidable demon of the early Great Ascension realm. Did this not imply that Yi Tianxing was also of the early Great Ascension realm? The mere thought of this possibility shifted the expressions of those observing Yi Tianxing, some astonished, others exhilarated, and many filled with profound reverence. Regardless of their reactions, they all understood that hope had arrived. Meanwhile, the elderly man with white hair stared wide-eyed, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. This secret realm was crafted by his own hands, impossible to enter without reaching the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. How had this young man, referred to as Yi Peak Master, gained entry? This revelation finally illuminated why others had dismissed his legacy. To have broken through to the Great Ascension realm at such a young age not only required terrifying talent, but also a heritage surpassing his own. Otherwise, how could he have withstood the tribulations of thunder? Concurrently, as Yi Tianxing battled the Demon King, panic began to set in. He was merely holding on. and 30 seconds had passed without gaining any advantage over the Demon King. In merely 2.5 minutes, when the time for the advanced mode expires, he shall inevitably become a soul beneath the claws of the Demon King, and at that moment, none shall escape misfortune. Old fool, how long will you remain in a daze? Is there any way to confront this Demon King? Tianxing, seeing the white-haired elder still frozen in place, could not help but exclaim in desperation, I am but a wisp of residual soul. What can I possibly do? The elder replied, maintaining an air of detachment. However, he soon realized that his disciple was still trapped within the secret realm. If Tianxing were to falter, would that not sever his legacy? With this thought, the elder hastily added, I possess no means to confront the Demon King, but I do know how to depart from the secret realm. Once my residual soul dissipates, the rules of the secret realm will vanish entirely, allowing you to enter and exit freely. Upon hearing this, while fending off the Demon King's onslaught, Tianxing erupted with curses. Can you not be of any use? If the Demon King is released, the Tianyuan continent will descend into chaos. The elder, incensed by Tianxing's rebuke, retorted, Who caused this calamity? Now you turn your ire upon me? Had you not shattered the 10,000 soul sword array? Could the Demon King have emerged? The elder's vehement outburst nearly cost Tianxing a blow from the Demon King, yet he found himself unable to retort. Then dissipate quickly. Let the others escape first. With another 30 seconds gone, only 2 minutes remained in the advanced mode, and Tianxing dared not delay further. His thoughts were pragmatic. If he could not save himself, he would at least aid others in evading this great calamity. Yet, the current situation clearly precluded any confrontation with the Demon King. Should the time elapse, not only would he perish, but all within the secret realm would meet the same fate. In such a case, it might be better to release the Demon King, allowing himself an extra minute for others to flee, reserving the final minute for his own escape. The system's task had become inconsequential. Losing a garment was preferable to forfeiting his life. However, the elder's next words plunged Tianxing into despair. Have you ever seen a residual soul that can actively dissipate? I can only await my inevitable dissolution. Upon hearing this, Tianxing nearly coughed up blood and rage, exclaiming, You old fool, are you toying with me? By the time you dissipate, I will already be dead. He had never encountered such an absurd immortal. In the novels of Blue Star, the immortal realms were meticulously constructed. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, the immortals would devise countermeasures before their demise. Yet here, the immortals of this world seem to have designed a secret realm riddled with flaws, fully aware that the sword tomb sealed the Demon King, yet failing to prepare a strategy prior to their death. This was utterly outrageous. Realizing he could no longer rely on the white-haired elder, Tianxing engaged in a fierce battle with the Demon King while desperately contemplating ways to confront it. Yet, having already employed his final trump card, the advanced mode, he found himself devoid of options. Curse you, dog system. It is your fault. Had you not compelled me to undertake these tasks, would I have fallen into such peril? Tianxing jursit inyardly. Having just finished his scolding, Tianxing suddenly recalled the reward for the system's task. Old fool, where's the final spiritual sword? Hand it over at once. Tianxing shouted at the white-haired elder. In the past, the system had only provided vague hints regarding task rewards, except for one welfare task. However, this time was different. The system had explicitly informed him that the reward was the ability to refine 10,000 swords in a second. This revelation reminded him of the sole method to deal with the Demon King. You insolent brat, you dare to be so rude while asking for my help. But never mind, since my disciple is here, my treasure in 9th grade spiritual sword is certainly superior to the 5th grade sword you possess. I shall assist you, the elder declared, gesturing with a single hand towards the Hall of Inheritance. In the next moment, the spiritual sword firmly embedded in the stone platform within the hall was drawn forth by an unseen force, soaring through the air like a streak of light towards the white-haired elder. Chapter 104. The Convergence of 10,000 Swords. Soon, the softly glowing 9th grade spiritual sword descended before the elder. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung it towards Tianxing. Noticing this, Tianxing quickly distanced himself from the Demon King and skillfully caught the 9th grade sword, promptly storing it in his spatial ring. Beep, congratulations, host, for collecting 10,000 spiritual swords. The task reward is about to be issued. Beep, host has received the reward. The ability to refine 10,000 swords in a second. Refine 10,000 swords in 1 second. Allows the host to refine 10,000 spiritual swords within a second, transforming them into personal treasures. Upon receiving the system's reward, Tianxing wasted no time and immediately activated the ability to refine 10,000 swords in 1 second. In an instant, he felt a connection with the spiritual swords within his spatial ring. He also sensed that these 10,000 swords possessed no spiritual intelligence, akin to lifeless objects. Realizing this was due to the sword spirits yet to be restored, he hurriedly retrieved the 10,000 swords from his ring. As the swords cascaded down like petals from a celestial maiden, the sound of clashing metal resonated, creating a vast ocean of swords upon the ground. The previously kneeling phantoms, sensing the presence of their prey, reacted instantaneously. They flickered and transformed into ethereal streaks of light, swiftly returning to their corresponding swords like weary birds returning to their nests. The moment the phantoms merged with the swords, a brilliant radiance erupted forth. The once dull and lifeless swords now burst forth in a kaleidoscope of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, illuminating the entire space in a dreamlike spectacle. With the sword spirits awakened, the sword seemed infused with vibrant souls, swirling around Tianxing. At this moment, the Demon King sensed a flicker of danger and swiftly distanced himself from Tianxing. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the encircled figure. My goodness! So many innate treasures belong to Yi Fengzhu? This is impossible. The lowest quality of these innate treasures is at least of the 7th tier. And to refine just one would require an extensive duration. How could there be so many belonging to Master Yi? Indeed, how could a single cultivator simultaneously refine such a multitude of innate treasures? It is evident that they cannot all belong to Master Yi. Yet, there arises a contradiction. If they do not belong to him, why do I sense that these innate treasures seem to acknowledge Tianxing as their master? The presence of 1,000 spiritual swords caused all present to momentarily forget the existence of the Demon King, leading to fervent discussions among the crowd. As they conversed, Tianxing became acquainted with the spiritual swords, and with a mere thought, the swords circling around him dispersed like soldiers receiving orders, swiftly forming a fan-shaped array behind him. Tianxing, embodying the spirit of a dragon king, gazed mockingly at the Demon King, questioning why it had displayed such grandeur moments ago, but now hesitated to advance. Yet, just because it refrained from attacking did not mean he would show mercy. Brandishing the demon-slaying sword, he bellowed. All swords converge. In an instant, the 1,000 radiant spiritual swords were drawn together by an invisible, formidable force, transforming into streaks of light that rapidly converged upon the demon-slaying sword. As they approached, they fused into it like rivers flowing into the sea. The demon-slaying sword, resembling a bottomless black hole, voraciously absorbed the other swords, its brilliance intensifying to the point of nearly piercing the heavens. With the absorption of the power from the 1,000 swords, the original demon-slaying sword elongated magnificently, transforming into an extraordinary blade nearly 40 meters in length. Gripping the hilt, Tianxing felt the terrifying power coursing through it, a grin stretching from ear to ear. He then raised the colossal sword high and struck down upon the Demon King with unbridled force. This strike seemed to contain the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. As the space around it was violently torn apart, a vast black rift rapidly spreading toward the Demon King. The Demon King, wide-eyed with terror, sought to flee, yet felt ensnared by an unseen force, immobilized in place. It could only watch helplessly as the sword, accompanied by the dark rift, descended with overwhelming might. With a final, desperate roar, the Demon King vanished into the secret realm. Witnessing the rift in space, all present stood transfixed, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if a fist could fit within. Although they had never encountered an immortal, they had heard tales of their legendary powers. Only immortals were said to possess the ability to tear apart space and obliterate worlds. Yet, Tianxing's strike exhibited a terrifying prowess that rivaled the legends, leaving them in awe. Those unfamiliar with Tianxing were now filled with not just astonishment, but also a sense of dread. Meanwhile, those who knew him were etched with disbelief. An 18-year-old immortal was no longer a fanciful notion, but a miraculous reality. At this moment, Tianxing found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of the 10,000 swords returned to one technique. Previously, he had shown little interest in this reward from the system. Just moments ago, the long sword had barely struck the Demon King before being obliterated by the residual force, leaving nothing but remnants. What astonishing power this must be! If this was the case, Activating the advanced mode could allow him to transcend 3 major realms, and with the application of 10,000 swords returned to 1, could he not ascend even further? However, this technique was exceedingly taxing on his spiritual energy, rendering Tianxing somewhat overwhelmed. With a swift thought, in the next instant, a super long sword measuring 40 meters disassembled into 10,000 spiritual swords. These swords, once separated, swiftly flew into Tianxing's dantian. Oh my goodness! With so many spiritual swords, would they not explode my dantian? Tianxing's heart raced, anxiety coursing through him. Yet, contrary to his expectations of excruciating pain from an exploded dantian, a gentle power began to permeate within him. The 10,000 spiritual swords autonomously arranged themselves in his dantian, forming a miniature sword array. The array emitted a radiant glow, establishing a wondrous connection with Tianxing's meridians, allowing strands of spiritual energy to flow throughout his body. The once exhausted spiritual energy felt as though it had been rejuvenated from a fresh source, rapidly restoring itself. Incredible! 10,000 swords returned to 1 possesses such a function. The ancient sword techniques are indeed fearsome. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across Tianxing's face, dispelling any lingering concerns. At that moment, a blue light suddenly enveloped the bodies of all present. Those who had previously experienced this phenomenon recognized it as a sign of imminent transportation from the secret realm. It was then that everyone noticed the irascible white-haired elder had vanished without a trace. Lu Qingyu, with a look of reluctance, knelt at the spot where the elder had stood and bowed deeply 3 times. Rest assured, master, I shall not fail your expectations and will carry forth your teachings. As Lu Qingyu's voice echoed, everyone present simultaneously disappeared from their location, transported out of the secret realm. Chapter 105, Demon Cultivator. Time rewinds to before the Demon King seal was broken. Fallen Leaf Valley, Secret Realm Square. At this moment, aside from the leaders guarding the various factions, only the Valley Master, Luo Kanglin, and Steward, Zhou Mo, were present. The leaders awaited the return of their foundational cultivators, while Luo Kanglin and Zhou Mo stood watch at the entrance of the secret realm. With the secret realm having been open for half a month, the tedium had driven everyone to sit cross-legged, absorbed in their individual cultivation. However, Luo Kanglin, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed towards the west. Soon, the others present seemed to sense something, and they too opened their eyes, looking towards the western sky. In the next moment, countless cultivators could be seen soaring towards Fallen Leaf Valley. Moreover, it was apparent that the leading cultivator was at the late stage of the Void Return realm. The secret realm had been open for several days. Were these individuals not a tad late? Good heavens! Do these individuals appear to be attending the mystic realm? They seem to harbor ill intentions, suggesting that a formidable faction has emerged, and they are likely not here for the mystic realm. The crowd in the square gazed at the countless approaching cultivators, their faces etched with confusion. However, Luo Kanglin furrowed his brow, for he recognized the leader among them as Xing Kuan, the head of the Qian sect. Xing Kuan's grandson, Xing Yan, had been slain by Tianxing, and it was evident that Xing Kuan had come seeking vengeance. In the blink of an eye, Xing Kuan and his entourage had arrived above the falling Leaf Valley, descending like a dark cloud, exuding an imposing aura. With eyes like lightning, Xing Kuan fixed his gaze on Luo Kanglin and coldly remarked, "Master Luo, I trust you are well." Luo Kanglin offered a faint smile, replying, "Sect Master Xing, as the leader of the Qian sect, with such a large contingent, are you not intending to declare war on Falling Leaf Valley?" Xing Kuan snorted disdainfully, "Master Luo, do not feign ignorance with me. My grandson perished on your territory while you stood idly by. How do you intend to account for this?" Luo Kanglin responded with calm composure. Xing Yin coveted another's treasure and provoked the individual, resulting in his deserved demise. Why should I intervene? Xing Kuan's expression darkened instantaneously. "So, are you implying my grandson died in vain? Otherwise?" replied Luo Kanglin dismissively. As a cultivator at the early stage of tribulation transcendence, he had already shown considerable courtesy towards Xing Kuan, who was at the late stage of void return. The latter's disdainful demeanor was beginning to wear on his patience. The leaders among the gathered crowd began to understand the situation from the exchange between the two, casting incredulous looks at Xing Kuan. Luo Kanglin was merely at the early stage of tribulation transcendence, while Xing Kuan, at the late stage of void return, was being egregiously arrogant an act of self-deprecation. Xing Kuan's irritation, compounded by the crowd's scrutiny, ignited his fury. Ha ha ha. Excellent. I initially sought to extend a chance to Falling Leaf Valley, but it seems that is no longer necessary. With that, Xing Kuan bowed towards the distant sky. My lord, I consent to join the Black Lotus sect. I implore you to assist me in avenging my grandson. Upon hearing this proclamation, the cultivators in the square reacted with indifference, yet Luo Kanglin's countenance shifted dramatically. Xing Kuan, the Black Lotus sect is comprised of demonic cultivators. Are you not afraid of becoming the pariah of the realm by allying with them? Luo Kanglin's voice rang with authority and anger. Ha 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 ha. The Black Lotus sect has been in covert communication with me for years. I am aware of their demonic nature and have refrained from provoking them. However, now that my grandson lies dead on your territory and you protect the beast who killed him, how else can I seek vengeance if I do not join the Black Lotus sect? Moreover, if everyone here were to perish, who would know of my alliance with them? Let me share a secret. This time, I have led my forces forth, not only to avenge my grandson, but also to seize Falling Leaf Valley. Thus, I would prefer you to safeguard the beast that killed my grandson. This would provide me with ample justification to annihilate Falling Leaf Valley, and in turn, the Qian sect shall rise as the new master of the mystic realm. Xing Kuan held nothing back as he revealed the journey of his heart. In his eyes, the moment he joined the Black Lotus sect, everyone within the Falling Leaf Valley had become nothing but the living dead. Suddenly, as soon as his words faded, a violent fluctuation erupted from the distant sky. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged forth like a tumultuous tide. The mid-stage tribulation crossing? The crowd in the square felt this aura, their faces betraying a look of sheer terror. Luo Kanglin's expression darkened considerably, as he had not anticipated that the demon cultivator Xing Kuan summoned would be at the mid-stage of tribulation crossing. In the next instant, a dark figure, enveloped in a torrent of demonic energy, shot through the air like a black meteor, landing beside Xing Kuan. The newcomer was a tall figure clad in black robes, their features shrouded in shadows, save for a pair of blood-red eyes that glimmered with a predatory light, resembling two flickering flames of ghostly fire. The black-robed figure cast a cold gaze over the crowd and spoke slowly. Leave the early-stage tribulation to me. The rest are yours to handle. Xing Kuan nodded eagerly, responding with utmost respect. Yes, my lord. He then turned to Luo Kanglin, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. Luo Kanglin, today marks the doom of your Falling Leaf Valley. Disciples of the Scarlet Flame sect, heed my command. Let us annihilate Falling Leaf Valley. The disciples of the Scarlet Flame sect echoed in unison, and in an instant, spiritual energy surged, flames erupted, and they charged toward Luo Kanglin and his companions. Zhou Mo rallied the disciples of Falling Leaf Valley to confront the oncoming threat, vowing to defend their honor at all costs. With that, Luo Kanglin soared toward the airborne demon cultivator. Zhou Mo's expression hardened as he summoned his spiritual power, shouting, Disciples of Falling Leaf Valley, listen closely. The demon cultivators have invaded. Let us protect the dignity of our valley. We shall never yield. As these words left his lips, countless figures surged forth from the vicinity of Falling Leaf Valley, arriving at the Secret Realm Square in the blink of an eye, clashing with the Scarlet Flame sect's members. The leaders of various factions, who had been present in the square, quickly joined the fray. They had left their foundation cultivators behind in the Secret Realm. Retreating now would yield dire consequences upon their return. Thus it was better to engage fully in battle. Meanwhile, Luo Kanglin wielded his longsword, charging like a streak of light toward the black-robed demon cultivator. Seeing Luo Kanglin's aggressive advance, the demon cultivator's lips curled into a cruel smile. Raising a hand to unleash a stream of black, demonic energy toward Luo Kanglin. This malevolent energy lunged forth like a ferocious beast, its claws poised to strike, corroding the air around it with a hissing sound. Luo Kanglin, wary of the impending danger, infused his spiritual power into his longsword, causing its blade to radiate with brilliant light. He swung the sword fiercely, sending a wave of spiritual energy to cleave through the demonic energy. Boom! The collision erupted in a blinding flash and a shockwave, sending Luo Kanglin hurtling back 100 meters, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. In their first exchange, Luo Kanglin found himself at a disadvantage, inwardly lamenting the terrifying strength of this mid-stage tribulation crossing demon cultivator. Just as he prepared to charge at the demon cultivator once more, a dazzling blue light suddenly erupted from the entrance to the secret realm. Chapter 106. slaying the demon cultivator. The dazzling blue light caused everyone present to halt their movements, their gazes drawn toward the entrance. Gradually, figures began to materialize within the secret realm square, leaving the inhabitants of Falling Leaf Valley in a state of shock. The opening of the secret realm typically spanned a fortnight, yet it had barely been 10 days since its inception. How could the cultivators have been summoned forth so soon? It was not only the people of Falling Leaf Valley who were taken aback, but also those like Tianxing who had been transported from within the secret realm. What was happening? Were they engaged in training? Observing the traces of battle in the square, Tianxing initially assumed it was the disciples of Falling Leaf Valley practicing. However, upon noticing the blood trickling from the mouth of Luo Kanglin above the square, he recognized that something was amiss. Master Luo, what is going on? Tianxing inwudet, perpliet. Before Luo Kanglin could respond, Xing Kuan, upon seeing Tianxing's arrival, bellowed with fury, "You wretched beast! To dare slay my grandson, today shall be your demise." With that, Xing Kuan's spiritual energy surged around him, conjuring countless flames that coalesced into a massive fiery spear, which he hurled mercilessly at Tianxing. As the blazing spear, accompanied by a torrent of searing heat, hurtled toward him, Tianxing neither dodged nor flinched. He grasped the spear's shaft with remarkable precision. The flames instantly enveloped his hand. Yet Tianxing appeared utterly unfazed, his countenance instead reflecting a flicker of indignation. "When did I ever kill your grandson? Do not slander me with your baseless accusations." Tianxing glared at Xing Kuan, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. The attack was clearly intended to end his life. Had it not been for the fact that his upgraded mode was not yet activated, he might have perished beneath the spear's thrust. Xing Kuan, taken aback, felt a jolt of shock coursing through him. In his moment of rage upon encountering the supposed murderer of his grandson, he had unleashed his full strength without a second thought. Yet, he never anticipated that his most potent strike would be so effortlessly caught. The onlookers, too, widened their eyes in disbelief. It was well known that Xing Kuan was a late-stage void return cultivator, and the power behind his casual attack should have thrown a peer into disarray. Yet, the young man before them had caught it as easily as grasping a blade of grass. What was his origin? Those familiar with Tianxing were especially astonished, their mouths agape. They were aware that Tianxing was merely at the early stage of void return. How could he possibly withstand an assault from a late-stage cultivator? Only those who had just exited the secret realm remained unfazed, rather reveling in Xing Kuan's predicament. After all, a demon king at the early stage of Great Ascension had fallen to Tianxing's sword. What could a mere late-stage void return cultivator possibly amount to? At that moment, Luo Kanglin, equally perplexed by Tianxing's extraordinary feat, realized that it was not the time for such inquiries and hastily cautioned, "Young friend Yi, he is Xing Kuan, the leader of the Crimson Flame sect, and Xing Yin is his grandson. You must exercise caution." Only then did Tianxing grasp the situation at hand. So, the figure in the black robe was also someone sent by the Crimson Flame sect? He indicated toward the dark-cloaked demonic cultivator, directing his gaze back to Luo Kanglin. Luo Kanglin was uncertain of Tianxing's intentions, yet he still nodded gravely, acknowledging, "This individual is a demon cultivator." However, before Luo Kanglin could finish his sentence, Tianxing, having confirmed the identity, hurled the spirit flame spear he grasped in one hand towards the cloaked demon cultivator. The demon cultivator had no opportunity to react before the fiery spear pierced through his chest. He did not even have time to let out a scream. His body was consumed by the searing flames, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Everyone present was left in utter astonishment by this sudden turn of events. They could hardly believe that Tianxing not only effortlessly caught Xing Kuan's full force strike, but also swiftly utilized the formidable spear against the demon cultivator, resulting in a single fatal blow. How could a being of the tribulation stage perish so easily? The onlookers struggled to accept the reality before their eyes. Xing Kuan's pupils constricted in terror and disbelief. He never imagined that the demon cultivator he had summoned would be annihilated by Tianxing's strike. Meanwhile, after dispatching the demon cultivator, Tianxing did not relent. He directed a punch towards Xing Kuan from afar. His fist surged with spirit energy, which instantly morphed into a vividly lifelike five-clawed golden dragon. With a roar that resonated with cataclysmic power, the dragon lunged ferociously at Xing Kuan. Xing Kuan was instantly struck with dread, hastily summoning all his spirit energy for defense, but it was all in vain. The five-clawed golden dragon effortlessly tore through his defenses, crashing into his chest with tremendous force. The impact was overwhelming. Xing Kuan felt an excruciating pain, as if his very organs had been shattered. His eyes widened in disbelief and fear, consumed by the realization that the cultivator who had slain his grandson was far more formidable than he had ever anticipated. However, it was too late for regrets. He had already succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. At the moment of Xing Kuan's demise, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Tianxing's overwhelming prowess left every witness speechless, with some cultivators even forgetting to breathe. To eliminate both a late-stage returning void cultivator and a mid-stage tribulation cultivator in an instant required an extraordinary level of strength. Only then did Tianxing exhale a sigh of relief. His urgency to eliminate the two had stemmed from the impending end of the overlevel mode, prompting him to resolve the threats swiftly. Fortunately, after defeating Xing Kuan, the overlevel mode's duration concluded and the crisis was averted. Young friend Yi, how did you accomplish this? Luo Kanglin, regaining his composure, approached Tianxing, his eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. He could scarcely fathom the events that had transpired. It was beyond his comprehension. It is merely a stroke of luck that I succeeded in my ambush, nothing more. Tianxing could find no compelling rationale to justify his actions and thus began to speak nonsense again. He certainly could not disclose the existence of a system. Could he? Luo Kanglin, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of Tianxing's explanation. Yet, he recognized that everyone harbors their own secrets. If Tianxing was reluctant to share, he would not press the matter further. Young friend Yi, you have accomplished a remarkable feat. Not only did you eliminate Xing Kuan, who sought to join the Black Lotus sect, but you also dealt with that dark-robed demon cultivator. Truly, your prowess is impressive, Luo Kanglin remarked with admiration. Black Lotus sect? Demon cultivators? Were those? Tianxing inquired, his expression one of confusion as he looked towards Luo Kanglin. Chapter 107. The Black Lotus Sect. Seeing that Tianxing had never heard of demon cultivators or the Black Lotus sect, Luo Kanglin proceeded to elucidate. The Black Lotus sect was originally a second-rate force in the central region. Several millennia ago, the newly appointed leader of the Black Lotus sect, obsessed with martial arts, devoted himself to studying various ancient texts and fragments in the hopes of forging an extraordinary technique. After countless failures and attempts, he indeed created a unique martial art of his own. Once revealed to the world, this technique exhibited astonishing power, enabling the disciples of the Black Lotus sect to triumph repeatedly in competitions and conflicts, leading to the sect's rapid ascendance to prominence within a mere few centuries, ultimately becoming the foremost power in the central region. However, the leader of the Black Lotus sect was not content with this success. Realizing that different species, particularly the demon race, also required cultivation, he sought to integrate the advantages of demon techniques into his own, aspiring to forge an even more formidable existence. Thus, he dedicated several centuries to capturing demons and researching their martial arts. In the end, he succeeded in creating a technique capable of transcending levels in combat. Yet, this technique bore significant drawbacks due to its incorporation of elements from demon martial arts. Those who cultivated it were compelled to continually draw upon human blood to sustain their lives. As the number of followers grew, so did their ravenous demands, and their heinous acts soon came to light. By the time the major forces of the central region recognized the Black Lotus sect's sinister activities, it had already burgeoned into a formidable entity difficult to uproot. Thus began the era when the disciples and followers of the Black Lotus sect were collectively labeled as demon cultivators. In a bid to eradicate this threat to humanity, the major powers of the central region united, even enlisting the aid of several factions from the Central Plains. After a brutal and devastating battle, the Black Lotus sect suffered a grave setback, nearly facing annihilation. However, the sect leader, possessing formidable cultivation and the self-created demonic arts, ultimately managed to escape with a remnant of his followers. Over the years, the Black Lotus sect has continued to develop in the shadows, occasionally engaging in minor skirmishes, maintaining a persistent friction with various major forces, rendering it an exceedingly troublesome faction. Upon hearing this, Tianxing's brow furrowed deeply. He had assumed that only the techniques granted by his system could transcend levels. He was astonished to learn that such exceptional talents existed in this world, capable of merging the martial arts of both humans and demons. As Tianxing indulged in his chaotic thoughts, Luo Kanglin spoke again. Young friend Yi, Although you have slain the demonic cultivator and eliminated a significant menace for the Tianyuan continent, it is prudent to exercise caution in the future. The disciples and followers of the Black Lotus sect, particularly those above the tribulation stage, have cultivated a unique sensing technique. The aura of the mid-tribulation stage demonic cultivator you vanquished will linger upon you, leaving a distinctive mark of demonic energy. Should other demonic cultivators of the tribulation stage or higher detect this, they will undoubtedly trace you by this scent. Upon hearing this, Tianxing furrowed his brows even tighter. With the matters concerning the demon clan unresolved, now he had the added concern of the Black Lotus sect. Ever since being compelled by the system to cultivate, trouble seemed to multiply, much to his chagrin. However, he was grateful for Luo Kanglin's warning, as it afforded him the opportunity to prepare in advance. "Thank you, Senior Luo," Tianxing said, slightly bowing in gratitude. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the Foundation establishment cultivators emerging from the secret realm quietly reported the events that transpired within to the leaders of their respective factions. Upon learning that Tianxing possessed the strength to slay a nascent demonic king, astonished expressions overtook the faces of the leaders. The nascent stage denotes those who have traversed the tribulation, serving as a gateway to becoming immortals. They had never anticipated witnessing such a cultivator in their lifetime. No wonder the peak master Yi could vanquish the demonic cultivator with a single strike. It seems he had been concealing his true prowess. Indeed, we all thought that peak master Yi was merely at the initial stage of the void return. And as for the Yi clan, we had greatly underestimated them. I had assumed the existence of a demonic king was merely a fabrication to enhance their reputation. The strength of the Yi clan is indeed formidable. How else could they have safeguarded the borders of Yi continent for millennia? Thus, it seems we ought to express our gratitude to the Yi clan for their enduring protection, which has prevented the demon clan from infiltrating the Tianyuan continent. At this moment, the leaders of various factions were brimming with thoughts. With a singular notion occupying their minds, they must not offend the Yi clan. This was partly due to Yi Tianxing's ability to obliterate a demonic king. Who knows what other formidable beings the Yi clan might harbor? Moreover, the Yi clan has contributed so much to the Tianyuan continent. It would be unwise to harbor any contempt towards them. Simultaneously, Yi Tianxing and Luo Kanglin had almost concluded their discussion. By the way, young friend Yi, the secret realm is set to remain open for half a month, and one cannot be transported out before that time. How is it that you managed to exit prematurely? After discussing the Black Lotus sect, Luo Kanglin voiced his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxing's gaze began to waver, a hint of anxiety creeping into his heart. Ever since the emergence of the immortal secret realm, it had been under the guardianship of the Falling Leaf Valley. Even though the Falling Leaf Valley permitted other cultivators to enter, there was always an underlying sentiment that the secret realm belonged to them. If Luo Kanglin were to discover that he had emptied the secret realm, who could tell whether their relationship would sour on the spot? Moreover, having already utilized the advanced mode today, should a conflict arise, I would not stand chance. Contemplating this, Yi Tianxing immediately put on an act. Lord of the Valley, the demon race has become brazen, wreaking havoc in my Yi province. I can no longer squander time here. Since we have exited the secret realm, we shall take our leave. Yi Tianxing expressed his urgency with a sincere demeanor. After saying this, he disregarded Luo Kanglin's reaction and, with a grand gesture, led the people of Yi province into the skies. Watching the retreating figures of Yi Tianxing and his companions, Luo Kanglin smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, the members of the Yi clan remain devoted to guarding the borders, and this young friend Yi is particularly admirable for his noble intentions to resist the demon race. Stroking his beard, Luo Kanglin felt an even deeper fondness for Yi Tianxing. Valley Master, the secret realm is likely rendered useless now. At that moment, a disciple of Loya Valley, who had entered the secret realm, approached Luo Kanglin, his face marked by helplessness and despair. What do you mean by rendered useless? As a disciple of Loya Valley, one should not display such a countenance, even if returning empty-handed. What kind of talk is this? Luo Kanglin initially assumed the disciple was dejected for returning with nothing and couldn't help but scold him. The disciple, seeing the Valley Master's reaction, quickly clarified, "Master, that is not my intent. The secret realm has been completely emptied by Lord Yi, who has generously distributed numerous techniques and elixirs among the people of Yi province. Furthermore, the immortal inheritance has been acquired by Lu Qingyu of the Lu family in Yi province. Now, within the secret realm, there remains nothing but a few spiritual herbs." Upon hearing this, Luo Kanglin froze in place. After a long pause, he finally reacted. What did you say? The secret realm has been emptied? And all of it distributed to the people of Yi province? You obtain nothing? Luo Kanglin, agitated, seized the disciple by the collar, his eyes bloodshot, nearly shouting in disbelief. The disciple, pale as a ghost, nodded in confirmation. Even with the disciple's affirmation, Luo Kanglin still struggled to believe it, turning his red-rimmed eyes towards the other disciples who had emerged from the secret realm. Those disciples averted their gazes, not daring to meet Luo Kanglin's eyes. Yet their meaning was unmistakable. At this point, Luo Kanglin could no longer deny the truth. He finally understood why Yi Tianxing had shown a fleeting look of evasion when questioned about their premature exit from the secret realm. Yi Tianxing, how dare you? Luo Kanglin cursed vehemently in the direction where Yi Tianxing had departed. After guarding the immortal secret realm for so long, to end up with nothing. Who could endure such a fate? However, Yi Tianxing had long since whisked away the people of Yi province, and no amount of cursing would alter the outcome. Chapter 108. Who dares to harm my woman will face consequences. Time flew by swiftly, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Tianxing and his companions returned to the borders of Yi province. Lord Yi, I am grateful for your rescue of my disciple from the sword sect in the secret realm. It has been a while since I returned to the sect, and I have matters to attend to. Once I have resolved them, I will personally come to express my gratitude. The esteemed leader of the Divine Sword sect, Ling Yu, clasped his fists in greeting to Yi Tianxing. Very well. Until we meet again, Yi Tianxing responded with a smile. Not only the Divine Sword sect, but numerous other factions from Yezhou also bid farewell to Yi Tianxing, eager to report the occurrences within the secret realm to their respective powers. Meanwhile, a portion of the cultivators did not rush to depart. Since their paths coincided with Yi Tianxing's, and given the splendid opportunity to forge connections, they were reluctant to leave so soon. Yi Peak Master, you have visited the Spirit Herb Pavilion before. Why not spend a few days at my pavilion before returning to the Yi clan? Inquired Gui Chen, the head of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, with a warm smile. Yet, before Yi Tianxing could respond, other factions hastened to extend their invitations. Yi Peak Master, come to my refining hall. We have recently crafted a new batch of magical artifacts. Feel free to choose any, as a token of gratitude for saving my disciple. Yi Peak Master, do visit my 10,000 Methods Tower. We possess a vast array of manuals and techniques. If you honor us with your presence, you may borrow them freely, or rather, I insist on gifting them to you. Yi Tianxing surveyed the fervent leaders surrounding him, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had little interest in such offers. He would rather indulge in some delectable food. At that moment, Lu Qingyu approached his side. Why not come to my Lu family for a visit? If it weren't for you, I would not have received my master's legacy. Yi Tianxing glanced at Lu Qingyu and smirked. The refining hall and 10,000 Methods Tower know to entice me with tangible offerings, yet you merely speak empty words? Are you suggesting that I accompany you to the Lu family with the ulterior motive of offering yourself? If that is indeed the case, I might consider it. Lu Qingyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, You scoundrel! It was you who called off the engagement. What do you mean by saying such things now? With that, she turned away and continued her flight. Yi Tianxing stood momentarily stunned. Although he had contemplated withdrawing from the engagement, it was Lu's family that had originally proposed it. Why, then, was Lu Qingyu so flustered? Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qingyu was not truly angry. She merely believed that any intimate relations should commence after marriage, thus feeling shy about addressing the matter directly. As the group continued their journey, many factions, nearing their territories, resumed their relentless invitations to Yi Tianxing, which became quite tiresome for him. I appreciate your kindness, but I am genuinely uninterested. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, how about treating me to a meal in Tianwu City? I have sampled the spirit beast meat there, and it was quite delightful. With that, Yi Tianxing increased his speed, swiftly heading towards Tianwu City. The others, seeing this, hurried to catch up. However, even without activating his advance mode, Yi Tianxing was at the early stage of the Void Return Realm, making it impossible for the others to keep pace. They could only watch helplessly as his figure grew smaller in the distance. Ultimately, Yi Tianxing could no longer endure their enthusiastic invitations and chose to escape. He indeed felt a yearning for the spirit beast meat he had relished in Tianwu City, and now that he was not far from it, he longed to indulge in that delight once more. Soon, Yi Tianxing arrived at Tianwu City. However, no sooner had he touched down than he heard a familiar voice. Dare to touch my woman. Are you seeking death? Upon hearing this voice, Tianxing, even with the crowd obstructing his view, instantly recognized its owner and couldn't help but chuckle. The voice belonged to none other than Chen Zhuang, the young master of the Chen Family Trading Association, and the woman he referred to was undoubtedly Wei Ruyan. This marked Tianxing's third unexpected encounter with Chen Zhuang, and each time, he uttered the same line. It would be difficult for anyone to misrecognize that voice. Nonetheless, Tianxing was curious about the reason behind this confrontation, so he pushed his way through the throng. Upon emerging from the crowd, he beheld Chen Zhuang, his eyes wide with fury, resembling an enraged bull, standing protectively in front of Wei Ruyan. Before them stood 3 cultivators, the leader being an elderly man whose mid-stage golden core aura was evident, while the 2 behind him were the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Rotund fellow, can you not change your script for once? Every time you say dare to touch your woman, are you seeking death? Yet there are always those who dare to do so. Your words carry no weight. Tianxing laughed as he approached Chen Zhuang, not halting his steps. Although he was not particularly close to Chen Zhuang, he held a certain respect for his character and thus did not believe Chen Zhuang had instigated this altercation with the 3 cultivators. Of course, that was not Tianxing's primary concern. What truly mattered was that Chen Zhuang was the young master of the Chen Family Trading Association, and Tianxing had a fondness for gold. Fostering a good relationship could yield financial rewards. Currently, the gold in his storage ring had been a gift from Chen Zhuang. Upon seeing Tianxing, Chen Zhuang seized the opportunity as if clinging to a lifeline, exclaiming, "Brother, this old man is the newly appointed lord of Tianwu City. He has taken a fancy to Ruyan and insists that she is too beautiful to be human, suspecting her to be of the demon race. He intends to take her back to the lord's manor for inspection. But I am a man too. How could I not know his intentions? Brother, help me deal with him. I will give you gold." Upon hearing the mention of gold, Tianxing's eyes gleamed with excitement. While he was indifferent to martial arts techniques and medicinal pills, thanks to the system, gold was an entirely different matter. It was visually pleasing and could procure sustenance. It is worth noting that this was not to imply that Tianxing, with his current strength, could not acquire gold. Rather, he lacked the proper connections. It was akin to a highly skilled martial artist on Blue Star who possesses great abilities yet has no idea where to apply for a job. What good is that? Moreover, when there is a wealthy individual in front of you who requires your assistance, would you truly go to the trouble of seeking other avenues? Old man, dare to touch my friend? Are you seeking death? Tianxing imitated Chen Zhuang's tone and bellowed at the elderly man before him. Chapter 109. A visitor from the Artifact Refining Hall. Dear young one, I am Tao Jin, the lord of Tianwu City. Recently, there have been frequent appearances of the demon race in Yezhou, a fact you are likely aware of. This woman possesses an extraordinary beauty, and I suspect she may be of the demon lineage. It is understandable that you, not being a cultivator, may not grasp the terrifying nature of these beings. But I implore you to refrain from interfering in this matter to avoid bringing calamity upon yourself. The elder did not show anger. Instead, a seemingly genial smile adorned his face, yet the undertone of threat was palpable to any discerning observer. Being newly appointed as the city lord, and surrounded by onlookers, he was wary of acting rashly, for such a display could paint him as reckless in the eyes of the populace. Had the vicinity been devoid of witnesses, he would have seized the opportunity to act more forcibly. In response, Tianxing could not suppress a derisive laugh. You a lord? You seem more akin to a dung collector. Are you truly attempting to deceive me? Your age suggests that your capabilities have long since waned. I offer you a chance. Depart now, and I shall pretend I never saw you. Otherwise, I hold no reservations about orchestrating the appointment of a new city lord. While most cultivators may struggle to discern the demon race transformed into human form, they can certainly identify the presence of spiritual cultivation. A demon, having merged with humanity, would undoubtedly possess some degree of cultivation. However, Wei Ruyan exhibited not even a trace of spiritual energy, thus it was inconceivable for her to be a demon. This led Tianxing to conclude that Tao Jin was merely coveting Wei Ruyan's beauty, seeking to concoct a clumsy excuse to abduct her to the lord's residence. Young man, to insult the city lord is tantamount to courting death. One of Tao Jin's guards, incensed by Tianxing's audacity, stepped forward, intent on reprimanding him. In the next instant, bang, the guard was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Tao Jin, witnessing the effortless defeat of his foundational guard, was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of anger directed at Tianxing. I did not realize my oversight. It appears you are indeed a cultivator. But do you not fear incurring the wrath of my entire lord's residence? Lacking insight into Yi Tianxing's cultivation level, he resorted to threatening him with the might of the lord's residence. To oppose the lord's residence? A mocking smile graced Yi Tianxing's face. In broad daylight, you attempt to abduct a common woman. On that basis alone, do you truly believe your lord's residence is worthy of being my adversary? Very well. Excellent. Tao Jin, instead of seething in anger, laughed, repeating his approval. He then crushed a jade pendant retrieved from his storage space. He refrained from launching a direct attack for two reasons. Firstly, he could not ascertain Yi Tianxing's level of cultivation. Secondly, he had not clearly seen how Yi Tianxing had struck down his guard. Recognizing these factors, Tao Jin understood he might not be a match and decisively chose to withdraw. Observing this, Chun Zhuang hastily leaned in to whisper to Yi Tianxing, "Brother, we are within the influence of the refining hall. And this old fellow is the brother of Tao Ming, one of the three elders of the refining hall. Are you capable of handling this?" While he held confidence in Yi Tianxing's capabilities and status, the affiliation with the refining hall compelled him to offer a word of caution. The Yi clan has long been embroiled in conflicts with the demon clan along the borders of Yi province, resulting in the consumption of countless magical artifacts. It is well known that the Artifact Refining Hall, a faction dedicated to the crafting of such treasures, generously bestows numerous artifacts upon the Yi clan each month. Due to this, Chun Zhuang harbors concerns that if Yi Tianxing were to clash with the Artifact Refining Hall, it might create a rift between the Yi clan and the hall, leaving the Yi clan without the vital artifacts necessary to defend against the demon clan. Should such a scenario unfold, he would undoubtedly be deemed a traitor of Yi province, as the members of the Yi clan wield these artifacts solely for protection against their adversaries. However, Yi Tianxing has never been involved in clan affairs and remains oblivious to these dynamics, mistakenly perceiving Chun Zhuang's concerns as a challenge to his own capabilities. "You underestimate me far too much. Do not speak of the Artifact Refining Hall. Even if it were a hall of porridge, I could handle it for you," Yi Tianxing confidently declared, driven by his ambition for gold. Tao Yin, overhearing their exchange, could not suppress a derisive smirk but chose to remain silent. He was no fool. With his elder brother yet to arrive, provoking an unknown cultivator was hardly a wise decision. Tianwu City lies within the sphere of influence of the Artifact Refining Hall, which is not far away, so it was not long before someone from the hall arrived. The newcomer, clad in a black robe retaining traces of spiritual energy, was evidently a magical artifact and bore a striking resemblance to Tao Yin. It was clear without the need for speculation that the visitor was Tao Yin's elder brother, Tao Ming, the third elder of the Artifact Refining Hall. "Younger brother, did I not instruct you that unless you detect the presence of demons, you are not to disturb my refining? Who permitted you to recklessly use the jade pendant?" Tao Ming landed beside Tao Yin, his countenance revealing impatience upon sensing no trace of demonic energy in the vicinity. Seeing Tao Ming, Tao Yin felt a sense of security and quickly embellished the tale. "Elder brother, it's not that I sought you out. It's just that this brat here, I know not from where he came, has not only insulted the Artifact Refining Hall by calling a hall of porridge, but has also injured someone from the City Lord's mansion. I had no choice but to summon you." With that, Tao Yin cast a provocative glance at Yi Tianxing. He might not be a match for Yi Tianxing in his mid-stage golden core, yet his elder brother was a bona fide initial stage nascent soul. He was confident that together they could subdue the impudent young man before them. Upon hearing this, Tao Ming redirected his gaze towards Yi Tianxing. When he realized he could not ascertain Yi Tianxing's cultivation level, surprise flickered across his face. Tao Yin could not possibly be lying, which indicated that this young man possessed some means of concealing his true strength. "Young man, regardless of who you are, daring to cause a ruckus within the territory of my artifact, Refining Hall, suggests you do not regard us with due respect." Tao Ming glared intently at Yi Tianxing, releasing the palpable pressure of his initial stage nascent soul cultivation. The surrounding air seemed to solidify under this oppressive force, causing the onlookers to retreat in fear. Yi Tianxing stepped forward, shielding Chun Zhuang and his spouse, and calmly responded, "Then why do you not inquire what your dear brother has done?" Tao Ming, taken aback by Yi Tianxing's immunity to his pressure, felt a stir of astonishment within him. Upon hearing Yi Tianxing's words, Tao Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow. What does the second brother mean by that? Speak the truth to me. What exactly is going on? He turned to Tao Jin, his gaze imbued with inquiry. He sensed that the young man before him possessed extraordinary strength. Such individuals would not instigate trouble without reason, indicating that Tao Jin must have done something amiss. Brother, you are aware that I have just assumed the position of Lord of Tianwu City, and I am eager to contribute to Yizhou. This woman possesses an otherworldly beauty, which led me to suspect she might be of the demon race, Tao Jin asserted, pointing at Wei Ruyan, having prepared this excuse in advance. He continued, however, upon reflection, I realize I may have been too hasty. This woman lacks cultivation and should not be considered a demon. Yet, the fact remains that this young man has injured my guard. You cannot overlook his actions due to my error. Upon learning the circumstances, Tao Ming cast a disapproving glance at Tao Jin. My dear friend, this is merely a misunderstanding. Shall we not let this matter rest? I shall refrain from pursuing the incident regarding the injury of the Lord's guards. Tao Ming retracted his imposing presence, expressing sincere regret towards Tianxing. He was well aware of Tao Jin's character. It was evident that his younger brother had taken a liking to the stunning beauty before them. However, the young man's ability to disregard his aura indicated he was not to be trifled with. It would be prudent to de-escalate the situation. Yet, Tianxing was unyielding, scoffing disdainfully. A misunderstanding? Had I arrived a moment later, my friend's beloved would have been dishonored. Is it not a tad too late to speak of misunderstandings? Young man, do not mistake courtesy for weakness. Tianwu City is the territory of my refining hall. Do you truly believe I would fear you? Tao Ming retorted with a cold snort, once again unleashing his oppressive force. He could not discern Tianxing's cultivation level and had initially considered letting the matter slide. However, seeing Tianxing's defiant stance made it clear that this issue could not be resolved amicably. Thus he prepared for confrontation. In Tao Ming's estimation, the ability to withstand his pressure indicated that Tianxing's cultivation was on par with his own. Yet, the youth appeared so young, he doubted he would be defeated, believing it would merely take some time. This time, Tao Ming unleashed his full might, causing the surrounding populace to retreat several dozen meters, unable to bear the intensity of the aura. Meanwhile, Tianxing remained undeterred, his white robe billowing in the wind created by the oppressive force. You two old fellows, I initially considered showing respect to your refining hall, but it seems that courtesy is unnecessary now. With that, Tianxing too released his own formidable pressure. Not long ago, the master of the refining hall had invited him as a guest. He had refrained from taking action with the intent of resolving matters once the master arrived. However, he soon realized that the brothers were cut from the same cloth. Despite knowing Tao Jin was in the wrong, the elder brother insisted on shielding him. Hence, Tianxing felt no obligation to hold back. The pressure he exuded surged forth like a torrential flood, overwhelming and engulfing the oppressive aura released by Tao Ming in an instant. The Tao brothers, Tao Ming and Tao Jin, were overwhelmed by an irresistible force that surged from all directions, leaving them breathless. In the next moment, with a thud, both of them succumbed to the terrifying pressure, their knees buckling as they knelt upon the ground. How could this be possible? As they collapsed, their faces were instantly etched with fear and disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that the seemingly youthful cultivator before them possessed such formidable strength, capable of subduing them merely through his oppressive aura. What was even more terrifying was the fact that, despite the overwhelming pressure he exuded, they could not discern the depth of his cultivation. This situation utterly shattered their comprehension. It is well known that regardless of how adept a cultivator might be at concealing their true power, the release of their aura would invariably reveal their approximate realm. Yet now, facing Tianxing's oppressive force felt akin to confronting an unfathomable ocean, leaving them utterly bewildered. A profound fear surged within Tao Ming as he mentally chastised Tao Jin. Why provoke someone so terrifying? Tao Jin, trembling on the ground, dared not utter a sound, having lost all semblance of his previous bravado. I am the third elder of the refining hall. You cannot harm us, or the refining hall will not let you off lightly. Despite the terror evident on his face, Tao Ming's voice carried a clear threat. Indeed, my elder brother is the third elder of the refining hall, and I am his brother. You cannot touch us. Furthermore, the refining hall has a strong relationship with the Yi clan. Should you dare to act against us, the Yi clan will not spare you. Tao Jin echoed, even invoking the name of the Yi clan to intimidate Tianxing. At that moment, a group of cultivators suddenly descended from the skies above Tianwu City, accompanied by sounds of heated argument. I have stated that Tianwu City is the territory of my refining hall. If there are to be guests, it shall be my invitation. What do you mean by your territory? The Wanfa Tower is not far from Tianwu City. Do you believe I want to seize it right now? If you too wish to dispute territory, do so elsewhere. Master Yi saved my disciple, and this meal must be on me. What are you even worth? If there is to be an invitation, it shall be mine. Step aside. This meal today is certainly on me. As these cultivators landed in the streets of Tianwu City, the citizens finally grasped the nature of the dispute. These cultivators were none other than those who had returned with Yi Tianxing from Liya Valley. Upon learning that Yi Tianxing intended to dine on spirit beast meat in Tianwu City, they all vied for the honor of hosting him, eager to leave a favorable impression. Among them, the most vociferous and boisterous was Wei Xiang, the leader of the refining hall, since Tianwu City lay within the domain of his influence. Hearing Wei Xiang's voice from a distance, Tao Ming, who had been stricken with fear, suddenly transformed his expression to one of elation. You are finished. The leader of my refining hall is at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Let us see how you will be arrogant now. After speaking, Tao Ming shouted towards Wei Xiang, Master, save me. Wei Xiang, who was still embroiled in a heated argument with several team leaders, was momentarily taken aback by Tao Ming's voice. Following the sound, he approached with a puzzled expression. As he navigated through the crowd, he finally laid eyes on the two brothers kneeling on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Wei Xiang was instantly engulfed in fury. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to act against him on his own turf, particularly targeting the third elder of his refiner's hall. Who would dare to wreak havoc in my domain? However, just as Wei Xiang was about to express his outrage, he turned and caught sight of Yi Tianxing standing opposite Tao Ming. Master Yi, what brings you here? Aren't you at the tavern? Wei Xiang found himself momentarily speechless, as if someone had clutched his throat, forcing back the foul words that threatened to escape. These two old fools are your men. You decide how to handle them. He said, the younger brother of the third elder of your refiner's hall has been coveting my friend. Yi Tianxing began to recount the events that had transpired. Upon hearing Wei Xiang refer to the young man before them as Master Yi, the Tao brothers felt as if the ground had shifted beneath them, and their fears surged like an uncontrollable flood. The only person who could command such respect from Wei Xiang and be addressed as Master Yi was none other than Yi Tianxing, the Lord of Tianxing Peak, notorious for slaying a great demon with a single sword strike. The brothers' faces drained of color at the realization that they had offended the youngest cultivator of the transformation realm in Yi Prefecture. Their earlier attempt to leverage the Yi clan as a threat against Yi Tianxing now seemed like the most absurd joke they could ever conceive. Beast, truly a beast. Wei Xiang exclaimed, his anger palpable. I thought to assist you because he is your brother, even making him the lord of Tianwu City. Do you think you are worthy of my goodwill? Upon learning the truth, Wei Xiang's chest heaved with rage, and he delivered a forceful kick to Tao Ming's dantian. Chopter stoye denashche, mukshinks. Poof! Tao Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as the spiritual energy within his dantian instantly dissipated, rendering him powerless. Third elder, you have aided the wicked. I shall strip you of your powers. Do you submit? Wei Xiang looked down at Tao Ming, his eyes ablaze with fury. I submit. Tao Ming replied, sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, his voice trembling with fear. Though his cultivation had been destroyed, he was at least thankful to have salvaged his life and dared not utter another word. Meanwhile, Tao Jin was paralyzed with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Master Yi, this is Tao Jin, Tao Ming's brother, and he does not belong to my refiner's hall. How should we proceed? Wei Xiang, who had been glaring at Tao Ming just moments before, now turned with a smile to Yi Tianxing. Mr. Chun, please, what do you suggest we do? Yi Tianxing passed the decision to Chen Zhuang. Brother, he dared to lay a hand on my woman. I want him dead. Chen Zhuang blurted out without a second thought. I was wrong. Upon hearing this, Tao Jin's trembling form froze instantly, and he desperately sought to plead for mercy. However, Yi Tianxing did not afford him the opportunity. Before Tao Jin could finish his words, he was struck by a surge of spiritual power from Yi Tianxing and met his demise. Observing this, Tao Ming was left in a state of confusion. Whether from fear or due to the injuries sustained from his shattered dantian, he fainted on the spot. Ding! Detection indicates that Yi Lingchuan is in peril in Qingzhou. The host is requested to provide immediate assistance. Completion of the task may yield rewards. Upon hearing this sudden system notification, Yi Tianxing was momentarily taken aback, but soon a wave of murderous intent surged within him, and his aura turned chillingly frigid. Yi Lingchuan had been responsible for Yi Tianxing's every need since his youth. Though it was his duty for Yi Tianxing, he was undoubtedly one of the closest individuals in this world. Now, upon learning of Yi Lingchuan's danger, Yi Tianxing's murderous intent seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Everyone present was oblivious to the circumstances greatly intimidated by Yi Tianxing's demeanor. Master, what has happened? Sunyanyan brabli Wayif. I must journey to Qingzhou. You and Ling'er should return to Tianxing Peak, he instructed, and with that, Yi Tianxing vanished from sight. What has happened to the sect leader? Why such overwhelming murderous intent? I do not know. Everything was fine just moments ago. What could have caused such a transformation after taking a life? It was not like this at the Falling Leaves Valley, others speculated. Meanwhile, Yi Yuchen's brow furrowed in concern. Not long ago, Elder Ling Chuan had accompanied the Grand Elder of Yunxiao sect to Qingzhou. Now, that Yi Tianxing mentioned heading there, it seemed likely that Elder Ling Chuan was in some form of peril. While the crowd's thoughts ran rampant, Yi Tianxing had already departed from Yi Continent. Old Deng, should you perish, do not blame me for pouring all the cleansing elixir into the hot springs. Yi Tianxing thought as he stowed away his map and soared toward Qingzhou at full speed. In the southern region of Qingzhou, at the Qinjin sect, a prestigious sect renowned within Qingzhou, the disciples were well-versed in various formations, securing their foothold through the might of these arrays. At this moment, the sect was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and imminent danger. The protective array and defensive formations of Qinjin sect were activated to their fullest extent, radiant beams intertwining to create a colossal cocoon of light that fortified the sect. Inside, all disciples were on high alert. The younger disciples, under the guidance of their senior brothers and sisters, hurriedly traversed the premises, maintaining the operation of the formations. Their hands moved swiftly to form seals, sweat beading on their foreheads, yet they persevered, fervently channeling spiritual energy into the arrays. Those adept at offense stood ready behind the energy barrier, gripping their magical artifacts, eyes fixed on the approaching demon horde, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. The lesser demons surged like a relentless tide, fiercely assaulting the defenses of Qinjin sect. Additionally, several mid-phase transformation demons relentlessly battered the formations, causing the sect's defenses to teeter on the brink of collapse. Miss Mu, the protective formation is on the brink of collapse. You must seize the chaos and leave swiftly. An elderly man clad in blue, named Mo Yuchen, the esteemed leader of the Qinjin sect, spoke gravely as he observed the faltering array. Beside him stood a woman, his guest, named Mu Qingxue. The purpose of her visit was to exchange insights on array techniques. But the sudden onslaught of the demon clan had thrust Mu Qingxue into peril. Master Mo, you are merely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. How can you withstand such a multitude of formidable demons? Given the current circumstances, my remaining here is for the best, Mu Qingxue replied, her brows knitted tightly, her words as resolute as ice shards. Miss Mu, you must not. You have traveled from Central State to be here. Should you fall into danger, I would never forgive myself, Mo Yuchen urged, sensing her reluctance to depart. Mu Qingxue's lips parted slightly, her voice cold and firm. There is no need for further persuasion. Master Mo, as long as I am present today, I shall not turn a blind eye to this crisis. Moreover, there are only 3 major demons outside, all at the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. I alone can handle them, so you need not worry. Just as Mo Yuchen opened his mouth to speak again, the formation erupted with a thunderous roar, its brilliance extinguished, shattered beyond repair. The demon clan surged in like a tidal wave, flooding the Qinjin sect. With an icy demeanor, Mu Qingxue unleashed a powerful aura of the late transformation god stage, a longsword materializing in her hand, glimmering with a chilling light. Recognizing her unwavering resolve, Mo Yuchen ceased his attempts to dissuade her and swiftly organized his disciples to confront the encroaching threat. The disciples of the Qinjin sect, adhering to their learned formations, coordinated their efforts and engaged in fierce combat with the invading lesser demons. In an instant, magical artifacts illuminated the battlefield, and the sounds of clashing and battle cries filled the air. Without further ado, Mu Qingxue advanced, sword drawn, towards the rat-headed demon. The creature opened its maw, exhaling a noxious black mist in an attempt to engulf her. Yet, Mu Qingxue moved like lightning, deftly navigating through the toxic haze, seizing the opportune moment to thrust her sword at the rat-headed demon. The demon twisted its body to evade her strike, barely escaping. Simultaneously, the tiger demon and leopard demon flanked her from either side. The tiger-headed demon swung its claws, unleashing several slicing wind blades towards Mu Qingxue. The leopard-headed demon transformed into a shadow, its speed remarkable as it aimed its sharp claws at her back. However, Mu Qingxue remained unperturbed. She countered with a swift stroke of her sword, forcing the leopard demon to retreat, while sidestepping the wind blades and releasing her spiritual energy to repel the surrounding lesser demons. Her ability to hold off the three major demons significantly alleviated the pressure on the disciples of the Xianxia sect. Utilizing their formations, they gradually gained the upper hand in their battles with the lesser demons, initiating a systematic counterattack that drove the lesser demons back, step by step. Chapter 112. It seems I'm becoming infatuated. How infuriating. How did the Xianxia sect come to possess a cultivator at the late transformation god stage? The rat-headed demon, thwarted and furious, spat venom, its gaze fixed intently on Mu Qingxue. Mouse 9, stop wasting time. Eliminate her quickly. We still need to support the Cloud Sky sect. The tiger-headed demon bellowed impatiently, unwilling to squander time at the Xianxia sect. Mu Qingxue, being in the late stage of the transformation realm, had managed to repel the three great demons within a mere quarter of an hour. Bang, bang, bang. The trio of formidable beasts were successively pushed back, sustaining varying degrees of injury. However, Mu Qingxue, having engaged in relentless high-intensity combat, found her breath somewhat erratic, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. A golden opportunity. Just then, a sinister voice slithered into her ear from the side. Startled, Mu Qingxue swiftly turned her head. To her horror, a serpent-headed demon materialized, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of verdant spiritual energy, hurtling toward her with such swiftness that she barely had time to react. Thud! The green energy struck her squarely in the chest, forcing a mouthful of blood from her lips as she was sent spiraling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. The serpent-headed demon, undeterred by her fall, unleashed a barrage of green energy orbs, resembling a deadly meteor shower, relentlessly descending upon Mu Qingxue. Filled with despair, she closed her eyes, unable to evade the impending doom. She had never anticipated such treachery from the demon clan. This serpent-headed fiend, at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, resorted to a sneak attack. In that critical moment, a shadow darted in like a bolt of lightning, positioning itself protectively in front of Mu Qingxue. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted as the green orbs collided with the shadow's form. Who are you? The serpent-headed demon's slitted eyes brimmed with trepidation upon witnessing its lethal attack thwarted. The shadow, unperturbed by the demon, turned to cradle Mu Qingxue in its arms. The shadow was none other than Tianxing, who was merely passing by the Xianxia sect, initially intent on proceeding on his journey, for in his heart, Lingchuan held far greater significance than anyone else. However, upon beholding Mu Qingxue's visage, his heart skipped a beat. Her skin was as fair as snow, her brows like distant mountains, and though her exquisite eyes were squeezed shut in pain, they still radiated an icy demeanor that warded off any who dared approach. This aura was reminiscent of Lu Qingyu, yet Tianxing felt no such stirrings with her. Yet, in Mu Qingxue's presence, it was as if something deep within him had been gently stirred. So, it turns out I'm fond of the regal type. Tianxing murmured to himself as he gazed down at the tightly shut eyes of Mu Qingxue. At that moment, Mu Qingxue sensed her body being lifted, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she gradually opened her eyes. Upon realizing she was in the embrace of a man, a flush instantly graced her cheeks, and her eyes flickered with a blend of embarrassment and indignation. How does it feel? Mu Qingxue asked abruptly. Had she not known that this man had saved her, she would have slapped him without hesitation. Tianxing, regaining his composure, hastily set Mu Qingxue down. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Tianxing, in a state of panic, hastily apologized and retrieved an 8th grade elixir from his storage ring. This is a healing potion. Take it first and leave the rest to me. He pressed the elixir into Mu Qingxue's hand before turning his gaze toward the 4 formidable demons. Beasts are indeed beasts. They can never rise to prominence, even at the stage of divine transformation, still resorting to underhanded tactics. At this moment, Tianxing regained his composure. A chilling glint flickered in his eyes as dozens of spiritual swords suddenly emerged from his dantian. These swords, enveloped in tendrils of golden spiritual energy, shimmered radiantly as they circled above his head before darting forth like golden meteors towards the battlefield where the small demons clashed with the disciples of the Xianxia sect. The disciples of the Xianxia sect, engaged in a fierce struggle against the small demons, were taken aback by the arrival of these swords, uncertain of whether they were friend or foe. Just as confusion reigned, the spiritual swords surged into the throng of small demons like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. They danced and soared through the air, leaving behind a trail of anguished cries as the small demons fell to the ground. Each sword seemed to possess its own consciousness, deftly weaving through the ranks of demons and striking at their vital points with precision. The already disadvantaged demon race was thrown into disarray. The four great demons, witnessing the chaos, were filled with both astonishment and fury, yet none dared to make a move. The snake-headed demon, at the pinnacle of divine transformation, found even its most ferocious attacks effortlessly repelled by this human. Who would dare act recklessly? After a moment of contemplation, the snake-headed demon made a swift decision, producing a blood-red jade stone and shattering it without hesitation. Clearly, to withstand its full-force strike indicated that this human's cultivation was at least on par with its own. The only option left was to summon its leader's avatar. As the blood-red jade was crushed, a dense crimson light surged skyward, swirling and coalescing in midair. Before long, the bloodlight transformed into a towering figure exuding a terrifying aura. Mu Qingxue, initially bewildered by the intentions of the man who had saved her, found the gesture of gifting an 8th-grade elixir perplexing. Such generosity was rare even in the central continent. However, upon witnessing the fearsome figure emerging from the bloodlight, she quickly gathered her thoughts, swallowed the elixir, and positioned herself protectively in front of Tianxing. This is the demon race's leader, at least in the early stages of the Void Return Realm. I'll hold it off for you. You must escape, Mu Qingxue declared with a grave expression, her eyes radiating determination and resolve. In her view, if Tianxing had not come to her aid, he would never have been embroiled in this conflict between humans and demons. Therefore, she was resolute in ensuring his safety. Tianxing gazit at Muvingu, who stood before him, and warmth surged within him. It had been a long time since someone had shielded him so protectively, especially a captivating woman like her. It's all right. I can handle this, he replied, pulling Mu Qingxue behind him, his tone tinged with a hint of anxiety. It was the first time he had felt so nervous conversing with someone. It seemed he was becoming infatuated. Mu Qingxue, realizing her persuasion was futile, felt a flicker of anger in her beautiful eyes, intertwined with an even greater sense of concern. Meanwhile, the blood-red figure of the demon clan leader gradually took shape. Greetings, leader. The four formidable demons saluted. However, the demon leader paid them no heed, instead locking eyes with Tianxing. In that moment, both human and demon stood frozen in surprise. What brings you to Qingzhou? The demon leader exclaimed, eyes wide with shock and confusion. It had never anticipated encountering Tianxing in Qingzhou. Tianxing, equally bewildered, was astonished to find Niu Shisan here. He had always assumed that the demon clans were divided like the human factions, and thus did not perceive the demons of Qingzhou and those of Yezhou as allies. Yet, it was now evident that despite the vast distance of millions of miles, these two factions of demons shared a profound connection. How else could Niu Shisan, the demon leader from Yezhou, suddenly appear in Qingzhou? Chapter 113. The flustered Tianxing. Why can't I be here if you are? Regaining his composure, Tianxing retorted. The assembly, both demons and humans, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected exchange, astonished that Tianxing was acquainted with Niu Shisan and sensing an underlying tension between them. In this tense moment, Niu Shisan erupted in anger, cursing, "Damn you!" Without a second glance, he bolted, his speed so remarkable that his voice had scarcely faded before his figure soared into the air. Both humans and demons were left dumbfounded. The formidable leader of the demon clan, behaving like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, had just berated Tianxing and fled. What was happening? Even as a mere avatar, it possessed the strength of an early-stage void return. Surely it wouldn't run away? However, in the next instant, everyone realized the reason. Tianxing had vanished from his position, reappearing mid-air to intercept Niu Shisan. Sensing that Tianxing had seemingly grown stronger, Niu Shisan's pupils constricted sharply. Prior to this newfound strength, it had already struggled against his avatar. Now, with Tianxing's power amplified, an ominous premonition surged within him. Yet, as the demon clan leader, he could not easily display fear, forcing a facade of calm as he declared, "Get out of my way. Otherwise, when you encounter my true form, I shall ensure your dismemberment." An avatar's defeat would result in backlash against the true body, and having already suffered 2 setbacks at Tianxing's hands, he was unwilling to endure a third. "Bring your true self here if you dare," Yi Tianxing replied dismissively. Bastard. Niu San felt insulted, launching a punch at Yi Tianxing. With no escape possible, he saw no reason to hold back his aggression. Observing this, Yi Tianxing did not evade but retaliated with a punch of his own. In the fleeting moment of their fists colliding, ethereal manifestations of a dragon and a bull suddenly emerged, unleashing a terrifying wave of spiritual energy that surged outward from the two like a tumultuous tide. However, the Black Bull's illusion, belonging to Niu San, faltered and shattered within mere seconds, torn apart by the five-clawed golden dragon. Yi Tianxing, you shall pay for this. Niu San's voice erupted almost as a roar, and then his doppelganger transformed into countless starry specks, dissipating into the air. How could this be possible? The four formidable demons were engulfed by a storm of disbelief. Their demonic leader was in the late stage of the Void Return realm, even if it was merely a doppelganger. It possessed the strength of the early stage of the Void Return realm. Yet before this human youth, it couldn't withstand even a single punch. What cultivation level did this human possess? However, the four great demons could ponder no further, for Yi Tianxing's gaze had shifted towards them. Sensing the intensity of his stare, they were gripped by fear and instinctively turned to flee. Upon witnessing this, Yi Tianxing's will surged forth. In the next instant, the demon slayer sword shot forth from his dantian, transforming into a streak of radiant light, aimed directly at the four great demons. Before they could escape, the sword had already severed their throats. After extinguishing their lives, the sword emitted a humming vibration, as if celebrating its victory. Subsequently, streams of blood were drawn from the bodies of the demons, flowing like serpents into the blade of the sword. In the blink of an eye, the four demons resembled drained oranges, lifeless husks crumpling to the ground. With the absorption of their vital essence, the dragon patterns on the demon slayer's sword began to glow with an impending fullness of crimson. The sword seemed to sense its imminent elevation in rank, yet it appeared unsatisfied, darting towards the corpses of the recently defeated lesser demons. From the multitude of their bodies, vital blood gushed forth in a continuous stream, greedily absorbed by the sword. In an instant, the battlefield was suffused with a dense, metallic scent of blood. It seems to be growing increasingly intelligent. Yi Tianxing was taken aback to see the demon slayer's sword autonomously drawing in vital essence. As a treasured artifact bound to him, it was destined to awaken spiritual awareness. However, such awareness, akin to human development, requires nurturing. Previously, it needed his active control to absorb vital essence, but now it could do so independently, indicating significant growth in the sword spirit. At that moment, all present wore expressions of astonishment. A single punch had annihilated an opponent in the early stage of the Void Return realm, and the ability to command dozens of treasured artifacts was already remarkable. Yet, the final manifestation was even more enigmatic, capable of absorbing the blood of demons. What kind of prodigy was this? For them, dispatching an adversary in the early stage of the Void Return realm was not entirely surprising, as a higher cultivation could achieve such feats. However, to have refined dozens of treasure artifacts took an immense amount of time. Moreover, the quality of these artifacts was between the 7th and 8th ranks. What colossal power must lie behind such an accumulation? As the crowd indulged in their wild imaginings, the demon slayer sword had already reduced all the minor demons to desiccated corpses, its blade inscribed with dragon patterns now completely filled with essence. A hum resonated as the sword hovered in the air, trembling incessantly. Suddenly, the sword radiated a brilliant crimson light that pierced the eyes of those present. Once the sanguine glow dissipated, the dragon patterns, now replenished with blood essence, reverted to their original form and swiftly returned to Yi Tianxing's dantian. Has it ascended to the 6th rank? Mu Qingshue's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, her usually frigid gaze warming slightly. It was her first encounter with a spirit sword capable of ascending in rank. She had never even heard of such a phenomenon. This was the inherent trait of the demon slayer sword. It could elevate its rank by absorbing the essence of demonkind. Yi Tianxing landed before Mulingu, retrieving the remaining spirit's sword into his dantian, and then earnestly explained. He could swear that he had never spoken with such gravity in his life. Typically, he was eloquent and unrestrained, able to converse on any topic. Yet, before this aloof beauty, he inexplicably yearned to leave a favorable impression, fearing he might err in his words. I am Mu Qingxue. Thank you for your timely rescue, noble sir, she said, her expression regaining its cool demeanor as she offered a slight bow, signifying her heartfelt gratitude. You're welcome, you're welcome. I am Yi Tianxing, Not a noble, sir, he replied, scratching his head, his face inexplicably flushing. Had Wei Zhongliang been present, he surely would have quipped, "Boss, are you smitten? What do you mean by you re-welcome? Are you following me?" Mu Qingshue's brows knitted slightly, a glint of wariness flashing in her eyes. In recent years, her beauty and prowess had attracted countless young lords from various factions, many of whom openly or covertly expressed their admiration, some even resorting to stalking. However, due to Mu Qingshue's status, these young lords dared not act recklessly. Thus, she had accepted Mo Yuchen's invitation to come to Qingzhou, seeking refuge from these suitors. This made her particularly sensitive to such matters. Upon hearing Yi Tianxing's casual remark, she immediately felt on guard. "I'm not," Yi Tianxing exclaimed, flustered by the misunderstanding, though he was at a loss as to how to rectify it. However, this reaction was understandable. After all, having been single in both lives, encountering someone who stirred his heart naturally left him tongue-tied. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward enough to carve out an apartment, the head of the Tianxing sect, Mo Yuchen, hurriedly approached. "I am Mo Yuchen, the head of the Tianxing sect. I sincerely thank you for your intervention," he declared, bowing deeply to Yi Tianxing. "Please, I'm only 18. Do not address me as senior. Just call me Yi Tianxing," he quickly interjected, waving his hands in protest, fearful that Mu Qingxue might perceive him as an ancient elder. Upon the utterance of those words, both Mu Qingxue and Mo Yuchen were momentarily taken aback. Could one truly boast to such an extent? To claim that a single punch could obliterate a practitioner in the initial stages of the Void Return realm. One would need to possess at least mid-level prowess in that realm. How could one possibly be merely 18 years old? Setting aside the question of cultivation, how could one account for the multitude of spiritual swords? The refining of a single personal artifact might consume decades, if not centuries, let alone the crafting of numerous high-grade spiritual swords. "I truly am only 18, insisted Yi Tianxing, perceiving that neither of them believed him. The urgency within him felt more acute than the discomfort of a system-induced mishap. "Mr. Yi, may I inquire as to your origin and purpose for visiting Qingzhou?" Montak Yuhan, having set aside his doubts, shifted the topic. He was exceedingly curious about Yi Tianxing's identity. The absence of such a figure as Yi Tianxing in Qingzhou suggested that he was a practitioner from another continent. Otherwise, with his prowess, it would be inconceivable for him to remain unnoticed in Qingzhou. What the hell? Upon hearing Mo Yuchen's question, Yi Tianxing could not help but exclaim. His purpose for coming to Qingzhou was to rescue Elder Lingxuan, yet he had been sidetracked by an aloof and captivating lady, momentarily forgetting his mission. "Miss Mu, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," he said, directing his words to Mu Qingxue. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the air. In truth, he did not wish to depart. He yearned for more interaction with Mu Qingxue. However, with Elder Lingxuan in peril, he dared not linger. As the two watched Yi Tianxing leave in haste, they shared a look of bewilderment, pondering what could compel such urgency. Suddenly, Mo Yuchen's expression shifted as a realization struck him. The Yinxiao sect, stationed at the northern border of Qingzhou, was the primary bulwark against the demon race. Conversely, the Tianxing sect was responsible for the border's formations. Now that the demon race was besieging the Tianxing sect, it was evident they sought to prevent any support from reaching the Yunxiao sect, which implied that the situation for the Yunxiao sect was even more perilous. "Miss Mu," he urgently addressed Mu Qingxue. "It seems the Yunxiao sect may also be facing an onslaught from the demon race. I must take my disciples to provide assistance. You should return to Zhongzhou." Mu Qingxue nodded slightly. "Very well, I shall return to Zhongzhou at once." With that, she departed from the Tianxing sect. The affairs of Qingzhou were of no concern to her. Her curiosity now lay in uncovering the faction to which Yi Tianxing belonged. For regardless of his intentions, he had saved her life. "Elder Xiao, please assist me in locating someone in the central region in Zhongzhou. His name is Yi Tianxing," Mu Qingxue instructed as she took out a communication stone during her flight. Soon, a response came through the stone. "Miss, has this individual offended you?" "No, he saved me, and I wish to know his identity," Mu Qingxue replied before storing the communication stone away. Yet, she could never have imagined that Yi Tianxing was not a practitioner from the central region or Zhongzhou, but rather from the Leaf Continent. However, it was not entirely surprising that Mu Qingxue would arrive at such a misconception. In her eyes, a cultivator capable of casually bestowing 8th-grade elixirs and possessing numerous spirit swords must undoubtedly be backed by a formidable force. Such a foundation can only reside within the central state or the central region. Yizhou, in a hidden chamber not far from the Yi clan's celestial domain. Yi Tianxing, I shall kill you. I shall kill you. Someone, quickly, summon aid. Blood trickled from Niu Shisan's lips as he frantically roared within the chamber, causing cracks to splinter across the walls from his cries. At that moment, the door of the chamber creaked open, and a fox-headed demon cautiously stepped inside. Commander Niu, what do you require of me? How is the formation arranged? Niu Shisan's eyes blazed crimson as he glared fiercely at the fox-headed demon. The creature trembled in fright and hastily replied, Our plan is progressing well. The attention of the Yi clan's cultivators has been diverted by the minor demons, and they remain unaware of the formation we have set near the Yi clan's celestial domain. Upon hearing this, Niu Shisan seized the fox-headed demon by the throat, lifting it off the ground. I asked you how the formation is arranged, and you respond with nonsense? Gasping for breath, the fox-headed demon managed to utter, The blood demon formation is complete and can be activated at any moment. Niu Shisan snorted disdainfully and hurled it violently to the ground. In that case, gather all the demon clans within Yizhou by tomorrow. We shall activate the blood demon formation in 3 days. The fox-headed demon, seeing the fury in Niu Shisan's eyes, quickly nodded in compliance before scurrying away from the chamber. Once it departed, Niu Shisan let out another roar. Yi Tianxing, you have forced my cultivation to regress to the mid-stage of the Void Return Realm. I will ensure you witness the downfall of the Yi clan with your own eyes. At this moment, Niu Shisan had completely lost his reason. He had been on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the Void Return Realm. Instead, his avatars had been ruthlessly obliterated by Yi Tianxing, resulting in his cultivation plummeting to the mid-stage of the Void Return Realm. This was an unparalleled humiliation for the demon leader, Niu Shisan. The scene then shifts to the Yunxiao sect in Qingzhou. Due to its proximity to the Qingzhou border, it had transformed into a veritable battlefield. The demon hordes surged in like ravenous wolves, while the disciples of Yunxiao sect fought valiantly to resist. The air filled with cries of battle and screams of despair. Cultivators in the vicinity of Yunxiao sect sensed the turmoil and rushed to provide support. However, many lesser cultivators, fearing they would be a burden, chose not to join the fray, but instead hastily departed from Yunxiao sect to seek aid from other major forces in Qingzhou. On the main battlefield at the border, an elder at the mid-stage of the Void Return Realm was entangled in combat with 2 demon leaders of the same cultivation level. Each collision between them sent waves of lesser demons and cultivators flying as if struck by a colossal hammer. The elder, known as Xianxia, was the foremost cultivator of Qingzhou and the sect leader of Yunxiao sect. The 2 leaders of the demon clan, one with a serpent's head and the other with a tiger's head, were currently launching a frenzied assault, attempting to seize Xianxia in one fell swoop. In a different part of the battlefield, a more intense clash was underway, as dozens of elders from the Yunxiao sect engaged in fierce battles against formidable demon foes. Among them, Yi Lingchuan found himself in the most precarious situation, single-handedly contending with 2 powerful demons. One, an early-stage eagle-headed demon, and the other, a mid-stage bear-headed demon. The bear demon towered several meters high, its muscular frame exuding a strong odor of blood. With a thunderous roar, it lunged at Yi Lingchuan like a small mountain, its massive paw raised high, crashing down with immense force, seemingly intent on flattening Yi Lingchuan into a mere pancake. Yi Lingchuan's expression was grave as he swiftly shifted his footing, evading the lethal strike with an almost ghostly sidestep. Simultaneously, the eagle-headed demon circled above, seizing the moment to strike, its claws descending like sharp blades towards Yi Lingchuan's back. Sensing the imminent danger, Yi Lingchuan swung his sword behind him, unleashing a fierce surge of sword energy that clashed with the eagle demon's claws, producing a sharp metallic sound and scattering sparks. Having narrowly avoided the attacks from both demons, Yi Lingchuan caught sight of the golden core and nascent soul cultivators unleashing vast amounts of spiritual energy to dispatch numerous lesser demons amidst the small demon horde. Do not expend your spiritual energy in such a manner. Not only does it risk harming our own, but it also leads to significant depletion. Do you wish to exhaust yourselves and leave an opportunity for the lesser demons? Yi Lingchuan bellowed towards the battlefield teeming with lesser demons. The cultivation levels among the demon race exhibit a distinct hierarchy. Following the lesser demons are the greater ones, with the highest among the lesser demons being at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, lacking golden core and nascent soul tiers. However, The number of lesser demons approached 1 million, and even though the humans boasted golden core and nascent soul cultivators, their insufficient numbers made it challenging to eliminate them before depleting their spiritual energy. Moreover, the demons could enhance their cultivation and recover from injuries by absorbing blood. And with each fallen cultivator, many weakened lesser demons would rejoin the fray. In such circumstances, the responsibilities of the golden core and nascent soul cultivators extended beyond merely slaying lesser demons. They also needed to safeguard the foundation establishment cultivators on the battlefield. Thus, witnessing numerous golden core and nascent soul cultivators recklessly charging into the throng of lesser demons, Yi Lingchuan was instantly alarmed. Upon hearing Yi Lingchuan's commanding voice, the golden core and nascent soul cultivators hesitated no longer, retreating from the lesser demon crowd to resume their battle according to the previously established strategy. Their obedience stemmed from the fact that Xianxia had entrusted the command of the battlefield to Yi Lingchuan. Though the Yanxiao sect was not inferior to the Yi clan, it harbored a critical weakness, a lack of experience in dealing with the demon race. The decision to summon Yi Lingchuan was precisely for this reason, and thus, no one dared to disregard his orders. You old fool, while you're busy directing others, take care of yourself first. Seizing the fleeting moment when Yi Lingchuan was momentarily distracted, the bare-headed demon launched another ferocious assault, its massive form hurtling forward like a cannonball, stirring up a foul wind. Simultaneously, the eagle-headed demon dove from the skies, its talons glinting with a deadly sheen, resembling two scythes poised to claim a life, aimed directly at Yi Lingchuan's face. Hastily, Yi Lingchuan summoned all his spiritual energy, causing his long sword to erupt in resplendent brilliance, attempting to fend off the dual onslaught from the two demons. However, the combined force of the bare-headed and eagle-headed demons was overwhelming. The tremendous impact caused his vital energy to surge violently, and he could not suppress the spurt of blood that escaped his lips. He was sent reeling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground like a kite severed from its string. You dare to send us a dissolution pill, disrupting our plans? Today, you shall regret such a foolish decision. The bare-headed demon advanced step by step toward Yi Lingchuan, each movement causing the ground to tremble as if a mobile hill were approaching, radiating an air of arrogance. The eagle-headed demon circled nearby, occasionally emitting sharp cries, seemingly cheering on its companion. At that moment, a young man suddenly appeared, crouching beside the fallen Yi Lingchuan. Elder Lingchuan, they say youth is a blessing, allowing one to sleep at a whim. Yet at your age, why are you still indulging in such antics? The youth was none other than Yi Tianxing, who had rushed over, previously anxious that Yi Lingchuan might be in peril. Upon arrival, finding that Yi Lingchuan had merely sustained light injuries, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, followed by a jest. The sudden appearance of the young man momentarily stunned both demons, for they had not detected the approach of this individual devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuation. However, they were not fools. Anyone capable of approaching them silently could hardly be an ordinary person. Fool, what are you babbling about at a time like this? What brings you here? Yi Lingchuan's initial joy at seeing Yi Tianxing swiftly turned into an irritable glare. Upon hearing the familiar term fool, Yi Tianxing could not help but chuckle, having not heard Elder Lingchuan's catchphrase in quite some time. Elder Lingchuan, you still have the leisure to lecture me? If I hadn't come, you would already be meeting my parents. Yi Tianxing rolled his eyes at Yi Lingchuan and reached out to help him to his feet. Yi Lingchuan did not argue, but instead brushed off the dust from his clothes, his expression turning grave. Leave this to me. You must go assist Sect Master Shun. Those two mid-stage demons from the Void Return Realm will not be easy to handle, and he cannot hold out much longer. Although Yi Tianxing had never explicitly revealed his cultivation level, Yi Lingchuan was acutely aware that he was at least in the mid-stage of the Void Return Realm. Otherwise, how could he have dispatched a demon leader's avatar with a single punch? Therefore, Yi Lingchuan did not insist on Yi Tianxing's departure, but rather urged him to hasten in providing assistance. Observing the ongoing battle that had strayed from the main conflict, Yi Tianxing cast a glance at the individuals and demons engaged in combat. Rest assured, the sect master you spoke of is quite formidable and is fighting with all his might. Those two demon leaders are currently unable to gain the upper hand against him. Yi Tianxing offered Yi Lingchuan a reassuring look. Fool, what business do you have at Yanxiao sect? Are you merely here to spectate? Yi Lingchuan, Injansit, once again uttered his catchphrase, for Yi Tianxing's tone clearly indicated a reluctance to assist. Elder Lingchuan, From whence does all this ire arise? Anyway, Sect Master Shun can withstand it. It would be far better for me to deal with these formidable demons first, lest countless lives be lost, Yi Tianxing explained helplessly. Yi Lingchuan was taken aback. He had indeed overlooked this critical issue. In his eyes, Shun Xianxing represented the pinnacle of combat strength. If any misfortune befell him, the lives of all present would be forfeit, rendering the fates of the other cultivators inconsequential. At that moment, the two colossal demons regained their composure, realizing that the two humans still had the leisure to converse, and felt a profound humiliation that ignited their fury. The bare-headed demon glared with wide eyes, unleashing a thunderous roar as its muscles bulged, its already massive form swelling further, resembling a moving black mountain as it charged towards Yi Tianxing and Yi Lingchuan. Meanwhile, the eagle-headed demon circled above, its piercing shrieks slicing through the air, its talons glinting with lethal brilliance, poised to cooperate with the bare-headed demon for a devastating strike. Seeing this, Yi Tianxing let out a cold laugh and summoned the demon-slaying sword. Elder Lingchuan, you may rest. Watch me, he declared, and in an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the two great demons. In the blink of an eye, he had maneuvered between them, the demon-slaying sword flashing rapidly, emitting a cold glimmer without a sound. The two demons maintained their attacking stances, yet suddenly their bodies stiffened, and then, with a resounding crash, they collapsed to the ground, their forms slowly splitting apart. Even in death, their eyes were filled with disbelief, unable to fathom the swiftness of this human cultivator. Having vanquished the two demons, Yi Tianxing gradually approached Yi Lingchuan. The demon-slaying sword in his hand trembled slightly as it abruptly extracted two streams of essence blood from the fallen demons, transforming them into slender crimson threads that flowed into the sword's hilt. Yi Lingchuan was not surprised by Yi Tianxing's swift elimination of the two demons, but upon seeing the sword in his hand, he could not help but display a look of astonishment. He had previously heard tales of Yi Tianxing wielding a treasured artifact capable of absorbing demon blood to enhance its quality. Yet, he had always considered such accounts to be exaggerated rumors. Witnessing it firsthand, he now realized their truth. Yi Lingchuan's gaze fixated on the demon-slaying sword, filled with admiration. I never anticipated this sword possessed such extraordinary capabilities. It seems the rumors are not entirely fabricated. Indeed, one must consider the origin of such a treasure. Yi Tianxing chuckled, producing an 8th-grade healing elixir and offering it to Yi Lingchuan. Consume this. I shall stretch my limbs. He pressed the 8th-grade healing elixir into Yi Lingchuan's hand and then soared toward the other demons. Yi Lingchuan gazed at the 8th-grade elixir in his hand, his expression one of astonishment. Their Yi clan's finest elixirs barely reached the 7th grade, and even those were scarce. Or had Yi Tianxing procured an 8th-grade elixir? Had he resorted to robbery? Meanwhile, Yi Tianxing had soared into the midst of the demon horde, wielding his sword with a single hand, his face alight with eager anticipation. Unlike before, when he summoned dozens of spiritual swords, he now reveled in the thrill of combat. Observing Shun Xianxing engaged in a fierce skirmish with two demon leaders, he felt an insatiable itch to join the fray. Previously, he had dispatched foes with a single strike, devoid of any genuine battle experience. However, amidst this throng of formidable and lesser demons, he finally had the opportunity to indulge in a glorious and exhilarating battle. Yi Tianxing moved like lightning, instantly piercing through the ranks of the demons. The first to charge him was a mid-stage transformation demon, but with a smirk, he did not flinch. As the demon closed in, he elegantly swung his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that cleaved the creature in two. The warm, vibrant blood of the demon was swiftly absorbed by his blade. Almost immediately, several more demons lunged at him, claws bared and fangs bared in attack. Yi Tianxing, like a wraith, navigated effortlessly through the demon swarm, his sword dancing with an impenetrable grace. With each flash of cold light, more demons fell to his might. The adversaries, ranging from the initial to the peak stages of transformation, were utterly unable to match his speed, helplessly watching their comrades perish one after another. Within mere moments, over half of the demons have been dispatched by Yi Tianxing. Who is this ruthless warrior? I've never seen him before. Could he be a cultivator from some force in Qingzhou come to our aid? It seems unlikely. I have not heard of such a figure in Qingzhou. Perhaps he is a passerby from Zhongzhou or the central domain, who, upon witnessing the demon incursion, has come to assist us? The elders of Yunxiao sect, who had been embroiled in a fierce struggle, now found themselves bewildered, engaging in idle chatter. The sheer swiftness of Yi Tianxing's slaughter rendered them impotent, merely spectators as he harvested lives amidst the demon horde. Just as they speculated about his origins, the Grand Elder, Li Qiufeng, recognized Yi Tianxing and addressed the elders. Enough with the conjectures. His name is Yi Tianxing, the peak master of the Yi clan's Tianxing Peak. He was the one who rescued me in Xianxia. This revelation left the elders momentarily stunned. They had previously heard Li Qiufeng recount an encounter with the avatar of a demon leader in the Northern Kingdom, followed by the rescue by a young man from the Yi clan. However, they had never anticipated that this individual would be so youthful. Grand Elder, what is Master Ye's cultivation level? One of the elders inquired. Li Qiufeng shook his head. I am not entirely certain. Master Yi seems unwilling to disclose his cultivation. All I know is that he has just come of age. However, considering he can obliterate the avatar of a mid-stage Void Return cultivator, he must be at least at the mid-stage of Void Return himself. What? Just come of age? The elders of Yinshao's sect widened their eyes in disbelief. They had just perceived him as youthful, yet believed Yi Tianxing to be at least in his 40s or 50s, never imagining that he had only just reached adulthood. In their understanding, such formidable power could only belong to someone of considerable age, as the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Even the most exceptional talent requires the passage of time to mature. Thus, upon learning that Yi Tianxing was merely a young adult, the elders experienced a profound shock, as if their worldviews had been entirely reshaped. While the elders of Yinshao's sect were still reeling from their astonishment, Yi Tianxing had already vanquished all the formidable demons on the battlefield. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, he charged towards another battlefield teeming with lesser demons. This time, he did not methodically slay them one by one. Instead, he plunged into the throng of smaller demons. With a single wave of his sword, a vast surge of sword energy erupted forth. The blade of the demon-slaying sword shone brilliantly, and with each swing, a blade of energy extending several dozen feet would roar out, causing the lesser demons to fall like wheat before a scythe. Warm blood splattered, and the essence of life seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, transforming into countless slender lines of blood that, like ethereal serpents, slithered toward the demon-slaying sword. In an instant, a surreal tableau unfolded, with numerous bloodlines flowing into the sword, intertwining in the air to form a colossal crimson web, with the demon-slaying sword at its center, voraciously consuming the essence of life. With each strand of essence absorbed, the dragon patterns on the sword's body deepened in hue. In that moment, Yi Tianxing moved through the lesser demons, as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, mercilessly reaping lives. The small demons, terror-stricken, fled in all directions. Yet none could escape the relentless pursuit of Yi Tianxing. His frenzied harvest of life, coupled with the countless bloodlines converging like a web toward the sword, enveloped him in a shroud of sanguine mist. All human cultivators present had never witnessed such a gruesome and uncanny spectacle. Fear burgeoned within them like wild grass, and they instinctively retreated, none daring to engage further. For at that moment, Yi Tianxing resembled a demon from the depths of the underworld, far more fearsome than the small demons themselves. Chapter 117, Task completed. Elder Ling Lingxuan. Has Yi Tianxing always been this ruthless? At some point, the Grand Elder of Yinshao's sect, Li Qiufeng, had arrived beside Yi Lingxuan. Upon observing Yi Tianxing in the battlefield, resembling a divine avenger, he could not suppress a gulp. He found it hard to believe that the seemingly polite and somewhat cynical youth who had previously rescued him in Wei Zhongliang was now a harbinger of bloodshed. Yi Lingxuan, too, was taken aback by the sanguinary scene, shaking his head in disbelief. I have never witnessed Tianxing in combat against the demon race, so I am unaware of these capabilities. As he gazed at Yi Tianxing, his expression bore not only surprise but also a deep-seated dread. Having known Yi Tianxing since childhood, if anyone in the Yi family understood him the best, aside from Yi Ling, it would indeed be him. For a long time, Yi Tianxing appeared to Yi Lingxuan as merely a glutton, one who sought only to languish in idleness. Even after gaining some cultivation, he understood that Yi Tianxing's mindset had remained unchanged. However, the current image of Yi Tianxing, decisive and ruthless, struck him as entirely different from the person he had known, invoking a chill in his heart. Was this truly the Yi Tianxing he had watched grow up? A sense of unfamiliarity washed over Yi Lingxuan, and he found himself longing for the Yi Tianxing who delighted in soaking in a hot spring infused with cleansing elixirs. There was reason for Yi Lingxuan's sentiments. The stark contrast in Tianxing's demeanor was nearly impossible for him to accept. It was akin to a parent witnessing their mischievous child suddenly mature. While there is a sense of pride, it is also accompanied by an unsettling feeling of strangeness. As they engaged in light conversation, Tianxing had already dispatched all the minor demons present. The battlefield was strewn with the lifeless bodies of numerous major and minor demons, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and an eerie silence, as if the place had transformed into a terrifying hellscape. Tianxing glanced at the dragon patterns on the body of his demon-slaying sword, noting that the crimson hue was still a shade short of completion, which surprised him. Nearly 1,000,000 minor demons, along with dozens of major ones, had not been sufficient to elevate the sword to the 7th tier. It seemed that ascending further would prove increasingly challenging. After surveying the battlefield once more to ensure that no demon remained, he finally soared back to Lingchuan. I am utterly exhausted, Elder Lingchuan. You must ensure I receive ample meat this month, preferably that of spiritual beasts. Otherwise, I shall struggle to recover, Tianxing remarked, dramatically massaging his shoulders. He had only just arrived in Tianwu City, and had it not been for the system alerting him to Lingchuan's peril, he would have already indulged in the meat of spiritual beasts. It was only right to seek some form of compensation. Observing Tianxing's ekagiratet demeanor, Lingchuan felt his sense of unfamiliarity diminish slightly, but he retorted with a hint of annoyance. All right, I acknowledge your contributions. Upon our return, I shall personally ensure you feast to your heart's content. Tianxing chuckled. Elder Lingchuan, you have made this promise, so do not renege on it when we return. At that moment, Yi Feng, who had been silent, cautiously interjected. Elder, our sect leader is still engaged in fierce battle. Could you possibly lend your hand? Previously, he had addressed Tianxing as young friend Yi, but witnessing his ferocity had instinctively prompted a more respectful form of address. Of course, I have yet to complete my tasks, but I shall attend to it once I am finished, Tianxing responded with a smile, then turned his gaze back to Lingchuan. Elder Lingchuan, have you consumed the elixirs I provided? How can you hope to recover without them? Tianxing speculated that the delay in receiving his system rewards was likely due to Lingchuan's unhealed injuries. Hence he wished to secure his rewards before addressing that matter further. He remained vigilant, observing the fierce struggle between one man and two demons. Xianxia fought with a life-or-death approach, and the two demon leaders were momentarily unable to contend with him. At this moment, Lingchuan recalled the 8th grade elixir in his possession and, with an earnest expression, inquired, Tianxing, tell me the truth. Did you resort to robbery, relying on your higher cultivation? Tianxing shot him a glance of disdain and replied, Elder Lingchuan, do you truly perceive me as such a person? This elixir was retrieved from the immortal secret realm. You may consume it with confidence. However, these words caused Lingchuan's eyes to widen in fury. Tianxing, do you think I'm a mere child of 3? One cannot enter the immortal secret realm without being at the peak of foundational cultivation. Are you fabricating lies without even a rough draft? Where did this elixir truly come from? If you do not clarify today, as an elder of the Yi clan, I shall not let you off lightly. Seeing the situation, Tianxing grew weary of words. In a flash, he snatched the 8th grade elixir from Lingchuan's grasp and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, forcibly shoved it into Lingchuan's mouth. Lingchuan's eyes widened in shock and anger. He wished to spit it out, but it was too late. The elixir dissolved upon entry, releasing a surge of profound yet gentle medicinal power that swiftly spread throughout his body. Lingchuan trembled with rage, pointing at Tianxing, yet found himself at a loss for words. This was an 8th grade elixir. Could any ordinary faction possess such a treasure? If the faction from which it was taken were to discover this, the Yi clan would likely face immense trouble. He had refrained from consuming it in hopes of returning it, believing that might quell the conflict. But now, with Tianxing's actions, he found himself devoid of any means of retreat. Enough with your stammering. This elixir was indeed obtained from the immortal secret realm. If you doubt me, once we return to Yezhou, you may inquire with those cultivators who have participated in the immortal secret realm. The efficacy of the 8th grade healing elixir was undeniable. As Tianxing finished speaking, Lingchuan's injuries began to heal completely, even showing signs of a potential breakthrough. Simultaneously, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in Tianxing's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: cultivation level increased to mid-stage void return realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the array formation technique. Array formation technique. Similar to the alchemy technique, it grants an interface that encompasses all formations in existence, which can be elevated through proficiency. Currently, the host may only arrange first-grade formations, with a proficiency of 11,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the ancient sword technique, Sword Rain. Sword Rain, the pinnacle of sword techniques in the world. When mastered, the practitioner can summon myriad sword energies, cascading like a torrential downpour, shattering all in its path with unfathomable might. After the system dispensed the rewards, Tianxing's memory expanded with a more detailed introduction and methodology for utilizing Sword Rain. He was thoroughly satisfied with this reward, having not only elevated his cultivation, but also gained 2 additional skills. Perfectly, there were still 2 demon leaders remaining, providing an opportune moment to test his newfound abilities. Chapter 118. Not even afraid of being rendered foolish. The scene shifts to Xianxia and the 2 leaders of the demon clan. At this moment, Xianxia is covered in blood, his breath slightly disordered. Yet his gaze remains resolute as he engages in fierce combat with the 2 demon leaders in midair. The serpent-headed leader continuously spews forth a noxious green mist, which seems to possess a life of its own, twisting and swirling in the air before lunging at Xianxia like a monstrous beast. Wherever the mist passes, the space ripples with an eerie emerald hue, and even the air appears to be corroded, emitting a hissing sound. Xianxia's expression grows grave as his spirit sword bursts forth with a blinding blue light, slashing towards the poisonous fog like a silken ribbon. When the sword light collides with the mist, a violent surge of energy erupts, and amidst the flashing brilliance, a gap is cleaved in the fog. Yet, a portion of the poisonous mist still breaks through the sword light, advancing towards Xianxia. He hastily sidesteps to evade, but a wisp of the mist grazes his arm, and in an instant, black toxic spots appear on his skin. Simultaneously, the tiger-headed leader radiates a fierce crimson aura, howling to the heavens, its voice shaking the surroundings. It then unleashes a flurry of crimson blades from its claws, resembling a shower of red meteors, imbued with searing heat and immense force, hurtling towards Xianxia. While evading the poisonous mist, Xianxia must also contend with these blades, rendering his situation perilous. Gritting his teeth, he channels his spiritual energy, forming a barrier of energy in front of him. The blades crash against the shield, igniting a shower of sparks as the barrier flickers with light, teetering on the brink of collapse. Previously, Xianxia had fought with reckless abandon, instilling caution in the 2 demon leaders. However, as he begins to falter, the glimmer of satisfaction appears in their eyes. How utterly foolish! A mid-stage void return practitioner daring to challenge 2 of us? I advise you to surrender. The serpent-headed leader hisses with a mocking tone. Something seems amiss. The tiger-headed leader, while unleashing the blades, furrows its brow. It had been entirely focused on Xianxia, leaving no time to observe the situation on other battlegrounds. But now, noticing Xianxia's imminent downfall, it shifts its attention to the broader battlefield. To its surprise, the distant conflict has long fallen silent, sending a ripple of unease through it. At this moment, the serpent-headed leader also senses something is wrong and gazes into the distance. In the next second, its triangular serpent eyes narrow sharply, hissing all of them are dead. What do you mean? What do you mean by all dead? The tiger-headed leader queries. Engaged in combat with Xianxia, combined with their increasing distance from the battlefield, it has not discerned the circumstances unfolding elsewhere. Our kin are all dead. The serpent-headed leader's voice quivers, its forked tongue flickering anxiously, clearly in a state of utter disarray. In such a brief span, even it could not have dispatched nearly 1,000,000 lesser demons and dozens of greater ones. What? Upon hearing these words, the tiger-headed leader momentarily forgot to continue attacking Xianxia, shifting its gaze toward the distant battlefield. When it discovered that the truth aligned with the words of the serpent-headed leader, that all its subordinates had perished and transformed into desiccated corpses, fear replaced the fierce glare in its wide-open eyes. Meanwhile, Xianxia's attention was solely on the 2 demon leaders, oblivious to the anomalies on the battlefield. Sensing an opportunity, he valiantly suppressed his pain and struck directly at the tiger-headed leader with a sword. A brilliant blue sword light, akin to a meteor slicing through the heavens, surged forth with a cataclysmic momentum, cleaving toward the tiger-headed leader with ferocity. It was only then that the tiger-headed leader regained its senses. But the sword light was already perilously close. In a panic, it hastily swung its claws, conjuring a layer of crimson spiritual energy as a protective shield. Boom! The sword light collided violently with the shield, unleashing a deafening roar. The shield fractured instantly like a spider's web, and the tiger-headed leader was sent hurtling backward for several dozen feet, resembling a kite severed from its string. As it steadied itself, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of its mouth, leaving it in a rather disheveled state. Xianxia was equally affected. This strike had nearly drained his remaining spiritual energy, and the poison on his arm was spreading more aggressively, rendering his complexion increasingly pallid. Let us swiftly eliminate him. The tiger-headed leader bellowed. With all its subordinates slain, vengeance was a necessity. However, before addressing this, they had to first deal with Xianxia, the serpent-headed leader. Cognizant of the tiger-headed leader's intentions, charged towards Xianxia before the latter could finish speaking. Meanwhile, the onlooking disciples of the Xianxia sect were in a state of desperation, for they perceived that Xianxia was on the brink of collapse. Should he endure further assault, he would not only perish, but likely suffer grievous injuries as well. In that moment, all present placed their hopes upon Tianxing. Yet, Tianxing stood frozen in place, lost in thought, and they dared not disturb him. Foolish wretch, the sect master is on the verge of collapse, and you stand idly by? Lingshuan struck the back of Tianxing's head fiercely, causing a shudder to ripple through the crowd. They feared that if Tianxing became enraged, not only would he fail to save the sect master, but they might also find themselves drained of blood, as exemplified by the demon corpses strewn upon the ground. Unbeknownst to them, the demon-slaying sword could only absorb the essence blood of demons. Tianxing rubbed his head, casting a mournful glance at Lingshuan. To strike so harshly, are you not concerned you might render me senseless? With that, Tianxing vanished from his spot. He had just activated the formation's interface for research, inadvertently forgetting that two demon leaders remained unresolved. At this moment, Xianxia was being besieged by both demons, blood gushing from his mouth as if it were free of cost. His energy depleted, he found even levitating in the air a daunting challenge. Even if I must perish, I shall drag you both down with me. A glint of ferocity flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he drew a vast amount of spiritual energy into his body. The two demons, witnessing this, were suddenly taken aback. During the course of cultivation, practitioners must transform the ambient spiritual energy into spiritual power. However, Xianxia, by inhaling this untransformed spiritual energy, clearly intended to self-destruct, seeking to perish alongside it. Just as the two demons contemplated fleeing the blast radius, Tianxing soared over, placing a hand gently upon Xianxia's shoulder. "Senior Xian, leave the rest to me," he declared, simultaneously channeling his own spiritual power into Xianxia's body. Within mere moments, the spiritual energy within Xianxia was forcibly expelled. As he sensed the energy being expelled from his body, a look of astonishment replaced the weariness on Xianxia's face. It is essential to understand that expelling untransformed spiritual energy requires considerable perceptual acuity. Otherwise, one would be oblivious to the energy's location within the meridians, thus making it impossible to manage. Little brother, you must leave at once. These two are mid-stage leaders of the demon race. They are beyond your capability to confront. Xianxia, snapping back to reality, uttered these words before attempting once more to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, preparing for self-destruction. "Senior Xian, do not be foolish. I can handle this. If you self-destruct, what will become of the Xianxia sect?" Tianxing urgently interjected, fearing that Xianxia would continue his attempt to absorb energy. Upon hearing the mention of the Xianxia sect, Xianxia hesitated. Yet, given the current predicament, without resorting to self-destruction, he knew he could not defeat the two leaders of the demon race. In the midst of Xianxia's indecision, the two demon leaders fixated intently on the sword in Tianxing's hand, sensing the aura of their kin emanating from it. "So it was you who slaughtered so many of our subordinates. Today, I shall tear you limb from limb." The tiger-headed leader's eyes blazed with fury, resembling a frenzied beast, as crimson flames surged around him, propelling him directly towards Tianxing. The serpent-headed leader, equally enraged, hissed and screeched, with dark green scales erecting along its body, as toxic mist swirled violently, charging towards Tianxing alongside the tiger-headed leader. Seeing the ferocious advance of the two demons, Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically. "Little brother, you must flee. I will hold these two wretched beasts at bay." Xianxia, with his unsteady form, resolutely positioned himself in front of Yi Tianxing. Yi Tianxing, witnessing this, could not help but roll his eyes. Despite having stated his capability to handle the situation, Xianxia remained obstinate. However, he refrained from further explanation, bypassing Xianxia and swinging his sword at the two demon leaders. Sword rain. In the next instant, the space above the serpent-headed leader and the tiger-headed leader warped violently, as if an invisible hand had torn through it. Following this, a torrential downpour of demon-slaying swords surged forth like a burst dam. These swords, conjured from spiritual power, were no larger than a thumb, their blue blades gleaming, raining down with a sharp, whistling descent. The sword rain struck with relentless force, piercing through the serpent-headed leader's toxic mists and the tiger-headed leader's flames with ease. The two demons scarcely had time to utter a cry of despair before their forms were reduced to mere dust amidst the torrential rain of swords, dissipating into nothingness. Yet, the deluge of blades did not cease after vanquishing the two demon leaders. It continued to rain down upon the earth like countless azure arrows, striking with relentless ferocity. A resounding boom echoed, as if the ground below could not bear the weight, collapsing instantaneously. In mere moments, the once even terrain was transformed into an unfathomable abyss by the onslaught of the sword rain. Xianxia, standing closest, widened his eyes in astonishment, his face a canvas of shock. He could assert with certainty that the might of that single maneuver was sufficient to obliterate not just 2, but likely 10 demon leaders. Meanwhile, the assembled cultivators in the distance were equally dumbfounded, having relied on Elder Li Qiufeng's assessment. They had presumed Yi Tianxing to be merely at the mid-stage of the Void Return realm. They had been worried about Xianxia's injuries and whether the two could contend with the demon leaders. Yet, the outcome was astonishing. With a single, simple strike, Yi Tianxing had utterly annihilated the two mid-stage demon leaders and carved an unfathomable chasm into the ground. With such prowess, who could believe he was merely at the mid-stage of the Void Return realm? Even the esteemed leader of their sect, the foremost cultivator of Qingzhou, could only withstand the two demon leaders for a brief moment. In stark contrast, Yi Tianxing had dispatched both with ease, and this alone rendered their doubts about his cultivation level untenable. At that moment, Yi Lingchuan was also rendered speechless. Having watched Yi Tianxing grow, he was acutely aware of his capabilities. The strength Yi Tianxing had displayed previously in Yezhou had already taken him aback, but this scene before him reshaped his understanding entirely. Yi Lingchuan stood frozen, repeatedly murmuring to himself, "How much talent has this young man concealed? Has he been masquerading as a simpleton while devouring the tiger?" Recovering from his stupor, Xianxia bowed deeply in midair toward Yi Tianxing. "I was blind to your prowess, and I humbly apologize for my earlier misjudgment. Had you not intervened in time, I fear I would have perished, and the Yunxiao sect along with the people of Qingzhou would have suffered grievously. Your immense kindness shall never be forgotten, and should you have any requests in the future, I shall comply without hesitation." Yi Tianxing, witnessing this, hastily assisted Xianxia to his feet. "Senior Shun, please do not do this. By seniority, you and my clan leader are of the same generation. Such reverence toward me may shorten my lifespan." The supported Xianxia shook his head. "You have saved the Yunxiao sect and the entirety of Qingzhou. This bow is well-deserved." Yi Tianxing quickly gestured, "There is no need for such formality, Senior Shun. My clan and the demon race are mortal enemies. It is only fitting that I take action." Xianxia was taken aback by this revelation. "You hail from the Yi clan?" Yi Tianxing smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I am Yi Tianxing, the Peak Master of Tianxing Peak. I heard that the Yunxiao sect was in trouble and came to offer assistance." While his true intention was to rescue Yi Lingchuan, he naturally chose the most flattering words in the presence of the sect leader. Indeed, upon hearing that Yi Tianxing had come specifically to offer support, Xianxia felt a profound sense of gratitude. "I heard from Elder Lingchuan that the situation within Yezhou is also quite dire. I never anticipated that Master Yi would take the time to assist Yunxiao sect. This act of Master Yi is truly one of noble righteousness." Xianxia was overwhelmed with emotion, his gaze towards Yi Tianxing filled with admiration and appreciation. "Please, no more flattery. I have noticed that numerous cultivators are flying in from all directions. They must be here to provide support. Senior Shun, do take charge of the situation." Yi Tianxing replied with a smile. He had little to discuss with Xianxia and wished to conclude the conversation without appearing abrupt. Just then, a cultivator soared towards them, providing him with the perfect opportunity. A moment ago, Xianxia had been puzzled, unaware of the approaching cultivators. However, in the next instant, he sensed the overwhelming and chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy, realizing that indeed a multitude of cultivators was swiftly converging upon Yunxiao's sect. This revelation left Xianxia secretly astonished. With such perceptiveness and the ability to eliminate 2 mid-stage Void Return Realm Demon leaders in a single strike, it was likely that this individual possessed at least peak Void Return Realm cultivation, was it not? Master Yi, I shall go to receive the forces coming to our aid. Please wait a moment, Xianxia stated as he flew towards Yunxiao's sect. Although these forces were arriving late, they must have learned of Yunxiao's sect's grave predicament. Thus he could not afford to neglect them. Meanwhile, Tianxing, gazing at the demon-slaying sword in his hand, spoke apologetically, "Next time, I shall surely let you ascend in rank." I was not aware of the sword reign's formidable power, with so many demon clans still residing in Yezhou. He assured the sword that it would have ample opportunity to absorb energy. After this, he returned the demon-slaying sword to his dantian. Moments ago, he had sensed that the sword was restless. It was quite remarkable how, despite not being able to speak, he could feel the sword's displeasure over his annihilation of the 2 demon leaders, which deprived it of their vital blood. Having soothed the sword's emotions, he spotted familiar faces among the arriving cultivators, igniting a spark of excitement within him as he hastened towards Yunxiao's sect. Chapter 120. The heartbroken Yi, Tianxing. Upon returning to Yunxiao's sect, Xianxia discovered that many cultivators from Qingzhou had gathered there. He promptly instructed his disciples to guide the multitude to the Yunxiao Plaza. Of course, it was not that Xianxia was unwilling to invite everyone to the reception hall for tea. The sheer number of forces responding to the demon invasion was overwhelming, rendering the reception hall far too small to accommodate them all. After expressing his gratitude to the assembled cultivators, Xianxia recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his account, the crowd of cultivators displayed expressions of astonishment. One individual had dispatched 2 mid-stage Void Return Realm Demon leaders with a mere flick of his hand? Wasn't Yezhou akin to our Qingzhou? How could such a powerful figure emerge? Why ponder such matters? Shouldn't we be expressing our gratitude to Master Yi? If it weren't for him, not to mention the myriad of minor demons and several major ones, even those 2 demon clan leaders alone could have annihilated our Qingzhou. The demon clan is truly detestable. One cannot help but wonder how many more leaders they possess. If there are others, what shall we do next time? As the group of cultivators who had come to aid learned that the crisis had been averted, they began to engage in light conversation. At that moment, Xianxia noticed Yi Tianxing approaching and promptly addressed the crowd. "The sect leader, Yi, has arrived. I shall introduce him to you shortly." Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily fell silent, their gazes turning towards the approaching Yi Tianxing. However, Yi Tianxing did not land beside Xianxia, but rather in front of an elder. "Master Mo, you have come as well? Where's Miss Mo?" Yi Tianxing invited Aigeri. The elder was none other than Mo Yuchen, the leader of the Thousand Arrays sect. "Indeed, it is you, Mr. Yi. Upon hearing sect master Shen mention your name, I immediately recognized you. However, I did not expect you to be the leader of the Yi clan's Tianxing Peak." Mo Yuchen quickly bowed upon seeing Yi Tianxing. If it were not for Yi Tianxing, the Thousand Arrays sect would have been completely slaughtered by the demon clan. Thus Mo Yuchen felt immense gratitude upon their reunion. "Oh, Master Mo, there is no need for such formality. Has Miss Mo not come? That is understandable. It is indeed dangerous here." Yi Tianxing continued. "May I inquire about something rather personal? Do you know what color of sack Miss Mu favors, or what type of man she is inclined towards, or what hobby she enjoys?" When Yi Tianxing had encountered Mu Qingxue, even uttering a single word had been a challenge. Now, seizing the opportunity with her absence, he sought to glean insights into her preferences from Mo Yuchen. Having lived for over 2 centuries, Mo Yuchen understood Yi Tianxing's intent, but he was not particularly familiar with Mu Qingxue either, and could only respond awkwardly. "Sect leader Yi, to be honest, I am not very acquainted with Miss Mu. I only know that she hails from the Central Continent and has a keen interest in studying formations. A few years ago, upon learning of our Thousand Arrays sect's expertise in formations, she visited us, and that is how we became acquainted. Recently, I had some new insights regarding formations, which prompted me to invite her for a discussion. Thus, I have only met her twice." Hearing this, Yi Tianxing's initial excitement swiftly morphed into disappointment. He had previously heard Mo Yuchen refer to Mu Qingxue as Miss Mu, indicating she was not from the Thousand Arrays sect, but he had never anticipated that she was from the Central Continent. However, upon reflection, Yi Tianxing found it unsurprising. A young cultivator at the late stage of the transformation realm could only originate from the central continent or the central domain. It is worth noting that the central continent and central domain are markedly distinct from other regions, akin to the vast disparity between the various powers within the Yi province and the Yi clan itself. Consequently, when someone mentions a young individual at the nascent soul or transformation realm, most cultivators immediately associate them with the nurturing of powers from the central continent or central domain. After all, other states or factions do not possess the same strength and resources. Observing the look of disappointment on Yi Tianxing's face, Mo Yuchen hastily interjected, "Master Yi, there is no need for you to feel disheartened. I possess a communication stone to contact Miss Mu. I can assist you in reaching her." Yi Tianxing, upon hearing this, shook his head and replied, "Forget it, it is unnecessary." With that, he moved to stand quietly behind Yi Lingchuan, his demeanor markedly contrasting with his earlier self. In his 2 lifetimes, despite having remained single from birth, he was not devoid of affections. He understood that time is the most effective balm for wounds. As long as he refrained from dwelling on it, the nascent feelings would gradually fade away, merely a matter of time. The reason behind Yi Tianxing's reluctance to boldly pursue love was quite simple. He had just remarked on the stark divide between Zhongzhou and other states. Even with his system and commendable strength, the forces backing the Yi clan and Mu Qingxue were beyond comparison, leading him to abandon the thought altogether. After all, his mindset was still rooted in the conventional notion of social standing and coupled with his own insecurities when it came to those he admired. It seemed wiser to relinquish such aspirations early on. Xianxia had originally intended to introduce Yi Tianxing to the cultivators from Qingzhou, but upon seeing the latter's forlorn expression, he abandoned that plan. The other cultivators from Qingzhou were unaware of the specifics, yet through the dialogue between Mo Yuchen and Yi Tianxing, they could surmise some of the context. This left the atmosphere in the square rather awkward, as none dared approach Yi Tianxing. After a few moments, the Grand Elder of Yinxiao sect, Li Qiufeng, quietly approached Xianxia. "Sect Master, during my previous visit to the Yi clan for assistance, I overheard some information. Master Yi does not favor that particular cultivation method. Rather, he has an inclination for mundane delicacies. Moreover, I just heard him express a desire for spirit beast meat during his conversation with Elder Lingchuan." Li Qiufeng whispered in Xianxing's ear. Xianxing was taken aback for a moment, then swiftly grasped Li Qiufeng's implication. "Esteemed guests, since you have come all this way, it would be remiss to let your visit be in vain. With the demon clan currently weakened and unlikely to cause further disturbances in the short term, we at Yinxiao sect shall seize this opportunity to host a celebratory banquet, expressing our gratitude for your support." As he spoke, Xianxing's gaze turned once more to Yi Tianxing. "Especially Master Yi, had it not been for your decisive blow against the demon clan leader, our Qingzhou would likely be in dire straits now. Master Yi, I propose a 3-day feast featuring all manner of spirit beasts. What are your thoughts?" Yi Tianxing, who had been mired in disappointment, felt a spark of hope at the mention of the spirit beast banquet. The previous gloom that enveloped him seemed to dissipate entirely. "I find this proposal quite agreeable," he responded, licking his lips, his face alight with anticipation. Since attending the secret realm, he had lost track of the days, and during this time, he had consumed nothing, leaving his mouth feeling parched. Upon hearing of the banquet of the all-spirit beasts, Yi Tianxing, who had long since entered a state of fasting, suddenly felt a pang of hunger. As for Mu Qingxue, he had long cast her from his mind. A woman would only hinder the swiftness of his draw, whereas delectable cuisine could bring him joy for an entire day. To forego culinary delights for the sake of a woman was certainly not in his nature. Seeing Yi Tianxing's enthusiasm, Xianxing smiled and addressed the gathering. "Since Master Yi is pleased, let us finalize this celebration feast. For the next 3 days, we shall convene here at the Yinxiao Plaza to indulge in this all-spirit beast banquet and take the opportunity to unwind." Chapter 121, The Blood Demon Array. Yizhou. In an unknown chamber not far from the heavenly domain of the Yi clan, a commanding voice resounded. "Commander, everything is prepared. All the demon clans within Yizhou have gathered around the heavenly domain, and the great array can be activated at your command." A fox-headed demon knelt before Niu Shisan, who sat cross-legged, nodding in acknowledgement. He then turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man beside the fox-headed demon. "How is the assembly of the foreign demon clans progressing?" The middle-aged man, a powerful demon who had consumed a fusion pill, promptly replied to Niu Shisan's inquiry. "Report, Commander. Your plan to invade Yizhou has been expedited. But due to some of our subordinates being dispatched to Qingzhou recently, the tribes have not yet managed to gather sufficient manpower. It is likely we will require at least 7 days. Additionally, I have received word from the tribes that one of our demon kings has awakened and has pledged to join us in the invasion of Yizhou. Upon hearing that the forces were not yet fully assembled, Niu Shisan initially felt a surge of anger. However, the news of the demon king's awakening immediately quelled his burgeoning fury, replaced instead by a visage of dread. What did the awakening of a demon king signify? While the lesser demons might not grasp the implications, Niu Shisan, as the leader of the demon clan, understood all too well. This indicated that the demon king was either ravenous or had reached a critical juncture in its evolution, necessitating the consumption of fresh blood. Yet, Niu Shisan's terror stemmed not from mere hunger. Rather, it was the knowledge that a demon king lacked the full spectrum of emotions and, more accurately, possessed little rational thought, resembling a ferocious beast driven solely by the instincts to kill and devour. Their ability to communicate with the demon king was merely a product of their shared lineage. Once awakened, the demon king would instinctively seek human blood. If it became satiated, it might retreat to the tribe and return to slumber. However, if it remained unsated and found itself devoid of human prey, the consequences would be dire for the entirety of their clan. Quickly inform the tribe, before we reach Yizhou, do not allow the demon king to taste blood. The repercussions would be unfathomable. Niu Shisan bellowed at the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with terror and disarray. Since the demon king had consented to the invasion of Yizhou, it implied that it was not yet starved to a critical extent, and the tribe's demons were temporarily safe. However, should blood be shed, the situation could swiftly turn perilous. Commander, the other leaders within the tribe have already issued this command, so you need not worry. However, my subordinates are curious as to why we must prevent the demon king from tasting blood. The middle-aged man inquired. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Irrelevant to you, no need for further inquiries. Niu Shisan sighed in relief upon hearing that the other leaders had issued their commands, yet he refrained from divulging the reason to the middle-aged man. It was not that he wished to withhold information, but rather that he too was bound by restrictions, much like the constraints he imposed on the lesser demons. Revealing the secrets of his clan would trigger a fatal curse. Niu Shisan had no intention of sacrificing himself. Observing the situation, the middle-aged man dared not press further. But the fox-headed demon beside him boldly inquired, "Leader, shall we await the full assembly of the tribe before activating the formation, or shall we commence immediately?" At the mention of the formation, Niu Shisan's thoughts turned to Tianxing. He had gathered all the demon tribes within the territory around the Yi clan's celestial domain for revenge. Now that the assembly was complete, any further delay could alert the Yi clan, jeopardizing the entire plan. Resolving to act swiftly, Niu Shisan commanded, "Activate the grand formation at once. As long as no one from the Yi celestial domain can emerge, none shall be my adversary. I intend for Yi Tianxing to witness his kin transform into mere corpses." With Niu Shisan's decree, the fox-headed demon swiftly set off to fulfill the order. A quarter of an hour later, a blinding and eerie bloodlight erupted around the Yi celestial domain as formidable crimson pillars shot skyward, seemingly aiming to rend the heavens asunder. These pillars served as blood-red colossi, ensnaring the Yi celestial domain within their grasp, effectively isolating the internal realm from the outside world with this sinister force. In the vicinity of the Yi celestial domain, both cultivators and common folk quickly sensed the anomaly. Just as their curiosity piqued regarding the unfolding events, several lurking great demons sprang into action. They traversed the spaces between these factions and cities, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake, as cultivators and civilians alike fell beneath their overwhelming might. A cacophony of screams erupted, blood splattered, and the stench of carnage pervaded the entire vicinity of the Yi celestial domain. Before long, the forces and cities surrounding the Yi celestial domain lay utterly slaughtered. Once the great demons had eradicated the cultivators and commoners, the lesser demons that had been lurking around the Yi celestial domain revealed themselves. Countless lesser demons, with fervent expressions, unsheathed their blades and unhesitatingly sliced open their own arms. Their crimson essence gushed forth like a fountain, carving arcs of blood in the air as it precisely infused into the blood-red pillars. With each drop of essence that merged, the pillars trembled violently, the bloodlight intensifying and the stench of blood growing ever more potent. Meanwhile, several great demons stationed at their respective positions remained vigilant, anxious that human cultivators might suddenly emerge and disrupt the blood demon formation that had required so much effort to initiate. Beneath the shroud of the blood-red pillars, the Yi celestial domain appeared utterly isolated and vulnerable, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Concurrently, the cultivators within the Yi celestial domain sensed the disturbance but remained calm, making their way to the emergency square. Soon, the square was filled with members of the Yi clan, their expressions grave as they awaited the patriarch's command. At the forefront of the square stood a 2-meter-high stone platform, where the patriarch Yixian had already taken his position, his demeanor serious. The elders stood solemnly behind him, casting their gazes over the clansmen gathered below. Judging by the aura, this grand formation was evidently set by the demon clan, a stark underestimation of their capabilities, as they had managed to establish such an imposing array right under our noses. We had been too complacent, believing that the demon clan would not dare to act recklessly near our Yi clan's celestial domain, yet here they were, audaciously doing just that. I sensed something amiss earlier. The location of the demons was so far from our celestial domain that I initially thought they were merely trying to avoid us. It now appears that they aimed to draw our attention. The elders exchanged their thoughts, voicing their indignation at the demon clan's boldness, while also expressing remorse for their own oversight. Silence, everyone. Yuan commanded Greve. At his words, the tumultuous discussions in the square subsided instantly. I have encountered this grand formation in the ancestral texts. It is called the Blood Demon Array. This formation possesses no rank and is unique to the demon clan, constructed upon a foundation of copious demon blood. Once activated, it cannot be forcibly destroyed. The primary function of this blood demon array is to siphon the spiritual energy of the cultivators within. When the energy of those trapped within is depleted, it will resort to draining their blood until the victims are utterly drained. Yixian's expression grew more solemn as he explained to the gathered crowd. Just as he finished describing the blood demon array, the formation enveloping the Yi clan's celestial domain began to operate at an alarming speed, emanating a tremendous pulling force. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within all present cultivators surged uncontrollably outward, causing their faces to pale in shock. Chapter 122. The Crisis of the Yi Clan. Summoning the Ancestor. The array cannot be destroyed. What shall we do? Wait here to meet our demise? One elder exclaimed. Patriarch, did the ancestral texts mention any methods to break the formation? Another added. Yes. The Ancestor recorded the Blood Demon Array. There must be a way to counter it. Patriarch, please enlighten us. The elders, acutely aware of the diminishing spiritual energy within themselves, turned to Yixian with mounting urgency. Yixian nodded. Indeed, the Ancestor's records indicate that while the Blood Demon Array cannot be destroyed from the outside, it can still be dismantled from within. However, to achieve this, we would require at least one cultivator at the Great Ascendance Realm. Upon hearing the first part of Yixian's statement, hope ignited in the eyes of all present. Yet, when they absorbed the latter part, despair swiftly took its place. Although their patriarch had recently advanced to the mid-stage of the Void Return Realm, he was still far from the Great Ascendance Realm, rendering the dismantling of the Blood Demon Array seemingly impossible. At that moment, the elder Yizhu suddenly recalled something and hastily suggested, we can summon the Ancestor. However, the elder Yi Qingzhu, in charge of the Dan Hall, shook his head. Summoning the Ancestor requires an immense expenditure of spiritual energy. If we fail to break the formation, we will be drained of our essence and left to perish. This is far too perilous. Upon hearing these words, the flicker of hope that had momentarily ignited within the crowd was extinguished, plunging them back into despair. To sit idly by would also lead to death. Thus, they had no choice but to take a chance. Yixian's gaze was unwavering as he surveyed the gathered members of the Yi clan. The Yi clan has endured countless storms throughout its legacy and has never spoken of surrender. Today, even if the chasm before us is unfathomable, we shall leap forth and strive for a glimmer of survival. As Yixian concluded his declaration, a brief silence enveloped the square before a young disciple of the Yi clan was the first to break it with an enthusiastic shout. The clan leader is right. Rather than await our demise, let us fight with all we have. I am willing to contribute my spiritual energy. Soon, an increasing number of Yi clan disciples echoed his sentiment. I, too, shall offer my spiritual energy. If death is our fate, then so be it. We cannot allow the schemes of the demon tribe to succeed. I will as well. So shall I. The cries resonated throughout the square, creating a fervent chorus. The elders watched as the morale of their kin revived, exchanging glances filled with relief and resolve. As the leader of the Yi clan, how could I allow you to perish before me? Everyone heed my command. For now, contribute only half of your spiritual energy. Let us assess the situation and avoid becoming foolish sacrifices. Upon finishing his words, Yi Xian retrieved a small golden statue from his storage ring. This statue, no larger than a palm, was exquisitely carved in a likeness of the clan's ancestor. Clad in an ancient robe, the figure exuded both warmth and an aura of authority. With eyes gently closed, as if in slumber, every detail, every curve was so lifelike that one might believe the ancestor could awaken at any moment. This was the golden body the ancestor had materialized before his fall, containing a remnant of his soul. By infusing it with spiritual energy, they could awaken him. As Yi Xian spoke, he cast the statue into the air above the square. It floated steadily, radiating a soft and mysterious golden light. The crowd, upon seeing the golden figure, instinctively poured their spiritual energy into it. The elders, witnessing this, likewise contributed their energy. As the spiritual essence surged forth, the golden light enveloping the statue intensified. What began as a gentle glow swiftly escalated, engulfing the entire square in a resplendent sea of gold. The brilliance was so dazzling that the onlookers instinctively shut their eyes. When they reopened them, they beheld the ethereal silhouette of an elder clad in golden robes hovering above. The figure exuded an aura of quiet authority, strikingly similar to the golden statue. Without needing to speculate, the crowd knew this must be their ancestor. Bow before the ancestor. In unison, all present fell to their knees, their voices harmonious and resonant. The venerable ancestor gradually opened his eyes, the brilliance within them swirling as if they contained boundless wisdom and power. Observing the crowd kneeling on one knee, he gently raised his hand, saying, "Since you have summoned me, it is evident that the Leaf clan is in dire peril. Let us dispense with formalities and discuss the situation at hand." Seeing this, Yi Xian hastily rose to his feet and respectfully spoke. "Ancestor, the demon clan has set up the blood demon array, trapping our Leaf clan in a critical situation. We implore you to intervene and rescue us from this calamity." Upon hearing the term blood demon array, the ancestor's brow furrowed slightly. "You allowed the demon clan to successfully establish the blood demon array?" Though his tone was calm, the subtle hint of reproach was not lost on the gathered members, who bowed their heads in shame. "It is my failure as the clan leader that I did not perceive the demon clan schemes, plunging our Leaf clan into this predicament. I earnestly request your judgment." "Ancestor," Yi Xian said, his face filled with guilt and remorse. The ancestor waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough. The demon clan is inherently cunning. Considering your current cultivation at the mid-stage of the Void Return realm, you have done reasonably well to last this long." After speaking, the ancestor looked up at the translucent crimson pillar of light before lowering his gaze to the assembly. "This blood demon array is constructed upon the foundation of the demon clan's essence blood. The stronger the owner of the essence blood, the more formidable the array. However, I perceive that this particular blood demon array is not exceedingly powerful. It likely employs the blood of lesser demons. It should be breakable by someone at the mid-stage of tribulation." Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present lit up with hope. All members of the Leaf clan knew that their ancestor had once reached the Ascendant realm. With his capabilities, breaking the array would be an effortless task. "Do not rejoice too soon," the ancestor cautioned. "I am currently but a remnant soul, lacking a physical body, and thus unable to condense spiritual power. I will need to possess a body, and you must continually infuse spiritual energy into my golden form. This means that one among you will undoubtedly be drained of their spiritual energy and blood, leading to their demise. You must consider this carefully." As the ancestor's words echoed, the square fell into a profound silence. The expressions of the assembly shifted from hope to concern, as the flickering flame of optimism was once again shrouded in shadow. Chapter 123, United Leaf Clan. As elders of the Leaf Clan, it is our solemn duty to protect the younger generation in the realm of Yezhou. Let's elders take action. Indeed, the younger generation of the Leaf Clan is our future. We elders shall step forth. Ancestor, choose any body you desire. Although we may be aged, our bones remain sturdy. Feel free to use us. In the emergency square, The silence lasted only a brief moment before a chorus of elders began to speak. For these elders, both the Leaf Clan and Yezhou were sacred entities they pledged to protect at all costs. They would not allow the clan to face extinction on their watch. However, the elders' words sparked discontent among the younger members of the Leaf Clan, who shouted in protest. You elders are being reckless. If you deplete your spiritual energy and perish here, who will confront the powerful demons? Will we not still face death outside? Indeed, esteemed elders, you are the embodiment of the transformation realm, the very foundation of a Yi clan. Your demise would spell doom for both the Yi clan and Yi continent. Let us channel our spiritual energy into a singular purpose. Moreover, our bodies are still youthful. The ancestral spirit should draw upon our vitality. Indeed, you frail old bones are nearing disintegration, rendering you unsuitable. The clan's regulations have always been stringent. In times past, none would dare speak harshly to the elders. Yet this time, they are all prepared to face death, their courage boldening. The ancestral spirit gazed upon the younger members of the Yi clan, a smile of gratification appearing on his visage. Though he had previously harbored some dissatisfaction with Yi Xian for allowing the demon clan to lay traps under his very nose, he found his grievances alleviated upon witnessing Yi Xian's effective cultivation of the clan's youth. There is no need for further debate among you. Only the clan leader possesses the highest cultivation and the strength to bear my lingering essence. Thus, it is he who shall best serve as the vessel for my remnant soul. Furthermore, you need not exhaust all your spiritual energy into my golden form. Do not deplete yourselves to the point of exhaustion. I shall endeavor to disrupt this blood demon formation before your energies are entirely spent. As his words fell, the ancestral spirit floated towards Yi Xian, his ethereal silhouette gradually merging like mist into Yi Xian's being. In an instant, a radiant golden light enveloped Yi Xian, his aura surging exponentially. Witnessing the ancestral spirit's action, the elders and younger members ceased their chatter, obediently following the ancestral command to infuse their spiritual energies into the golden form. In a heartbeat, the square became a whirlwind of spiritual energy, beams of light emanating from their palms, converging towards the golden form like rivers flowing into the sea. The golden figure glowed with resplendence, enveloping the members of the Yi clan in a warm golden light, continuously supplying Yi Xian with spiritual energy. Empowered by this immense spiritual force, Yi Xian's aura reached its zenith, swiftly ascending to the mid-stage of the tribulation realm, appearing as a god of war incarnate. The ancestral spirit, now in control of Yi Xian's body, abruptly opened his eyes, radiating golden light, and charged unhesitatingly towards the blood demon formation. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the blood demon formation, Niu-Shur-San was admiring the activated formation with a sense of pride. What does caution matter? Are they not all trapped within? Niu-Shur-San commenced a soliloquy of self-congratulation. The demon clan's prior plan was rather straightforward, to dispatch formidable and lesser demons to sow chaos within the Yi continent, forcing the Yi clan to dispatch elders to rectify the situation. With the majority of their strong warriors diverted, the demon clan would launch a grand assault on the Yi clan's celestial domain, easily overpowering both the Yi clan and Yi continent. However, they never anticipated the Yi clan's vigilance, as not a single elder was sent out, steadfastly guarding the borders of the Yi clan's celestial domain. Subsequently, a new player emerged in the form of Yi Tianxing, disrupting all of the demon clan strategies. Fortunately, Niu-Shur-San devised the blood demon formation plan, which has now nearly ensnared the Yi clan entirely, consequently simplifying many aspects of their scheme. I am truly brilliant. Niu-Shur-San could not help but commend himself. At that moment, the panicked fox-headed demon hurriedly approached Niu-Shur-San. Commander, it's terrible. The Yi clan has summoned the remnants of their ancestral spirit, and they are currently wreaking havoc on the Great Formation. Numerous lesser demons have perished from the depletion of their essence. The fox-headed demon's face was filled with terror, and a tremor accompanied his words. Upon hearing this, Niu-Shur-San's expression shifted dramatically. The demon clan was aware of the existence of the ancestral spirit of the Yi clan, which was precisely why their overall strength, though superior to that of the Yi clan, refrained from direct invasion. However, he never anticipated that the blood demon formation would fail to contain the remnants of the Yi clan's ancestral spirit. Quickly, instruct all the greater demons to infuse their essence into the formation. Niu-Shur-San shouted urgently. Commander, that is not feasible. If other human cultivators discover the situation here, we will be like lambs led to slaughter, awaiting our demise. It would be wiser to retreat. Otherwise, when the Yi clan's ancestor emerges, you too shall be in peril. Without a moment's hesitation, the fox-headed demon rejected Niu Shisan's command. The fundamental flaw of the blood demon formation was that unless all within the formation perished, once essence was infused, it could not be halted, and the owner of that essence would be rendered immobile. Should this be discovered by human cultivators from other factions, neither greater demons nor lesser demons would survive. Do you take me for fool? Am I not here? Hurry and notify all the greater demons to infuse their essence into the formation. I shall deal with the human cultivators from other factions. Gazing at the precarious state of the blood demon formation, Niu Shisan's eyes turned crimson, nearly frenzied as he bellowed. The concept of the blood demon formation was his own, and he could not bear to see a plan he had meticulously prepared for so long come to ruin. Moreover, he wished for Yi Tianxing to experience the anguish of losing loved ones. Thus he absolutely could not permit this plan to fail. The fox-headed demon displayed a hesitant expression. Yet under Niu Shisan's murderous gaze, he ultimately gritted his teeth and turned to convey the orders. Soon, a group of reluctant greater demons gathered before the formation, their hearts filled with resistance as they beheld the formation that required their very essence to sustain. However, they could not defy their leader's command, and ultimately, they had no choice but to slice open their arms and infuse their essence into the formation. As the essence of the greater demons surged into the blood demon formation, its sanguine light surged once more, and the formation, which had been somewhat unstable, was instantly fortified. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxing had been enjoying an exquisite 3-day feast, indulging in a variety of spiritual beast banquets that had thoroughly satisfied his culinary cravings. However, throughout these 3 days, his mood had been rather dismal, as he felt akin to experiencing a heartbreak, perhaps even worse. After finally encountering someone he adored, the fleeting opportunity had ended before it even began. Thus, aside from feasting and drinking, he had scarcely uttered a word. At this moment, Yi Tianxing and Yi Lingquan stood at the entrance of the Yunxiao sect, with a throng of Qingzhou cultivators gathered to bid them farewell. Leader Yi, you have rendered an immense service to our Qingzhou. I am profoundly grateful. Within this storage ring lies an abundance of spirit beast meat, which I have meticulously gathered over the past 3 days. It is of great benefit to cultivators below the God transformation realm. Additionally, there are some exquisite spiritual liquids that I have carefully prepared. You may choose to consume them yourself or share them with friends and family. I sincerely hope you will accept this gift. Xianxia, the esteemed leader of the Yunxiao sect, presented the storage ring to Yi Tianxing with utmost reverence. Over the past few days, he had been subtly probing Yi Tianxing to discern his preferences for suitable preparations. However, Yi Tianxing had been in a rather somber mood, revealing little. Thus, Xianxia found himself compelled to consult Yi Lingquan. Upon learning that Yi Tianxing's greatest delights were food and drink, Xianxia scoured the entire Qingzhou region for rare spirit beast meat and collected numerous delectable spiritual liquids, all to express his profound gratitude to Yi Tianxing. Thank you, Senior Shun, for your generous gift. I shall visit your esteemed sect again when time permits, Yi Tianxing replied, accepting the storage ring despite his troubled spirits, as he could hardly turn down food and drink. Master, Zhongliang is still in Yezhou. I shall go and bring him back. Li Qiufeng interjected as the two prepared to depart. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Very well. Exercise caution and return swiftly. Li Qiufeng acknowledged and then stood alongside Yi Tianxing and Yi Lingquan. After bidding farewell to the people of Qingzhou, Yi Tianxing and Yi Lingquan, together with Li Qiufeng, transformed into 3 streaks of light and vanished from sight. Chapter 124. Yi Yuchen's prayer. Recently, the Yi clan's celestial domain has been enveloped by several red pillars of light. Is there something amiss? It remains unclear, yet rumors suggest that cultivators near the Yi clan's domain have gone missing. Not just cultivators, but even ordinary citizens have vanished without a trace, leaving everyone bewildered about the unfolding events. Could it be the work of the demon clan? Is the Yi clan in peril? That seems improbable. After all, the Yi clan is the foremost family in Yezhou, having safeguarded the region for millennia. How could they be overpowered by the demon clan? Yet, why have the cultivators and citizens around the Yi clan's celestial domain disappeared? It is indeed perplexing. It will be wise to steer clear of the Yi clan's territory for the time being. In various taverns and inns throughout Yezhou, Patrons were engrossed in discussions about the same unsettling matter, yet no one had definitive answers. Almost no one dared to approach the Yi clan's domain now. For those who drew near, simply vanished. How terrifying. Nevertheless, the major factions of Yezhou found the situation curious, but were not excessively concerned. After all, the Yi clan's territory was their own. They could hardly believe the demon clan could breach their defenses. Meanwhile, Yi clan cultivators, who were scouring the land for traces of the demon clan, had also caught wind of these rumors. With no signs of the demon clan's presence in Yezhou, they hastily returned to the Yi clan, eager to uncover the truth behind the disturbances near their celestial domain. You must not proceed. A young man abruptly blocked the path of several Yi clan cultivators as they attempted to traverse the crucial route back to their domain. The young man in question is none other than Yi Yuchen, the grandson of the venerable elder Yi Zhu. After returning to the Yi clan's celestial domain with his kin from the secret realm of the immortals, he promptly departed. For he was one of the leaders of a team searching for traces of the demon clan. Recently, upon hearing of the unusual occurrences within the Yi clan's celestial domain, he hastened back. Upon witnessing a golden statue floating amidst the crimson glow enveloping the celestial domain, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Concerned for the safety of his clansmen who were still on their missions, he sought to intercept them on their return path. "Why can't we pass?" inquired one of the Yi clan cultivators, halted in their tracks. "Did you see the golden statue within the light barrier?" Yi Yuchen replied grimly, gesturing toward the statue suspended in the air. "That is the golden body of our ancestral patriarch. I saw the clan leader unveil it several years ago. Something must have gone awry in the celestial domain, where the clan leader would not have summoned the patriarch's golden body. These crimson beams are likely the work of the demon clan, which means the cultivators and common folk surrounding the celestial domain have not merely gone missing. They have likely been slain by the demons." His conjecture rendered the faces of the other Yi clan cultivators ashen, recognized as the most astute of the younger generation. Yi Yuchen's deductions were always grounded in solid reasoning, prompting the others to instinctively trust his words. At that moment, several more Yi clan cultivators arrived, only to be similarly halted by Yi Yuchen, who reiterated his ominous predictions. As time passed, an increasing number of Yi clan cultivators returned, yet all were blocked by Yi Yuchen's unwavering stance. If it truly is the demon clan, then the clan leader and elders must be in peril. What shall we do? I do not know. The clan leader has even summoned the patriarch, yet still cannot contend with these crimson beams. With our limited strength, we might not be able to rescue those inside. Yuchen, you're the most clever among us. Do you have any strategies? The Yi clan cultivators were not fools. Upon learning of the danger faced by their kin within the celestial domain, they did not recklessly rush in to save them. Instead, they maintained a calm demeanor, beginning to analyze the situation. However, if the clan leader and elders were powerless, what could they possibly do? Thus, whether young or old, all eyes turned toward Yi Yuchen, hoping he might possess a solution. Feeling the weight of their earnest gazes upon him, Yi Yuchen felt as if a mountain of pressure had settled upon his heart. Yet he found himself bereft of any viable plan, not even a glimmer of hope. In the face of absolute might, even the most brilliant mind is rendered futile. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuchen inhaled deeply and addressed the gathering. Quickly, set forth and inform the major forces across Yizhou, urging them to secure the safety of their respective civilians and cultivators. The clan leader and elders are ensnared within the formation, and the demon clan may strike at any moment. We may be too late if we delay. We lack the power to assist the clan leader, so we must first attend to our own duties and protect Yizhou. Upon hearing these words, none of the cultivators from the Yi clan voiced any dissent. After discussing their respective directions, they swiftly departed from the scene. They understood that this might be the only course of action available to them, and thus they resolved to execute it with utmost diligence. As for why no one suggested calling for reinforcements, the reason was quite straightforward. The Yi clan stood as a formidable force in Yizhou, far surpassing the combined might of all local factions by several thousandfold. Summoning these factions for support would be tantamount to inviting death. It was far wiser to expedite their own departure. As the group of cultivators left, Yi Yuchen began to silently pray, hoping fervently for the swift return of Yi Tianxing. Given the current circumstances, only Yi Tianxing possessed the capability to rescue their trapped kin. He was consumed by regret for not leaving behind a communication stone for Yi Tianxing, which now rendered him unable to contact him. Chapter 125. The Failure of the Formation Boom. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Cold sweat poured down the brows of all the demon clans surrounding the celestial domain of the Yi clan. They witnessed a mid-stage tribulation realm cultivator within the blood demon formation relentlessly assaulting the array. Although the blood demon formation was formidable, it bore significant flaws. As long as the cultivators within the formation had not perished, the array would continue to siphon their essence. However, should the formation be breached, the demons that had contributed their blood essence would perish simultaneously. They could distinctly sense that the array was extracting more and more of their essence, yet it was simultaneously growing weaker. If this continued, they would either be drained of their life essence or succumb to the collapse of the formation. Amidst the chaotic thoughts of the demon clans, several lesser demons succumbed, having their blood essence completely siphoned away. This caused panic to escalate among the nearby lesser and greater demons. Yet, they found themselves powerless to halt the flow of their essence, forced to watch their companions fall, as their fear snowballed uncontrollably. At this juncture, Xianxia had just slain a cultivator near the celestial domain of the Yi clan when he noticed that several lesser demons had perished. His brow furrowed in concern. Had he known that the remnants of the Yi clan's ancestor would prove so formidable, he would never have initiated the blood demon formation prematurely. He should have waited until the clan's demons had fully assembled to infuse more blood essence into the array. Simultaneously, within the blood demon formation, many lower-tier cultivators from the Yi clan, their spiritual energy nearly depleted, wore pallid expressions. The ancestor of the Yi clan, controlling Xianxia's body, continued to assault the formation, yet his anxiety grew. He realized that some of the younger clan members were on the brink of exhausting their spiritual energy. If he did not swiftly dismantle the blood demon formation, those low-level juniors might face life-threatening dangers due to their energy depletion. Although he had previously stated that they must be prepared for sacrifices, it did not mean he could passively watch these juniors perish. The Yi clan had endured for a millennium, and each junior represented the future and hope of the clan. How could they be lost here? With this thought, the ancestor of the Yi clan steeled his resolve, deciding to gamble everything, even if it meant his soul would scatter, to ensure the safety of the Yi clan. In the next moment, the radiant form of the ancestral figure floating above the celestial domain of the Yi clan abruptly dimmed, as all spiritual energy was instantaneously siphoned away. This drained energy surged into Xianxia's body. The Yi clan's ancestor commandeered Xianxia's physique, his veins bulging, hair dancing wildly, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a resplendent beam of multicolored spiritual energy. This beam resembled an ancient beast of terror, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. And it hurtled directly towards the blood demon great formation. With a resounding crash, the beam collided with the formation, illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance, distorting the very fabric of space, causing the entire Yi clan's celestial domain to tremble violently. Under this harrowing strike, the blood-red barrier of the formation quaked fiercely, flickering in brightness, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yet, despite its precarious state, the formation remained unbroken. The once majestic golden form of the Yi clan's ancestor, having expended all its spiritual energy, emitted a crisp crack before shattering like porcelain, followed by a tremendous explosion that scattered countless fragments into the air. Witnessing the ancestor's golden form disintegrate, the faces of all present turned ashen. Seeing the impending failure, the Yi clan's ancestor let out a deep sigh, reluctantly withdrawing from Xianxia's body. Now, with the destruction of his energy-infused form, he faced inevitable dissolution. Meanwhile, Xian, having borne the immense power of the mid-stage tribulation, felt as though countless steel needles had pierced his being, his meridians threatening to rupture, with his internal organs writhing in excruciating agony. Yet perceiving the ancestor's remorse, Xian bravely spoke, "No need for self-reproach, ancestor. You have done your utmost." Having merged with the ancestor, he had gleaned some insight into the ancestor's thoughts. The ancestor had feared that, should the clan's spiritual energy be exhausted, they would be drained of their lifeblood by the formation. Thus, he had risked everything, hoping to preserve some energy for the others, sacrificing his own shattered form in a desperate attempt to save them. Alas, the spiritual energy proved insufficient, leading to the formation's survival. Had the ancestor compelled everyone to expend all their energy, they might have succeeded in breaching the formation. However, He was apprehensive that failure would result in the immediate demise of all present from blood drainage. It was this profound love for his kin that the ancestor chose to bear the burden alone, expending his final strength. Yi Xian felt a deep resonance with such devotion. Are we to perish here? Yiling-er's face turned pale, her eyes brimming with despair. She and Sun Yin had just broken through to the early golden core stage and had not even had the chance to boast to Yi Tianxing before calamity struck the Yi clan. Not at all. Master will return to save us, Sun Yin comforted her. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. I fear I won't make it to Brother Tianxing. Yiling lamented, I refuse to become a dried corpse. That would be utterly unbecoming. The normally vivacious Yiling now wept like a helpless child. Her tears cast a shadow over the hearts of many younger members of the Yi clan, and a wave of panic began to spread through the crowd. Why are you two fairies crying? At that moment, Wei Zhongliang flew before Sun Yin, his expression fraught with confusion. Observing his bewilderment, Sun Yin refrained from answering his query and hastily cautioned him against wasting spiritual energy by flying in the air. Haven't you heard the clan leader's warning? This formation will drain your spiritual energy and subsequently draw your blood. Wei Zhongliang's confusion deepened, prompting him to inquire, what are you talking about, Fairy Yin? With the gathering spirit formation arranged by my boss, how could it possibly deplete our energy? His words left Sun Yin momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Yiling ceased weeping, staring blankly at Wei Zhongliang. Indeed, they had overlooked the fact that the villa atop Tianxing Peak housed a gathering spirit formation. Moreover, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed by the blood demon formation was evidently less than what the gathering spirit formation could replenish. So why were they so anxious? Why didn't you mention this earlier, Wei Zhongliang? You're usually so talkative, yet you fall silent at such a critical moment. Yiling glared at him, tears still glistening in her eyes, her frustration palpable. Wei Zhongliang gazed at Yiling with an innocent expression. Isn't it obvious? We three have been residing at Tianxing Peak. I assumed you were aware. Yiling was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to retort. What about your ancestor's golden body? I infused too much spiritual energy earlier, and just returned to Tianxing Peak to recuperate. I am now fully restored and can channel another wave. As Wei Zhongliang spoke, he curiously scanned the surroundings but found no trace of the ancestor's golden body. His words resonated with all present. Those who had never been to Tianxing Peak were left in a haze, clueless about what Wei Zhongliang was discussing. In contrast, Yi Xian and the elders were struck with disbelief, as though a thunderclap had shattered their composure. They had visited Tianxing Peak and were aware of the gathering spirit formation. However, their previous mission to pilfer the spiritual vein elixir had caused them to neglect the significance of the gathering spirit formation. Had they recalled it sooner, their ancestor would not have had to self-destruct his golden body to summon the final strike. Now, with the ancestor's golden body shattered and his residual soul on the verge of vanishing, their sole opportunity to dismantle the blood demon formation slipped away. Realizing this, Yi Xian and the elders cast guilt-ridden glances at the remnants of their ancestor's spirit, mentally chastising themselves repeatedly. The ancestor, having overheard Wei Zhongliang's remarks, began to piece together the situation. His previously remorseful expression turned to one of fury. You useless lot! How did you become clan leader and elders? Why are you all standing there? Quickly, instruct everyone to enter the gathering spirit formation, with matters having escalated beyond words. The immediate priority was to restore the dwindling spiritual energy of their kin. Yi Xian, jolted from his stupor and suppressing his physical agony, bellowed, everyone, proceed immediately to the villa atop Tianxing Peak. Upon hearing the clan leader's command, the Yi clan members hastened towards Tianxing Peak. Chapter 126. The Decision of the Spirit Her Pavilion and the Chu Family. Due to the overwhelming number of the Yi clan, the annex of Tianxing Peak could not accommodate them all. Yi Xian hastily commanded that those whose spiritual energy was depleted should enter first. Thus, the entire clan took turns entering the annex to restore their spiritual power, swiftly resolving the crisis of exhaustion. Old ancestor, why do you still linger? Ye Wan Inwidit, seated upon a stone bench in the annex, gazing quizzically at the clan's patriarch. Do you wish to see me dissipate? The Yi clan's ancestor retorted, irritable. Having lost his golden form, and with his remnant soul having no place to rest, he attributed his frustration to the foolish clan leader and the elders. Ye Wan, taken aback by the rebuke, dared not speak further and lowered his head in silence. This gathering array boasts 100-fold efficacy, as long as the formation remains intact. My remnant soul shall persist. The ancestor elaborated upon noticing Yi Xian's silence. He then queried, "A hundredfold gathering array. Few array masters from my era could have arranged such a thing. Who is the architect behind this? If this array master were willing to assist, we might still have a chance to escape." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's face brightened momentarily before quickly dimming again. He sensed the presence of the demon clan outside the formation, including a mid-stage leader of the Void returning realm. Even if Yi Tianxing were to return, he doubted he could contend with this demon leader. Previously, he had intended to warn Yi Tianxing against coming back, but the formation had severed all communication with the outside world, rendering his message stone ineffective. Fortunately, he was aware that Yi Yuqian had gone out on a mission. With her intelligence, she would surely deduce that something amiss had transpired in the Yi clan's domain and would notify the major powers and Yi Tianxing. Thus, Yi Xian harbored no concerns that Yi Tianxing and the cultivators from the various factions would come to their doom. Outside the Blood Demon array, Niu Shisan sensed an eerie stillness within the formation and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, the array had drained the life essence of all his subordinates to withstand the blow from the Yi clan's ancestor, leaving him as a solitary commander within the realm of Yezhou. However, he was relieved that the Blood Demon array had ultimately endured that strike. The Yi clan is indeed a troublesome adversary, yet victory is mine, he mused, anticipation flickering in his eyes as he licked his lips. Had it not been for the awakening of the Demon King, which required the king to first satiate his thirst for blood, he would have already stormed into Yezhou. As long as the Yi clan's ancestor remained trapped, he had little to fear. For days swiftly passed. It's over, it's over. The entire Yi clan is trapped. What are we to do? What can we do? The cultivators from the Yi clan who are not trapped have informed us specifically to escape while we still can. We must gather our belongings and leave Yezhou swiftly. Are you still human? The Yi clan has safeguarded the borders of Yezhou for years, protecting us all this time. Now that trouble has arisen, we are to flee? Is that not excessive? What else can we do? The demon clan is utterly beyond our capacity to confront. Whether we remain here or venture forth to provide aid, it would only lead to inevitable demise. Indeed, the current circumstances are rather grim. Even should we choose to assist, it would result in nothing but futile sacrifices. As the news spreads, nearly all individuals within the borders of Yezhou are now aware of the Yi clan's plight. Many factions have opted to heed the words of the Yi clan's cultivators, disseminating the information to their own people and fellow practitioners, urging them to prepare for an exodus from Yezhou. Some factions, having benefited from Yi Tianxing's kindness, are torn between the decision to depart. Yet, to leave in such a manner would seem profoundly ungrateful. Qingqiao Valley, Lingqiao Pavilion. Brother Chu, should we indeed offer our support? The head of Lingqiao Pavilion, Guichen, furrowed his brow, casting a grave gaze towards Chu Jingyun, the patriarch of the Chu family. Chu Jingyun mirrored his solemn expression, ensnared in a web of indecision. They could manage to deal with minor demons, yet encountering a formidable demon would surely spell their annihilation. Thus, should they choose to provide assistance, it would be tantamount to courting death. However, not long ago, Yi Tianxing had aided them in vanquishing the formidable demon, Gang Lai, and the thought of not reciprocating that support weighed heavily on their conscience. At that moment, Lu Jingchuan, a fellow cultivator and friend of Guichen and Chu Jingyun, arrived. I presume you have heard the news. Shall we venture to the Yi clan's domain? I, for one, have no family to lament my absence. So if you wish to go, count me in. Lu Jingchuan's face was alight with a smile, his tone imbued with a carefree spirit. Yet, his words sparked a realization in Guichen and Chu Jingyun, who said that all must march to their doom. They could allow the younger disciples or family members to evacuate Yezhou, while those with slightly greater cultivation could proceed to offer aid. This way, even if they were to perish, the Chu family and Lingqiao Pavilion would have successors, and they could repay Yi Tianxing's life-saving grace. Exchanging glances, they understood that they both harbored the desire to go, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, we are indeed in sync. I shall return to the Chu family at once to make arrangements. Upon finishing his words, Chu Jingyun hurriedly departed Lingqiao Pavilion. What do you mean by in sync? What about me? Lu Jingchuan, watching the departing Chu Jingyun in bemusement, felt somewhat perplexed. I too am in sync. Let me make my own arrangements, and then we shall all march to our doom together. Guichen laughed heartily as he exited the hall, leaving Lu Jingchuan in a state of confusion. Chapter 127. The Lu and Su families rally to aid the Yi clan. Yezhou, Lu family. Council Hall. You have painstakingly obtained the inheritance of the immortal. I shall not permit you to go. Lu Yuanba slammed his palm on the table, his resolve unwavering. The Lu family had received word of the Yi clan's entrapment. Upon hearing this news, Lu Qingyu was adamant about aiding the Yi clan, infuriating Lu Yuanba to the point of banging on the table. What are the immortal inheritance? Were it not for Yi Tianxing, I would not even have the chance to lay eyes upon an immortal. In these turbulent times for the Yi clan, is it inappropriate for me to offer my assistance? Lu Qingyu stated with a stoic expression. Nonsense. That is the demon clan. Any one of their high-level demons is beyond the capabilities of our Lu family to confront. Have you considered the consequences? You are the future head of the Lu family. Our hope for tomorrow. I cannot consent to this, no matter what. Lu Yuan slammed the table with authority, and this time, it finally shattered into several pieces. At that moment, the great elder of the Lu family, Lu Yin, unexpectedly entered the council hall. Head of the family. All cultivators above the peak of foundation establishment are assembled and ready to support the Yi clan at a moment's notice. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. Hearing this, Lu Qingyu was taken aback. Just a moment ago, her father had forbidden her from going to assist, yet now he had gathered the cultivators. Lu Yuan nodded at Lu Yin. You may leave now. We shall depart shortly. Turning his gaze back to Lu Qingyu, he said solemnly, Qingyu, from this day forth, you shall be the head of the Lu family, and the future of the Lu family will rest in your hands. Father, what does this mean? I do not understand. Lu Qingyu looked at Lu Yuan with a puzzled expression. First, he forbade her from supporting the Yi clan. Then he gathered the manpower for that very purpose. And now he was passing the mantle of leadership to her. It left her utterly bewildered. My dear daughter, you are usually so perceptive. How can you be so foolish now? How will you lead the family in the future? The Yi clan did not retaliate against us for our canceled engagement. On the contrary, Yi Tianxing saved our Lu family and subsequently facilitated your inheritance of the immortal legacy. This kindness is as heavy as a mountain. How could our family not repay it? Yet, I do not wish for you to be in danger, so it must fall upon me, your father, to go in your stead. Lu Yuan declared with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu's eyes brimmed with tears, leaving her momentarily speechless. Enough. You are now the head of the Lu family. How can you shed tears so easily? Your father may not have many words, but I hope you will revitalize the Lu family and live your life well. By the way, your grandfather is still in seclusion, and I have not informed him of this matter. The Lu family requires strong guardians, and our presence alone will suffice. That is all I have to say. Your father is leaving. Lu Yuan approached Lu Qingyu, gently ruffled her hair, and then departed the hall, soaring into the sky with the assembled clansmen. Lu Qingyu gazed at the retreating figures of her family, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She understood that her father's journey was fraught with peril. She longed to accompany them, but seeing all the remaining Lu family members standing in the Lu residence, she gritted her teeth and abandoned that thought. If she were to assist as well, the Lu family would be left without a leader. This was not the outcome she wished to see, nor was it what Lu Yuan had hoped for. Just then, Lu Jiang, the previous head of the Lu family and Lu Qingyu's grandfather, emerged from his seclusion. Noticing the presence of the Lu clan's branches gathered at the Lu residence, he approached Lu Qingyu and inquired, Qingyu, what is the occasion today? Why is it so lively? Where is your father? Upon encountering Lu Jiang, Lu Qingyu did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and declared, Grandfather, I am now the head of the Lu family, and I intend to pass on this position to you. Furthermore, I command you to bear several more children to perpetuate the bloodline of the Lu family. With that, Lu Qingyu summoned her flying sword and soared swiftly in the direction of the Yi clan. What is this? Asking me to continue the bloodline? Lu Jiang stared in bewilderment at Lu Qingyu's retreating figure, utterly confounded by the turn of events. Simultaneously, the Su family of Yezhou received news of the Yi clan's entrapment. Upon learning of this distressing news, Su Sheng, the head of the Su family, promptly convened all members of his household. Esteemed colleagues, not only did Yi Tianxing rescue me, but he also spared my daughter from the humiliation inflicted by those with ill intentions. This kindness cannot go unacknowledged. Now that the Yi clan is in peril, I am prepared to brave any danger, even if it means traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire. I have summoned you all to inquire who among you is willing to accompany me on this journey. He added, however, let be known that this venture may very well lead to our demise, so do not feel obliged. It is solely a matter of personal choice. Standing in the courtyard of the Su residence, he surveyed each individual with a steady gaze, fully aware of the peril that lay ahead and not wishing to coerce anyone into a fatal endeavor. Head of the family. What do you mean by that? Is this trivial matter even subject to discussion? One voice interjected. Indeed, you're belittling us, head. The Su family has always stood united, regardless of Yi Fengzhu's actions. Even if he had not intervened, our young lady remains with the Yi clan. We have no reason not to rescue her, another chimed in. Mind your words. What if someone is too cowardly to join us? One admonished. Now, with your comments, do you think they will still dare to speak up? To hell with it. If anyone truly wishes to flee, they should recall the incident with the Xianxia sect and the Laiyang sect, when someone indeed ran away. Would you dare speak of it? To hell with you. I merely suggested that possibility, and you resort to insults. You two rascals. When it comes to insults, can't you avoid directing them at me? Everyone in the Su family knows that I am the only elder here. As Su Shang observed the lively debate among the members of the Su family, a sense of comfort welled within him, though they had known fear in the past. At critical moments, none had ever faltered. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall not waste further words. Our objective is clear. Upon reaching the Yi clan's celestial domain, we must not complicate matters for them. The great demons are beyond our capabilities, so we shall focus on eliminating the lesser demons. We will kill as many as we can. With resolute determination, Su Shang soared into the air, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand. Let us depart. In response, the members of the Su family swiftly drew their swords and took to the skies in unison. News of the Su and Lu families rallying to support the Yi clan's celestial domain quickly spread throughout Yezhou. Is the Lu family of Xianyang City foolish? How dare they venture to the Yi clan's celestial domain at such a time? One cannot say so lightly, were it not for Yi Tianxing. The Lu family would have been annihilated by the great demons long ago. Assisting them is but their duty. What could they possibly accomplish? To meet one's demise is more fitting for a group of simpletons. It is not only the Lu family. I have also heard that the Lingqiao pavilion of Qian Caogu and the Chu family have sent individuals to the Yi family's celestial domain. Indeed, I have even heard that the Su family from Xianxia City has joined them. One can only wonder what these individuals are thinking. Those factions that dare not lend their support are incessantly seeking psychological solace, whispering behind the scenes. They believe that venturing into the Yi family's celestial domain at this juncture equates to courting death, so why bother? The reason these factions seek comfort is quite straightforward. Firstly, Yi Tianxing's excursion into the immortal secret realm has benefited numerous factions. Secondly, the Yi family has unflinchingly guarded Yizhou for thousands of years. Both factors compel a sense of obligation to assist. However, their fear of the demon race paralyzes them from taking action, leaving them to murmur in the shadows. Seeking mental reassurance. Chapter 128. Returning to the Yi family within Yizhou. Yi Tianxing and his companions soared through the skies, heading towards the Yi family's celestial domain. Over the past 4 days, Yi Tianxing, feeling the pangs of unrequited love, has been in a rather dismal mood. Aside from their journey, he has scarcely uttered a word, while Yi Lingchuan and Li Qiufeng, who had come to fetch his disciple from Yizhou, engaged in casual conversation. Elder Lingchuan, what exactly is troubling Yi Fengzhu? After 3 days in Qingzhou, he has barely spoken for 7 days, Li Qiufeng inquired in a hushed tone, leaning closer to Yi Lingchuan. Previously, he could converse freely with Yi Tianxing, but since the latter had demonstrated his formidable power, Li Qiufeng's demeanor shifted, and despite his curiosity, he no longer dared to speak as he once did. Yi Lingchuan shook his head. In all the years I've known Tianxing, this is the first time I have witnessed him in such a state. No matter the circumstances, he used to face everything with a smile. Perhaps he has grown up and now bears the weight of worries. As he spoke, Yi Lingchuan suddenly recalled something and asked previously, Tianxing mentioned Miss Mu to the sect master of Qianzhenzong in Qingzhou. Could this be related? Upon hearing this, Li Qiufeng seemed to connect the dots, his expression shifting to one of realization. Now that you mention it, Elder Lingchuan, I remember. Yi Fengzhu indeed brought up Miss Mu, and shortly thereafter, his mood soured. From their conversation, it became evident that perhaps Yi Fengzhu harbored feelings for Miss Mu, who did not reciprocate. Yi Lingchuan nodded. Your conjecture is likely accurate. It is quite possible that Tianxing is grappling with heartbreak. Even in the realm of cultivation, the tribulations of love are profoundly challenging. As the two continued their idle chat, Yi Tianxing's expression suddenly darkened, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Startled by this sudden shift, both men's expressions turned tense. Tianxing, what has happened? Surely heartbreak cannot drive one to murderous thoughts? Yi Lingchuan ventured cautiously, fearful that Yi Tianxing might act irrationally. Yi Tianxing's murderous aura surged like a torrential tide, disturbing the surrounding spiritual energy into disarray, unmistakably signaling a desire for bloodshed. The Yi clan was in peril. Yi Tianxing's countenance darkened as he uttered a grim remark, then soared in a particular direction. Thanks to his enhanced perception, he sensed that there were hardly any living souls near the Yi clan's celestial domain, and he could also detect the presence of Niu Shisan. It was evident that something dire had transpired within the Yi clan's territory. Yi Lingchuan and Li Qiufeng were both alarmed, and without the luxury of inquiry, they hurriedly kept pace with Yi Tianxing. At this moment, Yi Tianxing accelerated to his utmost, transforming into a streak of luminous brilliance, leaving behind a series of indistinct phantoms in the air. However, he did not hasten directly towards the Yi clan's domain, but rather flew toward a path that was essential for returning to the Yi clan's territory. This was because he had sensed the presence of Yi Yuchen. It is important to clarify why there exists a necessary route, even among those capable of flying through the air. In this world, it is considered highly disrespectful to fly over another power's domain without cause. Thus, unless there is a matter of great significance, most cultivators opt for routes that do not traverse areas dominated by powers, adhering to this established etiquette. There are only two routes leading into the Yi clan's celestial domain. One is through Lin Yi City, as it is adjacent to Tianxing Peak, allowing entry into the Yi clan's territory. However, due to the frequent tribulations that would descend whenever Yi Tianxing was present, the members of the Yi clan would avoid the Tianxing Peak route. Over time, the other route became the customary path for returning to the Yi clan's celestial domain. As the scene shifted back to Yi Tianxing, he soon spotted the concealed figure of Yi Yuchen, who was cautiously observing the situation within the Yi clan's domain. His eyes filled with vigilance. Rustle. Yi Tianxing's foot landed on a patch of withered leaves, producing a faint sound. Yi Yuchen's entire body trembled, springing up like a startled bird, and he swiftly turned around in terror, fearing that the demon clan had discovered him. However, upon recognizing Yi Tianxing, the fear on his face was instantly replaced with joy. Yi Peak Master, you have returned? Yi Yuchen's voice quivered, his excitement causing his lips to tremble. He understood that as long as Yi Tianxing was back, the clan members trapped within the formation would be saved. After all, he had witnessed Yi Tianxing slay a Mahayana realm demon king with a single sword strike. A formation set by the demon clan would surely crumble before him. What is the current situation? Yi Tianxing inquired with a solemn expression. Yi Yuchen shook his head. I'm not entirely sure. I dare not approach too closely. All I know is that the clan leader and the others are trapped within this formation, which I suspect was arranged by the demon clan. His cultivation level was too low, and he feared being discovered, so he could only speculate from a distance. Nevertheless, Yi Yuchen's conjecture was not without basis. For only the demon clan could orchestrate such an extensive formation that enveloped the entire Yi clan's celestial domain. Yi Tianxing nodded, affirming that it was indeed the work of the demon clan. This was the blood demon formation, established upon the foundation of the demon's essence blood, and once activated, it could not be destroyed. The remaining demon clan members, aside from single commander, had perished due to the depletion of their essence blood. Upon witnessing the blood-red pillar of light enveloping the Yi clan's celestial domain, he recognized the formation, a feat attributable to the reward he had previously received from the system, the art of formation. This art, akin to alchemy, chronicled every formation in existence, allowing Yi Tianxing to identify it at a glance. However, his proficiency was insufficient. He possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the blood demon formation and lacked the means to either establish or dismantle it. Upon learning that only one demon commander remained near the Yi clan's celestial domain, Yi Yuchen suddenly comprehended the situation. He had previously harbored doubts as to why the entire Yi clan was ensnared while the demon clan refrained from assaulting Yi continent. It became evident that the main forces had yet to arrive. Yi Fengzhu, I entrust the remaining matters to you. I must first inform the other clansmen to disseminate the news of your return throughout Yi continent. Otherwise, chaos will ensue, Yi Yuchen proclaimed, promptly producing a communication stone to relay the current circumstances to the clansmen who had previously spread the news of the Yi clan's predicament. The earlier panic had stemmed from Yi Tianxing's absence, prompting Yi Yuchen to task the Yi clan's cultivators with spreading the message. Now that Yi Tianxing had returned, there was no need to allow the atmosphere of fear to proliferate. Observing this, Yi Tianxing remained silent and instead soared towards the direction of the demon commander, Niu Shisan. Chapter 129. The collapse of Yi Tianxing outside the city of Yi, at the periphery of the blood demon formation. Niu Shisan reveled in the magnificence of his creation. Had it not been for his sudden inspiration to devise the blood demon formation, the Yi clan would not have been so easily conquered. As he envisioned the demon clan claiming Yi continent, a low growl reverberated from the distance. Niu Shisan, you are truly damned. Initially taken aback, Niu Shisan turned to follow the sound, only to see Yi Tianxing hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed, leaving only a blur in his wake. Yi Tianxing, you have finally arrived. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, a sinister yet somewhat triumphant smile spread across Niu Shisan's bovine face. For days, he had dreamt of slaying Yi Tianxing. Had it not been for Yi Tianxing's thrice destruction of his avatars, he would not have fallen from the late stage of the Void Return realm to its mid-stage. Today, he would finally avenge this grievance. With this thought, a fierce light shone in Niu Shisan's eyes as he shouted to Yi Tianxing, "This day shall be your end." Yet, before Niu Shisan could finish, Yi Tianxing descended like a shooting star, summoning the Demon Slayer sword, and dove directly towards him. The speed was such that it tore through the surrounding air, warping space itself due to the sheer velocity. Before Niu Shisan could react, a chilling gleam flashed, followed by 4 muffled thuds as Niu Shisan's limbs were severed, as if by a mighty axe, instantly severed from his body. The colossal figure of Niu Shisan crashed to the ground, emitting a mournful wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoing hauntingly outside the silent city. Yi Tianxing, I shall kill you. Despite having his limbs severed and writhing in excruciating pain, Niu Shisan was consumed by an overwhelming hatred. His cries laced with a desperate desire for vengeance against Yi Tianxing. He had never anticipated that Yi Tianxing had grown stronger, leaving him no time to react. Had Niu Shisan not underestimated Yi Tianxing, he might have stood a chance before Yi Tianxing activated his overpowering mode. After all, both were at the mid-stage of the Void Return realm. However, Niu Shisan's arrogance led to the loss of his limbs at the hands of Yi Tianxing. This very realization filled him with bitterness as he screamed in agony, vowing to kill Yi Tianxing. Yi Tianxing's gaze was icy as he placed a foot upon Niu Shisan's chest. Kill me? Perhaps you should first manage your own predicament. Do you enjoy bloodsucking? Allow me to let you experience the taste of being drained. With that, Yi Tianxing wielded the Demon Slayer sword, giving it a gentle flick. The sword shimmered momentarily, and threads of blood, faint yet palpable, began to drift from the severed limbs of Niu Shisan, drawn towards the sword as if by an invisible force. Realizing that his vital essence was rapidly dissipating, Niu Shisan roared in fury, "The demon clan will not let you go." Yi Tianxing responded with a cold chuckle, as if sparing you would grant me any reprieve. Just then, Yi Lingquan and Li Qiufeng sped toward Yi Tianxing, with Yi Yuchen soaring behind them on his sword. "Tianxing, do not kill him," Yi Lingquan shouted urgently as he approached. Yi Tianxing harbored the desire to slay Niu Shisan, yet with Yi Lingquan's intervention, he could only snort in frustration and cease the extraction of Niu Shisan's blood. Upon seeing Niu Shisan's dire condition, the 3 newcomers felt a chill in their hearts. In their understanding, Yi Tianxing was not a man of such cruelty. It seemed he had truly been provoked this time. "Tianxing, on the way here, Yuchen informed me that the array enveloping the Yi clan celestial domain was set by the demon clan. If you kill him, no one will be able to dismantle that array," Yi Lingquan explained hastily, anxious that Yi Tianxing's impulsiveness would lead to dire consequences. Yet, Niu Shisan laughed grimly, Dismantling the array? Dream on. Once the blood demon array is activated, it cannot be undone. In 3 days, the demon army will descend upon us. At that time, the entire Yi continent shall be my burial ground. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxing could no longer restrain himself. With a fierce swing of the Demon Slayer sword, a flash of cold light cut through the air, and Niu Shisan's head tumbled away in an instant. The sword then turned to voraciously consume the blood gushing from his neck. In the blink of an eye, Niu Shisan's life had extinguished. "Tianxing, you acted too rashly." Yi Lingquan admonished. Now that Niu Shisan was dead, who could dismantle the blood demon array, without the demon clan's blood to sustain it? Those within the array will be unharmed. Yi Tianxing's countenance darkened as he uttered a single sentence, then soared towards the direction of neighboring Leaf City. Although Yi Lingchuan could not comprehend why Yi Tianxing possessed knowledge of the blood demon array, he chose to place his trust in him, refraining from further inquiries. Ultimately, the safety of their clansmen within the array was paramount. Elder Lingchuan, what shall we do now? Yi Yuchen inquired, glancing at the receding figure of Yi Tianxing. First, we must ascertain the whereabouts of the clan leader and inform him of the impending threat posed by the demonic horde in 3 days, Yi Lingchuan replied gravely. I encountered the clan leader and the clansmen at Tianxing Peak as I flew over earlier, Yi Yuchen remarked, turning his gaze towards the peak enveloped in a crimson glow. Yi Lingchuan nodded and ascended towards the summit, with Yi Yuchen and Li Qiufeng closely trailing behind. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxing had arrived at neighboring Leaf City. Walking down the street, he beheld the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, and his inner fury became uncontrollable, causing his breath to quicken. Having traversed this world for 18 years, aside from Yi Lingchuan and Yi Linger, he had interacted most frequently with the citizens of neighboring Leaf City. Witnessing these innocent souls drained of their blood and met with a tragic demise ignited within him the first inklings of annihilating an entire race. Old son, is this how you depart? Were we not to agree that whenever I came to purchase meat, you would generously cut me an extra 2 tails? Yi Tianxing approached a meat stall, gazing at the desiccated corpse of the old man with an eerily calm demeanor. In the past, when his finances were meager and life was austere, he would haggle for ages whenever he sought to buy meat. The old man would often grumble. Yet he always acquiesced to Yi Tianxing's request for a little extra. The memories of their playful banter lingered vividly in his mind. Yi Tianxing stared at old son's lifeless form for a prolonged moment before continuing towards the once bustling heart of the street. As he traversed the desolate pathway, silence enveloped him like a shroud. The streets, once vibrant with life, were now permeated with the acrid scent of blood. Each familiar corpse he encountered was met with a silent greeting, but this time no one responded. Aunt Zhang, you often urged me to marry your granddaughter. Why are you silent now? Yi Tianxing looked at the lifeless form of Aunt Zhang, his eyes reddening, his voice devoid of emotion. Uncle Lu, your wine was always so fragrant. Alas, I shall never taste it again. He entered a small tavern, seated himself at a table, and took a sip from the remnants of someone else's drink. He lingered for a brief moment in the company of Uncle Lu's corpse before lifting the wine jug and departing the tavern. As he delved deeper, the sight of familiar faces lying lifeless on the ground filled him with a tumult of sorrow and rage, causing his spiritual energy to surge uncontrollably. Alert! Host's emotional state is on the verge of collapse, triggering system task. Wrath of Vengeance. Task requirement. Eliminate the demonic horde set to invade Yezhou in 3 days, avenging all the innocent lives lost at their hands. Chapter 130. You are useful. You're the most useful. System. Could the reward for completing the task be the resurrection of these individuals? Yi Tianxing inquired, gazing at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. A flicker of hope lingered within him. Previously, the system had rewarded him with a revival elixir, successfully resurrecting Su Sheng, thus indicating that the system possessed the capability to bring others back to life. However, the system paid no heed to Yi Tianxing, vanishing after issuing the task. Realizing the futility of his inquiry, Yi Tianxing understood the answer and ceased his questioning. He recognized that his hopes were somewhat fanciful, even if a revival elixir existed. Certain conditions must be met for its efficacy. The common folk had been drained of their blood, rendering the revival elixir incapable of restoring their lives. Though I cannot resurrect you, I can ensure you witness the demise of those from the demon race. Yi Tianxing uttered to the corpses before stowing them away in his storage ring. After completing this task, he scavenged several chairs from Linya City, also placing them into his storage ring. Just as he finished gathering the last chair, Yi Lingchuan soared towards him. Tianxing, I have informed the clan leader about the situation here. He requested that you come to see him. Yi Lingchuan relayed to Yi Tianxing, nodding in acknowledgement. Yi Tianxing followed Yi Lingchuan as they ascended to Tianxing Peak. Given the proximity of Linya City to Tianxing Peak, they swiftly arrived at the summit. Upon ascending, Yi Tianxing observed that the peak was crowded with members of the Yi clan, though he was not surprised. His understanding of the blood demon array, acquired through the array interface, elucidated its function. It first drained the spiritual energy of the cultivators within, and upon exhaustion of their energy, it would extract their blood. Fortunately, the spirit gathering formation in his private estate could remedy the depletion of spiritual energy. Tianxing, what is the situation outside? Upon Yi Tianxing's arrival at the pinnacle, Yi Xian inquired anxiously from behind the array barrier. There are no longer any demons outside. Yi Tianxing replied, his expression impassive. That is a relief. I heard from Yuchan that you immediately recognized this formation as the blood demon array. Do you possess any means to dismantle it? Yi Xian continued to question. This time, Yi Tianxing remained silent, shaking his head. Within his array interface, only the basic introduction to the blood demon array was available. Methods for its deployment or dismantling were absent. This deficiency stemmed from Yi Tianxing's insufficient proficiency. The blood demon array was categorized as a special formation within the interface, lacking a rank. However, to master the blood demon array, one must attain the level of a first-rank spirit array master. Yi Tianxing was aware that array masters in this world were classified from ranks 1 to 9. But he had not anticipated that the 9th rank array master was not the pinnacle of mastery. Beyond the 9th rank lay the existence of spirit array masters. Thus, to unravel the array, Yi Tianxing would need to elevate his skills to the level of a first-rank spirit array master. Seeing Yi Tianxing's inability to provide a solution, disappointment crept across Yi Xian's face. Since you cannot assist, then depart. It is best for you and Elder Lingchuan to head to Zhongzhou or wherever, as far from Yezhou as possible. Yi Xian has already learned that in 3 days, the demon clan will march forth with their armies, and he does not wish for Yi Tianxing to encounter any misfortune. After all, Yi Tianxing is a rare prodigy that the Yi clan may not see for a century or even a millennium. Yet, Yi Tianxing shook his head, saying, if I leave, who will avenge the grievances of the common people? Not to mention avenging the common folk, but this blood demon formation, without the demon clan's essence blood, it shall not operate, and you will not be drained of your spiritual energy. However, in 3 days, as the demon army approaches and sees you within the formation, they will undoubtedly continue to infuse their essence blood. At that point, the formation will activate, and none of you shall survive. Therefore, I cannot leave under any circumstances. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression suddenly turned stern as he admonished. Tianxing, you are being foolish. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the demon army? Each time they mobilize, it is no fewer than 1 million, with countless formidable demons, not to mention their leaders. How can you contend with them alone? Yi Tianxing met Yi Xian's stern gaze and replied calmly. I can manage. There is no need for the clan leader to concern himself. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt an urge to curse, yet sensing something amiss in Yi Tianxing's demeanor, he refrained from doing so. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Yi clan, who had been in a separate courtyard, suddenly floated over. You little rascal, even if Yi Xian is of no use, he is still the clan leader. Do you speak to him in such a manner? Did you not discern that your clan leader intends to protect you? You show no discernment between right and wrong. Did your parents not teach you the customs of the Yi clan? The ancestor of the Yi clan launched a scathing reprimand, his words harsh and unyielding. Yi Tianxing did not recognize the ancestor of the Yi clan, but he responded indifferently. My parents perished in battle shortly after my birth, and truly no one has taught me the rules. With that, Yi Tianxing soared towards the borders of Yezhou without looking back. You, the ancestor of the Yi clan, was momentarily rendered speechless, watching Yi Tianxing's departing figure, his heart filled with urgency and anger. He had just heard that the spirit gathering array on Tianxing Peak was arranged by this very Yi Tianxing, and, as the ancestor of the Yi clan, he certainly did not wish to see the clan's prodigy perish so recklessly. However, with the young man already departed, there was nothing more to be said. Ancestor, Tianxing's parents sacrificed themselves 18 years ago to protect the borders, and your previous words were indeed somewhat excessive. Yi Xian turned to the ancestor's lingering spirit, voicing his dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Yi clan became even more incensed. Yivwan, I was just trying to speak on your behalf. Yet you have the audacity to chastise me? If it were not for your ineptitude in failing to clarify that there was a spirit gathering array here, would you all be trapped in the blood demon formation now? The ancestor glared at Yi Xian, his ghostly form trembling with rage. Old man, are you done yet? On what grounds do you reprimand my leader and the clan leader? You are indeed useful, perhaps the most useful, yet despite your rare appearance, you have shattered your own form and failed to rescue a single soul, while here you vent your impotent fury upon us. If you truly possess such prowess, why not break this formation? What do you mean by insulting my master and the elder of the Yi clan? Wei Zhongliang, unable to contain himself any longer, unleashed a torrent of scorn upon the elder of the Yi clan, each word piercing like a dagger into his heart. Li Qiufeng, who had remained outside the formation, was startled and hastily retorted, "You insolent brat. This is a matter concerning the Yi clan. What relevance does it hold for you? Speak carelessly again, and I shall expel you from the sect." Li Qiufeng was no fool. Recognizing that this lingering soul dared to speak so boldly to the clan leader indicated a position of considerable standing, and he could not allow Wei Zhongliang to continue his tirade. Upon hearing his master's admonition, Wei Zhongliang snorted coldly and fell silent. The elder of the Yi clan, taken aback by the confrontation, was rendered speechless, and an awkward tension enveloped the atmosphere. Yi Yuchen, standing outside the formation, was anxious. He yearned to inform everyone that Yi Tianxing had once slain a great Ascension Realm Demon King in the Immortal Secret Realm, and there was no need for concern regarding Yi Tianxing or to bicker over his presence. However, Yi Ling-er and Sun Yinyan had specifically instructed him before returning to the Yi clan that Yi Tianxing wished to keep his prowess concealed and had requested them to refrain from mentioning it, stating that he was merely at the Foundation establishment stage. All the Foundation establishment cultivators from a Yi clan who entered the secret realm had benefited from Yi Tianxing, and thus they naturally acquiesced to the two women. Consequently, the clan leader and the elders were entirely unaware of the terrifying extent of Yi Tianxing's current strength. Lin Chuan, go and persuade him once more. If you can sway him, accompany him. If not, you should leave quickly. The Yi clan may soon become a relic of the past, Yi Xian remarked, casting a resigned glance toward Lin Chuan, who was outside the formation. Lin Chuan recognized the gravity of the situation and chose not to speak further, simply acknowledging Yi Xian before soaring toward the direction Yi Tianxing had departed. Chapter 131. A Path to Death. This marked Yi Tianxing's inaugural visit to the border of Yi Prefecture, or more accurately, to the battlefield. For the Yi clan's celestial domain was itself a frontier, and beyond it lay nothing but conflict. The battlefield was desolate, the earth barren and devoid of life, marked only by the scars of battle, deep fissures crisscrossing the terrain, silently narrating tales of the ferocity that once transpired. Yi Tianxing selected a flat area, arranging the chairs he had previously scavenged from Lingyi City in a meticulous manner. Soon, he had set all the chairs in order. They stood in neat rows, reminiscent of an audience seating at a theater, albeit devoid of spectators. Yi Lingchuan arrived shortly thereafter and, upon witnessing the multitude of chairs, felt a surge of curiosity. Just as he was about to inquire, he observed Yi Tianxing suddenly produce a series of desiccated corpses from his storage ring, delicately placing each one upon a chair. The sight sent a chill down Yi Lingchuan's spine, his hair standing on end. He had taken lives and vanquished demons before, and was no stranger to corpses. Yet this tableau stirred an unsettling disquiet within him. Yi Tianxing had unexpectedly displayed a collection of desiccated corpses, which sent a chill down his spine. Initially, he intended to persuade Yi Tianxing to depart, but upon witnessing this unsettling scene, he found himself at a loss for words. "Elder Lingchuan, you have arrived. Allow me to introduce you," Yi Tianxing said with a grin, pulling Yi Lingchuan in front of the countless dry bodies. "This here is Old Sun. His meat is not only fresh, but he always slices an extra 2 tails for me. And this one is Anzhong. She often frets that I won't have enough to eat, so she generously provides me with extra dishes, sometimes even for free. This is Uncle Lu. He used to refuse to serve me alcohol because of my age, and I had to plead like a child to obtain a jar. Ye Tianjing, Rambliton." But as he spoke, tears began to flow, though his face remained adorned with a smile. Seeing this, Yi Lingchuan felt a pang of anguish in his heart. He finally understood the bizarre behavior of Yi Tianxing. These corpses were familiar faces to him. "Here, use this," Yi Lingchuan offered, unsure of how to console him, handing over his handkerchief. "Oh dear, how is it raining on such a sunny day? All this rain seems to have fallen on my face." Yi Tianxing chuckled as he accepted the handkerchief, wiping away his tears. Watching Yi Tianxing's valiant facade, Yi Lingchuan's fury reached its zenith. "You beast, truly a beast." Yi Lingchuan, who already harbored a deep-seated hatred for the demon race, trembled with rage. Regardless of Yi Tianxing's formidable strength, in his eyes, he was merely a young adult, now reduced to this state by the demons. "Tianxing, why do you leave them here instead of giving them a proper burial?" Yi Lingchuan asked, his body shaking. "I seek vengeance for them, and I want them to witness it with their own eyes. So first, I will find them a fitting spot to observe the fate that awaits these demons," Yi Tianxing replied, returning the handkerchief with a tone that was casual yet profoundly resolute. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingchuan initially contemplated offering further counsel, but seeing Yi Tianxing in such a state made it difficult to voice his thoughts. How many can you kill alone? I shall accompany you. After a brief moment of hesitation, he made his decision. Years ago, before his demise, Yi Tianxing's parents had entrusted him with the care of their son, and he could never forget the trusting gaze they had bestowed upon him during that solemn moment. If he could not protect Yi Tianxing, then he would stand by him in this endeavor, at least honoring the memory of Yi Tianxing's parents. However, at that moment, an enraged roar echoed from the blood demon array in the distance. Ling Chuan, what are you saying? Why haven't you taken Tianxing away yet? Ye Yuan, unaware of the circumstances outside, had refrained from leading anyone away from Tianxing Peak when he discovered the formation was not in operation. Now that he realized the demons outside had been eradicated, he felt no further hesitation. Yet, he was taken aback to hear Yi Lingchuan express his intent to accompany Yi Tianxing in his madness. What do you mean by leaving? Have you not witnessed the transformation of Tianxing? If one were to take him away now, even if he survives, his life would be forever marred by suffering. Do you truly believe I would heed your counsel? Yi Lingchuan, equally perturbed, retorted without a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian furiously struck the shimmering barrier of the blood demon formation. Yet, the crimson shield stood as solid as granite. Yi Xian's wrathful assaults merely stirred feeble ripples upon its surface, failing to inflict any tangible damage. Linger urged, Nian, shouldn't you both persuade Tianxing? In desperation, Yi Xian turned to his two closest companions for assistance, as he found himself unable to breach the barrier. However, Su Nian did not attempt to dissuade Yi Tianxing. Instead, she called out to him, Master, I'm cheering for you from within. Meanwhile, Yi Linger, upon seeing the rows of lifeless corpses, felt tears welling in her eyes. Are these Aunt Zhang and Uncle Lu? How could they all have perished? Brother Tianxing, you must avenge them. She sobbed. Observing the scene, Yi Tianxing smiled gently at the two women, then produced a chair, settling quietly as if the cacophony of the outside world bore no relevance to him. At this moment, Yi Xian was entirely at a loss, standing in place, anxiously watching Yi Tianxing. Elder Ling Chuan, it appears we must once again fight side by side, remarked Li Qiufeng, who had just arrived, offering a faint smile to Yi Ling Chuan. Master, do not cause trouble. When my leader strikes, keep your distance and do not hinder us. Before Yi Ling Chuan could respond, Wei Zhongliang within the formation shouted first at Li Qiufeng, You little brat, do you look down upon me? Li Qiufeng's expression had shifted from a smile to one of indignation in an instant, incensed by Wei Zhongliang's provocation. Yi Ling Chuan, having spent considerable time with Li Qiufeng in Qingzhou, was familiar with his temperament and chose not to intervene, instead offering a slight nod. As his thoughts were solely focused on Yi Tianxing, simultaneously, the Lu and Su families, arriving to provide support, encountered one another as they approached the heavenly domain of the Yi clan. At such a critical juncture, no one dared to venture into the domain of the Yi clan, and thus, both families were taken aback upon seeing each other as formidable forces. I am Lu Yuanba, head of the Lu family from Xianyang City. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed Su family leader? Lu Yuanba was the first to regain his composure, bowing respectfully to Su Sheng, the head of the Su family. Su Sheng also came to his senses and returned the gesture. Is the head of the Lu family. My apologies for the oversight. I am Su Sheng, head of the Su family from Luoxia City, here to meet my demise. What brings you here, Lu family leader? This statement momentarily rendered Lu Yuanba speechless. While he too had come with a similar intention, he did not expect Su Sheng to express it so candidly. After a brief pause, Lu Yuanba burst into hearty laughter. It seems my brother Su is also here to assist the Yi clan. I thought, how could anyone dare to bring their forces to the domain of the Yi clan at this time? Since we are all destined for demise, why not join forces? Su Sheng laughed heartily, acknowledging, in the past, my humble Su family lacked the merit to associate with your esteemed Lu clan, a first-rate power. However, given the peculiar circumstances now, I shall graciously accept this alliance. In his view, as they were all marching toward death, there was no need for sycophantic gestures. Subsequently, the two families set forth together, hastening toward the domain of the Yi clan. Chapter 132. Reinforcements arrive at the border battlefield. As the Lu and Su families journeyed to the Yi clan's territory, the Lingqiao pavilion of Qianqiao Valley and the Chu clan approached from another direction. Surrounding them lay the lifeless bodies of common folk and cultivators alike, not a single soul remaining. Strangely, numerous corpses of the demon race were also found. How could they have been drained of life as well? The rogue cultivator Lu Jingchuan volunteered as a scout, arriving at the vicinity of the Yi clan's domain even earlier than the Lingqiao pavilion and the Chu clan. Upon discovering the anomaly, he promptly informed Gui Qin and Chu Jingyan. Upon hearing that the demon race had also succumbed to lifelessness, both furrowed their brows. The situation was exceedingly bizarre. While demons could feast upon human blood, how could their own essence have been siphoned away? Stop overthinking. It's as if you believe understanding the situation will solve it. Lu Jingchuan remarked, rolling his eyes at their contemplation. Upon hearing this, they realized he had a point. What did it matter to comprehend the situation? Their primary concern was to see if they could aid the Yi clan. Everything else was secondary. With no living souls nearby, they decided to head toward the border battlefield. Gui Qin ceased his deliberation and led the group to fly towards the battlefield, with Chu Jingyun and Lu Jingchuan following closely behind. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxing sat quietly at the edge of the border battlefield, his thoughts shrouded in silence, leaving others unaware of his contemplations. Yi Lingchuan and Li Qiufeng stood at a distance, strategizing ways to eliminate more demons. In contrast, Yi Yuqian continuously retrieved various communication stones from her storage ring, directing the Yi clan cultivators outside to maintain stability among the forces within Yi province, preventing unrest due to the clan's predicament. In truth, this predicament need not have been so convoluted, for many factions in Yi province had previously ventured to the Immortal's secret realm, aware of Yi Tianxing's prowess in slaying powerful demon kings. However, Yi Ling'er and Sun Yinyan had specifically instructed them on the way back not to disclose Yi Tianxing's strength. This led to a situation where, apart from the leaders who ventured to the Immortal's secret realm and a handful of foundational cultivators, no one was privy to Yi Tianxing's true capabilities. Yet, one could not blame the leaders and foundational cultivators for their discretion. After all, the two women were the closest to Yi Tianxing, and they dared not disobey. Moreover, during their time in the secret realm, Yi Tianxing had bestowed upon each of them favored techniques and elixirs, making them naturally inclined to heed the words of the two women. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before long, the air was pierced by sounds of rushing winds from both the eastern and western edges of the battlefield. All present, save for Yi Tianxing, looked up in perplexity towards the two directions. To the east, the formidable forces of the Lu and Su families approached with great fervor. Meanwhile, to the west, Gui Qin and Chu Jingyun led the Lingqiao pavilion and the members of the Chu family. Although the two factions were unfamiliar with one another, they were acutely aware of the significance of their gathering, quickly uniting and exchanging greetings. After a brief introduction, their attention turned to Yi Tianxing. Among the cultivators who had come to offer support, some were aware that Yi Tianxing had traveled to Qingzhou. Consequently, they assumed he remained there, believing this journey to the Yi family's celestial domain would be one of no return. However, upon seeing Yi Tianxing, those familiar with his prowess displayed expressions of delight. For who would wish for demise when life was still an option? Yet, the sight of Yi Tianxing seated calmly in his chair, surrounded by a cadre of lifeless corpses, instilled a chilling unease among the onlookers. What could have transpired with the leader of the Yi family? Gui Qin swallowed hard, uncertain of whom to question. Esteemed guests, what brings you here? At this moment, Yi Lingchuan approached the assembly, a look of bewilderment on his face. Lu Yuanba, recognizing Yi Lingchuan, promptly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Elder Lingchuan, we have come to assist the Yi family in their time of need. Should you require our aid, please do not hesitate to ask. Hearing this, a warm current surged within Yi Lingchuan. I appreciate your goodwill. However, in 3 days, the demonic army will encroach upon our borders. With your presence here, you would only be courting death. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly. Yi Lingchuan graciously declined their offers of assistance. You are indeed Elder Lingchuan of the Yi family? Let me be candid. We have come here to face death and need no persuasion. Just instruct us on what tasks you require of us, declared Su Sheng, the head of the Su family, unabashed and seemingly unfazed by the grim reality. The Su family, lacking the strength to enter the Immortal's secret realm, remained oblivious to Yi Tianxing's ability to vanquish demon kings. This ignorance rendered them indifferent to their chances of survival. Even upon witnessing Yi Tianxing, Father, why are you here? Do not burden my master. Sun Yinyan, within the blood demon array, heard her father's voice and urgently called out to him. Initially unaware of her presence within the formation, Su Sheng hastened through the throng to her side. Yinyan, I apologize for not being able to protect you. Rest assured, I shall avenge you by slaying several demons, Su Sheng replied, his eyes reddened with emotion. Hearing this, Sun Yinyin felt her blood pressure rise, glaring fiercely at her father. Father, I have told you, do not complicate matters for my master. The demonic army is no match for him. Simply observe from the sidelines and do not give them the opportunity to threaten my master. Upon witnessing his daughter's adorable yet resolute demeanor, Su Sheng found himself wavering in his resolve. He understood that Sun Yinyin would not lie. Could it be that Yi Tianxing alone could truly resolve the impending invasion of the demon army? Very well, I shall heed your counsel. When the demon forces arrive, we shall seek a secure vantage point to observe. If your master cannot withstand the onslaught, we shall intervene. After Su Sheng spoke, he instructed the members of the Su family to refrain from any rash actions, and then he began conversing with Sun Yinyin. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxing remained lost in thought, only snapping back to reality upon hearing several familiar voices, prompting him to turn and see the arriving reinforcements. Oh, what brings you here? Yi Tianxing greeted them with a broad smile. Before Lu Yuanba and the others could respond, he continued, What joy it is to have friends come from afar. Since you are here, do not leave just yet. Wait for me a moment. With that, Yi Tianxing soared towards the neighboring Yi city. What has happened to the sect master? Something feels amiss, Lu Yuanba remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Yi Lingchuan. Yi Lingchuan sighed helplessly and recounted the situation in brief. Upon hearing his account, the group felt a mix of sympathy and indignation towards Yi Tianxing's plight. Lu Yuanba clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. These demon creatures are utterly ruthless. We must avenge the suffering inflicted upon Sect Master Yi. Before long, Yi Tianxing returned, finding a flat area where he set out dozens of tables and chairs. In addition to these, he produced an array of kitchen utensils, even bringing forth a stove. Cool me. Let me have a bit of fruit to tide me over, and I shall prepare something exquisite for you shortly. As he spoke, Yi Tianxing unveiled an assortment of watermelons and cantaloupes, freshly procured from the immortal realm, and began slicing and plating them. Chapter 133, Not Ordinary Fruit. Everyone present was perplexed by Yi Tianxing's actions. The demon army was on the verge of encroachment, yet Yi Tianxing chose to present them with unfamiliar fruits. Was this reasonable? Could it be that, having witnessed the bloodshed of familiar faces, he had succumbed to despair and madness? Elder Lingchuan, what should we do? Lu Yuanba hesitated, glancing towards Yi Lingchuan for guidance. Seeing this, Yi Lingchuan sighed with concern. Alas, this blow has struck Tianxing deeply. We should indulge him. With Yi Lingchuan's approval, the others gradually took their seats. Only the members of the Su family remained stationary. Observing Yi Tianxing's display of spirit fruits, Sun Yinyin quickly urged Su Sheng, Father, those are extraordinary items. You and the uncles should take your seats. Su Sheng glanced at the fruits in Yi Tianxing's hands and scoffed. What good are fine fruits when death awaits us? Yet despite his words, he led the Su family to find available seats. After all, he had heard Yi Lingchuan's description and was aware that Yi Tianxing's situation seemed dire. Since they could offer no assistance, it was better to acquiesce to Yi Tianxing's whims. At this moment, Yi Tianxing had completed slicing all the fruits and arranged them neatly on a platter. Allow me to assist you. Yi Lingchuan offered as he approached the fruit platter, eager to help distribute the fruits to the guests. However, Yi Tianxing stopped him with a smile, saying, Elder Lingchuan, as a senior, you need not concern yourself with such trivialities. Please, find a place to sit while I take care of this. Seeing this, Yi Lingchuan acquiesced and settled into an available seat. With a cheerful demeanor, Yi Tianxing lifted the fruit platter and placed it methodically on the table. When he reached the table of Lu Yuanba, he kindly reminded, Master Lu, please take your time. We have more guests arriving shortly. Lu Yuanba did not fully grasp Yi Tianxing's intent, but nodded with a smile nonetheless. Returning to the makeshift kitchen he had set up, Yi Tianxing organized the condiments gifted to him by the system. He then took out the spirit beast meat presented by Xianxia, the leader of Yanxiao sect, and began to stoke the fire, busily preparing the meal. Alas, the state of mind of our peak master Yi, Gu Yichen observed, watching Yi Tianxing's industrious figure. Unable to suppress a gentle shake of his head, his eyes filled with concern. Indeed, I wonder if he can contend with the demon army, Lu Yuanba, seated at the same table, expressed his worries. You need not fret. Are you not aware of Peak Master Ye's formidable strength? He is merely keeping himself occupied, perhaps even releasing pent-up emotions. Do not be deceived by his seemingly carefree demeanor. When confronted by the demon army, he will undoubtedly transform into a different person. I might even venture to say I feel a tinge of sympathy for the demons, Chu Jingyu encountered, holding a divergent view, convinced that the demons would face a grim fate this time. Upon hearing Chu Jingyun's analysis, Lu Yuanba and Gu Yichen found merit in his perspective, thereby alleviating some of their concerns. They were all leaders who had previously ventured into the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm and were well aware of Yi Tianxing's terrifying prowess. As long as Yi Tianxing's mindset remained unaffected, the unfortunate ones would undoubtedly be the demon army. Meanwhile, Su Sheng, seated at the same table, was oblivious to the conversation among the three. As the head of a lesser household, he felt out of place and thus, out of boredom, picked up a slice of the meticulously cut watermelon from the platter. Upon tasting it, Su Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief, as he sensed an overwhelming and pure surge of spiritual energy coursing through him like a torrential flood. With each wave of spiritual force, the long-standing barrier that had hindered him began to loosen ever so slightly. Suddenly, he understood why his daughter had claimed this was a remarkable delicacy. It was no ordinary fruit, but a spiritual fruit. Without pausing to process his astonishment, Su Sheng voraciously devoured the watermelon. Not just him, but several foundation-building cultivators at other tables also fell silent, beginning to devour the fruits hungrily. These cultivators, having previously entered the immortal realm, recognized that the fruits presented by Yi Tianxing were indeed from the spirit fruit orchard of the secret realm. Thus, each sought to consume as much as they could before anyone else noticed. The members at the main table, including Lu Yuanba, had never ventured into the secret realm and were unaware that these were spiritual fruits from the spirit fruit orchard. Thus, upon witnessing Su Sheng's unrefined behavior, they couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief. Was it merely some unfamiliar fruit? Was it truly necessary to devour it so ravenously? Yi Lingchuan, who was also seated at the main table, observed Su Sheng's lack of decorum but found nothing amiss, for he immediately recalled the spirit vein soup. This was brought forth by Yi Tianxing. Perhaps it was something extraordinary. With this thought, Yi Lingchuan took a small piece of sliced melon from the fruit platter and placed it in his mouth. Upon tasting it, a refreshing and powerful surge of spiritual energy entered his body. Indeed, Yi Lingchuan felt a surge of joy within, and soon, disregarding his status, he began to consume the fruit with abandon, mirroring Su Sheng's behavior. This act left Lu Yuanba and the others utterly bewildered. One could excuse Su Sheng, but how could Yi Lingchuan, an elder of the Yi clan, exhibit such a lack of composure? Was it truly that delectable? Lu Yuanba, perplexed by the situation, curiously took a small piece and tasted it. As the melon entered his mouth, an overwhelming force of spiritual energy surged into him. This is a spiritual fruit. Lu Yuanba's pupils widened in astonishment. He finally understood why Yi Lingchuan and Su Sheng had abandoned their decorum. It turned out that the fruit platter contained not ordinary fruits, but rather spiritual fruits. Observing that more than half of the platter had been consumed, Lu Yuanba felt a pang of regret. Had he known this was a spiritual fruit, why had he bothered to maintain his image? Surely, his dignity could not rival the importance of a breakthrough. With that thought, Lu Yuanba wasted no time lamenting and began to compete with Yi Lingchuan and Su Sheng for the remaining fruits on the platter. Gu Zichen, Zhu Xingguin, and the rogue cultivator Lu Jingchuan, witnessing this scene, were quick to realize that these fruits were undoubtedly extraordinary. In the next moment, the three of them also joined the fray, clamoring for the fruits on the platter. In an instant, the individuals at the main table were caught in a frenzied scramble, entirely abandoning their usual composure and restraint. What has happened to the clan leader? With so many present, why this loss of decorum? Who could blame them? Even I, the head of the Lu family, find this utterly unseemly. Perhaps they simply did not know how to comfort the head of the Yi clan and thought to appease him. Only take it too far, we might as well join in. Meanwhile, the cultivators brought by various factions at other tables began to whisper among themselves. Others at the tables, agreeing with the last speaker's observation, also took small pieces of sliced watermelon or melon and began to eat. But soon, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator broke through to the initial stage of Golden Core. Incredible! This is no ordinary fruit. It is a spiritual fruit. The cultivator who had just broken through exclaimed. Chapter 134, Universal Breakthrough. Unbelievable. It's true, I too shall break through. I'm close. Just one small piece can lead to a breakthrough. What on earth are these spiritual fruits? In an instant, many present were filled with astonished exclamations. Certainly, there exists a faction of astute individuals who, rather than squander time in idle chatter, fervently indulge in the exquisite spirit fruits, fearing that any delay may result in a diminished share. Boom, boom, boom. As the spirit fruits were consumed, many cultivators experienced immediate breakthroughs right where they stood. This prompted those who had previously wasted time conversing to hasten their efforts, falling silent in their urgency. In no time, every spirit fruit on the tables was devoured, and the spiritual energy within the cultivators surged, each beginning to stabilize their realms and assimilate the enhancements bestowed by the fruits. However, before long, a tantalizing aroma of meat captured everyone's attention. This delectable scent wafted from the rudimentary kitchen constructed by Tianxing. There he was, bustling about in the kitchen. Multiple pots simmering simultaneously, the contents unknown but certainly promising. The onlookers understood that, given the extraordinary nature of the fruits Tianxing had mentioned, the forthcoming main dish would undoubtedly be exceptional. The members of the Yi clan within the formation gazed longingly, envious of the situation. Observing the successive breakthroughs of the cultivators outside the formation, even the dimmest among them recognized that Tianxing's offerings were bound to be of the highest quality. Yet, they remained trapped within the formation, mere spectators. After a while, Tianxing cheerfully announced, "Dinner is served. I have bowls and chopsticks. You may help yourselves." Upon hearing this, the crowd sprang into action, moving with such swiftness that only shadows remained in their wake. They were unaware of what simmered in Tianxing's pots. But based on the earlier spirit fruits, they were certain that the contents would be equally splendid. "Please form an orderly line. There are so many of you that I fear some might miss out. So allow me to serve," he continued, lifting the pot lid. A rich, almost palpable aura of spiritual energy, accompanied by an irresistible fragrance, enveloped the air. Inside the pot lay enticing chunks of meat, each seemingly radiating a gentle glow. The crowd was momentarily awestruck by this extraordinary sight, their earlier eagerness to compete for food tempered as they instinctively formed a queue. Tianxing, wielding a large ladle, methodically served each person a portion of the stewed meat. "Let me tell you, this meat is from a spirit beast, gifted to me by the sect master of the Yunxiao sect in Qingzhou. It is said to possess the ability to enhance cultivation, truly a treasure. Moreover, the seasonings I've used are unique to this realm. You are in for a treat." As he ladled out the meat, he chattered incessantly, the unique seasonings being rewards previously bestowed upon him by the system. With his experience in crafting spirit soup hot pot, Tianxing was well aware that these seasonings were anything but ordinary. Soon, each individual's bowl was filled with spirit beast meat, and as they returned to their seats, the only sound that filled the air was the delightful smacking of lips. At that moment, Lu Qingyu suddenly soared in from above. Upon witnessing everyone engrossed in their bowls of meat, she was momentarily taken aback. Upon encountering Tianxing in the makeshift kitchen, busily serving meat, Lu Qingyu settled beside him. "I see your kin are ensnared within the formation, yet you seem unfazed by the plight, choosing instead to prepare a meal?" she inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. She could not fathom why. Having returned, Tianxing did not rescue his trapped relatives, but instead busied himself with culinary endeavors. "I noticed your arrival earlier. This bowl is prepared especially for you," Tianxing replied, a smile gracing his features as he handed her the final bowl, subsequently turning his attention to tidying up the area. Lu Qingyu, ready to voice her thoughts, was interrupted by the exclamations of other cultivators at nearby tables. "What is this meat I have just broken through?" exclaimed one cultivator, the first to reach the initial stage of the golden core, as he devoured a bowl of spiritual beast meat and, astonishingly, advanced to the mid-level of the golden core. "I have also broken through. This bowl contains more spiritual energy than the fruits we had earlier. It was worth the visit, ha ha ha." The group of cultivators laughed and chatted joyfully. However, those unaware of Tianxing's true strength did not share in the boisterous laughter. Instead, they consumed their meal while cultivating. To them, even a series of minor breakthroughs would not suffice to contend with the demon race, yet it would enable them to slay a few lesser beasts. Consequently, these cultivators ate slowly, savoring the effects of the spiritual beast meat to its fullest. Seeing the others break through after consuming the spiritual beast meat, Lu Qingyu quickly followed suit, taking a piece for herself. At that moment, Lu Yuanba finished his portion and looked up, surprised to see his daughter had joined the gathering. Yet, he felt no anger. With Tianxing present, there was little to worry about. Had he known Tianxing had hurried back from Qingzhou, he would have welcomed his daughter to the Yi clan's celestial domain, allowing her to partake in the spiritual fruits. Though, Regrettably, they were now all consumed. This realization dawned upon him. Understanding why Tianxing had suggested saving some spiritual fruits, he had evidently sensed his daughter as presence. However, it was too late to lament, as the fruits had long been devoured, leaving nothing but remnants. Meanwhile, Tianxing, having completed his tidying, noticed the enthusiasm for the spiritual beast meat and promptly began preparing more dishes. The hesitant cultivators, seeing there was still food available, wore expressions of excitement. Especially those on the brink of a breakthrough, their faces beamed with joy. Little did they anticipate that for the next few days, Tianxing would continuously stew meat, nearly overwhelming the diners with the sheer volume. Were it not for the meat's ability to enhance their cultivation, they would have long since lost their appetite. After all, even the most delectable dish can become tiresome when indulged excessively. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Tianxing occasionally conversed with the dry corpses while dedicating the remainder of his hours to the art of stewing meat. This also enabled all the monks present to achieve breakthroughs, with even Su Sheng advancing to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Most striking was Yi Lingchuan. Originally at the mid-stage of the god transformation realm, had now ascended to its pinnacle. As for Li Qiufeng, it goes without saying that he, already at the peak of the god transformation realm, had, after 3 days of consuming the flesh of spiritual beasts, propelled himself to the initial stage of the void return realm. Meanwhile, within the formation, Yi Ling'er and Su Ninian had shed countless tears over these 3 days. Despite the unbroken smile on Tianxing's face, they understood that he was undoubtedly suffering internally. These 3 days were merely a means for him to distract himself. How could he possibly refrain from eating, especially when it was his favorite spiritual beast meat? During this time, Lu Qingyu had also grasped the general situation. Upon realizing that the corpses seated not far away were those she knew so well, her heart ached as well. However, Tianxing's demeanor was evidently amiss, and such a state could not persist. Thus, she contemplated berating him back to his senses. Just as Lu Qingyu was about to chastise Tianxing, a sudden surge of murderous intent radiated from him, causing all present to change their expressions. Retreat. Lu Qingyu commanded the members of the Lu family upon sensing that terrifying aura. The Lu family, upon hearing her words, immediately rose from their seats and swiftly retreated to the front of the blood-red light barrier. Lu Yuanba, still seated, felt the overwhelming murderous energy and was initially taken aback. But upon witnessing the decisive actions of the Lu family, he was left in a state of shock. "Why are you all so obedient? I am head of the family," Lu Yuanba exclaimed in disbelief. Among the cultivators he had brought, several were elders of the Lu family, who typically only followed his commands. Why were they now all obeying his daughters? "Xiaoyu, have you forgotten something? Before we arrived at the Yi family's celestial territory, you bestowed the position of family head to Qingyu. Naturally, we must heed her," replied Lu Yin, the grand elder of the Lu family, as he stroked his beard leisurely. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanba's eyes widened in realization. He had completely overlooked this fact. "Fine, let be as it is. It has been passed down." Lu Yuanba shook his head helplessly and also stepped up to the light barrier. During this time, the Spirit Her Pavilion of Qianchao Valley and the Chu family had already arrived at the Crimson Light Barrier, intent on not causing any trouble for Tianxing. They were not fools. The sudden outburst of such horrific murderous intent from Tianxing clearly indicated that he had sensed the presence of the demon race, and naturally, they would not hinder him. However, the Su family, who were the only ones unaware of Tianxing's strength, displayed disdain upon seeing the supporting individuals retreat. Su Sheng could not help but spit on the ground, exclaiming, "Humph! Just 3 days ago, they were all so righteous, yet now, faced with danger, they have all turned into turtles withdrawing their heads. What nonsense! And they call themselves a first-rate power." After mocking them, Su Sheng resolutely stood alongside Tianxing with the members of the Su family. "The Su family shall not cower like turtles. If they dare not advance, then we shall." Su Sheng brandished his weapon and proclaimed loudly to the members of the Su family. Indeed, the Su family members echoed in unison, their voices resonating with considerable vigor. "Father, what are you doing? Hurry and return with everyone." Su Ninian shouted anxiously from within the array. Just 3 days ago, it was clearly agreed upon not to cause trouble for her master. Yet now her father was charging forward with his people. Was he seeking death? "Nian, I have considered this deeply. Since this battle is inevitable, for your sake and for Master Yi, our sacrifices will be worthwhile. You must diligently follow Master Yi in your cultivation and not mourn our deaths. Su Sheng spoke with unwavering determination. Over the past 3 days, he had pondered much and felt that Sun Yin placed too much faith in Yi Tianxing. After all, they were facing the demonic army, not merely a few formidable or minor demons. How could Yi Tianxing confront them alone? After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to alleviate some of the pressure on Yi Tianxing. Father, if you do not come back, I will end my life right here. Sun Yin, furious, drew her gathering spirit sword and placed it against her throat. No, let us retreat. Quickly, don't do anything foolish. Su Sheng, alarmed, urgently called for the others to step back to the crimson barrier. Yin, don't be irrational. If I don't charge in, it will be fine, won't it? Su Sheng said anxiously, separated by the barrier. No, you must stand still. If you dare to charge forward, I will take my own life. Sun Yin glared at Su Sheng, the gathering spirit sword held steadfastly before her neck, refusing to lower it. Her father was far too impulsive, and she feared that if she lowered her weapon, he would charge ahead again. Very well. I shall heed your wishes, Yin. With no other options, Su Sheng relented, instructing the members of the Su family to remain still. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongliang, witnessing the effectiveness of Sun Yin's tactic, promptly drew a long sword and held it against his own throat, then shouted towards Li Qiufeng, who had not retreated. Master, you too must fall back. If you do not, I shall take my own life before you. His master was unaware of Yi Tianxing's capabilities, and having promised the two women not to disclose his strength, he sought to employ the same ruse to coax his master back. However, Li Qiufeng, without turning back, retorted, If you wish to die, go ahead. Your death won't prolong my life by much. Wei Zhongliang then implored, Elder Lingchuan, Elder Li, please retreat. Your advance will only render Master Yi vulnerable. He needs to unleash his fury without distraction. At that moment, Yi Yuchen, who had already retreated to the barrier, advised, Elder Li Qiufeng, don't be reckless. Li Qiufeng remained unfazed, yet upon hearing Yi Yuchen's words, Yi Lingchuan's brows furrowed slightly. Yi Yuchen was well known within the clan for his intelligence and composure, never one to speak without reason. Could it be that Yi Tianxing truly possessed the strength to stand against the demonic army? Contemplating this, Yi Lingchuan turned to Li Qiufeng beside him and spoke. Elder Li, I concur with Yu Chen's perspective. Tianxing's prowess far surpasses ours, and our involvement may hinder progress. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to observe the situation before taking action. Upon hearing Yi Lingchuan's sentiments, Li Qiufeng nodded in agreement. Very well. Should the circumstances prove unfavorable, we shall intervene. Just as the two retreated to the luminous barrier, the distant sky began to darken ominously. Initially, a small patch of shadows emerged at the horizon, resembling ink diffusing across rice paper. As time elapsed, the shadows rapidly spread, akin to an advancing tide of darkness, soon enveloping nearly the entire sky. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the multitude of shadows above, Yi Tianxing's murderous intent surged once more. Moreover, a crimson glow suddenly emanated from his being, akin to flames ignited, blazing fiercely in an instant. Is this the manifestation of killing intent? The patriarch of the Yi clan, Yi Xian, felt his pupils constrict sharply at the sight of Yi Tianxing's red aura. Those present, upon perceiving this strange crimson light, gasped in astonishment, while others remained perplexed. Master, what is the manifestation of killing intent? Wei Zhongliang pressed against the luminous barrier, inquiring of Li Qiufeng beyond it. The manifestation of killing intent is an extreme state for cultivators, typically rare in occurrence. It arises only when a practitioner harbors overwhelming hatred and is on the brink of losing their rationality. However, the term losing rationality is somewhat misleading. It is more accurate to say that one has lost their reason yet retains some semblance of it. It is a paradoxical state wherein the cultivator, fueled by their boundless rage, coalesces a potent form of killing intent. This energy possesses immense destructive power and signals that the conflict shall persist until one side falls. Li Qiufeng elucidated the concept of killing intent manifestation according to his understanding. Wei Zhongliang nodded in response. The demon clan is in for a misfortune. The scene shifted back to Yi Tianxing, who had indeed succumbed to a loss of reason. However, deep within his subconscious, he recognized the necessity of regaining composure. For in his mind, losing one's reason was far from favorable. His initial experience of losing control occurred when Sun Yanyan's father was slain, resulting in a harrowing flight to the Hidden Moon sect that nearly terrified him to death. At that time, he grappled with acrophobia, and such irrational behavior was undoubtedly detrimental. Since then, Tianxing had consistently reminded himself that while anger was permissible, losing reason was not. Thus, even in his state of irrationality, a part of him sought to regain calm, leading to the emergence of killing intent manifestation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the ultimate killing intent. Reward. Cultivation. Late stage of the void return realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, killing intent perception. Killing intent perception. The ability to sense whether individuals nearby harbor murderous intent toward the host, allowing for preemptive defense. Chapter 136. The Outbreak of War. Tianxing, now indifferent to rewards, fixated his gaze upon the distant sky where the demon army loomed ominously. It was only after regaining a semblance of composure that he began to move slowly, approaching the countless lifeless bodies of the townsfolk, drained of life by the demons. He spoke resolutely. Sit tight, and witness how I shall avenge you. With that declaration, Tianxing summoned the demon-slaying sword and stepped steadily toward the battlefield. Arise, ye who refuse to be enslaved. Let us reclaim our flesh and blood. At this moment, Tianxing sang a stirring battle hymn, his crimson spiritual energy intensifying, akin to tangible flames raging around him. With each step he took and each note he sang, a multitude of spirit swords erupted from his dantian. The spirits of these swords transformed, taking on the forms of their previous masters, trailing behind Tianxing. Before long, 1,000 phantoms wielding spirit swords appeared behind him, each exuding a fierce sword intent, their eyes reflecting the same determination and fury as Tianxing. They marched in unison, resembling a well-trained spectral legion, filling the air with an intimidating atmosphere of slaughter. As Tianxing advanced, the ground trembled slightly beneath him, each footfall resonating like a drumbeat in the hearts of the onlookers. At this moment, the Yi clan, the Liu family, the Chu family, as well as the spiritual herb sect of Qianchao Valley and the Su family, were all left in awe by the spectacle. 1,000 personal treasures, all ranging from grade 7 to 9. Am I dreaming? The cultivators present, who had never entered a secret realm, stood agape, their eyes wide with shock and reverence. The sheer number of high-grade personal treasures displayed was unprecedented, likely surpassing the combined might of all factions across the Tianyuan continent outside of the central domains. Li Qiufeng and Yi Lingchuan exchanged a glance, both unable to conceal their astonishment. They had witnessed Tianxing summon dozens of spirit swords during his stand against the demon forces at Qingzhou Yunxiao sect, but they never anticipated he would possess a full 1,000. Yi Lingchuan, you are closest to Tianxing. What on earth is happening? Yi Xian, overwhelmed within the blood demon array, incessantly tapped the light screen, inquiring of Yi Lingchuan. I have no idea, Yi Lingchuan stammered, shaking his head in disbelief. Not even those who had entered the secret realm alongside Tianxing could fathom the situation. It was common knowledge that refining personal treasures required time, and the higher the grade, the longer the process. Yet, Tianxing had managed to instantly refine a spirit sword after requesting it from the immortal in the secret realm, a feat unheard of. Meanwhile, Tianxing had come to a halt. The 1,000 phantoms behind him radiated sword intent, their presence harmonizing with the intense crimson, spiritual energy enveloping him, exuding an aura that was both chilling and formidable. The demon clan has dispatched nearly 3 million troops, standing ominously in the void, obscuring the sky as if it were a boundless ocean of darkness, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. At the forefront are 5 formidable demon leaders, each radiating terrifying waves of spiritual power. The most powerful among them has reached the mid-stage of the Void Return Realm, while the weakest is at its initial stage. Whereas Niu Shisan, one of the demon leaders, a bare-headed creature, towered over Tianxing, dismissing him entirely. Days prior, the demons had communicated their successful plans within Yi Prefecture. They had come to trample Yi Prefecture, but instead of encountering Niu Shisan, they found a human boy devoid of spiritual fluctuations, leaving them perplexed. Tianxing gazed up at the bare-headed leader and smiled. Ah, so you're looking for him. I know where he is. Allow me to escort you to him. As the words left his lips, the smile vanished, replaced by a coldness akin to frost. Blade Rain. Yi Tianxing unleashed a sword strike towards the demon army. In an instant, the space above the demon troops warped. Subsequently, a torrential downpour of miniature demon-slaying swords surged forth like a flood, cascading down upon the demon horde. Each sword gleamed with a blood-red light, reminiscent of a harbinger of death from the depths of hell. Chaos and terror engulfed the demon army. Those of lesser cultivation barely had time to react before being pierced by the swarm of swords, instantly transforming into pools of blood. A cacophony of anguished screams resonated through the heavens and earth as dark demon blood erupted like a fountain, staining the ground below in an eerie black hue. The 5 demon leaders, witnessing this carnage, felt their pupils constrict in shock and swiftly evaded Yi Tianxing's assault. They had not anticipated that this seemingly powerless human boy was, in fact, a cultivator. "Kill them!" roared the bare-headed demon leader, plunging towards Yi Tianxing like a black meteor. His mid-stage void returned pressure distorting the very fabric of space beneath him. The nearly 3 million demons surged forward like a tide of darkness, their battle cries reverberating, shaking the heavens as if they were consumed by this malevolent force. Behind Yi Tianxing, 1,000 phantoms, suffused with sword intent, ascended fearlessly to confront the demon army. The phantoms moved in perfect unison, their spiritual swords glimmering with a fierce radiance, resembling a crimson torrent as they clashed with the black horde. In that moment, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Black and red intertwined, the sounds of battle cries, clashing swords, and roars merging into a chilling cacophony. The phantoms, impervious to attacks, evaded the demons while inflicting harm upon them, resulting in a one-sided slaughter as the 1,000 phantoms penetrated the ranks of the demon army with ease. Every ethereal shadow, wielding a spiritual sword, conjured a tempest of bloody rain, with countless demon soldiers perishing instantaneously beneath the blade. The inky demon blood erupted like a fountain, splattering in all directions. Soon, a rain of crimson cascaded from the heavens, thick and viscous, accompanied by a chilling sword intent, as if the entire world were enveloped in this sanguinary aura. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the demon army, their ranks began to falter in disarray when confronted with this intangible yet devastating tide of red. Chapter 137, One-Sided Massacre. Simultaneously, the bare-headed commander dove towards Yi Tianxing. However, Yi Tianxing did not even spare a glance at the commander, instead launching an upward stroke with his sword. The crimson spiritual energy enveloped the demon-slaying sword, slicing through the void with a piercing sonic boom. The bare-headed commander sensed the imminent danger, his face drained of color as he desperately attempted to evade. Yet, Yi Tianxing's strike was too swift. With a sharp sound, the blade cleaved through, severing the commander's left arm at the shoulder. The severed limb fell, blood spilling forth, and the commander, unable to utter a scream, quickly retreated to a height beyond Yi Tianxing's reach. The other 4 demon commanders, witnessing this, were engulfed in turmoil. The bare-headed commander was in the mid-stage of the Void Return realm, yet he had failed to withstand even a single strike from this human youth. When had such a formidable human cultivator emerged in Leaf Continent? According to their intelligence, only the patriarch of the Yi clan, Yi Xian, was at the Void Return realm. However, there was no time for contemplation, as Yi Tianxing began to ascend towards the bare-headed commander. Altogether, one of the demon commanders shouted as they charged at Yi Tianxing, with the other 3 following suit. "This boy is peculiar. Be cautious," the bare-headed commander warned, clutching his wound. Yet, the warning came too late, for Yi Tianxing had begun to rise, and in the next moment, he had vanished from sight. When he re-emerged, he was already back on the ground. In an instant, the limbs of the 5 demon commanders had been severed. Before the 5 commanders could comprehend the situation, their forms plummeted to the earth. Blood gushed from their severed limbs, staining the surrounding soil a deep crimson. The 5 demon leaders were stricken with terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could not fathom how this human youth had managed to sever their limbs in the blink of an eye. "Who on earth are you?" the bare-headed commander bellowed, his voice laced with fear. "You relish in blood, do you not? Now you shall taste its essence," Yi Tianxing replied, a cold smile gracing his lips as he gently waved the demon-slaying sword in his hand. The 5 leaders of the demon clan found their vital essence drawn forth uncontrollably from their severed limbs, as if by an invisible and formidable force, surging rapidly towards the demon-slaying sword in 5 streams of crimson. "No!" the bare-headed leader cried out in terror, desperate to halt the flow of his essence, yet utterly powerless. In the blink of an eye, The life force of the 5 leaders was entirely absorbed by the sword. After drinking in their essence, the blade trembled violently, emitting a jubilant hum, its dragon-patterned energy reservoir nearly filled with red. The 5 demon leaders have been drained to the point of becoming mere desiccated husks, devoid of breath. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment, particularly Yi Lingquan and Li Qiufeng, who were left utterly bewildered. They had previously witnessed Yi Tianxing slaying 2 demon leaders at the border of Qingzhou and were aware of his formidable strength. Yet they had not anticipated such an overwhelming display of power. 3 leaders at the early stage of the Void Return realm and 2 at the mid-stage had been defeated effortlessly. Earlier, the 2 had considered aiding Yi Tianxing in seeking vengeance because Yi Lingquan had gathered intelligence on the demon clan from the Yunxiao sect after arriving in Qingzhou. They had estimated that there should be around 10 leaders within the demon tribe, with 2 already encountered in Qingzhou, suggesting that the remaining 8 must be in Yezhou. Thus, they believed Yi Tianxing could not face them alone. However, it seemed they had grossly underestimated his capabilities. What level of cultivation did the Master Yi possess? To vanquish 5 demon leaders simultaneously was no small feat. He was likely at least at the late stage of the Void Return realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to eliminate 5 leaders in such rapid succession. It appeared that the demon clan would suffer significant losses and would dare not invade again in the near future. Who could say, however, that the demon king would not emerge in retaliation upon discovering the demise of his subordinates? What are you saying? Who has ever witnessed the demon king? It is but a legend. Do not frighten yourself. Who said that? I know of the demon king from my time in the secret realm. Whether you believe it is irrelevant, I am aware of its existence. As the crowd conversed, they noted that many were skeptical of the existence of a demon king, which frustrated those who had ventured into the secret realm with Yi Tianxing, who wished to disclose this secret but ultimately refrained, recalling their promises to the 2 women. Meanwhile, after dispatching the 5 demon leaders, Yi Tianxing soared directly into the throng of demons. Within the horde, regardless of whether they were great or lesser demons, none stood a chance of survival against his onslaught. Yi Tianxing's fervor only grew as he continued to slay, his aura of murderous energy radiating an increasingly vivid crimson. As the aura deepened to a dark hue, the demon army could no longer withstand the onslaught. How could they continue to fight? 10,000 phantoms they could not even touch. Those who could approach were deterred by the fear of instant annihilation, their fallen comrades reduced to lifeless shells. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. With the death of their leaders, the greater demons seized control of the battlefield. Upon perceiving the dire situation, the great demons urgently called out to their respective subordinates, urging them to retreat swiftly. The lesser demons, having long since lost their fighting spirit, seized upon the cries of their leaders as a lifeline, desperately fleeing in all directions. In an instant, the demon army resembled a disordered heap of sand, steeped in chaos. Yet, how could Yi Tianxing allow them to escape so easily? Witnessing the demons attempt to flee, he quickened his pace in vanquishing them. However, the sheer number of the demon horde was overwhelming. No matter how swiftly Yi Tianxing moved, he could not stem the tide of their panicked exodus. Just as he was preparing to unleash his dragon fist to slay more foes, a fearsome aura emanated from the rear of the demon army. The next moment, a demon with the head of a wolf and the body of a man charged into the battlefield with alarming speed. Towering nearly 10 feet tall, its muscles bulged as if brimming with explosive power. Upon sighting the blood of its kin flowing across the battlefield, its eyes turned crimson and it emitted an ecstatic roar. Like a famished tiger pouncing on prey, the wolf-headed demon lunged into the fray. But instead of seeking out Yi Tianxing, it seized a frightened little demon attempting to flee. With its robust arms, veins bulging, it effortlessly twisted the little demon's neck, causing black blood to spout forth like a fountain. The wolf-headed demon eagerly leaned in, gulping down the blood with unrestrained fervor. The onlookers were instantly struck with alarm, their expressions shifting dramatically. In the mid-stage of the Great Ascension Realm, the legendary Demon King. Chapter 138. How is this a draw? ISNT, it said, that a single sword can slay a Demon King? Upon witnessing the existence of the fabled Demon King, those present who had never seen one before were thrown into a panic. Conversely, those who had encountered a Demon King in the secret realm wore expressions of smug satisfaction. Just moments ago, they had asserted the reality of the Demon King, and now, witnessing it with their own eyes brought them a sense of vindication. As for their lack of concern regarding Yi Tianxing's potential defeat, the reasoning was simple. Although this wolf-headed demon king's cultivation surpassed than the secret realm by a minor tier, they had all witnessed Yi Tianxing's swordplay. That strike was nothing short of cataclysmic. Not even a mid-stage demon king could withstand such a blow, let alone one in the later stage. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxing sensed the presence of the demon king, momentarily taken aback. However, upon realizing that the demon king was not targeting him, but rather indulging in the blood of its own kind, he felt a surge of joy. He had been troubled by how to intercept the multitude of demons, and now the demon king was providentially solving that issue for him. With little time to ponder why the demon king was consuming the blood of its kin, he seized the opportunity to accelerate his slaughter of demons ahead of the horde. In the aerial battlefield, myriad phantoms transformed into streaks of crimson light, weaving through the ranks of the demon army, leaving behind a cacophony of anguished cries. Yi Tianxing moved with a ghostly swiftness, each strike resulting in the fall of a demon, blood splattering in his wake. Meanwhile, the wolf-headed demon king, stationed at the rear of the demon horde, incessantly repeated 3 motions, seizing a demon, twisting its head, and drinking its blood, his speed almost rivaling that of Yi Tianxing amidst the myriad of phantoms. The aerial battlefield was now a contest between Yi Tianxing and the wolf-headed demon king, each competing to see who could slay more and absorb more. As the carnage unfolded, the demon army suffered grievous losses, their numbers dwindling rapidly. Once nearly 3 million strong, the demon forces now appeared sparse, scattered with severed limbs and flowing demon blood. A pungent scent of blood pervaded the battlefield, inducing nausea. Ling Chuan, quickly, take Tianxing away. Yi Xian shouted frantically at Yi Lingchuan from within the formation. He had realized that as the demon numbers diminished, the demon king's aura was steadily rising after consuming demon blood, indicating a potential breakthrough. Moreover, the demon king frequently glanced toward Yi Tianxing, clearly fixated on him. Yi Xian feared that if this sole prodigy of the Yi clan were to fall, he would become a pariah among his kin. However, before Yi Lingchuan could act, he was halted by Yi Yuchan beside him. Elder Lingchuan, you need to intervene. The clan leader is capable. Yi Yuchan declared resolutely. Yuchan, what nonsense are you spouting? That's a mid-stage great ascension. Even if you trust Tianxing, he is not equipped to handle it at present. Yivuan exclaimed it, his urgency causing his voice to break as he pounded against the crimson barrier. Clan leader, could you lower your voice? You're about to rupture my eardrums. It's merely a demon king. Is it truly that grave? My boss previously dispatched one with just a single sword strike. No, to be precise, the sword didn't even make contact. The residual wave alone was enough to annihilate that demon king. Wei Zhongliang interjected, covering his ears in annoyance. What did you say? Tianxing has encountered a demon king before? Yi Xian ceased his frantic pounding, seizing Wei Zhongliang by the collar. Realizing he had let something slip, Wei Zhongliang quickly clamped his mouth shut, his gaze darting about. He had promised 2 celestial maidens that he would keep this matter confidential. Do you know something? Speak up. Observing Wei Zhongliang's reaction, Yi Xian intensified his grip. Yet, Wei Zhongliang stubbornly held his silence, not uttering a word. Yi Ling, witnessing the scene, understood the truth could no longer be concealed and interjected. Clan leader, stop shaking him. I'll tell you. Eventually, when Yi Tianxing confronts the demon king, his true strength will be revealed, rendering secrecy unnecessary. However, before she could continue, Wei Zhongliang hastily interrupted. Let me speak. Let me speak. I'm about to burst. He then recounted Yi Tianxing's entry into the secret realm. This revelation sent shockwaves through the ranks of cultivators who had not ventured into the secret realm. What? Yi Tianxing entered the secret realm? Isn't the secret realm accessible only to cultivators below the peak of the Foundation establishment stage? Did he truly empty the pavilion of techniques and the alchemy hall? Has he shattered the barrier of the spirit fruit orchard with a single punch? And did he actually slay the demon king with 1 sword strike? Can this be true? It seems rather exaggerated, doesn't it? The cultivators who had not ventured into the secret realm were left in utter disbelief, their faces a canvas of shock. Each of these deeds, taken individually, could send ripples throughout the entirety of Yizhou, yet Yi Tianxing accomplished them all. Of course it is true. Hence, the mere small demon king is nothing to fear. My master can cleave him in 2 with a single sword strike. Wei Zhongliang declared with an air of pride. He was not one to harbor secrets, and the pressure of keeping this to himself had been unbearable. Now that he could finally express it freely, he felt an immense sense of relief. As the crowd remained in astonishment, the wolf-headed demon king on the battlefield suddenly let out a roar, its aura surging dramatically. This caused the expressions of everyone present to change instantly. The demon king, having consumed enough demon blood, had now broken through to the late stage of the Great Ascension realm. At that moment, after vanquishing the last of the great demons, Tianxing slowly floated to face the demon king. "What are you barking about? Can't you speak human language?" Tianxing taunted, still seething from having slain so many demons, and he prepared to unleash verbal jabs at the wolf-headed demon king. However, the demon king remained silent and charged directly at Tianxing. Seeing this, Tianxing furrowed his brow and activated his advanced mode, drawing his sword to meet the oncoming threat. Bang, 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 boom, boom. In the span of mere breaths, the two engaged in hundreds of exchanges, neither able to gain the upper hand. During the fray, Tianxing discerned a troubling aspect. This wolf-headed demon king, much like the tiger-headed demon king from the secret realm, appeared to be an irrational beast, driven solely by a thirst for slaughter. This left Tianxing perplexed. Ordinarily, one would expect that higher cultivation in demons would equate to greater strength and intelligence. Yet, this wolf-headed demon king was indeed powerful. But why did its intellect resemble that of a mere beast? As the battle intensified, the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand the sheer force, beginning to warp violently. The battlefield beneath them, ravaged by their spiritual energies, resembled a cataclysmic disaster. The once relatively flat ground now resembled a canvas struck by countless colossal hammers, with deep ravines crisscrossing and appearing bottomless, as if the earth were on the verge of being torn asunder. Witnessing the clash between the two, all present could not help but break into a cold sweat for Tianxing. How could it be a stalemate? Wasn't he supposed to be able to slay the demon king with a single sword? Yixin cast a worried glance at Wei Zhongliang. "Do not fret. My master also engaged the demon king in combat for a while before unleashing his ultimate move last time," Wei Zhongliang reassured, patting his chest confidently. Chapter 139, Slaying the Demon King. Dragon Fist, Sword Rain, Sword Rain. As time passed, the battle between the man and the demon grew increasingly intense. Tianxing wielded his dragon fist with his left hand and sword rain with his right, while a myriad of phantoms darted in and out, relentlessly assaulting the wolf-headed demon king. However, the demon king had now ascended to the late stage of the Great Ascension realm, matching Tianxing's heightened prowess in this extraordinary mode. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. During this tumultuous clash, Tianxing regained his composure, the crimson aura of murderous intent around him gradually transforming back into its original golden energy. At this juncture, the extraordinary mode had persisted for a minute and a half, and Tianxing realized that without unleashing a formidable move, he would be unable to vanquish the demon king. Thus, he swiftly distanced himself from his opponent. The demon king, mistakenly believing Tianxing was retreating, pursued him fervently, launching a devastating punch that reverberated with a deafening sonic boom. Oh my goodness, if that punch were to strike me, I would surely be reduced to mere fragments. Even I would be paralyzed with fear. The formidable power of the late-stage Great Ascension Demon King was indeed terrifying. Observers from afar gasped in astonishment at the sight of the Demon King's blow. Yet, Wei Zhongliang merely scoffed, dismissing their astonishment. What is there to be surprised about? My boss hasn't even revealed his true prowess yet. Otherwise, could this Demon King have survived so many of his moves? At the same time, the Demon King's fist was about to collide with Tianxing, a gleam of excitement flickering in its eyes. However, that excitement quickly morphed into terror as it sensed an inexplicable force locking onto it, rendering its body immobile. At that moment, Tianxing, embodying the Dragon King, grasped the demon-slaying sword with both hands, raising it high above his head. In an instant, the myriad phantoms merged into their respective spiritual swords, which, as if guided by an unseen force, converged towards the demon-slaying sword. As these spiritual swords approached, they seamlessly integrated into it. The demon-slaying sword, having absorbed the essence of 10,000 spiritual swords, transformed into a colossal sword measuring an astonishing 40 meters in length. Farewell, 10,000 swords unite, Tianxing proclaimed with an indomitable spirit, descending upon the wolf-headed demon king like a golden meteor. The immense sword, imbued with cataclysmic energy, cleaved through the air, shattering the very fabric of space, leaving a myriad of fractures in its wake. The wolf-headed demon king, eyes wide with terror, struggled fruitlessly against the binding force, helplessly witnessing the descent of the colossal sword. Boom! The cataclysmic impact resonated as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, unleashing a terrifying tempest of spiritual energy that radiated outward from the point of contact. The ground was instantly torn asunder, deep chasms spreading like veins across the landscape. With a final, defiant roar, the Demon King's once mighty form was cleaved in twain, plummeting from the sky. Previously, Tianxing had been uncertain of the full might of the 10,000 swords united, causing the Demon King in the secret realm to be obliterated without a trace, leaving the demon-slaying sword lamenting the lack of blood to absorb, blaming Tianxing for the oversight. Thus, armed with the experience of his initial encounter, Tianxing deliberately regulated his power this time. He gracefully descended before the severed Demon King, and with a mere thought, a magnificent sword measuring 40 meters in length instantaneously disassembled into 10,000 ethereal swords. These ethereal blades swiftly returned to Tianxing's dantian, forming a diminutive sword formation that replenished the considerable spiritual energy he had just expended. Meanwhile, the Demon Slayer's sword trembled with delight, akin to a famished child encountering a feast, voraciously absorbing the Demon King's essence blood. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward. Ascendance to the pinnacle of the Void Realm. Beep. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. Great Reincarnation Technique. Beep. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. Regulation of the Elements. Great Reincarnation Technique. A consumable skill, usable only once, enabling the deceased to reincarnate swiftly, allowing them to be reborn according to their wishes in life. Regulation of the Elements. The ability to control whether tribulations of thunder descend nearby. Note, while regulation of the elements allows for control over the descent of thunder tribulations, it does not imply their disappearance. These tribulations will remain in a certain space and can be unleashed at any time when the host wishes to undergo the trial. To ensure the host comprehends its implications, the system will soon summon a thunder tribulation for first-hand experience. As Tianxing assessed the system rewards, the onlookers in the distance were utterly stunned by his swordplay, left speechless and in a daze for an extended period. Even those among them who had previously witnessed Tianxing's move were still profoundly shaken upon seeing it again. What level of cultivation does the Peak Master possess? This strike nearly tore apart the fabric of space itself. Thankfully, the last time in the Immortal's secret realm was even more formidable. It now appears that Peak Master Yi had intentionally restrained himself this time. What? The sword in the Immortal's secret realm was even more powerful than this one? Absolutely. If you doubt it, inquire among the cultivators who entered the secret realm. They all bore witness to it. My heavens, how terrifying must Peak Master Yi's strength truly be? While the crowd discussed, the members of the Yi clan, aside from those aware of Tianxing's prowess, were all equally astonished. Is this truly the Tianxing they knew? Just a few months prior, he was merely the Peak Master of their clan, languishing through life, preferring to recline rather than sit, exhibiting a languid attitude toward cultivation, and often receiving reprimands from the clan elders. Who could have imagined that in a mere few months he would evolve to such an astonishing degree? Could it be that the clan leader has been possessed? Stammered Yi Jun, who had previous grievances with Tianxing. Yi Xian was equally perplexed, merely gazing at Tianxing with a blank expression. Elder Yi Jun, do not speak nonsense. I am his sister. How could I not know if he had been possessed? Yi Linger exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at Yi Jun with indignation. Previously, Yi Jun harbored a penchant for coveting Tianxing's cultivation resources, and now he speaks of Tianxing having been seized by another. It is perplexing that she does not express her anger. Yi Jun's face flushed crimson as he stammered his defense. I did not. I merely find this transformation exceedingly bizarre. Despite his status as an elder of the Yi clan, he was acutely aware that there were two individuals within the clan that one must never provoke: Tianxing's sister, Yi Linger, and his disciple, Sun Yinyan. Thus, upon witnessing Yi Linger's ire, he felt a palpable dread. Oof. Yi Linger scoffed, choosing not to engage further. She found herself emboldened now. Had it been before, she would have never dared to show such disdain toward an elder due to the clan's rigid conventions. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, with ominous black clouds surging like a tide, accumulating in layers as if a colossal black mountain loomed overhead. Bolts of violet lightning flickered wildly within the depths of the clouds, accompanied by the thunderous roar reminiscent of stampeding steeds. A thunder tribulation? Who is attempting to break through? Why is there a thunder tribulation? Feeling the terrifying pressure of heaven and earth, the members of the Yi clan were thrown into disarray, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 140. Mastery of Control. Yi Tianxing was still perusing the system rewards when he suddenly sensed the formidable pressure from above, causing his expression to shift. Damn system, has the time for my overlevel mode arrived? Do you truly wish to strike me down? Yi Tianxing cursed the system internally, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He realized that this time, the thunder tribulation unleashed by the system was genuinely aimed at him, unlike previous instances where it had missed its target. However, in the next moment, he recalled the system reward he had just examined, one that hinted at a mastery of control, suggesting that this thunder tribulation was intended to teach him its usage. Yi Tianxing raised his gaze, anxiety etched across his features, fixating on the thunder tribulation, which raged like a feral dragon in the sky. Absorb. The system had not instructed Yi Tianxing on how to employ this mastery, so he could only attempt to utter a command. In the following instant, a miraculous event unfolded. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, surged down towards Yi Tianxing with the ferocity of a runaway steed, yet abruptly halted less than a yard above his head. Subsequently, the lightning appeared to be drawn back by an enigmatic and powerful force, retracting against its descent and slowly vanishing back into the clouds. The dark clouds, too, visibly lightened at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, the sky returned to its former glory, a brilliant blue expanse devoid of clouds. Sunlight cascading once more upon Yi Tianxing's sweat-drenched yet astonished visage. Incredible. Words manifesting power. Yi Tianxing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had neither employed spiritual energy nor performed any action. He had merely uttered a single word, and the thunder tribulation dissipated. While this so-called manifestation of words only seemed effective against the thunder tribulation, it was nonetheless impressive. Moreover, the system's description had indicated that it pertained to the nearby thunder tribulation, without asserting it was specifically his. Does this mean that in the future, whenever he perceives a thunder tribulation nearby, irrespective of its summoner, he can manipulate it at will? Contemplating this, Yi Tianxing gazed at the heavens and declared, "Release." In an instant, the previously serene sky transformed dramatically. The azure expanse seemed to be yanked down by an invisible hand, replaced by surging, inky clouds that churned like a tempest. Jagged arcs of violet lightning danced within the depths of the clouds, resembling a rampaging dragon, while a deep, rumbling thunder echoed ominously, causing the very earth to tremble. Wow, this is incredible, Yi Tianxing exclaimed, overwhelmed by the spectacle. His earlier discontent began to dissipate. Imagine standing still, wielding the power to command thunder with but a single word, conjuring celestial phenomena. What man could resist such an awe-inspiring ability? Although it lacked substantial practical application, it was undoubtedly a magnificent display of prowess. Gather, release, gather, release. In recent days, due to the tragic fate of the citizens of neighboring Yi City, who had been drained to mere husks, Yi Tianxing had been burdened with a heavy heart. Yet now, the ebb and flow of thunder tribulation diverted much of his attention. Meanwhile, those outside and within the formation were utterly bewildered. What was a thunder tribulation? It was one of the most terrifying forces of nature. A rigorous trial for cultivators striving to surpass their limits, one that the ordinary would shun, as a careless encounter could lead to utter annihilation. Yet now, the once sacred and fearsome thunder tribulation appeared to behave erratically, descending with fierce intensity one moment and vanishing without warning the next. What was going on? The crowd's hearts raced in tandem with the emergence and disappearance of the tribulation, akin to a roller coaster ride. It wasn't until Yi Tianxing indulged in this display several times that the system could no longer tolerate it. Ding! Please refrain from manipulating the thunder tribulation. It is a formidable force condensed from the laws of nature, embodying trials and tribulations for cultivators. Such frequent and reckless control could easily provoke a backlash from the heavens. Upon hearing the system's grave warning, Yi Tianxing felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly ceased his actions. He looked up to the sky, now clear and tranquil, as if the earlier tumult had never occurred. You should have said so earlier, he muttered with a hint of annoyance. At that moment, the Demon Slayer sword, having absorbed a substantial amount of demon blood from the Demon King, had ascended to the 9th rank. With a whoosh, the sword slipped from Yi Tianxing's grasp, darting joyfully before him like a streak of light. Its blade trembled, emitting a melodious chime, as if exclaiming in excitement, "I've reached the 9th rank. Impressive." I sent it, sensing the jubilant energy emanating from the sword. Tianxing smiled gently. "Who said you weren't impressive? Now, return quickly. I have matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, the sword joyfully circled him once more before transforming into a wisp of light and swiftly darting into Tianxing's dantian. As the demon-slaying sword returned to his dantian, the smile on Tianxing's face gradually faded away. With heavy steps, he approached the lifeless bodies of the townsfolk seated in their chairs. "I promised you that you would witness my vengeance on your behalf, and I have fulfilled that promise." A forced smile briefly graced Tianxing's face before he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Great reincarnation technique. With a low incantation, the once clear sky was enveloped by a mysterious aura, and the daylight abruptly dimmed. A flickering light appeared in the heavens, revealing a massive, ancient golden bell that slowly materialized, emanating an aura of timeless grandeur. Boom! The bell swayed gently, producing a resonant sound that reverberated throughout the universe, as if piercing through the fabric of time itself, causing the surrounding air to tremble. In an instant, countless golden rays, resembling a cascade of fine rain, drifted from the bell, showering down upon the lifeless bodies of the townsfolk. Then, a remarkable scene unfolded. Ethereal figures began to rise gradually from the dry corpses, each resembling the deceased in their former lives, their faces serene and radiating a soft glow. These apparitions ascended toward the ancient bell, drawn by an unseen force. "You little rascal! From now on, don't bargain recklessly. No one's meat comes without a price." At that moment, an elder-esque figure called out to Tianxing. Recognizing the voice of Old Sun, Tianxing couldn't help but smile and nodded, though tears welled up in his eyes. "Little Yi, beneath the great tree in the backyard of my tavern lies the yellow wine I brewed with my own hands, and it has been 12 years now. You always cherished this drink since childhood, so I prepared a few barrels for you, hoping to share a good feast with you when you came of age. Now that I cannot partake, let this be your coming-of-age gift." The voice belonged to Uncle Lu, the tavern owner from Nianai City, who would often share drinks with young Tianxing. "All right." Tianxing nodded again with a smile, unable to hold back his tears any longer. "Why are you crying, you little rascal?" "I have no parents, no children. I sold meat my entire life, often fantasizing about reincarnating into a family of cultivators. Ideally, a family of decent standing with good aptitude, perhaps becoming a patriarch one day and marrying, having children. This was merely a fantasy, but I can feel that this great bell can make it a reality. So don't weep for me. I am off to enjoy my next life, and there is nothing to mourn." The apparition of Old Sun grinned, revealing a toothless smile, his eyes filled with both anticipation and gratitude. "Old Sun is right. We are destined for enjoyment. In my next life, I could be a wealthy young master, far better than selling wine. You need to be too sorrowful." "All right, I understand. Dear uncles, may you journey well." Tianxing learned that this great reincarnation technique could indeed allow the deceased to be reborn according to their wishes in life, which brought him some comfort. He bid a final farewell to the myriad of phantoms. "Little rascal, we shall meet again." Before the old man's words could fully escape his lips, he was drawn into the ancient bell, which shimmered with golden light. Following suit, the other phantoms entered the bell until all were absorbed, causing the bell, radiating its golden glow, to slowly spin, its brilliance intensifying to the point where it became blinding. Moments later, the light abruptly converged, and the ancient bell vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed, restoring the sky to its former state. The azure heavens once again bathed in sunlight, making the preceding scene feel like a fantastical dream. Tianxing gazed in the direction where the bell had disappeared for a long while before soaring towards a small tavern in the neighboring city. Hey, why did the boss run off? What about us?" Wei Zhongliang exclaimed in panic upon witnessing Tianxing's departure, as they remained ensnared within the blood demon array. Yiling, who knew Tianxing best, rolled her eyes. "Brother Tianxing went to fetch Uncle Lu's brewed yellow wine. What are you so anxious about?" That makes sense. I knew the boss wouldn't abandon us." Wei Zhongliang finally relaxed. Meanwhile, Su Sheng and the members of the Su family were utterly astonished. Was Tianxing even human? He single-handedly battled 5 demon clan leaders and nearly 3 million major and minor demons, ultimately slaying the Demon King. The most outrageous aspect was the golden ancient bell, which could allow the deceased to reincarnate according to their wishes. What on earth is your master's cultivation level? Upon regaining his composure, Su Shang's gaze shifted to Su Ninian within the array, unable to suppress a gulp. My master advanced too rapidly. I am not quite certain. The last time he actively revealed his cultivation was at the Secret Realm Square, where he was still in the early stages of the returning Void Realm. Su Ninian replied candidly. Now that Yi Tianxing's power was disclosed, she felt no need to conceal her own. This revelation left everyone present gasping in disbelief. Early returning Void Realm? If true, then Yi Tianxing's cultivation speed could hardly be described as anything but miraculous, truly divine. How long had it been since the Secret Realm opened? And now he had reached the Great Ascension Realm? How else could he have slain a demon king of that level? While the crowd remained in shock, a throng of individuals approached with great momentum. Many recognized the two leading figures, for they were none other than the ones Yi Tianxing had rescued in Tianwu City not long ago. The cultivators who accompanied Yi Tianxing from the Secret Realm to Yezhou, Tianwu City, remembered that the portly man leading the group was named Chen Zhuang, and the stunning woman beside him was Wei Ruyan. Little fatty, what brings you here? Lu Yuanba asked in surprise. Recalling that Yi Tianxing had previously asked the Lu family to assist in detoxifying Wei Ruyan, and later save the two in Tianwu City, leaving him with some impression of them. I have heard that your family has encountered calamity, which is why I have specially brought reinforcements. However, it seems that I have arrived too late. Where is the elder brother? Chen Zhuang continuously scanned the crowd, searching for the figure of Yi Tianxing. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the over 1,000 individuals that Chen Zhuang had brought along. It was evident that these individuals emitted no trace of spiritual energy. They were clearly ordinary people. Bringing them here was nothing short of a death sentence, as they were not even qualified to serve as cannon fodder. The crowd could not fathom Chen Zhuang's reasoning. You foolish fellow, while your intentions may be noble, your judgment is utterly lacking. Bringing so many ordinary people to confront the demon race? Do you wish for their lives to be extinguished prematurely? At that moment, Yi Tianxing had already procured the yellow wine brewed by the tavern owner and flew back. Upon seeing Yi Tianxing, Chen Zhuang's face instantly lit up with joy as he explained. Elder brother, you must understand, these individuals do not have long to live. I have compensated their families sufficiently. Ensuring their future prosperity, they willingly accompanied me. Yi Tianxing rolled his eyes in disbelief, even if they have little time left. The demon race is not something ordinary people can contend with. Have you lost your senses? Chen Zhuang chuckled. Elder brother, you are unaware that these individuals are not only sweet in blood, but also in urine. Those exhibiting such symptoms cannot survive for long. I thought the demons would prefer the sweeter blood, so I brought them along. While they may not be of great assistance, at least they can buy some time, reducing your casualties. However, given the corpses of the demons strewn about, it seems I have arrived too late. Yi Tianxing's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of reasoning is this? Also, does this world even have diabetes? Enough of your nonsense. Send them back. The situation has been resolved. Yi Tianxing waved his hand. Chen Zhuang nodded and addressed the more than 1,000 individuals he had brought. You may all leave now. It is all right, and there is no need for refunds. He complied, and, seeing that there was no further issue, promptly dismissed the over 1,000 individuals suffering from diabetes. At this moment, Yi Lingchuan regained his composure and hurriedly approached Yi Tianxing. Tianxing, do you truly lack the ability to dismantle this blood demon great formation? The utterance of these words caused everyone within the formation to perk up their ears. Given the current circumstances, Yi Tianxing was the most likely individual capable of breaking the blood demon great formation. If he could not, would they be trapped for eternity? However, Yi Tianxing shook his head. At present, I am unable to unravel it. The blood demon great formation is a unique, unranked formation of the demon race. To dismantle it, I must first advance to the rank of a first-class spiritual formation master. Upon hearing the term spiritual formation master, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. They had heard of formation masters, but had never encountered the concept of a spiritual formation master. Allow me to clarify. Just then, Li Qiufeng suddenly interjected. Yizhou does not possess a grand sect of formations, so it is understandable that he lacks knowledge in this regard. However, Qingzhou boasts the 1,000 Formation Sect, a prestigious school of formations, naturally endowing its practitioners with greater wisdom. Chapter 142, Beyond Common Understanding. It turns out that above the 9th grade formation masters exist the enigmatic spirit formation masters. Yet, whether one is a formation master or a spirit formation master, The opportunities for breakthroughs are entirely distinct from those of cultivators. A cultivator may achieve a breakthrough simply by allowing their abilities to mature, supplemented by a modicum of talent. In contrast, a formation master requires a remarkable blend of innate talent and diligent effort. To put it differently, for a formation master to transcend their current limitations, a moment of profound enlightenment is essential. It is akin to undertaking a task where no amount of instruction from others suffices. Only by clarifying one's thoughts can a sudden epiphany occur, leading to a comprehensive understanding and subsequent mastery. Such flashes of insight, akin to shooting stars crossing the sky, are fortuitous and cannot be sought after. Countless formation masters spend their entire lives trapped at a certain level, yearning for the higher echelons of the formation realm. This phenomenon bears resemblance to the divine moves in the game of Go, which cannot be achieved through mere rote practice. Upon hearing Li Qiufeng's explanation, astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. If Yi Tianxing is aware of spirit formation masters, it signifies that he is at least a formation master himself. Among them, the members of the Yi clan were the most astounded. They recognized that Yi Tianxing not only possesses formidable cultivation, but is also an alchemist of remarkable skill, excelling in the art of rapid refinement. The revelation of his being a formation master left them utterly astounded. He is, without a doubt, a prodigious talent. At that moment, the gazes of the Yi clan members towards Yi Tianxing were filled with pride and admiration. If anyone dared to label Yi Tianxing as a mere idler, they would vehemently disagree. Since you are also a formation master, Yi Fengzhu, you must be aware of the difficulties in advancing to spirit formation master. Are you truly confident? After a moment of shock, Li Qiufeng inquired, furrowing his brow. Yi Tianxing replied with a calm smile. What need is there for confidence? Should I simply watch as the clan leaders remain ensnared in their formations? Furthermore, my breakthrough does not hinge on a moment of enlightenment, but rather on having sufficient materials to set up the formation. His words left everyone present in wide-eyed disbelief. To achieve a breakthrough to spirit formation master merely by having ample materials for formation deployment, what a terrifying talent that would require. A cultivator with such high prowess, coupled with formidable skills in alchemy and formations, is simply beyond comprehension. The reason the crowd believed Yi Tianxing's assertions was straightforward. His displayed strength and abilities rendered deceit unnecessary. What materials do you require for the formation setup, Yi Fengzhu? If we possess them, we shall certainly present them to assist you in your breakthrough to Spirit Formation Master, inquired Gui Chen, the head of the Her Pavilion. Others outside the formation also nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to support Yi Tianxing. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Tianxing did not hesitate to respond, stating, I require 1,000 portions of azure pattern spirit wood and crimson flame crystal sand to establish a first-grade illusion array, which would nearly enable me to ascend to the second grade. He glanced at the interface of the array and noted that the materials for the first-grade illusion array were the least demanding. Hence, he intended to utilize this array to advance his capabilities. However, as soon as these words escaped his lips, all present were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Earlier, upon hearing Yi Tianxing refer to himself as an array master, they presumed he must be at least a 7th or 8th grade, if not a 9th grade. Yet now, he claimed he would begin his ascent from the first grade. Was this not a jest? The members of the Yi clan, who had harbored a flicker of hope, were now plunged into despair. Although setting up an array did not require the lengthy hours demanded by alchemy, it still necessitated a considerable amount of time. Even if Yi Tianxing did not require the instantaneous insight described by Li Qiufeng, transitioning from a first-grade array master to a first-grade spirit array master would still take hundreds of years if he were to labor without rest. Yi Fengzhu, are you jesting? You intend to elevate from a first-grade array master to a first-grade spirit array master? Li Qiufeng questioned, unable to believe his ears. There's nothing humorous about it. As long as I possess sufficient materials, I can ascend to a 9th-grade spirit array master, Yi Tianxing replied nonchalantly. The crowd was left in a state of uncertainty regarding whether to trust his claims. On one hand, they felt it unreasonable to disbelieve, as Yi Tianxing's prowess rendered any deception unnecessary. Yet, on the other hand, who had ever heard of an array master achieving a breakthrough with such ease? If it were truly so simple, Yezhou would not be devoid of a grand array sect. I happen to possess a considerable amount of crimson flame crystal sand. I salvaged it from the destruction of the Su residence by the Hidden Moon sect, utilizing it for reconstruction purposes, Su Sheng remarked, as he produced a substantial mound of crimson flame crystal sand. He was uncertain of the exact measure for a portion, but he believed this should suffice for 1,000 portions. At that moment, Gui Qin, the master of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, also retrieved several thousand portions of Azure Pattern Spirit wood from his storage ring. Yi Fengzhu, the Azure Pattern Spirit wood, serves as a fuel for alchemy in my pavilion. We have an abundance. If this is insufficient, I can fetch more, Gui Qin offered with a smile. While he was uncertain of the veracity of Yi Tianxing's statements, he was determined to lend his full support, recognizing Yi Tianxing as a benefactor to his pavilion. Yi Tianxing expressed his gratitude to both individuals and then proceeded to input the Crimson Flame Crystal Sand and Azure Pattern Spirit wood into the array interface. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he was merely depositing the materials into his storage ring. Once all materials were entered into the array interface, Yi Tianxing unhesitatingly selected to arrange the array. In an instant, a peculiar wave emanated from him, spreading outward. Subsequently, an illusion array radiating a ghostly blue luminescence slowly materialized. This array did not appear large, resembling more of a pen for livestock. However, given that it was constructed from the simplest of materials, its modest size was to be expected. Moreover, Yi Tianxing sought proficiency. The dimensions were of little consequence. However, the others present were utterly astonished. It is well known that setting up a formation requires time. Although it is not as time-consuming as alchemy, one cannot expect to establish it in less than half an hour. Yet, as soon as Yi Tianxing had stored away the materials, the formation materialized, a speed that transcended their comprehension. Particularly, the elders of the Yi clan stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered. It was one thing for Yi Tianxing to concoct a pill in mere seconds. How could he also set up a formation in the same time frame? Is there truly such a terrifying individual in this world? The elders exchanged glances, the shock in their hearts surging like tumultuous waves, difficult to quell. They began to seriously doubt the reality of their existence. Yi Tianxing's actions had already surpassed the bounds of their logical understanding. Yet, before they could regain their composure, a second illusionary formation rapidly took shape, layering atop the first. Soon followed were the third, fourth, and fifth formations. Due to Yi Tianxing's astonishing speed in arranging the formations, the onlookers were soon left dazed, their eyes unable to keep pace with the swift deployment. In no time, 1,000 formations were flawlessly established in their designated positions. All right, I have advanced to a second-tier formation master. Does anyone possess Spirit Jade and multicolored Spirit Sand? I require 2,000 units to elevate to third tier, Yi Tianxing remarked, glancing at the formation interface, confirming his elevation to the rank of second-tier formation master before addressing the crowd. This revelation left everyone once again in a state of shock. What in the world was happening? In merely a few breaths, he had arranged 1,000 first-tier illusionary formations and then ascended to second tier. This transcended comprehension. It was more terrifying than any horror tale. Yi Fengzhu, are you certain you have truly advanced to second-tier formation master and not jesting with us? Li Qufeng está merding disbelief. Yi Tianxing's brow furrowed slightly. Elderly, I have no time for banter. My clansmen are still within the formation. Is this a moment for jest? These words caused Li Qiufeng's heart to tremble. He had momentarily forgotten that with Yi Tianxing's current prowess, there was no need for deceit. Rubbish. Elderly, not only are you a distinguished guest of the Yi clan, but also a senior elder of the Yunxiao sect. How can you speak in such a manner? At that moment, Yi Lingchuan stepped forward to reprimand. Observing this, Yi Tianxing's previously furrowed brow immediately relaxed. As he smiled at Yi Lingchuan, Elder Lingchuan, I am merely anxious to rescue my clansmen. However, seeing Yi Tianxing's demeanor, Yi Lingchuan felt a pang of sorrow. He sensed that Yi Tianxing's expression resembled a subconscious attempt to mimic his former self, lacking the natural carefree smile of days gone by. Nevertheless, he understood that after such an ordeal, Yi Tianxing's transformation was only to be expected. Upon reflecting on this, Yi Lingchuan let out a sigh. Tianxing, although elderly came to retrieve his disciples, we must be grateful for his willingness to risk his life to assist our clan during this perilous time. Do you understand? Even though he ultimately rendered no aid, could you perhaps temper your tone a little? Originally, Li Qiufeng had felt quite appreciative of Yi Lingchuan's intercession, but that last remark caused his countenance to darken. Elder Lingchuan, what do you mean by saying I was of no help? Have I not yet made my move? I possess 2,000 spirit jade stones and colorful spirit sand. As he spoke, Li Qiufeng retrieved the spirit jade stones and colorful spirit sand from his storage ring, and the ground was soon heaped into a small mountain. Elderly, I was simply eager to save lives and spoke too hastily. Please forgive me. Tianxing said with a smile as he placed the materials into the formation interface. After completing this task, he casually waved his hand, dispelling the 1,000 illusion formations he had just arranged, and proceeded to set up a second-tier formation. Before long, the 2,000 second-tier formations were also completed, elevating Tianxing to the rank of third-tier formation master. At this point, the onlookers were thoroughly captivated by Tianxing. Such speed in arranging formations was almost unbelievable, and had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? However, Tianxing soon found himself in an awkward predicament due to a lack of materials. His rapid pace, combined with the increasing complexity of higher-tier formations, meant that even reaching halfway to the proficiency of a third-tier formation master led to a depletion of resources among those present. While it was true that the Yi clan's domain contained many materials required for formations, the imposing barrier of the Blood Demon Great Formation prevented him from entering, and those inside could not come out. Is this it? Tianxing furrowed his brow upon noticing the silence among the crowd. Although he had anticipated that they could not possibly possess an abundance of formation materials, he had not expected to run out before even ascending to fourth tier. The crowd lowered their heads, too embarrassed to speak. They were not particularly skilled in formations and had little need for such materials, naturally lacking in resources, and some materials were even unknown to them. Just as Tianxing was mired in concern, a number of cultivators suddenly soared towards them. Recognizing them at a glance, he realized they were cultivators from the various major factions of Yezhou. Master Yi, proclaimed Ling Yu, the leader of the Divine Sword sect, as he landed before Tianxing. Upon seeing this, Tianxing's eyes brightened. He had been worried about lacking materials, and here they were. However, before he could speak, Ling Yu continued, Master Yi, there is no need for words. The Divine Sword sect is named for our divine insight sword. Although this sword has no rank, it possesses the ability to foresee the future. A few days ago, when the entire Yi clan was trapped, I consulted the Divine Insight Sword and discerned your need for formation materials. Thus, I have been gathering them over the past few days, which accounts for my slight delay. Tianxing, astonished, gazed at Ling Yu and exclaimed, Is the Divine Insight Sword truly so formidable? To predict the future without possessing a rank? Ling Yu smiled faintly, stating that it was not remarkable, as one could only conduct such calculations once every 50 years. Moreover, each attempt required a significant amount of rare materials, and the glimpses of the future obtained were rather vague, rendering the endeavor somewhat futile. Let's not dwell on this, he continued. Master Yi, take a look at these. Are they the array materials you require? As he spoke, he produced the array materials he had gathered over the past few days from his storage ring. In the next moment, a torrent of various rare array materials surged forth from the storage ring, swiftly accumulating into several small mounds on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Tianxing's eyes sparkled with excitement, for these materials were precisely what he needed. I must express my gratitude to you, Master Ling, Tianxing said, bowing slightly, and then promptly placed the necessary materials into the array interface. Ling Yu's actions rendered the other supporting factions present somewhat awkward. Upon hearing that the Yi clan was besieged, their first instinct had been to flee continent. After all, the demon race could only be countered by the Yi clan if they did not escape. Were they to await their demise? It was only when the Yi clan cultivators who were not trapped informed them of Tianxing's return from Qingzhou that they abandoned their thoughts of leaving Yi continent and rushed over. However, their presence was merely for show, as they did not genuinely intend to fight, fully aware of Tianxing's prowess. Yet, no one anticipated that Ling Yu would be so fortuitous as to bring the materials Tianxing required. Deep within the demon tribe, a colossal mass resembling a small mountain was slowly writhing. Its surface was uneven, emanating a nauseating stench. Portions of its flesh continuously sloughed off, quickly coalescing into small, fleshy spheres the size of fists. In the blink of an eye, these small spheres shimmered, transforming into various forms of diminutive demons, their appearances grotesque and menacing. Standing before the mass were the last two remaining leaders of the demon race in the late phase of the Void Return Realm. Within a few days, nearly 400,000 small demons, 100 large demons, and 8 leaders had perished, along with the loss of 2 demon kings, one of whom had been missing for an extended period. The demon race was gravely weakened. Should we report this? The ram-headed demon leader inquired gravely as he gazed at the mass. The pig-headed demon leader shook his head in response. Even if we report it, that esteemed individual above cannot descend. For us, aside from facing accountability, there is no benefit. It is better to wait until we regain our strength and then discuss our next steps. The ram-headed leader fell silent for a moment before asking. The small demons are manageable, but the ancestral mass requires a lengthy period to give rise to large demons, not to mention the leaders. Must we simply endure this situation? The pig-headed leader snorted derisively. And what if we do not? The demon kings are dead. What can we accomplish? The ram-headed leader sighed. It is perplexing why the ancestral mass would limit the number of demons. A maximum of 100 large demons and 10 leaders. Perhaps if we could breed more, we would not find ourselves in such a passive position. If only the demon king could heed our commands, but alas. The demon king is but a domesticated beast under the control of our master, devoid of any rationality. Though the title of demon king may sound more formidable than that of the commander, and indeed possesses greater strength, at its core, it remains merely a senseless creature. Thus, within the demon tribe, it is the commander whose word holds sway. The words of the pig-headed commander served as a timely reminder for the boar-headed commander. None can predict when the progeny of the ancestor sphere will give rise to a demon king. We must swiftly confine all the lesser demons first. Upon concluding his statement, the pig-headed commander hastily seized each of the newly spawned lesser demons from the ancestor sphere. The emergence of a demon king necessitates a substantial amount of essence blood, and he feared that should the ancestor sphere generate a demon king without the essence blood of the lesser demons, it would spell trouble. After all, within the tribe, there are still 997 dormant demon kings. If they were to awaken, the demon tribe would not require the human race to vanquish them. For these demon kings alone could annihilate their own kind. Chapter 144. The approaching unsealing of the demon king. Qingzhou, Thousand Array Sect. Sect Master. Trouble. The demon sealing Great Array is on the verge of collapse. A disciple of the Thousand Array Sect rushed into the Grand Hall in a state of panic. What? Hearing this, Sect Master Mo Yuchen immediately arose from his seat. Quickly, contact the Yunxiao sect. Inform them of the situation here. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Yuchen shouted at the messenger disciple. The disciple, upon hearing this, acknowledged and hurriedly departed the hall. The elders within the hall, without needing any further prompting from Mo Yuchen, swiftly made their way to the demon sealing plaza. Miss Mu, the demon sealing Great Array we discussed previously has begun to weaken. I implore you to return to the Thousand Array sect. Mo Yuchen produced a communication stone to reach out to Mu Qingxue, and after speaking, he disregarded whether she responded and pocketed the stone, hastening towards the demon sealing plaza. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Tianxing diligently arranged formations, honing his proficiency. Meanwhile, the various factions that had come to his aid, upon learning of Tianxing's capability to slay demon kings, were filled with astonishment. Subsequently, in an effort to curry favor with Tianxing, they began to emulate Ling Yu of the Divine Sword sect, seeking out formation materials to facilitate Tianxing's ascension to a first-tier spirit array master. However, Yezhou lacked a prominent spirit array sect, and after scouring the region multiple times, the various factions could only manage to assist Tianxing in reaching the 6th-tier array master status. We have already combed through Yezhou several times. Now we are out of materials. What should we do? Ling Yu, who had just returned from gathering materials, inquired with a furrowed brow. I have some connections with the Wang family in Lingyuzu. Perhaps I could pay them a visit. Lu Yuanba, who had not returned much earlier than Ling Yu, suggested. Forget it. How much could a single Wang family provide? Tianxing shook his head at that moment. He understood well that the various factions in Yezhou were willing to assist him not only due to his strength, but also because he had safeguarded Yezhou, their stronghold. Thus, they were naturally inclined to offer their support. How could Ling Yuezhou, who is unrelated to Yezhou, possibly provide a substantial amount of precious array materials without reason? Even if he had previously saved the Wang family, it would only afford him the support of that singular family, making such a journey hardly worthwhile. Master Yi, what is your current rank? Li Qiufeng inquired from the side. 6th rank. Tianxing responded candidly, without reservation. Upon hearing Tianxing's declaration of his 6th rank, despite the group's prior speculation, they could not suppress their astonishment. Within a mere fortnight, he had ascended from a 1st-rank array master to a 6th-rank array master. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire Tianyuan continent. Master Yi, I believe you might try your luck at the Qinjin sect in Qingzhou. The Tianxing sect is a prominent faction in Qingzhou, possessing array materials that far surpass those of Yizhou. There should be a chance to elevate from a 6th rank array master to a 1st rank spirit array master, Li Qiufeng proposed at that moment. Although I previously aided the Tianxing sect, what I require is a significant quantity of array materials. As a major sect, would they be willing to part with all that? Yi Tianxing slightly furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Li Qiufeng. Li Qiufeng smiled lightly. If he were to ask for materials outright, the Tianxing sect would certainly decline. For as far as I know, beneath the demon sealing square of the Tianxing sect lies a sealed demon king. To maintain the stability of the demon sealing grand array, they must expend a considerable amount of materials each month. If they were to give all of it to you, how could they uphold the array? However, Master Yi possesses the strength to slay a demon king, so dispatching the one in the Tianxing sect should pose no great challenge. Once you assist the Tianxing sect in eliminating that demon king, Mo Yuchen will undoubtedly offer you all the array materials of the sect. After listening to Li Qiufeng's explanation, Yi Tianxing finally grasped the situation. However, he was not foolish. He also discerned another implication in Li Qiufeng's words. Li, you do not intend to use me to eliminate your demon king in Qingzhou, do you? Yi Tianxing fixed Li Qiufeng with a suspicious gaze. Li Qiufeng shukla tau guarli, naturali. That thought has crossed my mind. However, I can assure you that not only will the Tianxing sect assist you, but the Yunxiao sect will also fully support your search for array materials, provided you eliminate the demon king in Qingzhou. What say you? All right, I trust Elder Li. With Li Qiufeng's assurance, Yi Tianxing finally felt at ease. He then turned his gaze to Yi Lingchuan. Elder Lingchuan, please give me a communication stone. You stay here, and should the demon clan dare to invade again, inform me at once. Seeing this, Yi Lingchuan promptly handed Yi Tianxing a communication stone. Be cautious. The future of the Yi clan relies on you. Yi Tianxing accepted the stone with a nod. Elder Li, let us depart, Yi Tianxing said to Li Qiufeng. However, Li Qiufeng shook his head. With the elders of the Yi clan currently trapped, I shall remain here. After all, I am now in the early stage of the returning Void Realm. Yi Tianxing found Li Qiufeng's reasoning sound and said nothing further. He bid farewell to the others and vanished from the scene. Chapter 145. A Reunion with Mu Qingxue. Qingzhou, the Thousand Arrays sect. The Demon Sealing Square. At this moment, beneath the Demon Sealing Square, a series of dull thuds resonated, reminiscent of countless colossal hammers striking an invisible barrier simultaneously, or an army of warriors fervently colliding. The sound caused the ground to tremble slightly, with dust cascading down. In the heart of the square, a group of cultivators felt as though their hearts were being relentlessly struck by a heavy hammer, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping them. Among these cultivators were Xianxia, the leader of the Yunxiao sect, alongside representatives from various powerful factions within Qingzhou. This assembly of cultivators stood encircling an exquisite woman, holding their breath in reverence, fearful of disturbing her. The woman in question was none other than Mu Qingxue, summoned by the sect leader of the Thousand Arrays sect, Mo Yuchen, for assistance. At this moment, Mu Qingxue gazed solemnly at the array stele in the center of the square, scrutinizing the great sealing array beneath the demon sealing square. After a considerable time, she finally averted her gaze. Miss Mu, what is your assessment? Is it possible to replicate it? Mo Yuchen stepped forward anxiously, his face etched with concern. His reference to replication pertained to his desire for Mu Qingxue to re-establish the sealing array, thereby overlaying the existing one to prevent the sealed demon king from breaking free. After all, the original sealing array had deteriorated over the millennia, and even if it managed to hold, it could not endure much longer. With a grave expression, Mu Qingxue shook her head. This array is at least of the 7th rank, and I am currently only a 6th rank array master. Given my capabilities, replication is beyond my reach. Hearing this, Mo Yuchen let out a resigned sigh. The sealing array had been laid down by the founder of his sect, who had tragically perished in a battle against the demon race before passing on the knowledge of the array. Consequently, no one knew how to configure the sealing array anymore. Moreover, even the most skilled array master present, Mu Qingxue, was only of the 6th rank. Thus, even if she understood the configuration, replication would likely prove difficult. Master Mo need not worry. Although I cannot replicate it, I can attempt to stabilize the array. This should allow it to endure for several centuries. By then, if I can advance to the 7th rank, perhaps I will find a solution. If not, we could seek alternative arrays, Mu Qingxue stated calmly. Mo Yuchen, upon hearing this, could only nod in resignation, realizing he had exhausted his options. As a fifth-rank array master, he could only consume vast amounts of array materials to barely stabilize the array. However, due to the passage of time, the array had become increasingly unstable. With his current abilities, even doubling the previous quantity of array materials would not necessarily restore the array. Thus, Mu Qingshua's ability to stabilize it for a few centuries was already a favorable outcome. At this moment, Xianxia stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Mo Yuchen's shoulder. Since Miss Mu has said so, there is no need for excessive concern. Moreover, with so many of us here, even if the Demon King breaks free from his seal, we shall assist you in dealing with this beast. However, Xianxing's words were merely a form of consolation for Mo Yuchen. After all, he struggled to contend with the leaders of the Demon Clan, let alone the Demon King. Yet given the current circumstances, one must speak in a manner that is pleasing to the ear. Mo Yuchen was aware that Xianxing was attempting to comfort him, but he found it somewhat comforting nonetheless. After all, the declaration of the strongest cultivator in Qingzhou before such a multitude afforded considerable respect to the Tianxing sect. Miss Mu, what array materials do you require? I shall prepare them immediately. As the tremors of the ground grew increasingly frequent, Mo Yuchen was reluctant to delay any further. However, before Mu Qingxue could respond, the voices of numerous cultivators greeting one another resonated across the square. Master Yi, is Master Yi here? Is he coming to lend a hand? Upon hearing the commotion, the gazes of Mu Qingxue and her companions instinctively turned towards the source of the voices. A young man was being escorted into the square by disciples of the Tianxing sect. Who is this person? Why do they all refer to him as Master Yi? Indeed, I find it rather curious. He must be a scion of some power. Otherwise, why would those who recognize him show him such reverence? Some cultivators unfamiliar with the young man whispered among themselves as they observed him approach. However, those who recognized him were quick to clarify. What do you know? He is Yi Tianxing, the master of Ye's Tianxing Peak in Yezhou, the very clan that has opposed the Demon Clan for millennia. Come on, you should mention something significant. Let me tell you, this Master Yi recently single-handedly battled 2 Demon Clan leaders at the Qingzhou border, and they hardly had a chance to retaliate. Indeed, I witnessed it myself. That sword rain was simply magnificent, and the 2 demon leaders were dispatched in an instant. The cultivators who did not recognize the young man were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. They had heard whispers of the recent battle at the Qingzhou border, but they had not anticipated that the savior of their land would be so young. Yi Tianxing's purpose for visiting the Tianxing sect was to acquire array materials. With a request in mind, he would not simply fly in. That would be exceedingly impolite. Thus, he chose to land before the gates of the Tianxing sect, instructing the gatekeeping disciples to report his arrival. However, one of the gatekeepers had previously been among those who supported the Qingzhou border and, upon recognizing Yi Tianxing, took the liberty of bringing him in without reporting first. After all, Yi Tianxing was a benefactor to Qingzhou. Not only would he be welcomed to meet their sect leader, but he would even be honored should he wish to visit his ancestors. At this moment, however, Yi Tianxing was quite puzzled as to why so many cultivators had gathered in the square, appearing to belong to various factions. What brings you here? Mu Xing's inquired, her eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue as she regarded Yi Tianxing, who stood before her. After being rescued by Yi Tianxing, Mu Qingxue sought assistance in Zhongzhou and Zhongyu for several days, hoping to find him, but ultimately gave up when no news emerged. However, she was unexpectedly reunited with him today. It is not that Mu Qingxue has developed feelings for Yi Tianxing. Rather, she simply does not wish to owe anyone a favor. Since he had saved her previously, she felt compelled to repay this debt. I have matters to discuss with Sect Master Mo, she stated, which naturally brought her here. Yi Tianxing replied with a smile, no longer the anxious young man who struggled to articulate words in her presence. Following the events at the Yi clan's heavenly domain, he had undergone a subtle transformation in character. Additionally, with the clansmen trapped within the blood demon array awaiting his rescue, he had little time to concern himself with a woman. Yet, Mu Qingxue could not help but furrow her brow at Yi Tianxing's nonchalant demeanor. The first time she encountered him, he was so nervous that he could barely speak, but now he appeared so composed, which left her feeling inexplicably irked. She could discern that he had shown interest in her back then. So how could he have changed so drastically in such a short time? Even a notorious flirt could not shift their affections so swiftly. Chapter 146, Breaking the Seal. Sect Master Mo, what has transpired? Yi Tianxing refrained from engaging in excessive conversation with Mu Qingxue, instead directing his gaze toward Mo Yuchen. The gathering of so many people in the square indicated that something significant had occurred. He decided against hastily revealing his purpose for being there, hoping instead to resolve the current predicament himself, which might allow him to acquire more materials for array formation. Upon recognizing Tianxing, Mo Yuchan did not dare to be dismissive and recounted the events that had unfolded. Only then did Tianxing grasp the situation at hand. I have a solution, he declared with a faint smile after hearing Mo Yuchan's account. He had initially intended to follow Li Qiufeng's suggestion to unleash the Demon King from the Tianxing sect and eliminate it. Now, with the Demon King on the verge of breaking free, his task had become considerably more straightforward. However, the assembled crowd harbored skepticism regarding Tianxing's capability to provide a solution. After all, he was still quite young, and his formidable strength suggested he had not had the time to hone his skills in the art of array formation. Mu Qingxue, echoing the sentiments of others, mockingly interjected, while the demon sealing array may be in tatters and its specific rank indiscernible, it must at least be above the 7th rank. What can a mere cultivator like you do? Are you a master of arrays as well? Like the others, she found it illogical that someone so young and powerful could also have dedicated time to mastering array techniques. I am indeed an array master, Tianxing replied, but I never claimed I would reconfigure the demon sealing array. My approach is simple. I will directly release the Demon King and then eliminate it myself. That will resolve everything. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but shake their heads in bemusement. They were inherently skeptical about any potential solutions, and upon hearing Tianxing's assertion, their doubts were only reinforced. Although they had never encountered a Demon King, they were well aware of the prowess of the Demon Clan's leader. Given that the leader had reached the Void Return stage, it was reasonable to surmise that the Demon King must at least be at the Calamity Crossing stage. Even if Tianxing were exceptionally powerful, it was implausible that he could contend with someone at the Calamity Crossing stage. Master Yi, prior to your arrival, Miss Mu had already devised a plan, so there is no need for your intervention, Mo Yuchen said with a conciliatory smile. Tianxing furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards Mu Qingxue. He had noticed her remarkable transformation. Though she had not outwardly displayed any signs, he was profoundly astonished. Just recently, she had been at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, and now she had ascended to the early stage of the Void Return realm in a mere half-month. Yet, this was of little concern to him. Observing Mo Yuchen's disbelief, he chose not to elucidate further and raised his hand to release a surge of spiritual energy. Boom! The array tablet before the crowd shattered instantly under the impact of Tianxing's energy. As the onlookers processed the event, their expressions shifted dramatically. The array tablet was the most crucial structure in the sealing formation, often referred to as the eye of the array. With the eye destroyed, the great demon sealing array had utterly lost its efficacy. Master Yi, what are you doing? Mo Yuchen exclaimed, a mixture of shock and anger evident in his tone, though he dare not speak too harshly. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxue's fair complexion turned frostbitten as she admonished. Tianxing, what gives you such confidence? Do you truly believe you can confront the Demon King? Yet, scarcely had her words fallen when the ground trembled violently, rippling like waves. As fissures erupted from the shattered array tablet, swiftly spreading outward and raising clouds of dust, the crowd hastily retreated to the edges of the square, while Tianxing ascended slowly into the air, waiting for the Demon King to emerge. Amidst the turmoil, a creature with the head of a turtle and the body of a human burst forth from the ruins of the array tablet. What the hell? Who sealed me for thousands of years? Did I dig up your ancestral grave or put a green hat on you? The turtle-headed Demon King unleashed a torrent of profanities, his language as vulgar as it was bewildering, leaving all present in a state of shock. The bewilderment was not solely due to the foul language. It was primarily because this legendary Demon King was at the late stage of the Void Return realm. Wasn't the Void Return stage the realm of the Demon Clan's leaders? How could he possibly be a Demon King? Had the tales been distorted over time? The most perplexed among them was Tianxing. He had previously encountered 2 Demon Kings, both of whom were at the Great Ascension stage and devoid of reason, bloodthirsty beasts. Yet this turtle-headed figure not only appeared rational, but also lacked any trace of demonic aura, seeming utterly unlike a member of the Demon Clan. Tell me, who sealed me? Is he dead or alive? If alive, where is he? If dead, point me to his grave. After his outburst, the turtle-headed Demon King surveyed the crowd, his gaze landing on the most powerful presence among them, Xianxia. Xianxing's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze intently on the turtle-headed creature, offering no response. Regardless of the fact that this turtle-headed being was merely at the late stage of the Void Return realm, it was still beyond their capability to contend with. The others present mirrored the tension, brandishing their weapons, poised for action at any moment. At that juncture, Mu Qingshua's sword to Yi Tianxing's side and whispered, "You must leave quickly. I will hold it off here, consider it a favor returned." However, no sooner had her words left her lips than Yi Tianxing sprang into action. The turtle-headed creature was already charging toward Xianxia, cursing loudly. "Damn it. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Xianxia hastily conjured a spiritual energy shield, bracing himself to withstand the impending blow. The turtle-headed creature's speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to evade. Yet, just as the creature was about to close the distance, Yi Tianxing suddenly appeared before it. A sharp crack resonated through the air as Yi Tianxing's slap sent the turtle-headed being spinning several times on the spot. The unexpected turn of events left everyone present in stunned silence. Even if this creature was not a demon king, it was still at the late stage of the Void Return realm. Was Yi Tianxing truly at the pinnacle of that realm? As Xianxia regained his composure, a surge of elation coursed through him. He had nearly forgotten that Yi Tianxing had effortlessly dispatched 2 mid-stage Void Return realm demon leaders. Indicating his prowess was undoubtedly at the late stage or beyond. His earlier fears stemmed from the assumption that they faced a demon king. Now that he realized this turtle-headed creature was not, the dread dissipated. "Did that slap calm you down?" Yi Tianxing inquired, observing the turtle-headed creature steady itself, his expression inscrutable. The creature, still dazed and clutching its face, extended its neck and retorted angrily, "How dare you strike me? I shall kill you." Chapter 147, The Mysterious Turtle. The onlookers, witnessing the turtle-headed creature's frantic rage, could not suppress their glee. Initially, they had been intimidated by the title of Demon King. But now that they recognized this creature was merely a late-stage Void Return realm being, they realized that even if Yi Tianxing could not defeat it, a stalemate was assured. And there was little cause for concern. However, one person among them remained oblivious to Yi Tianxing's true strength, Mu Qingshuo. Thus, upon seeing Yi Tianxing provoke the turtle-headed Demon King, her countenance shifted dramatically. "Be careful," she shouted, rushing forward to assist Yi Tianxing. Yet in that moment of fury, the turtle-headed creature had already swung its hand toward Yi Tianxing. Realizing she was too late to intervene, Mu Qingshuo, unable to bear the thought of Yi Tianxing's head being crushed, despaired and shut her eyes. Previously, Yi Tianxing had saved her. Now, she felt helpless to save him, leaving her heart heavy with guilt and despair. However, after closing her eyes, she did not hear the anticipated sound of Yi Tianxing's head being smashed, which prompted her to cautiously open her eyes, filled with curiosity. With a swift motion, Yi Tianxing seized the arm that was descending towards the turtle-headed creature, his expression one of playful mockery as he regarded it. Mu Qingshuo, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless. She had never anticipated that Yi Tianxing could thwart the attack of the turtle-headed being. Did this imply that Yi Tianxing's cultivation level was at least at the later stage of the Void Returning realm? How else could he possibly withstand such a strike? At that moment, the turtle-headed creature's eyes widened, a hint of fear flickering within them. Although it had not exerted its full strength, it seemed implausible that a youthful cultivator could so effortlessly counter its assault. "Let me go, you bastard." The turtle-headed creature attempted to struggle, only to find Yi Tianxing's grip as unyielding as iron, intensifying its look of terror. Still cursing, it appeared that the creature had yet to regain its composure. "Let me help you calm down," Yi Tianxing declared, gripping the creature's arm with one hand while delivering rhythmic slaps to its face with the other. Slap, slap, slap. The sound resonated as Yi Tianxing struck its cheeks, rendering the turtle-headed creature dazed, and its face swelled nearly double in size from the blows. When Yi Tianxing deemed it sufficient, he finally released the turtle-headed being. It seemed that the swelling was increasing, though he wondered about its culinary value. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he licked his lips. Upon hearing this, the turtle-headed creature, seated on the ground, burst into tears. "You are not human. All of you are liars, and you wish to eat me. Woe is me." It sat there, weeping and cursing, resembling a petulant child throwing a tantrum. The onlookers were taken aback by this unexpected transformation. Even if the turtle-headed creature was not a demon king, it must have been a leader of sorts. To be reduced to tears by merely a few slaps? Yi Tianxing was equally astonished. He merely intended to help the creature regain its composure, never imagining it would dissolve into tears. Enough. Stop crying. How old are you? If you continue, I shall chop off your head and make soup. Yi Tianxing, exasperated by the noise, threatened the creature. The turtle-headed being raised its head to glance at Yi Tianxing before lowering it once more, saying, I shall cry. If you wish to chop me, then do so. I can no longer trust you humans. You are all deceivers. How despicable. With that, it resumed its weeping. Li Dadye, the demon race is inherently treacherous. Do not waste any more time. I shall deal with this. Xianxia, irritated by the incessant crying, stepped forward, eager to put an end to the turtle-headed creature. To him, the demon race and humanity were irreconcilable enemies, and mercy was unwarranted. However, Yi Tianxing interjected, Sect Master Shun. This creature is not of the demon race. Hold your hand for now. He had noticed upon the turtle-headed creature's emergence from its seal that it bore no trace of demonic aura. Moreover, the system had recently bestowed upon him a heightened sensitivity to murderous intent, allowing him to discern that the turtle-headed creature posed no threat. Thus, Yi Tianxing was convinced that this turtle-headed being was not of the demon race. However, Xianxia furrowed his brow. A creature with the body of a beast and the head of a human was characteristic of the demon race. The turtle-headed entity before them displayed unmistakable traits akin to those of demons. Aside from a difference in temperament, it bore all the hallmarks of their kind. Nonetheless, since Yi Tianxing had stated as much, Xianxia felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. After all, both the Yi clan and his Yunxiao sect harbored a deep-seated animosity towards demons. Had this creature truly belonged to the demon race, he was certain it would have met the same fate as the demons at the borders of Qingzhou, dealt with by Yi Tianxing long ago. Now speak. What manner of creature are you? Why do you resemble the demons so closely? Yi Tianxing inquired, crouching down to fix his gaze upon the turtle-headed being. The creature, tears streaming down its face, stammered through its sobs, I'm a spiritual beast from the South Spirit River in the Central Domain, a Xian turtle. Over 3,000 years ago, the demons wreaked havoc across the continent, and the cultivators of the Central Domain mistakenly believed my mother to be one of them, sealing her on a small island within the South Spirit River. I was but a child then, too afraid to reveal myself, forced to watch helplessly as my mother was imprisoned. After those cultivators departed, I sought the assistance of human cultivators to rescue her. Yet fearing that they would mistake me for a demon, I slipped away from the Central Domain. By a twist of fate, I learned that the Qinjin sect in Qingzhou was a grand sect of formations, and I intended to beseech the then sect master, Zhen Yuanji, for help. But that scoundrel, he feigned pity, claiming he wished to assist me, only to deceive me into this square and activate the demon-sealing Great Formation. Before sealing me, he proclaimed that since the cultivators of the Central Domain deemed my mother a demon, I must undoubtedly be one as well, asserting that the cultivators could not be mistaken and that I should not dare to deceive him. That scoundrel cursed me with such foul language, insisting I was a demon. When I am a Xian turtle, it was evident that the Xian turtle had not spoken in quite some time, and once it began, the words flowed forth endlessly. The assembled crowd gradually grasped the situation, casting peculiar glances at the sect master of the Qinjin sect, Mo Yuchen. Mo Yuchen's face flushed crimson, as he lowered his head, reluctant to speak. Zhen Yuanji was the sect master of the Qinjin sect from 3 generations past, and his ancestor, having passed away nearly 3,000 years ago. Who would have expected him to bring such shame upon Mo Yuchen? At that moment, all present shared a sense of sympathy for the Xian turtle's plight, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. The Xian turtle remained seated on the ground, sniffling, occasionally muttering curses directed at Zhen Yuanji. As a spiritual beast, you should have transformed into a form indistinguishable from that of a human. Why then has your transformation failed to materialize? Mu Qingxue, clearly still skeptical of the Xian turtle's words, approached and interrogated it. Given that the central state bordered the Central Domain, she possessed a fair understanding of spiritual beasts, and thus she found the Xian turtle's story rather peculiar. It is essential to clarify that while both the Central State and the Central Domain are among the most powerful realms of the Tianyuan continent, they are fundamentally distinct from one another. In the Central Plains, the majority consists of cultivators, while the Central Domain is predominantly inhabited by spirit beasts. Once a spirit beast cultivation reaches a certain threshold, it often encounters a bottleneck, making further breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. Over the vast expanse of time, These spirit beasts have tirelessly explored and discovered that the human anatomical structure appears to be more harmonious with the flow of celestial spiritual energy compared to their original forms. Human bodies are far more conducive to cultivation, allowing them to better comprehend the laws of nature and effectively channel and refine spiritual energy within. Thus, when faced with a breakthrough impasse, spirit beasts invariably opt to transform into human form. This transformation is comprehensive. Not only do their appearances become indistinguishable from those of humans, but their internal structures, including meridians, also align with human anatomy, enabling them to adapt to the human cultivation system in pursuit of further advancement. Therefore, when Mu Qingxue observed that the mysterious tortoise had not fully transformed, she began to doubt the veracity of its earlier claims. Chapter 148, Resolving Misunderstandings. After spending several days with Mu Qingxue, the group recognized her as a person from the Central Plains. To them, she was akin to a living encyclopedia, having been exposed to the wealth of knowledge that the Central Plains, the most prosperous region of the continent, offers. Indeed, whether it be martial arts, rare treasures, or various intricate formations, the resources available in the Central Plains far exceed those of the Green State. Thus, upon hearing that the mysterious tortoise might be problematic, their wariness heightened. Seeing their reactions, the tortoise wiped away its tears and snorted disdainfully, exclaiming, "What is the point of all this needless chatter? Are you not merely seeking a justification to slay me? Even if I were to explain, what difference would it make?" It felt that it had provided ample detail. Yet, Mu Qingxue remained skeptical, clearly employing a common tactic among human cultivators, which is to seek a pretext for their actions. The tortoise concluded that humans were indeed the most cunning of beings. Tianxing, perceiving the tortoise's demeanor akin to that of a wronged spouse, casted an incredulous glance and remarked, "Would it not be better to clarify matters and dispel any misunderstandings? If we intended to kill you, we would have done so already. Stop stalling and disclose your reasons." Tianxing was confident that what the tortoise said was truthful. He possessed enhanced perception, and if the tortoise were indeed a demon, it would not escape his awareness. However, the others present were unaware of this. So it was essential for the tortoise to elucidate its situation. "It is not merely due to the cultivators of the central domain. When my mother was sealed, I lacked the ability to transform. Yet, in my desperation to save her, I forced my transformation, resulting in my current state." While the tortoise was not overly fearful of the others, it felt intimidated by Tianxing, who had struck it multiple times, and thus felt compelled to speak truthfully. It recognized that Tianxing was correct. Had the intent been to kill it, they could have acted swiftly without engaging in idle conversation. Who among the living would wish for death? Upon hearing this explanation, Mu Qingxue nodded. "I have indeed heard that if a spirit beast forcibly transforms, it may retain certain features, leading to an unusual appearance. It seems you fortuitously retained your turtle head, causing other cultivators to mistakenly identify you as a demon." With Mu Qingxue's affirmation, the group's wariness finally began to dissipate. The leader of the Thousand Arrays sect, Mo Yuchen, gazed apologetically at the ancient tortoise and remarked, "I am Mo Yuchen, the current leader of the Thousand Arrays sect. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding caused by my ancestor. Please allow me to convey my ancestor's apologies to you. Several millennia ago, during the upheaval caused by the demon clan, the situation was dire. My ancestor had to take precautions to protect the sect, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive." As he spoke, Mo Yuchen assisted the tortoise to rise from the ground and solemnly bowed before him. Nonetheless, he could not resist defending his ancestor in the end. Upon hearing this belated apology, the ancient tortoise suddenly regained its defiance and exclaimed, "What? A mere apology suffices. Where is Xianxia? Bring him forth. If I do not berate him for 3 days and nights, I am no longer a being of this earth." Tianxing, exasperated, tapped his forehead and retorted, "You are never a being of this earth to begin with." The tortoise paused, then altered its statement. "If I do not scold him for 3 days and nights, I am but a turtle, a wretched creature." The bystanders cleared their throats, and one suggested, "Tortoise, how about this? To express our contrition, the Thousand Arrays sect can offer some form of compensation. What do you think?" Mo Yuchen spoke earnestly, attempting to placate the tortoise's irate demeanor. "Mistakes have been made, and there is little to be said. Although it was my ancestor's actions, as the current leader of the Thousand Arrays sect, I must shoulder this responsibility. I do not want compensation. Bring Xianxia to me. I want to scold him." The tortoise continued, still irritable, My ancestor perished over 2,000 years ago during the war between humans and demons. You may as well scold me instead. For I am now the leader of the Thousand Array sect, and it is all the same. Mo Chen, feeling helpless, could only respond upon hearing that Xianxia has passed. The tortoise trembled. Ever since its release from confinement, it had longed to meet Xianxia, not truly to berate him, but to implore him to save its mother. Years ago, it had learned that on Tianyuan continent, apart from the array masters of Zhongzhou and Zhongyu, only Xianxia was an 8th grade array master. However, upon learning of Xianxia's demise, the tortoise's defiant demeanor vanished, replaced by a profound sense of desolation. Yet soon, a glimmer of hope reignited in its eyes. Since you are the current leader of the Thousand Array sect, what grade of array master are you? The tortoise gazed at Mo Chen, its eyes filled with eagerness and anticipation. I am a 5th grade array master, Mo Chen replied, lifting his head slightly, a hint of pride in his expression. In the vast expanse of Tianyuan continent, apart from Zhongzhou and Zhongyu, he was among the few 5th grade array masters. The reason for excluding Zhongzhou and Zhongyu was simple. As previously mentioned, these two regions stood in stark contrast to other forces on Tianyuan continent. Due to the vast disparity in strength, other factions tended to overlook these regions entirely, rendering comparisons irrelevant. What is there to boast about being a 5th grade? Where lies Xianxia's grave? I shall unearth it. Just as the hope ignited within the Xiangui was extinguished, it found itself once again engulfed in fury. The sealing array that bound its mother was a 7th tier formation, far beyond the capacity of 5th tier to remedy. Moreover, the formation master had deceived it, sealing it away for over 2 millennia, and now, with a mere proclamation of death, what fate awaited its mother? Enough! Is your sole desire not to rescue your mother? The fact that the Lord of Mo cannot save her now does not imply that salvation is forever beyond reach. After all, your kind possesses lengthy lifespans. What does a little more time matter? Since it is the Tianxing sect that owes you, why not reside within its confines? When the Lord of Mo is able to rescue your mother, you can accompany him back. Tianxing discerned the Xiangui's thoughts and spoke with impatience. Unable to endure the situation any longer, his purpose in visiting the Tianxing sect was to elevate his own mastery of formations, and he had no desire to squander time over trivial matters. Upon hearing this, the Xiangui seemed to find merit in the suggestion. If it were to return now, it might well be mistaken for a demonic beast by the cultivators of the central region. Remaining here seemed wiser. At the very least, the practitioners here recognized that it was not a demon. I believe you are correct. I shall stay in the Tianxing sect. I will depart only when someone ascends to the rank of 7th tier formation master and can accompany me to rescue my mother. Nodding in agreement, the Xiangui considered Tianxing's idea quite reasonable. Upon witnessing this, Mo Yuchan's face brightened instantly. The Xiangui was at the late stage of the Void Return realm, even surpassing Xianxia. Its permanent presence in the Tianxing sect would undoubtedly bolster the sect's strength significantly. Excellent. The presence of senior Xiangui is a blessing for the Tianxing sect. Fear not, we shall provide the highest standard of hospitality. Montak Yuhan, anxious that the Xiangui might reconsider, hastily referred to it as senior and promised favorable conditions. The Xiangui nodded. Then take me to the grave of the formation master. It still bore the memory of the sealing and was resolute in its intention to unearth the master's grave. Only then could its resentment be quelled. When the Xiangui first broke free from its seal, it had expressed the desire to excavate the formation master's grave. So upon hearing this, Mo Yuchan understood the implications without needing further explanation. Mo Yuchan quickly cast a pleading glance toward Tianxing, as if seeking assistance. The formation master was the ancestor of the Tianxing sect. How could he possibly agree to let the Xiangui disturb the grave? However, given the Xiangui's capricious temperament, he dared not refuse and could only hope that Tianxing might dissuade it. Tianxing, whose aim in visiting the Tianxing sect was to acquire formation materials, could not ignore Mo Yuchan's silent appeal. Addressing the Xiangui, he said, "Have you no sense of propriety? Seeking assistance while wishing to disturb someone's ancestor's grave? Do you not find that excessive? I understand your grievances. If you must, go to the grave and curse him for 3 days and nights. He cannot retort, and this may alleviate your anger while allowing the Lord of Mo to protect the ancestor's resting place. What do you think?" The mysterious tortoise paused for a moment, but soon found Tianxing's suggestion quite appealing, and thus spoke. then quickly take me to the grave of the array element. Upon witnessing this, Mo Yuchen hurriedly instructed the Grand Elder to escort the tortoise to the hall where the ancestor was honored. Wait! Just as the Grand Elder was about to lead the tortoise away, Mo Yuchen called out to him. In the meantime, keep a close watch on the tortoise. If it attempts to dismantle the ancestor's shrine, notify me immediately. With a hint of concern, Mo Yuchen whispered further instructions in the Grand Elder's ear. The Grand Elder nodded and proceeded to the hall with the tortoise. After seeing the pair depart, Mo Yuchen clasped his hands in gratitude towards Mu Qingxue, saying, "Thank you, Miss Mu, for your assistance today." However, the outcome turned out to be quite a blunder, rendering Miss Mu's visit seemingly in vain. Mu Qingxue responded with a slight nod, her expression remaining impassive, opting not to say a word. Understanding her nature, Mo Yuchen recognized that while she preferred silence, she possessed a kind heart. Thus, he felt no embarrassment in her silence, and turned to Yi Tianxing, stating, "Leader Yi, did you come to the Qianjin sect with a specific purpose? If I can be of assistance, I shall go to great lengths to help." As a sect leader, he was no fool, having not informed Yi Tianxing of his affairs. He could hardly believe that Yi had journeyed so far merely to assist him, suspecting that Yi had some matter requiring his aid. Yi Tianjing similit faintly. Since sect leader Mo has brought it up so directly, I shall be frank. I require materials for formations of the 5th grade or above, and I need as many as you can provide. Of course, I shall not take them for free. You may allow me to arrange any formations below the 6th grade at your discretion, and I can also offer you several volumes of techniques passed down from celestial beings. What do you think, sect leader Mo? Upon hearing this, Mo Yuchen was left utterly astonished. Formations below the 6th grade at will? This sounded utterly preposterous. Even if Yi Tianxing were indeed a formation master, setting up a formation necessitated a corresponding manual. A 6th grade formation master would require a specific guide to arrange even a 1st grade formation. Without such a manual, one must have at least encountered a 1st grade formation to replicate it. Consequently, Yi Tianxing's assertion struck Mo Yuchen as nothing short of fantastical. Beside them, Mu Qingxue scoffed. Yi Tianxing, are you not indulging in whimsical fantasies? The path of formations is intricate and requires rigor. It cannot be as simple as you propose. Even the foremost formation masters of Zhongzhou would not dare to make such boastful claims. Having already been displeased by Yi Tianxing's abrupt change in demeanor, she seized the opportunity to retort. It was akin to encountering someone of the opposite sex who had shown interest in you, only to find them transformed into an entirely different person upon your next meeting, who would not feel a twinge of annoyance. This sentiment was especially true for someone like Mu Qingxue, a proud daughter of destiny, often lavished with attention by powerful figures. Seeing the disbelief in the eyes of the two, Yi Tianxing remained unperturbed, smiling as he suggested, "Since you were skeptical, why not wager a bet? Master Mo, provide me with some materials for formations below the 6th grade, and name any formation. As long as I can set it up, you shall agree to my previous conditions." "What say you?" Mo Yuchen, upon hearing this, responded with a smile, "What need is there for a wager? If you desire them, I shall gladly provide." He was unaware of Yi Tianxing's true intentions behind acquiring such materials. Yet, given that Yi Tianxing had saved the Qianjin sect twice, and even rescued the entirety of Qingzhou once, it was only reasonable that he should not withhold his generosity. Soon after, Mo Yuchen handed a storage ring to Yi Tianxing, saying within this, "You will find the formation materials accumulated by my Qianjin sect over the millennia, ranging from 5th to 8th grade. I hope you will accept it graciously." Yi Tianxing accepted the storage ring without hesitation, replying, "Master Mo, I am not jesting. Do take a look if the Qianjin sect is in need of any formations. I can arrange any below the 6th grade. Furthermore, here are several tomes of techniques passed down by immortals. I offer them to you as well." As he spoke, Yi Tianxing presented several volumes of techniques derived from the immortal's secret realm to Mo Yuchen. "Enough of this. Master Yi has favored my Qianjin sect and Qingzhou. It is only fitting that I show my respect." Mo Yuchen quickly waved his hands in refusal. It was not that he shunned the immortal techniques, but rather, their rarity was unparalleled. Aside from the central region and middle continent, any other power would cherish even a single volume as a treasured heirloom. Yet, for Yi Tianxing to produce several volumes at once left Mo Yuchen incredulous regarding their authenticity. If they were not indeed immortal techniques, what purpose would they serve him? Just as Mo Yuchen finished his refusal, Mu Qingxue, with a hint of astonishment in her eyes, turned to Yi Tianxing. "These techniques exude an aura of immortality. Could it be that you too are a cultivator who has failed the tribulation? What do you mean by failed tribulation? I have not undergone any tribulation, Tianxing replied, his face etched with confusion as he looked at Mu Qingxue, unable to grasp her meaning. He had merely presented several volumes of techniques passed down from immortals. How did that equate to a failed tribulation? Noticing his bewilderment, Mu Qingxue frowned slightly. She could tell that Tianxing was not lying. She had simply misjudged the situation. She had previously been curious as to how someone so young could possess such profound cultivation. Now, witnessing him reveal an abundance of immortal techniques, she had assumed he was from the same origin as herself. For even the powers of the central and middle regions would never be so generous as to bestow several volumes of immortal techniques all at once. Likewise, to achieve such cultivation at a young age was indicative of a natural-born cultivator, not merely a practitioner. Such innate cultivators could only originate from that specific place. Why the silence? Is it not said that those who fail their tribulations perish? How could one still be alive? Ye Tianxing, notijing mu kingu silenge. Could not help but inquire once more. It is nothing. I was mistaken. But who told you that failing a tribulation leads to death? If one were a cultivator, possessing a complete set of cultivation techniques, even a failed tribulation would merely result in a decline in cultivation level, not death. Moreover, one's strength would fully recover within a few months. However, each failure in tribulation would render the subsequent tribulation even more formidable. Generally speaking, even cultivators are likely to fail no more than 3 times. As for the 4th tribulation, in my 100+ years of existence, I have yet to hear of anyone successfully overcoming it. Murong Qingxue patiently elucidated. Tianxing was unfazed by Murong Qingxue's explanation, but upon learning that she was over 100 years old, his eyes widened in disbelief. I always thought you were around my age, he remarked, scrutinizing her from head to toe. With a huff, Murong Qingxue remained silent. She hailed from a peculiar origin and was a natural-born cultivator, having broken through to the void return stage at the tender age of 23. Because of this, her visage was eternally frozen at that age. As for why Murong Qingxue had previously been in the late stage of the God Transformation realm and had rapidly ascended to the early stage of the void return realm, it was due to her original state of being at the pinnacle of tribulation. Unfortunately, she had faltered during her breakthrough to the Great Ascension realm. Now, she was merely in a period of recovery, not a swift breakthrough. While the two engaged in conversation, Mo Yuchen was on the verge of tears. He had thought Tianxing was merely toying with him by presenting a few random techniques. Yet those techniques were indeed passed down from celestial beings. Li Dadie. The Qianjin sect has expended considerable manpower and resources over the millennia to gather such materials. I suddenly feel that if I do not accept these techniques, I will have no way to justify myself to my disciples and elders. How about this? Give me one as a token, so I can explain it to them. Mo Yuchen said, wearing a smile that was more pitiful than a frown. Observing this, Tianxing replied with a gentle smile. As I have pledged to give you these techniques, I shall do so in full. There is no need for such formality. Sect leader Mo. With that, he placed the volumes of celestial techniques in Mo Yuchen's hands. Delighted, Mo Yuchen carefully stored the volumes in his storage ring. Li Dadie, you are truly a benefactor to the Qianjin sect. In the future, should you require assistance, as long as it is within our capabilities, we shall go to great lengths to comply, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Tianxing nodded. Then I shall not be modest. Sect leader Mo, please assist me in gathering materials for arranging formations of 5th rank and above, as I still require a substantial amount. Without hesitation, Mo Yuchen agreed and promptly instructed the elders of the Qianjin sect to commence the material collection. Meanwhile, Murong Qingxue, filled with curiosity, interjected. What do you need so many materials for? Arranging formations of 5th rank and above takes at least an hour. Even if you're an 8th rank formation master, you wouldn't be able to manage it all, would you? Tianxing had acquired the materials, and his spirits soared. Noticing Mu Qingxue's skepticism, he contemplated showcasing his abilities to her. However, before he could unveil the array interface, Mu Qingxue furrowed her brow and, without hesitation, retrieved the communication stone from her storage ring. Miss Mu, trouble has arisen. Elder Xiao has been injured by the Gu clan while searching for the lightning avoidance crystal on your behalf. The moment Mu Qingxue produced the communication stone, a voice resonated from it. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxue's expression shifted slightly as she responded, Understood. I will return immediately. Please ensure Elder Xiao is well cared for. After speaking, She withdrew the stone and handed a jade pendant to Tianxing. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may use this pendant to find me at the Heavenly Palace in Zhongzhou. I will assist you. Tianxing was about to decline, but Mu Qingxue continued. Do not even think of refusing, as I despise being indebted to others. Observing her determination, Tianxing reluctantly accepted the pendant and placed it in his storage ring. Upon witnessing him do so, Mu Qingxue transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon. Safe travels, Miss Mu, Mo Yuchen called out loudly, watching her depart. Earlier, while notifying the elders to gather materials, he had overheard the conversation between Mu Qingxue and the communication stone, so he had not insisted she linger longer. I have instructed the elders to send people to collect the materials. Where shall I find you? After bidding farewell to Mu Qingxue, Mo Yuchen turned his gaze back to Tianxing. I will remain at the 1,000 arrays sect for the time being, as I need to set up arrays to advance my rank, Tianxing replied. Setting up arrays to advance your rank? What do you mean, Elder Yi? Mo Yuchen was puzzled, unable to comprehend Tianxing's statement. As previously mentioned, for an array master to break through, it isn't simply a matter of arranging more arrays. It requires that fleeting moment of inspiration. Oh, there is no need for so many questions. As I said earlier, I can arrange any array below the 6th rank. Just tell me where to set them up. Tianxing responded, somewhat impatiently. Everyone in the clan was awaiting his return, and he did not wish to squander any more time. Though Mo Yuchen harbored doubts, he refrained from pressing further. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, the demon ceiling square is currently vacant. How about you help me arrange a few illusion arrays here, Elder Yi? They should be capable of enhancing the disciples' cultivation, such as those that allow them to battle against their reflections or provide insightful experiences. If 6th rank is unfeasible, 5th rank or lower will suffice. I leave it to your discretion. Uncertain of how many arrays Tianxing could set up, Mo Yuchen proposed the simplest illusion arrays without specifying the type. Even worrying that Tianxing might struggle to create a single 6th rank illusion array and embarrass himself. Thus, he permitted Tianxing to arrange them freely, providing him an easy way out. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was left dumbfounded. Not just him, but everyone present was equally astonished. Chapter 151. The 6th rank illusory array. Just as Mo Yuchen's words fell, an unexpected multitude of arrays emerged in the square without warning. These formations were arranged with meticulous precision, radiating a violet luminescence that enveloped the demon ceiling square. What on earth is happening? Am I imagining things? How could so many arrays appear all of a sudden? Moreover, these formations are all 6th rank illusory arrays, having dedicated many years to the study of arrays. This is the first time I have encountered such a diverse array of illusions within the realm of 6th rank formations. From where did these arrays even come? Are you deaf? Did you not hear the conversation between the sect master and Master Yi? It must have been arranged by Master Yi. Are you foolish? Which array master could possibly deploy so many arrays in an instant? It seems you're not only deaf, but also blind. If not, who else could have set up the formations in the square? The crowd was in a state of shock, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before them. Meanwhile, Mo Yuchen's mind was already tumultuous with waves of astonishment. He was certain that all these 6th rank illusory arrays had been deployed by Tianxing. However, the ability to instantaneously arrange dozens of 6th rank formations was entirely beyond his understanding. One must remember that setting up an array requires time, and the higher the rank, the longer it takes. Even if the illusory arrays are considered the simplest among various ranks, they still belong to the 6th rank. How could one possibly arrange so many in a mere moment? Sect Master Mo, allow me to introduce this array to you. It is the 6th rank Heart Demon Illusory Array. Its primary function is rather straightforward. It allows cultivators who enter the array to experience different heart demons. This can effectively aid cultivators in finding solutions and prevent future torment by their inner demons. Tianxing pointed towards the nearest 6th rank illusory array and began to lead Mo Yuchen forward. This one is the 6th rank Battle Insight Illusory Array. Within this array, one can engage in combat with cultivators of the same cultivation level but differing techniques, allowing for self-improvement in responding to various opponents. Tianxing, concerned that Mo Yuchen might not recognize these arrays, meticulously introduced every 6th rank illusory formation. Mo Yuchen followed behind him, nodding vacantly, uncertain if the information had truly registered. All right, Sect Master Mo, do you require any further arrays? I can assist you in establishing more. After completing the introduction of all the sixth-rank illusory arrays, Tianxing turned around, a cheerful smile illuminating his face as he regarded Mo Yuchen. However, before Mo Yuchen could respond, Xianxia, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Master Yi, what is the name of the illusory array located in the very center of the square? Have you forgotten to introduce it?" Among the crowd, he remained relatively composed and was not astonished by Tianxing's ability to instantly deploy numerous formations. This was because, long before Mu Qingxue had departed, Li Qiufeng, far away in the Yi clan's heavenly domain, had contacted him, explaining Tianxing's purpose for visiting the Thousand Array sect and his remarkable capability to arrange arrays in an instant. Furthermore, he reminded Xianxia to prepare additional material for the formation, as Tianxing was in urgent need of them. Thus, Xianxia had already mentally prepared himself, which is why he did not exhibit the same astonishment as the others. When Tianxing heard Xianxia's inquiry, he awkwardly scratched his head, admitting that the formation was somewhat difficult to articulate. It was essentially designed for the relaxation of those diligent practitioners. He refrained from mentioning the name of this sixth-grade illusion formation, primarily because he found it truly hard to express. However, this remark piqued the curiosity of everyone present. What did he mean by "for relaxation"? Such a vague description. Let me give it a try. Mo Yuchen, who had never encountered this formation before, was equally intrigued and strode directly towards the center of the plaza where the illusion formation was situated. Observing this, the crowd gathered around, craning their necks to see what would unfold. As Mo Yuchen stepped into the illusion formation, the scene before him transformed instantaneously. In the next moment, he found himself amidst a dreamlike peach blossom grove, with a gentle breeze causing pink petals to flutter gracefully to the ground. Not far away stood an exquisite bamboo pavilion, where a stone table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, exuding an enticing aroma. While Mo Yuchen was still perplexed, he suddenly heard a melodious sound of a zither. Following the sound, he saw a young woman clad in a light pink gauze dress, seated before the zither, her delicate fingers plucking the strings as she gazed at him with affectionate eyes. The woman gently parted her ruby lips, her voice as sweet as a nightingale. "Master Mo, you have had a long journey. Come, take a rest, and savor this fine wine and delicacies." Mo Yuchen felt a wave of weakness wash over him and found himself irresistibly drawn towards the bamboo pavilion. Outside the illusion formation, the onlookers witnessed the initial shock on Mo Yuchen's face gradually give way to rapture, even noticing the corners of his mouth watering, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. What has happened to Master Mo? Could it be that he has discovered some treasure within the illusion formation? Yet, why does it seem as though he is succumbing to infatuation? Amidst their speculations, Mo Yuchen emitted a peculiar sound from within the illusion. "Oh, I can't take it anymore." This utterance rendered all present speechless. The tone of his voice felt decidedly inappropriate, igniting the curiosity of the crowd to its peak. They yearned to uncover what exactly Mo Yuchen had experienced within the illusion. "Master Yi, what effects does this sixth-grade illusion formation possess?" "I have known Master Mo for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I have witnessed him in such a state." Xianxia approached Tianxing, his expression brimming with confusion. Tianxing, noticing this, explained, "Every human possesses the 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, practitioners are generally more capable of restraint compared to ordinary individuals, yet this does not imply the absence of other desires. This 6th-grade illusion formation harnesses the various latent desires within the practitioner's hearts, constructing a scene that allows them to completely unwind. Typically, practitioners suppress their desires deep within as they dedicate themselves to their cultivation. However, these desires do not simply vanish. Rather, they may inadvertently influence one's state of mind and hinder cultivation. This illusionary formation allows cultivators to release these desires, enabling them to focus more intently on their practice thereafter. Tianxing recounted the function of the formation according to its description within the array interface, albeit he withheld the latter part of the explanation. Indeed, cultivators possess a greater capacity to restrain their desires compared to ordinary individuals, yet over 90% of cultivators find themselves ensnared by the desire for sensual pleasures, one of the most significant impediments to their cultivation. Hence, this formation has been aptly named the sensual illusionary array. The name, however, is somewhat difficult to articulate, causing Tianxing to hesitate in pronouncing it. Nonetheless, the attendees, all cultivators themselves, were not naive. They had already surmised the purpose of the formation from the initial part of his discourse. Ha! I had always believed that Sect Master Mo had long severed the ties of emotions and desires, but it seems he possesses a rather repressed nature, one remarked. I am more curious about the woman he encountered within the illusion, another added. Indeed, it appears that Sect Master Mo lacks a partner. Who then? Could he have seen inside? The crowd cast curious glances toward the flustered Mo Yuchen, who was still reeling from his experience within the illusion, and began to murmur amongst themselves. Chapter 152. The Diamond Spirit Wood. Time swiftly elapsed, and after 3 minutes, Mo Yuchen emerged from the illusion. His complexion was still tinged with crimson, and his gaze appeared somewhat unfocused, betraying the lingering effects of the illusion. Yet, he quickly steadied himself, inhaling deeply in an effort to regain the imposing demeanor befitting his role as Sect Master. Sect Master Mo, was it enjoyable? Who did you see inside? The crowd teased, their faces adorned with knowing smiles. Mo Yuchen, blushing from their banter, feigned anger and retorted, What do you all mean by this? I was considering allowing you to experience this formation, but it seems that is no longer necessary. This illusionary array was arranged for me by a sect leader Yi. From now on, anyone not a disciple of the Thousand Arrays sect is strictly prohibited from entering. Witnessing Mo Yuchen's apparent irritation, the crowd ceased their teasing, recognizing the respect due to someone of his age and stature. However, it was this very decree by Mo Yuchen that would elevate the Thousand Arrays sect to become the second largest sect in Qingzhou. The comprehensive training approach of the Thousand Arrays sect for its disciples was unparalleled. Various illusionary formations could preemptively address numerous hidden dangers in the cultivation process, and when fatigued, disciples could utilize the central formation in the plaza to relax. Such cultivation benefits could not be found elsewhere across the Tianyuan continent. Of course, these matters are for another time. With Yi Tianxing's status as a formation master being acknowledged, Mo Yuchen no longer maintained his previous formality, allowing Yi Tianxing to establish numerous other formations within the Thousand Arrays sect. It was only when there was truly no more space left for further arrangements that Mo Yuchen felt satisfied. In the meantime, Xianxia remained at the Thousand Arrays sect, intent on fostering a good relationship with Yi Tianxing. Upon realizing that the Qianzhenzong had no more space to arrange formations, Xianxia promptly suggested that Yi Tianxing assist him at his Yunxiao sect by setting up some offensive and defensive formations, which would significantly bolster their defenses against the monstrous tribes. For Yi Tianxing, it was inconsequential where he laid the formations. He merely sought to enhance his proficiency. Without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced to Xianxing's request and proceeded to the Yunxiao sect to commence his work. Once they arrived at the Yunxiao sect, Xianxing did not remain idle. He mobilized nearly all idle cultivators within the sect to scour Qingzhou for materials of 5th rank or higher, all with the aim of allowing Yi Tianxing to establish a greater number of formations. Soon, half a month had elapsed, during which Yi Tianxing exhausted all the materials available and ascended from a 6th rank formation master to an 8th rank one. Master Yi, there are no longer any materials of 5th rank or above in Qingzhou. Perhaps you might consider lowering the criteria to formations below the 5th rank? Xianxia cautiously inquired after Yi Tianxing completed an 8th rank formation at the borders of Qingzhou. For him, regardless of the rank of the formation, its placement at the borders of Qingzhou constituted a safeguard for the region. Faced with the depletion of 5th rank materials, he contemplated urging Yi Tianxing to set up some formations below that threshold. However, Yi Tianxing shook his head. Sect Master Shan, as you know, my entire clan is awaiting my return to rescue them. I cannot afford to squander a significant amount of time on your behalf. If you find it insufficient, I can return to Yunxiao sect after I have rescued my kin. At this juncture, he could only gain proficiency by establishing formations of 7th rank or higher. Given his current level of expertise, laying down an 8th rank formation or 5 7th rank formations would elevate him to the status of a 9th rank formation master. Thus, he preferred to search for materials rather than waste time here. Though Xianxia felt a twinge of disappointment, he refrained from pressing the matter further. Master Yi, with nearly all 5th rank materials in Qingzhou expended, what are your plans now? He queried, furrowing his brow. The individuals he had dispatched over the past few days had thoroughly scoured Qingzhou, and indeed, no 5th rank materials remained. Yi Tianxing, upon hearing this, also knitted his brows. To establish 7th or 8th rank formations, a minimum of a dozen different materials was required, all of which were rather rare. Now, with a scarcity of materials in Qingzhou and no acquaintances in other regions, he found himself at a loss for a solution. Just then, the sect master of Qianxing, Mo Yuchen, descended from the skies. Master Yi, I have procured the materials needed to set up the Diamond Guardian formation, which I sourced from other states. Mo Yuchen landed before Yi Tianxing and placed a collection of materials on the ground. The Diamond Guardian formation was an 8th rank formation, and merely establishing one would elevate Yi Tianxing to the 9th rank, leading to a surge of joy within him upon seeing the materials. He had been troubled about where to find the necessary components, and it was unexpected that Mo Yuchen had ventured to other states in search of them. Thank you. Sect Master Mo Yi Tianxing clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Mo Yuchen, subsequently placing a dozen materials into the array interface. Upon completing this task, he realized that to arrange the Diamond Guardian array, he was still missing a crucial ingredient known as the Diamond Spirit Wood. Observing the prompt on the array interface, his brows furrowed once more. Master Mo, it appears we are still lacking the Diamond Spirit Wood. Might it be that you have forgotten to retrieve it? Yi Tianxing inwit it. In his view, since Mo Yuchen was aware of the Diamond Guardian array, he must surely know what materials were necessary for its arrangement. Thus, Yi Tianxing found it hard to believe that Mo Yuchen had not gathered everything required when he had mentioned finding the materials for the array. Mo Yuchen offered an awkward smile before replying, Indeed, we are short of the Diamond Spirit Wood. However, rest assured, I know its location. It's just that it is inconvenient for me to go there myself, so I must trouble you to make the journey. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Yi Tianxing's eyes. Mo Yuchen had stated it was inconvenient to go, rather than dangerous or difficult, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Perjiving Yi Tianxing stots. Mo Yuchen elaborated, Master Yi, I have a junior brother named Xianxia who possesses the Diamond Spirit Wood. In the past, my junior brother and I had divergent views on array principles, leading to our separation. He later established the array sect in the southern prefecture. If I were to intervene, it might yield contrary results. Therefore, acquiring the Diamond Spirit Wood must fall to you, Master Yi, with your prowess, even if you had to resort to force. I am confident you would succeed. Yi Tianxing shot Mo Yuchen a disapproving glance. What do you mean by saying I could simply seize it? Am I that kind of person? He retorted. Since we know the whereabouts of the Diamond Spirit Wood, I shall go see it at once. After I rescue my kin, I will visit Qingzhou to express my gratitude. With that, Yi Tianxing exchanged a brief farewell with Xianxia and transformed into a streak of light, hastening towards the southern prefecture. Chapter 153, The Array Sect. The southern prefecture, located in the central southern region of the Tianyuan continent, is relatively close to the central prefecture. Among the many renowned sects within the southern prefecture, the Array sect stands out prominently. The sect's leader, Xianxia, is not only a 6th grade array master, but also a cultivator in the early stages of the divine transformation realm. This was the information Yi Tianxing gathered during his journey. Initially, he intended to visit the Array sect directly. However, recalling his hasty departure from the Yunxiao sect, he had neglected to inquire about the basic details concerning the Array sect. Thus, during his travels, he took the opportunity to gather some information while sampling the local delicacies of the southern part of the Tianyuan continent. As Yi Tianxing approached the Array sect, he observed that the entrance was thronged with people, a scene that could aptly be described as a sea of humanity. Most of the crowd consisted of ordinary individuals, with a small fraction possessing auras of spiritual energy, albeit of modest cultivation levels, around the body refining stage. Despite the throng, the atmosphere was remarkably quiet, as everyone stood in line in complete silence, seemingly awaiting the opening of the sect's gates. Yi Tianxing found himself among the masses, positioned towards the back of the queue. There was no other choice. By the time he arrived, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered, thus he could only find a random spot to queue. Although Yi Tianxing was eager to rescue his kin, witnessing the silence and patience of those present, he too succumbed to the flow of the crowd. After all, he was there to seek materials and did not wish to leave a negative impression on the Yuzhen sect by cutting in line. Before long, accompanied by a deep, resonant rumble, the imposing stone gates of the Yuzhen sect slowly creaked open. A surge of abundant spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, invigorating all in attendance. It was evident that within the Yuzhen sect, there existed a formation akin to a gathering spirit array, albeit far less effective than the one atop Tianxing Peak. As the gates fully opened, several disciples clad in uniform attire emerged and stood on either side. Shortly after, an elderly man in a blue robe, his hair white as snow, stepped forth with a measured gait. The old man's demeanor was kind, yet his gaze conveyed an undeniable air of authority. Once he came to a halt, hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the crowd and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Grand Elder of the Yuzhen sect, Xianxia. Your ability to maintain silence amid such a gathering speaks volumes of your composure. Please step inside. Those who spoke earlier may kindly take their leave." The Grand Elder's words were succinct, and upon finishing, he gestured for the disciples beside him to usher everyone inside. While he remained stationed at the side, those who had succumbed to the boredom and engaged in idle chatter displayed expressions of regret. However, none dared to voice their thoughts in the presence of the Grand Elder, retreating in shame instead. What is the meaning of this? Must one demonstrate composure to visit the Yuzhen sect? One might think they were selecting disciples. Tianxing observed those departing, internally lamenting as he followed the throng. The entrance to the Yuzhen sect was vast. Even with a multitude of people outside, Tianxing swiftly stepped into the sect. "Excuse me, Grand Elder. May I inquire where the sect master is at present?" He could not resist the urge to pose the question as he passed by Sun Sheng. Sun Sheng glanced at Tianxing, replying coolly, "You shall see him shortly," knowing that he would soon meet Xianxia. Tianxing inclined his body slightly in acknowledgement and continued onward with the crowd. In no time, all those who had gathered outside the gates were led into a remarkably spacious plaza. The ground was paved with smooth, azure stones, gleaming under the sunlight with a cool radiance. In the center of the plaza, a massive first-grade illusion array emanated a gentle aura. Surrounding the plaza were rows of spectator stands, occupied by numerous cultivators. These cultivators donned various attires, clearly not belonging to the Yuzhen sect. Tianxing surveyed the stands. His curiosity piqued. The monks seated in the stands exhibited varying levels of mastery, with the most accomplished among them having reached the mid-stage of the Void Return realm, while the least skilled were at the mid-stage of the Yuanying realm. According to Tianxing's conjecture, these individuals were likely the masters or elders of the prominent factions in the southern continent. Yet, what could have compelled them to gather at the Array sect today? Could a significant event have transpired? As Tianxing pondered these questions, the Grand Elder of the Array sect soared to a platform before the assembly and, clearing his throat, proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, today marks the annual selection day for new disciples at our Array sect, a fact you are all well aware of. However, this year is particularly special as we have invited the masters and elders from various factions across the southern continent to observe our proceedings. We also hope to foster communication among these factions, enhancing mutual understanding and collaboration. Your task is to perform admirably. For our sect values talent in array formation above all else. Cultivation aptitude is secondary. Thus, should any of you possess exceptional cultivation talent, there is a substantial chance you will catch the eye of the observing masters or elders." The disciples gathered in the square, upon hearing this, were immediately filled with excitement, the earlier tension giving way to anticipation. Meanwhile, Tianxing's eyes widened in astonishment, standing frozen among the crowd. He had previously been musing that visiting the Array sect felt akin to a selection process for disciples. And now it seemed these individuals were indeed here for the entrance assessment, having come to the Array sect in search of the Vajra spirit wood. He was not inclined to participate in any entrance examination. Just as he contemplated how to withdraw, Sun Sheng spoke again. "Without further ado, the entrance examination will follow the usual protocol. Enter the central area of the first-grade illusion barrier array. If you can endure for 2 hours, you will be accepted as a disciple of the Array sect." With that, Sun Sheng turned his gaze toward the main platform, where an elder clad in a purple robe sat. This elder, known as Xianxia, was the sect master of the Array sect. Xianxia nodded at Grand Elder Sun Sheng, signaling that they could commence. Receiving the cue, Sun Sheng bellowed at the assembled disciples, "The entrance examination begins now. Everyone, proceed into the illusion barrier array." Although the disciples felt a surge of anxiety, they made their way toward the first-grade illusion barrier array at the center of the square. In an instant, the sounds of footsteps and rustling garments intertwined. Given the expansive nature of the array, the crowd did not appear cramped, and soon all but Tianxing had entered the formation, leaving him standing motionless at the edge. "Why do you not enter?" Sun Sheng inquired. Noticing that Tianxing remained stationary while everyone else had entered the illusion array. Esteemed Grand Elder, I did not come to participate in the entrance examination. I wish to withdraw, Yi Tianxing replied awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Sun Sheng's brow furrowed in discontent. Young man, the news of our disciple recruitment has been circulating for over half a month. Do you expect me to believe that you are not here for the assessment? Sun Sheng fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Yi Tianxing, a flicker of displeasure evident in his eyes. For the first time, the Yuzhan sect invited representatives from various powerful factions to observe, which led to someone claiming they were not there to participate in the entrance assessment, leaving the Yuzhan sect in a rather embarrassing position. Chapter 154. You should be grateful that the sect master did not allow you to take action. Great Elder, it is truly a misunderstanding. I had no intention of participating in the entrance assessment, Yi Tianxing reiterated, noticing Sun Sheng's disbelief. Instantly, Sun Sheng's expression soured. Brat, if you do not wish to participate in the assessment, why are you queuing? I do not care whether you intend to participate or not. Since you're already in line, hurry and step inside. Sun Sheng glared at Yi Tianxing, his words almost ground out through clenched teeth. The Yuzhan sect held a prestigious reputation in the southern continent, with countless individuals vying for entry. Some even began preparing months or even years in advance, eager to stand out in the assessment and become a member of the Yuzhan sect. Yet here stood this young man, queuing only to suddenly declare his withdrawal. What could be more perplexing? Moreover, on a day when many sect leaders and elders from other factions were present, this young man's declaration was tantamount to slapping the Yuzhan sect in the face. Great Elder, I came to seek your sect master. It is indeed a misunderstanding. I was merely following the queue because no one around spoke up, and I was unaware of the situation, which is why I joined the line, Yi Tianxing hastily explained, bewildered as to how he had provoked Sun Sheng. But Sun Sheng erupted with the aura of a mid-stage nascent soul, bellowing, Brat, who sent you here? He was now convinced that Yi Tianxing was a disruptor, potentially sent by a rival faction opposed to the Yuzhan sect. Why else would he choose this day to arrive? Yi Tianxing felt a surge of anger, but knowing he needed to appeal to someone, he refrained from losing his temper and furrowed his brow. Great Elder, you misunderstand. No one sent me. If you insist that I participate in the entrance assessment, then I shall proceed into the illusion array. With that, Yi Tianxing strode purposefully towards the illusion array. However, Sun Sheng blocked his path. Brat, the entrance assessment is not something you can simply decide to join. Speak up. Who sent you? If you remain silent, I will take you down for questioning. At this point, Yi Tianxing could no longer contain himself and shouted at Sun Sheng. Are you out of your mind? I can't participate, and I can't withdraw either. Do you need to fabricate some drama to be satisfied? Sun Sheng was taken aback by Yi Tianxing's audacity to curse at him, momentarily stunned, before his expression darkened as he glared at Yi Tianxing. You foolish wretch, daring to insult me. You are courting death. As he spoke, Sun Sheng conjured a surge of spiritual energy, preparing to unleash it upon Yi Tianxing. From the main platform, the sect master of Yuzhan, Xianxia, witnessed the unfolding scene and immediately shouted at Sun Sheng. Are you out of your mind? This young man has already declared his intention to participate in the assessment, and you are still here prattling on. Do you truly wish to create a scene in front of so many witnesses? You are a mid-stage nascent soul, and yet, as the esteemed elder of the erased sect, you would dare to strike at an ordinary individual? This exclamation from Xianxia jolted Sun Sheng into immediate awareness. His outstretched hand freezing in midair, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Yi Tianxing was equally taken aback, astonished that Xianxia would come to his defense. And with such fervor. Was it not merely a trivial incident? Why should the sect master be incensed? It provided a welcome diversion. Let us regard it as a spectacle. On the left side of Xianxia, an elderly man chuckled, attempting to diffuse the tension, though his countenance bore a mocking expression. This elder, named Jiangwei, was the master of the Spirit Array Valley, another prominent sect of formations in the southern region, established long before the Array sect. Yet Xianxia, with his remarkable mastery of formations, had risen to prominence as a sixth-tier Array master within a mere few hundred years, leading the Array sect to surpass the Spirit Array Valley, creating an undercurrent of rivalry that left Jiang Wei feeling quite disgruntled. Though he harbored resentment, appearances had to be maintained, and the two factions had been covertly vying against each other. Now, witnessing an ordinary person audacious enough to insult the elder of the Array sect, Jiang Wei's spirit soared. Xianxia, upon observing Jiang Wei's derisive demeanor, felt his face flush with anger. Glancing at the still dazed Sun Shang, he could not restrain himself from bellowing, "Are you going to stand there like a vegetable? Step aside and allow that young man to enter." Only after being reprimanded did Sun Shang regain his senses, his expression sour as he moved aside. Tianxing cast a disdainful glance at Sun Shang before proceeding into the array. As he passed by, he sneered, "You should count yourself fortunate that the sect master did not instruct you to take action." With that, he continued onward into the illusory array. Hearing these words, Sun Shang's fists clenched tightly, yearning to teach this audacious youth a lesson at once. Ha ha ha. This young man's temperament seems quite akin to that of the sect master. Perhaps Xianxia should directly take him as a personal disciple. Boomed an elder from the right side of Xianxia, his laughter ringing out. This elder, named Luo Gang, was a master of the Sunfire sect and the only mid-stage cultivator present. Xianxia recognized Luo Gang's forthright nature and, unlike Jiang Wei's sardonic remarks, felt no anger. Instead, he responded with a smile. "Indeed, this young man's disposition mirrors my own, yet his potential remains to be seen." Jiang Wei, observing the two engaged in idle banter, could not help but snicker inwardly. After today, the southern region shall be left with only my spirit array valley as the singular authority on formations. The scene shifted to Tianxing, who, upon stepping into the first-tier illusion array, beheld numerous disciples participating in the entrance examination, standing with eyes closed. Some were evidently entranced by the illusions, their faces betraying expressions of terror or greed, their bodies trembling involuntarily or reaching out as if to grasp something. Tianxing, however, remained unaffected, as he had become immune to all illusion arrays since acquiring the interface of formations. Indeed, if the illusion array's rank surpasses his current level, it would still yield effects. However, the array in the square is merely of the first rank, while he is an 8th rank array master. Thus it would naturally have no bearing on him. Tianxing meandered through the illusion array, observing the entangled disciples around him. Yet after a brief circuit, he could no longer endure it. Sun Shang's earlier actions had irked him considerably, and the prospect of remaining in the array for 2 hours only fueled his frustration. "Damn it, I am not a novice disciple yearning for entry. Why must I be subjected to this?" With his vexation without an outlet, an idea suddenly struck Tianxing. Chapter 155, Yes, indeed, is all my doing. Tianxing resolved to dismantle the array, aiming to bring the entrance examination to an early conclusion. However, to destroy the array necessitated a method he was entirely unaware of. He could only access the array interface. Array masters toil diligently to enhance their ranks, while he merely needed to set up the array. He need not meticulously arrange materials in designated positions. Simply placing them into the array interface sufficed for completion. It could be said that his status as an 8th rank array master was somewhat inflated. Primarily, Tianxing was anxious to elevate his rank to rescue his kin, and thus had not scrutinized the array interface's various methods for breaking arrays. Now, with a moment to spare, he fixated on the interface, embarking on an intensive review. He had previously assumed that the methods for dismantling any type of array were largely similar, only to discover significant distinctions upon examination. For instance, the core of ceiling-type arrays is the array steel. Once the steel is destroyed, the ceiling array collapses. Generally, the steel resides outside the ceiling array, serving as a warning to other cultivators that this is a site of a ceiling array. Conversely, the core of attacking-type arrays is the array seal, situated within the array itself, and most array masters position the seal in the most perilous location. This arrangement serves 2 purposes. Firstly, to safeguard the seal from destruction, and secondly, to entice cultivators within the array, compelling them to venture into the most dangerous area to sabotage the seal. Yet, should these cultivators step into such treacherous grounds, they risk severe consequences. The core of the illusion array is also the seal, yet dismantling it proves far simpler than that of attacking arrays. This is because the illusion array merely inflicts illusions upon the cultivators. As long as they can extricate themselves from the illusions, they can locate the position of the seal. Of course, merely identifying the core of the array does not guarantee its destruction. For whether it be the steel or the seal, if one's cultivation is insufficient, it cannot be obliterated. The ranks from 1 to 9 correspond to the cultivator's level of cultivation, with a first rank array master aligning with the pinnacle of body refinement, while the 9th rank corresponds to the zenith of tribulation crossing. Thus, to dismantle an array, one must possess a cultivator of equivalent rank to achieve it. Upon reading the detailed exposition, astonishment spread across Tianxing's face. According to the introduction on the system interface, he is currently an 8th rank array master, equivalent to the pinnacle of the integration stage, surpassing his own peak in the void return stage by an entire realm. After comprehending how to dismantle the array, Tianxing closed the array interface and proceeded toward the place where the spiritual energy converged. Soon, a radiant array seal appeared before him. This seal, shaped like a diamond and standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, was formed by gathering the celestial spiritual energy through the surrounding array materials. You old fool. If it weren't for the King Kong spiritual wood, I would have long since crippled your 5th leg. Consider this a collection of interest. Tianxing muttered to himself before striking the array seal with a single palm. He was tempted to follow Mo Yuchan's suggestion and directly seize the King Kong spiritual wood, thus saving himself the trouble of wasting time. However, Tianxing was not the type to act rashly. He ultimately restrained himself and vented his frustration upon the array seal. With a thunderous boom, the seal shattered instantaneously beneath Tianxing's palm, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that radiated outward from the point of impact. The once enveloping 1st rank illusion array began to tremble violently, its brilliance gradually dimming. Inside the illusion, the disciples participating in the entrance examination wore expressions of confusion. Immersed in the myriad illusions conjured by the array, they were abruptly jolted back to reality, leaving them bewildered. Could it be that they had passed? Most of the candidates entertained such thoughts. The sudden upheaval left the cultivators outside the square in a state of shock. Those in the stands were discussing how many would succeed in the examination when, in the next moment, the array was shattered. As the seal of the 1st rank illusion array swiftly dissipated, the massive light barrier created by the array gradually vanished, revealing the disciples who had been taking the examination. Sun Sheng, the chief examiner of this entrance assessment, initially displayed a look of astonishment upon witnessing the destruction of the illusion array, which was soon replaced by a fierce glare of anger. Dare to disrupt my entrance examination for the array sect. Come fort, Sun Sheng bellowed, his face flushed with rage. Following his furious shout, brilliant spiritual lights flickered around the square as dozens of golden core disciples from the array sect appeared out of thin air. Clad in uniform attire, they bore stern expressions and vigilant gazes, encircling the entire square like an impregnable fortress. Simultaneously, a group of Foundation establishment disciples, armed with various weapons, marched in unison into the square, swiftly surrounding all the candidates participating in the entrance examination, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Qing Zhongzhu, the illusion array was destroyed right under your nose. It seems our invitation to witness the spectacle was not in vain, remarked Jiang Wei, the head of the array Spirit Valley, with a sarcastic tone, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Qing Yangzi trembled with rage, yet refrained from exploding in anger. After all, he needed to maintain the dignity of the sect leader in front of so many representatives from the Southern Continent's powers. He suppressed his anger and coldly remarked, Master Jiang, this is merely a 1st-grade illusion formation. Any 1st-grade formation master possesses the ability to dismantle it. There is no need for your cryptic remarks. Jiang Wei chuckled heartily. I was merely jesting. Why does the esteemed Qing Zong master take offense? While the two exchanged barbs, Sun Sheng had already approached Tianxing, who was still feigning confusion. Speak. Was it you? Sun Sheng fixed his gaze on Tianxing, searching his face for any sign of guilt. Having previously concluded that Tianxing was the troublemaker, he immediately assumed the destruction of the formation was his doing. Yet, Tianxing appeared to be an ordinary person. Without evidence, he hesitated to jump to conclusions. Indeed, it was all my doing. The destruction is also mine. For who could dare to provoke the Grand Elder of the Formation sect? Tianxing's scornful taunts made Sun Sheng's forehead throb with rage. Is there a misunderstanding here? Elder Sun, Tianxing continued with his biting sarcasm. I sense no spiritual fluctuations from this young man. How could he possibly have destroyed the illusion formation? Do not pursue him relentlessly over a minor disagreement. At this moment, Luo Gang, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect, intervened to mediate the situation. I appreciate your support, esteemed elder, but this is indeed the Grand Elder of the Formation sect. How could a mere commoner like myself dare to defy him? It was all my doing. I take full responsibility. Tianxing continued his mockery, acknowledging his supposed culpability while further aggravating Sun Sheng, who was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed. You reckless fool. Sun Sheng trembled with fury, pointing at Tianxing, yet restrained by the absence of evidence. He refrained from taking action. Seeing Sun Sheng thoroughly exasperated brought Tianxing immense satisfaction, as he felt liberated from his frustrations. To outsiders, he appeared merely as an ordinary individual, and without evidence. Sun Sheng could do nothing against him. But at that moment, several early-stage Yuanying formation elders swiftly approached. Who destroyed the formation? Sun Sheng shouted in desperation upon seeing the elders from the formation sect. It was him. The elders spoke in unison, pointing accusingly at Tianxing. What the? Tianxing was left dumbfounded. He had disrupted the formation's seals from within, and ordinarily, those outside could not perceive such acts. How could these elders be so certain of his guilt? Chapter 156, The Unbearable. Just moments ago, I was defending you, and it turns out it was indeed you. You scoundrel. Seeing the elders unanimously denounce Tianxing, Xianxia, the leader of the formation sect, slammed his hand on the table and rose indignantly. Master Qing, could this be a misunderstanding? This young man appears incapable of dismantling the formation. The leader of the Yin-Yang sect defended Tianxing once more, appreciating his character. Seeing this, Xianxia clarified, what Master Luo may not be aware of is that today, in order to convene the major forces of Qingzhou at the formation sect, I specially employed the Xianguang mirror. The Xianguang mirror has the capability to record nearby scenes, yet it demands an immense expenditure of spiritual energy. This is precisely why, apart from Sun Sheng, the other elders have not shown themselves. The elders, having identified this little scoundrel, must have witnessed through the Xianguang mirror the damage he inflicted upon the formation. Upon hearing Xianxia's explanation, the representatives of various factions in the stands displayed expressions of astonishment. They had never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable young man, devoid of any discernible fluctuation of spiritual energy, was indeed the culprit behind the destruction of the illusionary formation. At this moment, Tianxing could no longer maintain his facade and helplessly remarked, Qing sect master, I have previously stated that I did not come to participate in the entrance examination. Yet, your grand elder insists on claiming that I am here to cause trouble. I could not contain my frustration and inadvertently ruined the formation. How about this? I shall compensate you with an identical one. What do you think? However, before Xianxia could respond, Sun Sheng bellowed in fury, you insolent brat. Although this formation is merely a first-tier illusionary array, the resources and manpower required to establish one of such scale are beyond your comprehension. Can you afford to compensate for it? Seize him. With Sun Sheng's command, the Foundation establishment disciples immediately pounced upon Tianxing like ravenous wolves. Fueled by his own ire, Tianxing could no longer endure the situation. Disregarding the notion of the golden Vajra spirit wood, he rolled up his sleeves and spoke to Sun Sheng. You old fool. If it weren't for my need of your Yuzhen sect, would I endure such humiliation? Since words have proven ineffective, allow me to demonstrate my prowess with my fists. As his voice faded, Tianxing darted forward like a bolt of lightning, charging directly at the encroaching Foundation establishment disciples. Before they could react, they found themselves bewildered as Tianxing maneuvered among them. With left punches and right kicks, his seemingly casual strikes hit accurately at the joint acupoints of each disciple. In mere moments, the surrounding disciples collapsed to the ground, grimacing in pain. Seeing this, Sun Sheng's face turned a deep shade of anger, and he roared, Dare to openly resist within my Yuzhen sect? This is utterly outrageous. All of you, take down this scoundrel. Following Sun Sheng's furious cry, the Golden Core disciples stationed at the periphery surged towards Tianxing. Not only that, but the elders who had arrived later, sensing the extraordinary nature of Tianxing, also joined the fray with fierce determination. Is this never-ending? Tianxing surveyed the throng closing in around him, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, he traversed through the crowd like a wraith. Each of his strikes carried a fierce gust of wind, sending individuals flying in his wake. Ultimately, before anyone could comprehend the situation, they were all felled by Tianxing. In an instant, the square was filled with anguished cries. This spectacle left all those in the stands utterly astounded, causing them to rise from their seats. The once boisterous stands fell into an eerie silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes widened like brass bells, their faces awash with disbelief. Only Jiangwei, the leader of the Array Spirit Valley, exhibited no hint of surprise. Instead, his gaze shimmered with a trace of excitement. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he feigned a shocked expression. How could this be possible? Xianxia was the first to shatter the silence, his voice laced with astonishment and confusion, instantly dispatching several dozen cultivators, including over a dozen elders of the nascent soul stage. Even he, in the early stages of the transformation stage, could not achieve such swiftness. Old man, keep calling. Tianxing, having dispatched the approaching cultivators, did not relent but pressed his foot firmly against Sun Sheng's chest. Who exactly are you? Sun Sheng's face was a canvas of terror, the earlier fury replaced by profound dread. What? Weren't you just imposing, ready to capture me? Are you frightened now? I told you I wasn't here to participate in the entrance examination. You didn't believe me. I said I was here for the assessment, and you still doubted me. What do you actually want? Tianxing glared fiercely at Sun Sheng, gradually increasing the pressure of his foot. Sun Sheng struggled to breathe under Tianxing's weight, managing to utter a few words towards Xianxia on the platform. Secmaster, save me. It was then that Xianxia realized that his own territory had been overtaken by a young man. The once fiery-tempered leader was now eerily calm as he addressed the crowd on the platform. I cannot discern this young man's cultivation level, and given his displayed prowess, I fear I am not his match. I implore everyone to join forces. In truth, none of those present could gauge Tianxing's cultivation, so they did not view Xianxia's plea for assistance as embarrassing. With such strength, he cannot remain inconspicuous in the South Continent. He must be a practitioner from another region, remarked one sect leader from a South Continent faction, his expression grave. Luo Gang, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect, nodded indifferently. Indeed, since he dares to provoke the South Continent, we certainly cannot let this go unpunished. In that case, I shall take the lead. To challenge the Erased sect is akin to courting death. At that moment, Jiang Wei suddenly leaped forward, emanating the aura of a peak nascent soul practitioner, charging directly towards Tianxing. This scene left the spectators in bewilderment. Although the Erased Spirit Valley and the Erased sect appeared to coexist amicably on the surface, they had covertly undermined each other. Given the humiliations suffered by the Erased sect, Jiang Wei should have reveled in their misfortune. Why then did his attitude undergo a complete turnaround? However, there was no time for the onlookers to ponder this. They considered Jiang Wei's actions a means of preserving the dignity of the South Continent. After all, despite their internal conflicts, they were all factions of the South. Should an external force emerge, unity against a common foe would be paramount. With this thought, the crowd unleashed their own auras, following Jiang Wei in an assault against Tianxing. Chapter 157. All were overthrown. It appears that without addressing you all, I am unable to communicate effectively. Tianxing gazed at the approaching elders and sect leaders from the southern continent, letting out a cold snort. His irritation had escalated. He had originally come in search of the Diamond Spirit Wood, only to be inexplicably accused of causing trouble. Now the situation had intensified, and it was clear that without incapacitating these individuals, clarity would be unattainable. At the same time, Jiang Wei, rushing towards Tianxing, was making exaggerated faces at him before launching a punch. Tianxing caught the punch with one hand, realizing that despite its fierce appearance, it lacked any real force. This completely infuriated Tianxing. Who do you think you're looking down upon? He thought. Grasping Jiang Wei's fist firmly, he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The impact sent Jiang Wei flying like a ragdoll, spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Jiang Wei, clutching his face, was utterly bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be a performance? Why was he being treated so harshly? Rising from the ground, he mentally cursed Tianxing's entire lineage but dared not speak further at that moment. Pointing at Tianxing, he shouted, "You audacious brat! How dare you act so recklessly? I will make you pay." With that, he charged at Tianxing once more. By this time, Tianxing was already engaged in a fierce battle with the representatives of the southern continent's various factions, showing little interest in Jiang Wei. The representatives were no ordinary individuals. Each was a practitioner of at least the nascent soul stage, with several having reached the void return stage. Given their numbers, Tianxing did not dispatch them as swiftly as he had with Sun Sheng and his companions. Rather, he exchanged several blows with them. His intent was not to kill, but to temporarily incapacitate them. If he had wished, with his pinnacle cultivation at the void return stage, a single dragon fist could have reduced them to mere remnants. At that moment, the square was ablaze with a dazzling array of spiritual energy, akin to a magnificent yet perilous fireworks display. The disciples participating in the entrance examination had long vacated the square, watching Yi Tianxing with eyes full of admiration. This was the embodiment of the strength they aspired to. Despite the onslaught from numerous representatives of the southern continent's powers, he remained remarkably composed. Occasionally, someone would be struck by Yi Tianxing, landing in a disheveled heap, which was utterly exhilarating to witness. Simultaneously, the representatives of the southern continent were being tossed aside like straw dolls in a tempest, each one sent flying by Yi Tianxing. Although the sect leaders and elders possessed considerable strength, stronger than Sun Sheng and his group, they were still insufficient in the face of Yi Tianxing's might. Soon, he had dispatched the leaders and elders of the various factions, leaving him as the sole figure standing in the square, while all others lay incapacitated at his feet. Everyone was filled with terror as they gazed at Yi Tianxing, their eyes brimming with disbelief. To have taken down more than half of the formidable warriors from their southern continent, what level of cultivation must one possess to achieve such a feat? Sir, has the Yuzhan sect wronged you in any way? What is your true purpose in injuring so many of us? Xianxia inquired, seated on the ground, his expression one of profound frustration. He could sense that with Yi Tianxing's prowess, if he had wished to kill them, it would have been an effortless task. Clearly, he had merely provided a lesson, indicating he had other intentions. Upon hearing these words, Yi Tianxing's anger flared as he pointed at Sun Sheng, still sprawled on the ground. You say I have not wronged you? I told you, I am not here for the entrance examination, yet your esteemed elder insists that I am here to cause trouble. I tried to explain myself, but that old fool acted as if he had consumed explosives, claiming he would capture me. Is that not provocation? And you all, without discerning right from wrong, made a move against me. Is that not also a form of provocation? Xianxia followed Yi Tianxing's finger to see Sun Sheng lying on the ground, his face pale and his eyes filled with fear, devoid of the earlier bravado. Xianxia now confirmed that this was indeed a misunderstanding, a monumental one at that. You old scoundrel, you have truly brought us to ruin. Xianxia cursed at Sun Sheng, then realized he had also misjudged Yi Tianxing. He hastily turned to Yi Tianxing to clarify. Sir, it was indeed a misunderstanding. Today marks the day our Yuzhan sect recruits disciples, and it is the first time we have invited representatives from the various factions of the southern continent to observe. Because of this, we placed great importance on this entrance examination and had disseminated the news widely. Your sudden appearance among the candidates, claiming not to be participating, led us to assume you were here to disrupt the proceedings. When you subsequently damaged the first-grade illusion array used for the examination, we became even more convinced of your intentions. Yet, considering the current circumstances, it is clear that we have misjudged you. Fearing that Yi Tianxing might not believe him, Xianxia offered a lengthy explanation, forcing a semblance of a smile upon his face. At that moment, however, the master of the Array Spirit Valley, Jiang Wei, interjected with righteous indignation. Qing sect master, what is there to explain? This individual is undoubtedly here to cause chaos. As representatives of the southern continent, we cannot yield to such malevolent forces. Initially, Yi Tianxing felt his anger dissipate at the prospect of resolving the misunderstanding, but Jiang Wei's outburst reignited his fury. He strode forward, seizing Jiang Wei by the collar. You enjoy making a spectacle of yourself, do you not? Slap. I am the malevolent force, am I? Slap. You refuse to yield, do you? Slap. With each statement, Yi Tianxing delivered a resounding slap, leaving Jiang Wei bewildered. He had been the loudest during the earlier confrontation. Yet now he lay defeated, and Yi Tianxing showed no signs of leniency. Meanwhile, the others present began to notice something peculiar about Jiang Wei. It has been previously stated that the Array Spirit Valley and the Array Master Sect, both of which are eminent sects of formation, have always held an adversarial relationship. However, Jiang Wei's overt support for the Array Master Sect raises suspicions, indicating that there is something amiss, though the specifics remain elusive to them. At this moment, Jiang Wei could no longer endure the situation and whispered in a tone only Yi Tianxing could hear, My lord, please cease this. I cannot bear it any longer. You must speak quickly. Yi Tianxing, unable to comprehend Jiang Wei's intent, continued his onslaught, delivering another resounding slap. What do you mean, speak? With each strike, Jiang Wei's endurance waned, until he finally shouted, My lord, I am on your side. Are you not attempting to win them over? If they refuse, you should simply eliminate them. Why the relentless humiliation of me? Have you forgotten that we are merely acting? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxing was utterly taken aback and released Jiang Wei. At the outset of the skirmish, he had found Jiang Wei's seemingly fierce attacks peculiar. As they lacked any real force, leading him to believe Jiang Wei looked down upon him. Now, it appeared there were deeper matters at play that he was unaware of. Sect Master Jiang, what are you saying? What do you mean by winning them over and acting? The most formidable cultivator present, Luo Gang, the mid-stage return to Void Realm Master of the Yin-Yang sect, was suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Jiang Wei's behavior today was decidedly uncharacteristic. Chapter 158, A Bystander the Diamond Spirit Would Acquired. Upon hearing Luo Gang's inquiry, Jiang Wei laughed heartily. Given the circumstances, I shall no longer feign ignorance. I am now an underling of my lord, and I lay my cards on the table. Anyone among you who refuses to become my lord's subordinate shall face only one fate, death. Ha. Initially, Jiang Wei had intended to maintain his ruse, but after enduring numerous blows, he found it increasingly difficult to keep up the facade. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically upon hearing Jiang Wei's proclamation. What? Have you pledged allegiance to the Black Lotus sect? How dare you? Luo Gang's face contorted with fury, his eyes wide as if they might ignite. While Jiang Wei's words appeared nonsensical to outsiders, they were all too clear to the cultivators of the southern continent. Years prior, a shape-shifting Taoist who claimed to be from the Black Lotus sect had arrived in the southern continent, seeking the subjugation of all local powers to serve the sect. However, the significant factions of the southern continent, unwilling to be enslaved, especially as the Black Lotus sect was a demonic organization, united in a fierce struggle against the dark cultivators. Despite the formidable strength of the demonic cultivators, who possessed mid-stage return to Void Realm power and could nearly sweep through the southern continent, the battle resulted in substantial losses for the local factions. At that time, despair loomed over the southern powers. However, during this conflict, Luo Gang sees an unexpected opportunity to break through, advancing from early to mid-stage return to Void Realm, thereby becoming a match for the demonic cultivators. Yet, Luo Gang had only just attained this new level and was still not a match for the dark forces. However, with the assistance of various forces from the southern continent, the demon cultivator ultimately found himself unable to withstand the pressure and fled. Before making his escape, he left behind a chilling proclamation. He would return, and when he did, he would ensure that all powers of the southern continent would submit to him. Presently, Jiang Wei's sudden claim of allegiance to the young man before him inevitably conjured memories of that notorious demon cultivator. After all, the only individual capable of compelling Jiang Wei's willing submission could only be that very same demon. What do I have to fear? Let me confide in you all. Over the past few years, my lord has devoted himself to intensive cultivation and has now reached the late stage of the Void Return realm. This time, none shall be able to impede his progress, Jiang Wei declared with an air of triumph. Initially, the crowd harbored doubts, uncertain whether Jiang Wei had genuinely defected to the Black Lotus cult. However, upon witnessing his lack of denial, the last flicker of hope in their hearts was extinguished. Jiang Wei, you traitor! How dare you collude with the Black Lotus cult, betraying us from within? Jiang Wei, are you a fool? Demon cultivators, like the beastly races, thrive on bloodshed. They can no longer be considered human. Aren't you afraid of ensnaring yourself? You old bastard. You dare call yourself a sect master? I curse your entire family to perish. In an instant, the leaders and elders of various factions present erupted into a chorus of vehement insults. Hearing their vitriol, Jiang Wei merely sneered and retorted. Had it not been for the threat posed by the Yu-Erase sect to my Erase Spirit Valley-S standing, would I resort to such a desperate measure? As a prominent sect of formations, why should they flourish so rapidly in just a few hundred years, overshadowing us? From this day forth, the southern continent shall only recognize my Erase Spirit Valley as the sole sect of formations, while the Yu-Erase sect shall vanish. Tianxing, standing nearby, listened intently, even pulling out a fragrant melon from his storage space to munch on, a fitting snack for the gathering of onlookers. What if I don't wish for the Yu-Erase sect to disappear? Tianxing quipped, spitting out melon seeds with a grin aimed at Jiang Wei. He had gathered the essence of the situation. Jiang Wei's jealousy towards the Yu-Erase sect, his inability to eliminate it, and his subsequent appeal to the Black Lotus cult for assistance. Yet, he found himself puzzled as to why Jiang Wei had so readily identified himself as a demon cultivator of the Black Lotus cult. But these concerns were trivial. He was far more inclined to tease Jiang Wei. My lord, did you not previously state that to resist is to invite death? I am well aware of Qin Jiangzi's character. He would never join a nefarious organization like the Black Lotus cult, so his fate is inevitable. Jiang Wei replied with utmost reverence. A demon cultivator is unworthy of my submission. Xianxia, struggling to rise from the ground, turned his gaze to Tianxing. The Yu sect has been a paragon of integrity in the southern continent for a century. How could we ever conspire with you, who tread the path of wickedness? Even if you were to place a blade at my throat, I would never join the Black Lotus cult. Whether you choose to kill or torture me, I shall accept my fate. At that moment, a glint of inspiration crossed Tianxing's mind, prompting him to address Xianxia. Indeed, the esteemed Qing Zhongzhu is a person of character. Since you are unwilling to join the Black Lotus sect, I shall not force you. As long as you can deliver the Vajra spirit wood to me, not only will I refrain from ending your lives, but I shall also assist you in eliminating Jiang Wei. How does this transaction sound? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wei, who had previously worn a broad smile, found his expression abruptly frozen, replaced instead by an aura of sheer terror. My lord, what has befallen you? What of our prior scheme? You sought to dominate the southern continent and compel all factions to bow before you. His voice quivered, disbelief evident in his eyes. Yet, Tianxing feigned impatience and cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Wei. You are capable of betraying the southern continent, thus you could just as easily betray me. In fact, I admire the character of Qing Zhongzhu even more. At this juncture, you need only to ponder one matter: how to persuade Qing Zhongzhu not to relinquish the Vajra spirit wood, should he dare to hand it over. Your demise shall be imminent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei's legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. He cast a frightened glance at Tianxing, then turned to Xianxia, his eyes filled with desperation. Qing Zhongzhu, my lord is a demon cultivator. His words cannot be trusted. He is deceiving you. However, before Jiang Wei could finish, Xianxia interrupted him. If I were to perish, the Vajra spirit would belong to the demon cultivator. It is better to present it now and gamble on whether he would indeed kill you. If he can eliminate you, then I shall profit. After uttering this, Xianxia shot a menacing glance at Jiang Wei, then retrieved a spiritual wood from his storage ring, roughly the thickness of an arm and 3 feet in length. This wood emanated an ancient golden glow, resembling flowing gold water, exceedingly resplendent. Without hesitation, Xianxia hurled the Vajra spirit wood toward Tianxing. Upon witnessing the approaching wood, Tianxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had anticipated a protracted struggle to acquire the Vajra spirit wood, yet here he was, unexpectedly reaping rewards through a mere display of demon cultivation. Jiang Wei's face was now a canvas of terror. Uncertainty clouded his mind regarding whether the demon cultivator would truly take his life, and instinctively, he felt the urge to flee. However, after Tianxing caught the Vajra spirit wood, he instantly appeared before Jiang Wei. I'm a man of my word. Someone like you, who betrays friends and colludes with demon cultivators, is a menace to remain alive. Tianxing stowed the Vajra spirit wood into his storage ring, and was poised to strike Jiang Wei down. He had long been informed of the demon cultivator's nefarious nature from the Lord of Falling Leaf Valley, and had even dispatched to himself. Thus he felt no moral quandary in eliminating a cultivator who conspired with demons. Yet, just as Tianxing raised his hand to deliver the fatal blow to Jiang Wei, he suddenly halted, casting his gaze toward the entrance of the square. In chapter 159, do you truly believe I do not exist? Dare you to commit murder in my presence? A young man in a black robe slowly entered through the square's entrance, his hands gripping 2 bloodied heads. Xianxia recognized the severed heads as belonging to the disciples stationed at the mountain gate that day, and his eyes turned crimson with rage as he fixed his glare upon the young man in black. Who are you? Why did you kill my disciples of the Xianxia sect? Xianxia bellowed. Had he not lost his ability to move, he would have charged forward to confront the young man in the black robe. These 2 gatekeepers claimed I was tardy and barred my participation in the entrance examination. Otherwise, I wouldn't have harbored thoughts of eliminating them. The young man in the black robe stepped before the crowd, carelessly tossing 2 severed heads onto the ground. Beast, how dare you slay my disciples of the Xianxia sect? Once I recover, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder. Xianxia glared at the discarded heads, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury and vengeance. Ha ha! Tear you asunder? You may not have that opportunity, the young man in black laughed heartily. Had it not been for your covert interference during my battle back then, I would have long since conquered the southern continent. Regardless of what others may say today, you shall surely perish. What? At this declaration, every person present widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they had just heard something utterly inconceivable. The young man's words directly confirmed that he was indeed the demonic cultivator from years past. But if the young man in black was that very demonic cultivator, who had then bested them all, could it be that the Black Lotus sect had sent forth two demonic cultivators? It is essential to elucidate why those present initially believed Tianxing to be the demonic cultivator from years ago. The demonic cultivator, known as the ever-changing Taoist, had frequently altered his appearance in the southern continent to persuade various factions to submit to the Black Lotus sect. His goal was to create the illusion that many demonic cultivators had arrived, prompting the factions of the southern continent to abandon their resistance. Thus, the ever-changing Taoist could effortlessly seize control of the southern continent. However, to everyone's astonishment, the factions within the southern continent proved remarkably resolute, refusing to join the Black Lotus sect and uniting to resist with all their might. This led to the failure of the ever-changing Taoist plan, forcing him to single-handedly confront all the powers in the southern continent, ultimately leading to his ignominious retreat. Jiang Wei believed Tianxing to be the ever-changing Taoist because they had previously conspired in secret to secure a firm grasp on the southern continent. The ever-changing Taoist intended to disguise himself as a young man and participate in the entrance examination. At the opportune moment, he would eliminate a few of the highest-ranking cultivators present, thus exponentially increasing the likelihood of his success in conquering the southern continent. However, what Jiang Wei did not know was that Tianxing, like a sudden bolt from the blue, had emerged unexpectedly, leading him to mistakenly believe that Tianxing was the ever-changing Taoist. This misunderstanding on Jiang Wei's part also misled all others present. Xianxia, your time of death is nigh. Fear not. With the stubbornness of the southern continent's cultivators, there will surely be others to accompany you shortly. The ever-changing Taoist sneered. Then, with a sweeping gesture, unleashed an immensely terrifying stream of black spiritual energy directly towards Xianxia. It is over. The crowd, witnessing this, revealed expressions of despair. Although the ever-changing Taoist had not released any aura, they could feel through the black energy that he had grown stronger. It was highly probable, as Jiang Wei had suggested, that he had broken through to the late stage of the returning Void Realm. A single demon cultivator had already rendered them incapacitated, and now another had arrived, which spelled utter catastrophe for Nanzhou. Yet, at this critical juncture, Tianxing took action. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Xianxia, effortlessly grasping the dark spiritual energy with a single hand. With a resounding pop, Tianxing crushed the dark energy and slowly spoke. Do you truly think I am non-existent? How dare you take a life in my presence? Xianxia, who had believed himself doomed, was momentarily stunned by Tianxing's intervention. He could not fathom why a demon cultivator would shield him from another's attack. Was it a performance of good cop, bad cop intended to win him over? Or perhaps their relationship was not as amicable as it appeared, akin to the superficial camaraderie between Yuzhen sect and Jinling Valley? In that fleeting moment, Xianxia's mind raced with possibilities. The others present shared a look of confusion, unable to comprehend the clash between the two demon cultivators. However, many secretly hoped for a mutual destruction, thinking it best for the two to inflict wounds upon one another. Who are you? The ever-morphing Taoist regarded Tianxing, who had effortlessly absorbed his spiritual energy, his eyes narrowing with a hint of wariness. He sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy from this young man. Yet he had easily withstood his assault. It was evident that he was no ordinary individual. Tianxing, the master of Tianxing Peak, he introduced himself, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Tianxing Peak? I have never heard of it. Given your youth, I can only imagine the difficulty of your cultivation. You would do well to leave. I may spare your life, the ever-morphing Taoist declared with an air of superiority. Having learned from the previous battle in Nanzhou, he was now considerably more cautious. A figure whose cultivation was indiscernible, yet capable of easily countering his spiritual energy, indicated formidable prowess. Today marked the day he would integrate Nanzhou into the Black Lotus sect, and he had no desire for complications. Forgive me, but having accepted the remuneration from the Qing sect leader, I am obliged to ensure his safety, Tianxing replied, disregarding the Taoist threat with a calm demeanor. Had this been his former self, he would have acted without hesitation. However, given his urgent need for formation materials, he was compelled to employ strategy. Although he had already acquired the Vajra Spirit Wood, enabling him to ascend to the rank of 9th grade Formation Master, he required further materials to elevate himself to 1st grade Spirit Array Master. He resolved to adopt an appearance of righteous purpose, aiming to garner the goodwill of those present to assist him in sourcing formation materials. This approach would undoubtedly yield better results than a swift elimination. After all, a quick kill would only instill fear in those around him, compelling them to obey without any assurance of their earnestness. However, if he were to feign the image of a heroic figure willing to protect everyone at all costs, ultimately defeating the demonic cultivator with great difficulty, the onlookers would undoubtedly be moved to tears, even offering to assist him in procuring the materials for the formation. While Tianxing's mind raced with thoughts, the ever-changing Taoist let out a cold snort. Do you truly believe I fear you? I shall grant you one last chance. Leave this place now, lest you wish to face my wrath. Seeing this, Tianxing stepped forward, adopting a posture of fearless resolve, and proclaimed, "The demonic cultivators of the Black Lotus sect must be exterminated. Unless you tread over my corpse, you shall not wreak havoc in the southern continent today." His sudden change in demeanor, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, was an indication of his hastily conceived performance. In truth, he had overplayed his hand. Consequently, the ever-changing Taoist suspected Tianxing's sanity and chose to dispense with further dialogue. With a swift motion of his hands, 2 bolts of black spiritual energy shot forth like lightning towards Tianxing. Chapter 160, A Difficult Victory. Damn it. If I evade, those behind me will be harmed. Your calculations are truly diabolical. However, I shall not allow you to succeed. Tianxing shouted loudly, ensuring that those behind him could hear, while simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy to rapidly form a protective shield in front of him. Bang! The moment the 2 bolts of black energy made contact with the shield, they dissipated as if vanishing into a vast ocean, merely causing a ripple across the surface of the protective barrier. Tianxing felt relatively unscathed, surprised by the weakness of the ever-changing Taoist assault. Yet, to maintain the facade of inferiority, he pretended to falter, allowing the shield to disperse, and retreated several steps, leaving shallow footprints in the ground. Is this all you can muster? How dare you act so arrogantly before me? The ever-changing Taoist, witnessing Tianxing's retreat, felt his vigilance lessen considerably. Previously unable to discern Tianxing's cultivation level, he had been somewhat apprehensive. However, having forced Tianxing into such a disheveled state with merely 30% of his energy, he quickly concluded that Tianxing was nothing more than an empty vessel. Indeed, I am not your equal, but as long as I stand, you shall not harm any cultivator of the southern continent. With gritted teeth, Tianxing declared, charging fiercely towards the ever-changing Taoist. In an instant, a tempest arose, sand and stones swirling chaotically. The 2 figures intertwined, their spiritual energies flashing brightly. Tianxing's aura surged like a golden dragon, fiercely rushing toward the ever-changing Taoist, who retaliated with a ghostly black aura. The surrounding space seemed to warp under the force of their spiritual tempest, fissures appearing in the ground as debris flew in all directions. All present watched in bewilderment as the 2 combatants engaged in a fierce stalemate. That Tianxing cannot possibly be a demonic cultivator, can he? Judging by his movements and the color of his spiritual energy, it appears he is not. Demonic cultivators possess solely black energy. Who is he? And why does he come to the formation sect, disguised as a demonic cultivator? He claimed to be the master of Tianxing Peak, Tianxing. But what faction does Tianxing Peak belong to? I have never heard of this before. I am more curious about his intentions in approaching the Yuzhen sect. The heads and elders of the various factions in Nanzhou anxiously observed the battle while quietly discussing among themselves. Are you all completely foolish? What intentions? My precious Vajra spirit, what has been taken? Xianxia exclaimed in frustration. At this moment, he came to realize that Tianxing was not a demonic cultivator, but merely a deceiver after his Vajra spirit would. This would have been passed down from his master. And ever since he parted ways with Mo Yuchen, the head of the Qinjin sect, he had kept it close. He never imagined it would be so easily taken from him. There's no need for you to be angry, Qing's sect master. If you hadn't been willing to part with the Vajra spirit wood, this master ye might not have even aided us. Thus, perhaps it's not entirely a misfortune. Comforted Luo Gang, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect. Seeing Luo Gang speak, Xianxia had no choice but to remain silent, glaring fiercely at Tianxing, torn between wishing for him to be vanquished by the transforming master and hoping for his victory. Meanwhile, Tianxing and the transforming master had ascended from the ground into the air. My acting skills are unparalleled. If it weren't for my crossing into this fantastical realm, Perhaps I could have been a competent acrobat on Blue Star. Yi Tianxing silently praised himself while his movements remained relentless. After several more exchanges, Yi Tianxing decided it was time to stop wasting time. He seized upon a fleeting opening from the transforming master and unleashed a powerful punch. Dragon Fist. Yi Tianxing brought it. As golden spiritual energy enveloped his arm, with an ethereal dragon-like aura entwining around it, exuding an overwhelming momentum as it surged toward the transforming master. Although this punch was not delivered with all his strength, its speed was akin to lightning, producing a hissing sound as it tore through the air. The transforming master's pupils constricted. Sensing the terrifying power behind the punch, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Instinctively, he raised both arms to shield himself, while channeling his spiritual energy to form a layer of black shield before him. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, as if the very heavens and earth trembled. The spectators below felt a fierce gale rush towards them, nearly unbalancing them as they hastily channeled their spiritual energy for protection. As the brilliance began to wane, they focused their gaze, only to see the transforming master sent flying like a kite with its string cut. After rolling several times in the air, he crashed heavily onto a distant small hill, which instantly caved in, debris scattering everywhere. The transforming master lay in the pit, breathless, with shattered meridians, utterly devoid of any power to retaliate. Yi Tianxing, meanwhile, landed steadily on the ground, panting heavily, feigning the appearance of having struggled for victory. Did I truly win? That punch was astonishing. The transforming master was a late-stage void returner, and he fell so easily. The assembled cultivators gazed at Yi Tianxing in disbelief. Initially, they had little faith in him, given how the transforming master had consistently dominated him throughout the battle. Who would have anticipated that Yi Tianxing possessed such exquisite timing in combat, adeptly uncovering the flaws of the metamorphosing Taoist? Yet, this was not the source of their utmost astonishment. Rather, it was Yi Tianxing's formidable cultivation. The metamorphosing Taoist was at the late stage of the void return realm. Even if Yi Tianxing could discern the Taoist's weaknesses, how could he have possibly defeated him with a single punch without possessing comparable cultivation? At this moment, Qin Jiangzi gazed at the panting Yi Tianxing, a complex expression crossing his face. Previously, he had assumed Yi Tianxing to be a demonic cultivator, believing that he was surely facing death, which is why he so nonchalantly produced the King Kong spirit wood, intending to use Jiang Wei as a scapegoat. However, the current situation indicated that Yi Tianxing was evidently not a demonic cultivator, and he now wished to reclaim the King Kong spirit wood. Yet, given Yi Tianxing's overwhelming strength and the fact that he had saved them, how could he broach the subject? Nevertheless, that was a relic passed down from his master. The thought of not retrieving it left him deeply unsatisfied. Furthermore, with so many leaders and elders from the southern continent present, why should he be the only one to suffer a loss? It seemed rather unjust. As Qin Jiangzi wrestled with whether to request the return of the King Kong spirit wood, Yi Tianxing, feigning a slight recovery, addressed the crowd. The demonic cultivator is not yet dead. I shall resolve this matter. With that, he soared towards the small mountain pit where the metamorphosing Taoist lay. At this point, the metamorphosing Taoist was already on the brink of death. Upon seeing Yi Tianxing land beside him, he struggled to utter a few words. The Black Lotus sect will avenge me. Yi Tianxing crouched down, a mocking glint in his eyes, as he replied, "Let me let you in on a secret. I was merely pretending earlier. A mid-stage demonic cultivator from your Black Lotus sect was obliterated by me with a single strike. I recall someone mentioning that your sect as demonic cultivators above the tribulation stage practice a unique sensing technique, which allows them to leave a distinct aura on their killer before they perish. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low to perceive it." With that, Yi Tianxing unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, striking the metamorphosing Taoist squarely in the forehead. Terror instantly etched itself across the Taoist's face. His eyes bulged as if they might burst from their sockets, filled with disbelief and resentment, remaining wide open even in death. Chapter 161. The King Kong Guardian Array. After dispatching the metamorphosing Taoist, Yi Tianxing returned to the square, feigning extreme weakness as he proclaimed, "The demonic cultivator has been dealt with. You are safe now." The crowd, finally regaining their senses, looked at Yi Tianxing with expressions of profound gratitude. "I am Luo Gang, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Master Yi for your rescue. Such a great favor will be etched in my memory." At this point, Luo Gang had regained his ability to move and promptly stood, bowing deeply to Yi Tianxing in respect. Thank you, Master Yi, for your timely intervention. With Luo Gang leading the way, the others who had recovered their mobility also rose, bowing in gratitude. Only Xianxia stood silently, his expression somewhat discontented. The representatives of various powerful factions he summoned from the southern continent merely exchanged words of gratitude, leaving him without any actual loss. However, he had indeed suffered a tangible loss of a piece of adamantine spiritual wood, and it was only natural for his countenance to be less than cheerful. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Were it not for the generous offering of adamantine spiritual wood by the esteemed Master Qing, I would not have exerted myself to assist you so earnestly. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards Master Qing, Yi Tianxing remarked. Sensing Xianxia's intent and anxious that he might withdraw, promptly elevating Xianxia's status in the conversation. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes towards Xianxia. Their eyes filled with appreciation. Indeed, had Master Qing not generously provided the adamantine spiritual wood, Master Yi would not have been so inclined to offer his unwavering support. Master Qing's actions were equally commendable. Indeed, Master Qing's righteousness is admirable. We hold him in high esteem. As the collective gaze of the crowd settled upon Xianxia, he felt increasingly uncomfortable, realizing Yi Tianxing was being deliberate, and his expression darkened further. Although Yi Tianxing had saved his life, Xianxia believed there were alternative means to express his gratitude that did not necessitate parting with the adamantine spiritual wood. That precious wood was a treasured legacy from his master, significant both in its rarity and as a cherished reminder, making it impossible for him to part with it lightly. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia could no longer restrain himself, and, gritting his teeth, spoke. Master Yi, I am indeed grateful for your assistance in saving us. However, the adamantine spiritual wood is of great importance to me. Perhaps we can negotiate an alternative means for me to repay you. Furthermore, you did not merely save me, but also the leaders and elders of these various factions from the southern continent. How could my gratitude suffice on its own? Xianxia's reasoning was straightforward. Why should he bear the burden alone while others faced no repercussions? Even if the adamantine spiritual wood could not be reclaimed, he could not simply acquiesce to this arrangement. He felt it necessary for the other factions to also contribute, lest he appear as a mere fool. The crowd, upon hearing Xianxia's words, swiftly grasped his meaning, their expressions shifting to one of awkwardness. Ahem, Master Yi, should you find need of our assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. We shall unreservedly rise to the occasion, Luo Gang declared, bowing respectfully to Yi Tianxing. Although he harbored thoughts of repaying Xianxia with the adamantine spiritual wood, the revelation made it difficult for him to feign ignorance. The other faction leaders and elders, witnessing this exchange, echoed in unison, a life-saving grace is unforgettable. Master Yi, should you require our aid, do not hesitate to ask. Yi Tianxing, having risked his life to battle the elusive Taoist, deemed it only right to accept their expressions of gratitude. Thus he did not hesitate. This was precisely the outcome he sought. With the objective achieved, he nodded amicably to the crowd, and then turned his gaze towards Xianxia. Master Qing, the adamantine spiritual wood holds great significance for me as well, and I assure you it will not be returned. Instead, let us consider this. I can assist you in arranging a formidable adamantine sky formation at the Yuzhen sect, which shares the same essence of control as your sect, making it a fitting endeavor. What do you think? Having successfully deceived his way into acquiring the adamantine spiritual wood, he had no intentions of relinquishing it. However, he could not simply rely on his formidable strength to dismiss the matter. So he resolved to establish a Vajra celestial array to compensate for Xianxia. After all, his objective was to elevate his rank, and the placement of the formation was inconsequential. Originally, he intended to reclaim the Vajra spirit wood from Xianxia, but upon hearing the words Vajra, celestial array, Xianxia trembled with excitement. He then eagerly inquired, Master Yi, are you certain you can arrange the Vajra, celestial array? Yi Tianxing smiled and nodded. I am indeed certain. Excellent. The Vajra spirit, which shall be gifted to you. Master Yi, upon receiving confirmation, Xianxia did not hesitate and readily agreed. Observing this, Yi Tianxing wasted no time. He directly accessed the formation interface and placed the materials needed for the Vajra celestial array within. In the next moment, a formation gradually took shape, radiating brilliance. The light surged forth like a golden tide from Tianxing, swiftly spreading in all directions, enveloping the entire Yuan zone in the blink of an eye. At the center of the plaza, a diamond-shaped formation seal, standing over a meter tall, slowly materialized. The surface of the seal shimmered with runes, its luminosity flowing and responding to the formation that cloaked the Yuan zone, exuding an air of majesty. Everyone present gazed in astonishment at Tianxing. Despite the fact that most of them were not formation masters, they understood that even a first-grade formation required some time to establish. Yet, Tianxing managed to conjure a formation instantaneously, one that encompassed the entire sect. How is this possible? At that moment, Xianxia's eyes widened, his heart stirred by a tempest of emotions. While others might be oblivious to the intricacies of the Vajra celestial array, he was acutely aware. To arrange such a grand formation would typically necessitate at least half a day. Yet, Tianxing accomplished it in an instant. This transcended mere prowess. It surpassed all his previous understanding of formations. Sect Master, what grade is the Vajra celestial array? Why is it so effortless to arrange? Liu Gong, returning to his senses, approached Xianxia with a puzzled expression. Others perked up their ears, eager to discern the grade of this formation. The ease of its establishment suggested a lower tier. Yet if it were indeed of a lesser grade, Xianxia would not have reacted with such fervor upon hearing its name. Thus, they sought answers from him. The Vajra celestial array is a top-tier 8th-grade defensive formation, Xianxia stammered. The Vajra celestial array was the only 8th-grade formation his master had mastered. However, as his master was merely a 7th-grade formation master, he had never managed to establish it. Nevertheless, his master's greatest aspiration in life had been to arrange an 8th-grade formation, and he had diligently gathered the material for the Vajra celestial array long ago. Unfortunately, he passed away without breaking through to become an 8th-grade formation master. Hence, upon learning that Tianxing could arrange the Vajra celestial array, Xianxia agreed without hesitation. For this would not only provide the Yuan zone with a formidable 8th-grade defensive formation, but also fulfill his master's dying wish. Upon hearing that the Diamond Guardian formation was an 8th-tier array, everyone present collectively gasped in astonishment. The fact that Tianxing had successfully deployed an 8th-tier formation implied that he must be at least an 8th-tier array master himself. To possess such mastery at the late stage of the Void Return realm, while also being an 8th-tier array master, was an extraordinary feat. How could one possibly achieve such prowess, even if they had begun cultivating from the womb? The most striking aspect was Tianxing's remarkably youthful appearance. Had he been slightly older, they might have found it more palatable.